Chapter 001. She has reborn. With a resounding clang of a gong, the townsfolk hastily retreated to the sides of the road. An official, striking the gong to clear the way, was followed by a procession of Taoist priests, brandishing white banners and chanting incantations as they marched solemnly by. "Whose ceremony is this? Such grandeur for a mere ritual," one citizen remarked. "It is said that the Ning Wang is hosting this for Lord Yan Mobai. Someone buried a malevolent talisman on Lord Yan's grave to disrupt his reincarnation, prompting Ning Wang to summon these priests to eradicate it," another replied. "Who could be so malicious as to thwart a departed soul's rebirth? It seems to be that female strategist, Ning Miao, who served under Wang Kong. Isn't she dead? Slain by Lord Yan himself? Indeed, she perished, but it is rumored she prepared that malevolent talisman in advance, instructing Wang Kong to affix it to Lord Yan's grave after his demise. What enmity could exist between them? They killed each other, yet neither would allow the other to transcend death." The townsfolk sighed as they spoke of Yan Mobai and Ning Miao. In life, they were more familiar with Yan Mobai, while Ning Miao remained obscure until their tales emerged posthumously. Yan Mobai, the second son of the Yongchang Marquis, possessed a striking demeanor and intellect bordering on the supernatural, ascending to the esteemed position of Minister of Justice and serving as the chief strategist for Ning Wang. Ning Miao held the same rank under Wang Kong. With the Eastern Palace vacant, the battle for succession was fierce, and the rival factions of Ning Wang and Wang Kong were most formidable. As the foremost strategists for their respective lords, they were perpetually at odds. Both were exceptional in their prowess, skilled in strategy and tactics, yet they consistently found themselves bested by one another, leading to a deep-seated animosity over time. It was said that their mutual demise revolved around a map of iron mines. For 3 years, they had engaged in a clandestine duel, culminating in their first encounter. Ning Miao had initially acquired the iron mine map, but was subsequently cornered by Yan Mobai. In a desperate act, she ingested the map, only for Yan Mobai to kill her and extract it from her body. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Miao had anticipated this, having also ingested a poison during the act. Although Yan Mobai obtained the map, he succumbed to the poison as well. Before his demise, he plunged a dagger of ancient iron into her brow, a weapon said to condemn the deceased to an eternity without reincarnation. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk deemed Yan Mobai ruthless. Yet today, they realized that he was not alone in his cruelty. Ning Miao, too, had no desire for him to be reborn. A searing pain radiated from her lower back, prompting Ning Miao to abruptly open her eyes to a sky adorned with azure and white clouds. Had she not perished? Was she not slain by Yan Mobai's sword? Was this merely a lingering spirit? She recalled the moment of her death, her soul departing as she witnessed Yan Mobai instruct a guard to dissect her to retrieve the map. She watched as he ordered a dagger of ancient iron to be driven into her corpse's brow and saw her own burial. She also witnessed Yan Mobai and the guard succumb to the poison from the map, both collapsing in a pool of blood. In her final moments, she felt a sense of solace. One life exchanged for another. Ridding Wang Kong of a significant threat, her death seemed not in vain. Perhaps reluctant to abandon Wang Kong, her spirit later returned to the Wang residence. There, she observed Wang Kong flirting with another female strategist, Hua Yao. Wang Kong revealed that their mutual killings had been his orchestration all along, claiming the iron mine map was a forgery, the true one safely in his possession. He had used her as bait to ensnare Yan Mobai. He was aware of the poison coursing through her veins, believing her unwavering loyalty would prevent her from relinquishing the map, leading to their mutual demise. He disclosed that he had secretly administered a toxin called 3 years of spring and autumn to her upon her induction as a strategist, a poison that lay dormant for 3 years, before inevitably claiming her life without the antidote, which he claimed was derived from Yan Mobai's offspring's umbilical blood. He stated Yan Mobai was disinterested in love or marriage, rendering the antidote non-existent. As the 3rd year approached, he suggested that instead of allowing her to perish, she could be utilized to her fullest potential, sacrificing her life to eliminate Yan Mobai, the true thorn in his side. Shocked, she was engulfed by pain, fury, and regret. Was this the man she had sworn her undying loyalty to? She longed to slay him, yet felt only the sensation of passing through him like air. Subsequently, her consciousness faded dissolving into nothingness. How was it that she now felt again? Slowly, she turned her gaze to the towering cliffs before her, and as her eyes descended, she beheld a fathomless abyss below. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips indeed. She was a specter, floating in the ether. But in the next moment, she realized something was amiss. She possessed a corporeal form and could feel the pain of that body. Moreover, the surroundings were strikingly familiar. She recalled the events of 2 years prior when Wang Kong had accompanied Emperor Zhao Qing to the imperial temple for a blessing. Wang Kong had commanded her to feign an assassination attempt on the emperor, thereby garnering credit for his rescue. After the plan succeeded, she had been pursued by a multitude of the emperor's hidden guards, ultimately falling from a cliff alongside a horse. Fortuitously, she had clung to a tree on the cliffside, narrowly escaping death. And now here she was. What was happening? How had she returned to 2 years earlier? Was she reborn? Chapter 2. A love for the banquet lord in the grand hall of the Yongchang Marquisate. The Marquis, Yan Huading, his esteemed wife Lady Jean, and 2 concubines scrutinized the elegant figure of a woman clad in plain attire, standing gracefully at the center. The woman possessed striking features. Her skin porcelain-like and her lips a delicate crimson, her gaze cast down shyly. How can I trust your words? Yan Huading broke the silence. The woman had just recounted how she had met Yan Chongjing, the Marquis and Appo's eldest son, 3 months prior when he traveled to the south. They had developed mutual feelings, and he had vowed to return to Beijing to inform his family of his intention to marry her. After waiting in vain for news, she had come to seek him out. From her sleeve, she produced a token, gracefully advancing towards Yan Huading, and with reverence, presented it with both hands. This is the token of affection given to me by Yan Lang. It was a piece of jade. Yan Huading accepted it, and the woman stepped back, maintaining her composure. Examining the jade pendant closely, Yan Huading confirmed, "This indeed belongs to my son. It was given to him on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony." He turned to Lady Jean, inquiring, "What do you think, my dear?" Lady Jean, the matriarch and mother of Yan Chongjing, scrutinized the young woman anew. "Are you aware that Chongjing has fallen into misfortune a month ago and now lies unconscious, with physicians at a loss for remedies?" Tears welled in the woman's eyes at this revelation. I heard of it upon arriving in the capital. Even so, are you still willing to marry him? He may awaken tomorrow or remain in this state for a lifetime. Are you prepared to endure a life of solitude?" Lady Jean pressed. The woman nodded resolutely, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung loose. The onlookers were visibly moved by her unwavering devotion. Lady Jean leaned closer to Yan Huading, whispering, "Perhaps we should allow her to stay. It is rare to find such affection. If Chongjing truly cares for her, her presence might aid in his recovery." Yan Huading nodded in agreement. They had initially contemplated arranging a marriage to bring joy amidst sorrow. Yet no prominent family in the capital was willing to marry their daughter to a man in such a comatose state. Although this woman hailed from modest origins, she possessed loyalty and a willing heart. Moreover, her delicate demeanor suggested she could be easily managed. "Very well. Since you claim there is no one left in your family in the south, you may reside in the Marquisate. We shall honor my son as promised to you," Yan Huading declared. As Yan Mobai entered the hall, he beheld the woman with a pale, lotus-like visage, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, expressing her gratitude with grace. "Why was I summoned in such haste?" A familiar voice resonated, causing the woman to tense her fingers beneath her sleeves. Indeed, she was Ning Miao. In her previous life, after descending from a cliff, she returned to the residence of Prince Kang. This time, she had no intention of going back. Let Prince Kang believe she had perished in the fall. Such a man was no longer worthy of her loyalty. Her decision to seek refuge in the Yongchang Marquisate was driven by 2 motives. First, the prince had cast a spell over her for 3 years, and the antidote required the umbilical blood of Yan Mobai's offspring, thus compelling her to approach him. Second, she aimed to destroy what Prince Kang desperately sought, a fate far more agonizing than death itself. And in confronting the prince, Yan Mobai was the sharpest weapon at her disposal. Yet, gaining Yan Mobai's trust proved to be a formidable challenge, rendering her unable to approach him directly. She resolved to maneuver through the other residents of the Marquisate instead. Yan Chongjing, his elder brother, was a notorious libertine, indulging in frivolous pursuits and reckless gambling. Chapter 003. He was wiping blood. She recalled from her previous life that she had ventured to the pawnshop to investigate a matter and inadvertently witnessed Yan Chongjing pawning his cherished jade pendant. A month prior, Yan Chongjing had been struck in a brawl at the gambling den, leaving him unconscious. This presented her with a fortuitous opportunity. She redeemed the pendant for a substantial sum, masquerading as his beloved. After all, it was true that Yan Chongjing had traveled to Jiangnan 3 months ago, and he was currently in a state of oblivion. As she remembered, he would not awaken for another year. "This is Ning Xi, your soon-to-be sister-in-law," Jin Shi announced, introducing Ning Miao to Yan Mobai, pulling her thoughts back to the present. Ning Miao lifted her gaze to see Yan Mobai seated in a nearby armchair, dabbing at his bloodied hands with a plain handkerchief. Indeed, he was wiping blood. His hands were soaked in it. Ning Miao and Appo's pupils constricted as the image of him slitting her throat flashed in her mind. Thus, had this man been engaged in murder prior to his arrival? The others in the hall observed this without much surprise, likely accustomed to such sights. Yet Yin Huiting furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is this?" "There were some unclean elements among the servants. I just dealt with it," Yan Mobai replied, his expression stern and his tone devoid of emotion, as casual as if discussing the weather. Yan Huiting chose not to press further and gestured toward Ning Miao, saying, "This is Chongjing's younger brother, Mobai." Ning Miao offered a slight bow. Ning Pan pays respects to the second young master. She had no desire to change her surname, only modifying her given name, Pan, symbolizing rebirth. Yan Mobai continued to wipe his hands, his gaze lifting slightly to cast a glance her way, his eyes as dark and profound as an ancient cold lake. He did not respond, but suddenly extended his hand toward her, seemingly offering the blood-stained handkerchief. No one anticipated such an action from him. Ning Miao bit her lip, taking a few steps forward with open hands to receive it. She surmised that he intended to humiliate her by handing her the soiled cloth, but in truth, he likely wished to assess the calluses on her hands to determine whether she was accustomed to wielding a sword, a kitchen knife, or perhaps a pen. The location and thickness of the calluses would differ for each. Fortunately, although she possessed martial skills, her role as a strategist meant she wielded blades and swords infrequently. The callus on her thumb was thin, having been smoothed out, rendering it unnoticeable. Yan Mabei's indifferent gaze swept over her palms, and as he relaxed his grip, the bloodied handkerchief fell in her palm, its fabric cool to the touch, still damp with drying blood. Ning Miao grasped the handkerchief and withdrew her hand, softly saying, "I will wash it clean and return it to the second young master." "No need, just discard it," Yan Mobai replied coldly. As he seemed to recall something, he added, "My brother has mentioned since his return from Jiangnan that the best dumplings he ever had were eaten on the winter solstice night with a woman. So, that person must be you?" Ning Miao's expression shifted slightly. This statement harbored several traps. She shook her head. It was not. Then she added, "On that day, I only shared Tang Yuan with Yan Lang, and it was not at night, but during the day." She was unsure if Yan Mobai spoke the truth. She could not claim credit for something she had not done. What she could ascertain was that Yan Mobai was probing her. In the south, it was customary to eat Tang Yuan on the winter solstice, while in the north, dumplings were the fare. Moreover, in Jiangnan, there was a tradition of not going out at night on this day. Fortunately, having been born in Jiangnan, she was well aware of these customs. "Is that so?" Yan Mabei's dark eyes glinted with amusement. "It seems there is another woman, and my brother's feelings for you are rather superficial." With that, he rose, not waiting for Ning Miao's response, and offering no farewells to the others in the hall, he strode away. Once he left, Jin Shi spoke words of consolation. "Mabai is just that way. Do not take his words to heart." Ning Miao obediently nodded, her palms slick with perspiration. Chapter 004. Not quite right. Ning Miao was assigned to reside in the Fangfei courtyard, adjacent to Yan Chongjing's Rui courtyard. The Jin family even allocated a maid to her and provided her with a monthly allowance. Naturally, she hurried to visit Yan Chongjing. Grasping his hand, she wept profusely, her tears cascading like rain on a pear blossom. She had always been one to rarely shed tears. In her memories, it seemed she had never cried before. She knew that even if she recalled all the sorrowful events of her past life, it would not elicit tears. Thus, she resorted to employing her internal energy to force them out. Yin Lang, you must awaken. She choked as she caressed his head. Meanwhile, a slender silver needle, as fine as a hair, quietly embedded itself in the crown of Yin Chongjing and Amp, Appo's head. You cannot awaken too soon, Yin Lang. Although she remembered that he had awakened a year later in her past life, she feared the possibility of any changes. In half a day in Appo's time, Ning Miao had gained a clear understanding of the situation within the Yongchang Marquis. Of course, in her previous life, she had already conducted an in-depth investigation into Yan Mobai. Yan Mobai and Appo's grandfather was a military general who had accompanied the late emperor in establishing the empire, and he was bestowed the title of Yongchang Marquis. From then on, he built a prosperous household. Yan Mobai's father, Yan Huading, was nurtured by the Yongchang Marquis from a young age and had repeatedly achieved merit on the battlefield, eventually rising to the rank of fourth-class protector general. After the Yongchang Marquis' passing, Yan Huading inherited the marquisate. Yan Huading had one wife and two concubines. His lawful wife, Jin, bore him only one son, Yin Chongjing, while the concubine, Lu, had a daughter, Yin Xuanji, who was 15 this year. The other concubine, Sun, had twins, a son and a daughter, who were merely 3 years old. It was said that Yan Mobai's mother was a nun's daughter. Once, while Yan Huading was pursuing bandits in the mountains, he was tricked into consuming a love potion and forcibly took her. After conceiving Yan Mobai, she descended the mountain to seek out Yan Huading. However, considering his reputation and fearing the domineering nature of his lawful wife, Jin, he refused to acknowledge her, merely providing her with some silver to send her on her way. Heartbroken, she left alone and gave birth to Yan Mobai. It was said that when Yan Mobai was a few years old, his mother passed away. Later, when Yan Mobai excelled in the imperial examinations, his lineage was revealed, and Yan Huading proudly brought him back. Yet, despite their recognition as father and son, their relationship was far from harmonious. Yan Mobai harbored deep resentment towards Yan Huading and did not conceal his animosity. Given the circumstances, Yan Huading had to exercise considerable tolerance towards Yan Mobai, who was steadily rising in prominence, ultimately attaining the position of Minister of Justice and earning the favor of both the Emperor and Prince Ning. Madam, I hope nothing has befallen the eldest young master. I just saw the second young master accompanied by a doctor and a coroner entering the Rui courtyard. A maid named Chunlan reported as she entered. Ning Yao was taken aback. A coroner? But they examined the dead. Yes, the individual is the esteemed coroner Fan from the Ministry of Justice. Ning Miao Tskatses Harpenet. Fan Qing? The most renowned and skilled coroner in the Ministry of Justice. She had certainly heard of him. Fear not, everything will be fine. If there were any issues, we would have been notified. Ning Miao tightened her grip on the teacup. It was understandable for the doctor to examine Yin Chongjing, but the presence of a coroner led her to a singular, ominous conclusion. In the side chamber of the Rui courtyard, Yin Chongjing lay unconscious, his clothing stripped away, completely bare. Dr. Hu and Fan Qing stood at the foot of the bed, one checking his pulse, the other meticulously examining him. Yan Mobai stood tall and imposing behind them. Why would you suspect that the eldest young master has been poisoned or tampered with? Fan Qing inquired. Dr. Hu echoed his confusion. Indeed, both the imperial physician and I examined him earlier. If there were any issues, we should have detected them then. Yan Mobai and Appo's expression was as dark as the depths of water, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Just because we didn't and Appo's, to find anything then doesn't and Appo's, to mean there and Appo's, as nothing now. Both men were perplexed and turned to him. Today I have gained a new sister-in-law, Yan Mobai remarked. The competition for succession was fierce, and as the Minister of Justice and an advisor to Prince Ning, all the noble houses sought to place spies within his household. He had to be cautious. This woman appeared delicate and fragile, yet inexplicably gave him a sense of impenetrable resolve. He had dispatched someone to investigate her background in Jiangnan, but he understood that if someone intended to infiltrate, they would have prepared their lineage meticulously. However, one thing was certain. If she were an imposter, she would surely fear Yan Chongjing awakening. It was said she had visited him and wept bitterly. Although Fan Qing and Doctor Who still didn't oppose, T fully comprehend. They refrained from asking further questions. One concentrated on checking the pulse, while the other meticulously examined Yan Chongjing and Appo's head. When Ning Miao arrived at the Rui courtyard, Yan Mawei's personal guard, Qi Feng, stood watch outside the chamber. "Qi guard, is Yan Lang all right?" Ning Miao's voice was soft, with a slight tremor. Qi Feng regarded the woman before him. Indeed, as rumored throughout the estate, she possessed a visage as lovely as a lotus, with brows like ink and eyes like the moon. Her skin was fair, and her lips were red. Her long, dark lashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Now trembling with evident concern, "Madam Ning may enter and see for herself," Qi Feng said expressionlessly. Ning Miao nodded slightly, thinking to herself that indeed, servants merely mirrored their masters with their stern faces. Remembering that this was the guard who had once cut her open to retrieve a map, and had perished alongside his master in her tragic fate in her past life, she raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Upon entering the chamber, she found that the doctor and Fan Qing had already departed. Yan Mobai sat alone at the table, holding a cup, seemingly savoring tea, yet more like he was waiting for someone, waiting for her. Ning Miao steadied her thoughts and urgently spoke. "Second young master, is Yan Lang all right? I heard the doctor was just here." "You are quite well informed," Yan Mobai replied, his eyes cast down at the tea in his cup, his emotions inscrutable. Ning Miao bit her lip. "I reside in the adjacent Fengfei courtyard." Yan Mobai lifted his gaze to meet hers, speaking softly. "My brother is not well." Ning Miao's expression changed dramatically. "What has happened?" Yan Mobai fixed his penetrating gaze upon her. "Someone does not wish for him to awaken and has taken action against him." Ning Miao and Appo's face registered shock, and her concern shifted to the bed, then back to Yan Mobai. "Who? What have they done to him?" Yan Mobai offered no reply, his gaze unwavering as he studied her, his eyes deep and enigmatic. Ning Miao met his gaze without flinching, her own eyes filled with urgency, waiting for his answer. The room fell into an unbearable silence. Just as Ning Miao contemplated breaking the silence herself, Yan Mobai suddenly averted his gaze, lifting the cup to his lips and drinking. Ning Miao exhaled quietly, aware that he was testing her, observing her reaction. Fortunately, after inserting the silver needle into Yan Chongjing's head earlier that day, she felt a sense of unease. Knowing Yan Mawei's suspicious nature, she had removed the needle, deciding to wait for a more opportune moment to act. "Indeed, could I trouble my sister-in-law to assist my brother in dressing?" Yan Mobai spoke suddenly. Ning Miao was momentarily taken aback. "Dressing?" She glanced at the bed, where only the person and Appo's face was visible above the thin blanket. So, after the doctor in the corner and Appo's examination, they had not helped Yan Chongjing get dressed again? This didn't seem quite right. What is wrong with that? "My sister-in-law and my brother are soon to be husband and wife." Ning Miao pursed her lips, murmuring softly, "But they are not yet. Yet surely they would be, right?" Yan Mobai set the cup down on the table. "Unless my sister-in-law is unwilling to even assist my brother in putting on his clothes?" Ning Miao found it difficult to decipher his intentions. However, his words had left her with no choice but to comply. Chapter 005. They spent force approaching the bedside with measured steps. Ning Miao retrieved the garments from the adjacent stool, a sudden thought flickering through her mind. She turned, voicing her apprehension with a delicate tone. "His lordship is of such imposing stature, and my strength is meager. I am unable to turn or reposition him on my own. I implore the second master to lend a hand." Anticipating a refusal from Yan Mobai, she was surprised when he paused momentarily and acquiesced, advancing towards the bed. Upon reaching the bedside, he unceremoniously whisked away the gossamer covering that veiled Yan Chongjing's form. The man's nakedness was abruptly revealed, causing Ning Miao to instinctively avert her gaze. Yan Mobai turned his head, his eyes settling upon the woman beside him, her eyes tightly shut, her long lashes quivering slightly, her face flushed with a delicate blush. His gaze narrowed imperceptibly as he inquired, "How shall I assist?" First, allow his lordship to recline toward the inner side," she responded, her voice soft and tremulous, her eyes squeezed shut, her brow furrowed, as if in distress. Yan Mobai gently guided Yan Chongjing to turn inward. As his hand lingered, the woman beside him tentatively reached out to assist in donning the sleeves of the undergarment. A fleeting warmth brushed against the back of Yan Mobai's hand, causing his eyes to darken. Unaware that she had made contact with his hand, the woman groped about, mistaking it for Yan Chongjing and Oppose. Yes. She grasped his hand, attempting to guide it into the sleeve of the undergarment she held in her other hand. Having never experienced such intimate physical contact with a woman, Yan Mobai's lips thinned into a fine line. He swiftly withdrew his hand. The woman seemed to realize her mistake, her fair countenance betraying her discomposure. "My apologies," she stammered. "It seems that this hand, which has taken so many lives, possesses a rather pleasing touch," Ning Miao mused inwardly. The lingering warmth on the back of his hand seemed to persist, causing Yan Mobai to frown. Should not the underpants be donned first? He questioned. Ning Miao was, of course, aware of the proper sequence, for it would allow her to open her eyes for the subsequent steps. Feigning sudden realization, she exclaimed, "Indeed, the second master is correct." With that, she placed the undergarment upon the bed and groped for Yan Chongjing's underpants, proceeding toward the foot of the bed with her eyes still closed. Yan Mobai straightened up after laying Yan Chongjing back down, only for Ning Miao to collide with him. A delicate fragrance filled his nostrils as the woman's lithe form pressed against his chest. Instinctively, she clutched at his robe to prevent herself from falling, her eyes opening. Their gazes met, and the woman, realizing the situation, hastily retreated, her face flushed crimson. Her eyes, shimmering with tears, betrayed her confusion and remorse. Yan Mobai and Oppo's expression remained impassive. He stepped back, clearing a path for her. Ning Miao closed her eyes once more and made her way to the foot of the bed. She groped for Yan Chongjing's legs, guiding them into the pant legs, and attempted to pull them up, but they became stuck halfway up his thighs. She turned her head and softly sought Yan Mobai's assistance. "I beseech you to elevate his lordship's body slightly." Sensing footsteps approaching and feeling Yan Mobai lean over, Ning Miao waited momentarily, assuming that he had lifted Yan Chongjing and Oppo's buttocks. She then attempted to pull the underpants up further, but they remained stubbornly in place. "So, he did not lift him, second master?" she inquired, her eyes still closed. Suddenly, a weight settled upon her right wrist as Yan Mobai grasped it through the fabric of her sleeve. Assuming that he intended to assist her in pulling up the underpants, she realized that he was guiding her hand toward a particular region. Her palm came to rest upon a soft, furry mass. Realizing that it was neither hair nor an armpit, Ning Miao stiffened, as if struck by lightning. "This man," she recoiled, attempting to withdraw her hand, but he held it firmly in place. She tried to wrench her wrist from his grasp, but to no avail. She struggled, he restrained, unable to reveal her martial prowess. Ning Miao could only feign helplessness and plead, Second master, open your eyes," Yan Mobai commanded, his voice firm and brooking no argument. Ning Miao hesitated, then slowly opened her eyes. Her feigned blindness was merely a performance for the benefit of this man. In truth, as a woman who had lived a second life, she regarded a man's body as nothing more than an object, devoid of any inherent fascination. Yan Mobai released her wrist and gestured towards Yan Chongjing. Though inwardly unmoved, Ning Miao allowed her eyelashes to flutter and her cheeks to flush. She lowered her gaze slowly, directing it towards the bed. When her eyes fell upon a certain part of Yan Chongjing and Oppo's anatomy, her pupils contracted sharply. Yan Mobai and Oppo's clear, emotionless voice cut through the silence. "The world only knows that my brother was involved in a brawl at the casino, where he was struck on the head and fell into a coma. However, they are unaware of the reason for the altercation. He forced himself upon the daughter-in-law of the Minister of Personnel, resulting in his being struck on the head and having his manhood severed." Ning Yao was aghast. She knew that Yan Chongjing was dissolute, but she had not imagined that he was capable of such a heinous act, especially against a married woman. Yan Mobai raised his arm, and draped the thin blanket over Yin Changjing's body. His eyes flickered towards Ning Miao. Therefore, even if he were to awaken, he would be nothing more than a spent force. Ning Miao pursed her lips, offering no response. The sudden revelation had caught her off guard. Yan Mobai offered no further explanation, merely stating that Chiefeng would assist him with dressing before turning and departing. Ning Miao spent the entire night contemplating the matter. That treacherous Yan Mobai had presented her with yet another challenge. By revealing such a scandalous secret, he clearly intended to force her to confront reality and leave of her own accord. Having finally gained entry into the Marquis' manor, she was determined not to leave. The difficulty lay in the fact that if Yin Changjing had been castrated for some other reason, she could have expressed her indifference and vowed to remain by his side. However, the fact that he had been punished for violating another woman complicated matters. It suggested that his affections for her were not as profound as she had claimed, for he would not have committed such an act against another woman. If she were to feign indifference and pledge to remain by his side despite his transgression, it would appear unnatural, and Yan Mobai would undoubtedly grow more suspicious. What was she to do? Should she reveal that she was merely after the Marquis' wealth and prestige? However, Yan Mobai swiftly thwarted even that avenue of escape. The following morning, after paying her respects to Yin Huiding and Madame Jean, Ning Miao encountered Yan Mobai as she returned to fragrant Du courtyard. Yan Mobai was clad in a vermilion court robe, his waist cinched with a jade belt. As he emerged from the morning light, his presence was akin to a painting, his austere demeanor tinged with a vibrant intensity. Second Master, Ning Miao greeted him proactively. Yan Mobai glanced at her upon hearing her voice, his expression distant and indifferent. He nodded slightly, preparing to pass by her. However, as if recalling something, he paused. "There is indeed a matter that requires your assistance, sister-in-law." "Please speak, Second Master," Ning Miao replied. "Having just received my salary and a few rewards, and with pressing official duties to attend to, I would be grateful if sister-in-law could deposit these funds at Lanting Bank." With that, Yan Mobai gestured to Chiefeng, who was carrying a large wooden chest. Chiefeng presented the chest to her. Yan Mobai then placed an object upon chest. "This is my personal seal, which the bank will require for the deposit. I trust that you will not find this too onerous." Chapter 006. A spurious seal seated within the carriage en route to Lanting Bank. Ning Miao scrutinized the coffer. Though braced for a substantial sum, she was nonetheless astounded by its contents. The chest brimmed with silver ingots, underlaid with a stratum of golden leaves. With a sigh, Ning Miao closed the lid. She was not oblivious to Yan Mobai's intentions. Having revealed Yin Changjing's ineptitude and odiousness yesterday, he now presented her with this cache of wealth, ostensibly to facilitate her escape. His generosity in expediting her departure from the Marquis' manor was considerable. What was she to do? Initially, she had contemplated remaining despite Yin Changjing's condition, motivated by avarice. Now, however, she was presented with a fortune, and her continued presence would arouse suspicion. Contemplating her course of action, she drew back the curtain to observe their surroundings. Catching sight of the nearby Wenchun Temple, her eyes narrowed. "Is it a temple?" she inquired of the driver. Though familiar with the capital, she feigned the ignorance of a recent arrival from the Jiangnan region. "Indeed, it is Wenchun Temple, esteemed lady," the driver replied. "Pray halt there. I would offer a prayer." "As you wish, esteemed lady." Wenchun Temple, the sole temple within the capital's city limits, was situated in a bustling locale. Though modest in size, adorned with a veiled hat, Ning Miao alighted from the carriage, clutching the coffer, and proceeded into the temple. Devotees were few on this day, which was neither the 1st nor 15th. After a brief wait outside the Buddha Hall, her turn arrived. Before the statue, she removed her hat and placed it beside the coffer on a cushion. She then retrieved incense from the altar, ignited it, and placed it in the censer. Kneeling upon the cushion, she prostrated herself 3 times before clasping her hands and whispering a prayer. "May the Bodhisattva grant me a place within the Marquis' manor, ensure the retribution for my blood feud, and bring a wretched end to the traitor, Li Li." Li Li was the given name of the Kang prince. She was aware that Yan Mobai would dispatch someone to observe her. With bated breath, she sensed a presence upon the roof tiles above. in addition to those awaiting their turn outside the hall. Indeed, she intended her words for this eavesdropper, since her affection for Yin Changjing was no longer credible, and her pursuit of wealth was equally implausible. She required a new pretext for remaining at the Marquis and Appo's manor. Yan Mobai was affiliated with the Ning Prince, the Kang Prince's adversary. She harbored a blood feud with the Kang Prince. As a vulnerable, destitute woman, she was compelled to seek refuge at the Marquis's manor, both for sanctuary and to leverage Yan Mobai's influence for vengeance. Quite reasonable. Upon departing Wen Chun Temple, Ning Miao proceeded to Lan Ting Bank. Though accustomed to transactions involving gold and silver, the deposit of such a substantial coffer was uncommon, and the manager received Ning Miao with deference. "I am here to deposit on behalf of Lord Yan." Ning Miao presented Yan Mobai's privatesed. Upon learning that it was Yan Mobai's, the manager was even more solicitous, accepting the seal with both hands. As he examined it, Ning Miao inquired, "With this seal, can one also withdraw funds on Lord Yan's behalf? Is the seal recognized at all branches?" The manager regarded her with a complex expression, refraining from answering her question. "Please wait a moment, esteemed lady," he said, before retreating into the back room. Upon his return, he was accompanied by two burly men. "This seal is counterfeit. We suspect you are not here to deposit, but rather to deceive us with this coffer of gold and silver in order to extract information. You intend to withdraw Lord Yan's funds from our bank. Should we fail to recognize the forgery and then proceed to defraud other banks, correct?" The manager gestured to the two men. "Caesar," he then instructed a clerk, "inform Lord Yan at Yongchang Marquis Manor of this matter." As the clerk departed, the two men advanced to apprehend Ning Miao, who resisted. "No, I am not. I am here to deposit. Lord Yan gave me the seal himself. How could it be counterfeit?" "Then, esteemed lady, please wait in the back room," the manager insisted. Ning Miao seized the coffer and attempted to flee, but was restrained by the two men. She struck them with the coffer, prompting them to retaliate. One kicked her shin, while the other executed a shoulder throw. Trying to escape, the two men pinned her to the ground. Her sleeve was torn, her hair disheveled, and her face covered in dirt. Unseen by her captors, Ning Miao and Appo's lips curved into a subtle smile. Yan Mobai followed the bank manager into the chamber, where he beheld a woman huddled in the corner, her head buried in her knees, uncertain whether she was asleep or weeping. Hearing footsteps, the woman slowly lifted her head. Her hair was askew, her face smudged with dirt, resembling a small, dirty cat. Her eyes were red, like those of a mistreated rabbit. She gazed at him blankly, seemingly disoriented. Upon recognition, her eyes lit up, and she abruptly rose, only to wince in pain and collapse back to the ground. "Second master," she croaked. "What is the meaning of this?" Yan Mobai inquired, his voice cold and inscrutable, directing his question to the manager. The manager hesitated, perplexed. Had he not dispatched a clerk to explain the situation? "Why is she in such a state?" Yan Mobai pressed. "She," the manager began, before realizing, "Does your lordship know her?" "My elder brother's wife," Yan Mobai replied tersely. The manager's countenance underwent a drastic change. This woman was the wife of the formidable Yan Mobai. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. "So, she was truly here to deposit silver on behalf of your lordship? But she... The seal she presented was counterfeit." "Counterfeit?" Yan Mobai feigned ignorance. "Perhaps I gave her the incorrect one. I possess several forgeries to prevent theft." The manager was speechless. Ning Miao observed his performance in silence. "It appears to be a misunderstanding." The manager immediately adopted a jovial demeanor, assisting Ning Miao to her feet. "My deepest apologies. Esteemed madam, Lord Yan is a valued client of our bank, and we feared being deceived by unscrupulous individuals. Please forgive us." With his assistance, Ning Miao struggled to stand, murmuring with aggrieved innocence, "I told you, Lord Yan gave it to me himself." But the seal was counterfeit, and before depositing, the madam inquired about withdrawals and whether the seal was valid at all branches. That aroused my suspicion. I was merely inquiring about your procedures, as it was my first time visiting a bank. Ning Miao's eyes were red, conveying both innocence and vulnerability. "I was overly cautious. My sincere apologies," the manager responded. "So, you assaulted her in this manner?" Yan Mobai inquired, his tone inscrutable. Chapter 007. Arrival of the king. The innkeeper was still extremely anxious. No, it is not that. We attempted to seize the lady when she attempted to flee. In the heat of the moment, we lost our judgment. I sincerely apologize. Why did she run? Yan Mobai queried Ning Miao, his dark phoenix eyes glimmering with intensity. This was the first question he posed upon entering. Leaning against the wall, Ning Miao's eyes were even redder. She bit her lip and timidly replied, I have never encountered such a situation before. I do not know what they will do to me after capturing me. I am frightened. Yan Mobai regarded her, his cold gaze sweeping over the torn fabric of her sleeve before glancing at her leg. Can you walk? Ning Miao shook her head, then quickly nodded. Yan Mobai's deep black eyes darkened as he turned and walked out. Ning Miao was not surprised by his lack of tenderness. She limped painfully behind him. The innkeeper summoned a woman from the bank to assist her, personally escorting her to the door with utmost respect. I am truly sorry for today's events. I thank Lord Yin and the lady for their magnanimity. We will prepare a receipt for the box of silver and send it to the residents shortly. Ning Miao and Yan Mobai each boarded their respective carriages, which followed one another back to the manor. Upon dismounting at the manor's entrance, Ning Miao called out to Yan Mobai, second young master, I apologize for my ineptitude for failing to handle the matter properly, and for causing you the trouble of running this errand. Yan Mobai cast a fleeting glance at her without uttering a word, and descended the steps to the manor with purpose. Watching his elegant figure depart, Ning Miao silently instructed the coachman, Please ask Chunlan or Granny Gonna come and assist me. In truth, she had not sustained serious injuries. The kick to her leg was merely a facade, a mere brush from the assailants. However, since this was a ruse to deceive Yan Mobai, she had to maintain the pretense. The private seal was a forgery. She had discerned this long ago. Such a significant item. How could Yan Mobai entrust it to her? He likely thought she would abscond with the silver instead of depositing at the bank, so providing her with a fake was inconsequential. She not only deposited it, but also endured a beating due to that false seal. Did Yan Mobai feel even the slightest twinge of guilt? Fushue courtyard dressed in a dark black robe, Yan Mobai sat at his desk, his brow furrowed as he attended to official duties. Ning entered with a cup of freshly brewed tea. He and Chi Feng were Yan Mobai's personal guards, and today he had followed the woman from Feng Fei courtyard, who had concealed herself atop the temple roof at Wenshan Temple. Overhearing the astonishing words she uttered while beseeching the Buddha, does the Lord believe that Madame Ning truly harbors a deep-seated enmity with the king? Ning respectfully placed the cup beside Yan Mobai. Without lifting his gaze, Yan Mobai casually turned the page of the document in his hand. Do you not believe? I have some belief, Ning replied, for she appears to be a delicate woman, not one to feign weakness. However, the king is cunning, and I dare not make any assertions. Yan Mobai raised his gaze. It is not difficult to ascertain whether the king is her foe or her master. With that, he gestured for Ning to approach and whispered a few instructions. Ning nodded in acknowledgement. The next day, after lunch, Ning Miao prepared to take a short rest when Ning arrived at Feng Fei courtyard. The Lord requests Madame Ning to visit Fuchuan tea house. To the tea house? Ning Miao was taken aback. What did he possibly want? Did the second young master mention the purpose? Ning shook his head, indicating he did not know. Ning Miao could not refuse and thus accompanied Ning. Throughout the journey, she pondered Yan Mobai's intentions. Although tea houses are places for tea, he would never invite her merely for that purpose. Had he learned of her words spoken at Wenshan Temple and wished to discuss them? If so, they could converse at home. Why venture to the tea house? Therefore, his motives must be more intricate. With a heart full of trepidation, she followed Ning to a private room on the second floor of Fuchuan tea house. Inside the elegantly adorned room, Yan Mobai, clad in a dark brocade robe, sat leisurely at a table by the window, his long fingers playing with a teacup. My lord, Madame Ning has arrived, Ning announced respectfully. Yan Mobai turned his gaze toward her. Ning Miao slightly inclined her body and softly inquired, May I ask what matters the second young master wishes to discuss? Yan Mobai gestured for her to take a seat across from him. After a moment's hesitation, She limped forward and sat down awkwardly. Yan Mobai glanced at Ning, who then exited, standing guard at the door. In the private room, only Yan Mobai and Ning Miao remained. Ning Miao nervously fidgeted with her fingers, displaying an air of timid unease. Yan Mobai reached for the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and placed it on the table before her. I apologize for providing your sister-in-law with a false seal, which led to her being beaten. Ning Miao gazed at him, observing his handsome face devoid of any discernible emotion, listening to his words of apology delivered in a tone so cold it lacked warmth. She understood that he had summoned her not for the sake of an apology. Yet, she remained unaware of his true intentions, compelled to observe and respond as circumstances unfolded. Ning Miao discreetly pinched her palm to flush her cheeks and moisten her eyes, shaking her head. It is nothing. The second young master did not act with malice. Yan Mobai did not respond, raising his teacup to take a sip. Ning Miao maintained her humble demeanor, avoiding his gaze, her eyes cast down, focusing only on his chest and hands. His hands were exquisite, fair, slender, and well-defined. Why does the lady not drink? Yan Mobai set down his cup, his dark eyes fixed on her. Are you afraid it is poisoned? Ning Miao had no choice but to lift the teacup with both hands, preparing to bring it to her lips when suddenly she heard Lan Ying's voice from the doorway. My lord, the king has arrived. The king? Ning Miao's breath caught, causing her to spill the tea in her cup. This man had summoned the king? How could that be? Were they not from opposing factions? Panicking, she met Yan Mobai's steady gaze, which was intently observing her reaction. Thus, he had deliberately invited the king here? Her mind whirled as she forced herself to remain composed. She had considered numerous possibilities on the way, yet this situation had never crossed her mind. Yan Mobai's dark eyes, reflecting an ambiguous smile, rose as he approached the door to greet the king. Your Highness, he said, the Lord invites this king for tea. And this king found it hard to believe. How could the Lord possess such refined taste? The king, clad in a deep blue brocade robe with a jade belt adorned with python patterns, exuded an air of grandeur. Yan Mobai merely smiled in silence and gestured for the king to enter. The two men entered the private room, followed by Chi Feng, Ning, and two of the king's guards, who remained outside. Seeing the room empty, Yan Mobai cast a glance at the window, his lips pressed together. The king settled into the seat that had previously been occupied by Ning Miao. Yan Mobai resumed his seat. Just as he reached for the teapot to pour water, he suddenly felt a weight on his calf, as if someone had embraced it. His hand paused momentarily before returning to normal, continuing to pour tea for the king. The elegant tea table was adorned with a lavish tablecloth that draped to the floor, thoroughly concealing the area beneath the table. Ning Miao crouched beneath the table, nestled by Yan Mobai's feet, anxiously watching the king's robe and thick-soled cloud-patterned boots, terrified that he might extend too far and accidentally touch her. Chapter 008. She made the right bet surely. Lord Yan did not summon me merely for tea. Speak plainly, if there is something to say. King Kang accepted the cup, placing it upon the table without taking a sip. Yan Mobai lifted the teacup to his lips, taking a delicate sip, and smiled slightly. There is someone who wishes to meet King Kang, to see if you might recognize them. Oh, who might that be? King Kang's gaze sharpened slightly, as he suspected that one of his informants had fallen into Yan Mobai's hands. Yan Mobai smiled, gently swirling the teacup in his right hand, his eyes lowered, observing the tea swirling within. Unbeknownst to King Kang, his left hand subtly reached beneath the tablecloth, deftly grasping the wrist of Ning Miao, who was crouched at his feet. Just as he was about to pull her out, he suddenly felt a warm touch glide across the back of his hand, moving gently. Yan Mobai took another sip of tea, concealing the emotions flickering in his eyes. It was writing. The other party was inscribing words on his hand. He remained silent, sensing the urgency in the strokes. It was the same word repeated, please. The writing was both hurried and precise, as if fearing he would not understand, yet tinged with panic as the fingers trembled slightly. Noticing his delay in response, King Kang inquired again, Lord Yan, where is the person? Yan Mobai set down his cup, while simultaneously releasing Ning Miao's wrist from beneath the table. She is here, he replied. No sooner had he spoken than he felt the hem of his robe lifted beneath the table, a delicate touch tracing along his thigh. His breath caught momentarily. This woman was riding on his thigh, while he wore only his undergarments. The sensation here was utterly different from that on his hand, indescribable. He tensed slightly, sensing her urgency. Her fingers moved faster, still in their plea. This woman was audacious. Yan Mobai suddenly stood, startling Wang Kang across the table. Wang Kang looked at him in confusion. Yan Mobai, with a stoic expression, produced a portrait from his wide sleeves, unfolding it for Wang Kang to see. "Do you recognize this individual?" Wang Kang glanced at the man in the portrait and shook his head. "I do not know him." A weight lifted from his heart. He truly did not recognize this man. It was not one of his own. Yan Mobai did not press further, leisurely tucking the portrait away and bowing respectfully to Wang Kang. "It is my duty to inquire, and I thank you for coming here." Wang Kang, is this all? Why conduct such an inquiry in private? He sensed that matters were not so simple, yet he refrained from probing deeper. With a hint of trepidation, he rose to take his leave. Moments later, Chi Feng and Lan Ying entered. "The person has departed." Yan Mobai swept the tablecloth aside, causing the teapot and cups to clatter to the ground. The woman, huddled beneath the table, trembled in plain view of the three. Her pale face was streaked with tears, her eyes red and rabbit-like, exuding helplessness and vulnerability. "Come out," Yan Mobai commanded, pulling his chair back slightly and settling down. The woman timidly crawled out from beneath the table, attempting to stand, but her legs, numbed from squatting, gave way. She grasped the edge of the table to steady herself. "Speak. Why do you fear meeting Wang Kang?" Yan Mobai's gaze pierced her, his dark pupils deep as a well, seemingly able to see through her. Ning Miao bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before speaking in a hoarse whisper. "He killed my family. He knows me." "He is your enemy?" Yan Mobai feigned surprise. Ning Miao nodded, her expression sorrowful, internally scoffing at his act. "If he discovers I am alive, he will surely seek to kill me," she added quietly, having prepared a response for further questioning. Yet to her surprise, he did not inquire deeper. "So, you remain in the Yongchang Marquis' residence for protection and revenge?" Ning Miao nodded, biting her lip. "Primarily for protection." With that, she knelt before him. "I beseech you, second young master, to take me in. I only seek a place to stay, and I vow not to burden the Marquis' residence." Her eyes glistened with tears, her voice soft and pleading. Yan Mobai's gaze darkened slightly. "In your connection with my elder brother, in Jiangnan, there was indeed an understanding." Ning Miao lowered her eyes, concealing her emotions. Yan Mobai tilted his head slightly, choosing not to press further. Resting his hand on the armrest of his chair, fingers lightly drumming, his gaze fixed upon her, scrutinizing her deeply. The room fell into a profound silence. Only the sound of his fingers tapping echoed, sending a shiver through the air. After a moment, he stood, quietly stating, "We shall depart in half a stick of incense." With that, he stepped towards the door and instructed Chi Feng and Lan Ying, "Let us go." Ning Miao watched him, noting the graceful sway of his robe, his upright posture, and the dignified aura that gradually vanished at the door. She exhaled a sigh of relief. She understood that his directive to wait before leaving was to prevent Wang Kang's men from surveilling her. Thus, had she passed this test, it seemed her gamble had paid off. Initially, she could have escaped through the window, but she chose not to. She was uncertain if Yan Mobai was convinced she belonged to Wang Kang or merely suspected her. She believed it was the latter, for had he been sure, her fate would have been sealed long ago. His decision not to kill her and to bring her before Wang Kang indicated mere suspicion. Therefore, she refrained from escaping through the window. Although it was merely the second floor, the height was perilous, and jumping from it would result in severe injury or death. Thus, she opted to hide beneath the table. She decided to take a chance. As it turned out, she was correct in her assumption. Yan Mobai harbored doubt, merely seeking to verify her claims made at Wenshun Temple and to observe her reactions under pressure. Outside the tea house, Chi Feng brought forth the carriage, and Lan Ying adjusted the curtain as Yan Mobai bent to enter. "Has Madame Ning resolved her issues?" Lan Ying asked. Yan Mobai remained silent. As he settled into the carriage, he reflected on the woman's reactions. When she learned Wang Kong had arrived, her panic was palpable. Her anxiety while pleading beneath the table felt genuine, indicating her true fear of Wang Kong and the threat of being discovered. If she truly belonged to Wang Kong, the most prudent course of action would have been to meet him normally, feigning ignorance of one another. In the following 2 days, Ning Miao did not emerge from the Fengfei courtyard, and Yan Mobai did not trouble her further. Their next encounter came 3 days later, when both were summoned by Yan Huading to the front flower hall. We intend to arrange your marriage to Chongjing soon, as a means to fulfill the promise made between Chongjing and us, granting you the recognition you deserve. Otherwise, as an unmarried woman residing in the Marquis's residence, you would have difficulty asserting authority, and it would reflect poorly on your reputation. Additionally, this joyous occasion may provide some encouragement for Chongjing, perhaps hastening his recovery. What say you? Yan Huading inquired of Ning Miao. Chapter 009. A brother's wedding. Ning Miao stood respectfully, her gaze slightly lowered, casting a sidelong glance at Yan Mobai. Noticing his impassive expression and lack of objection, she gently spoke. Let the Marquis and Madam decide. Then it shall be the day after tomorrow, Yan Huading declared. I consulted a Taoist, and it is an auspicious date. Ning Miao remained silent, appearing obedient and compliant. The hastily set date indicated that seeking her opinion was merely a formality, as they feared she might change her mind if left too long to ponder. Let it be decided, then. On the day after tomorrow, Mobai shall stand in for Chongjing Xing during the wedding ceremony, Yan Huading concluded. Ning Miao was taken aback by this arrangement and turned her gaze towards Yan Mobai. Yan Mobai's phoenix eyes glinted with mockery as he scoffed coldly. Why should I? Yan Huading's expression darkened. Simply because you are brothers. It is only right for a younger brother to escort his elder brother's bride. Yan Mobai brushed off the dust from his robe, a cruel smile curling his lips. Then by that logic, why not have a father escort his son as bride? That seems just as reasonable. His audacious words left everyone in the hall stunned. Yan Huading, seething with anger, struck the nearby tea table with his palm. What nonsense are you spouting? I refuse to partake in this, Yan Mobai replied, his voice icy yet resolute. The expressions of Yan Huading and Jin Shi darkened. Lu Shi and Sun Shi dared not breathe, silently observing the unfolding drama. On ordinary days, Lu Shi's daughter, Yan Xinji, was at the Women's Academy. But today she was present. Seeing the situation, she suggested, I've read many stories with similar scenarios where the bride bows to a rooster. Why not follow suit? She had heard tales of the stunning sister-in-law brought over from Jiangnan, praised for her beauty, and upon seeing her today, she confirmed her exceptional allure. Perhaps it was this very beauty that instilled in her a deep-seated aversion. How could such a woman possibly fall for her utterly inadequate elder brother? Being a woman herself, she found it hard to believe. Thus, she provocatively proposed the idea of bowing to a rooster, curious to see how the other party would respond. The silence from the other side prompted Yan Huading to express his displeasure. You are being foolish. Is your brother a rooster? If so, what does that make you? Well, that is how the stories depict it, Yan Xianji retorted, only to be pulled back by Lu Shi. Xianji is still young and speaks without thinking. Please forgive her, Lu Shi apologized. Jin Shi, intending to lash out, refrained due to Yan Huading's presence, and instead gritted her teeth, sarcastically commenting, she is already of marriageable age. It is quite shameful to have a rooster stand in for her son. Though Yan Xianji felt somewhat indignant, Lu Shi's firm grip on her wrist silenced her. Ning Miao, lowering her gaze in contemplation, finally spoke. How about I use the jade pendant gifted to me by Yin Lang for the ceremony? It is a cherished item of his, given to me as a token of our bond. Yin Lang once mentioned it was bestowed upon him by the Marquis on the day of his coming of age, holding great significance. She was aware of this detail since Yin Chongjing had once pawned the jade pendant and mentioned its importance during negotiations with the shopkeeper. Yan Huading found her suggestion agreeable. Despite his eldest son's lack of ambition and character, he was still his legitimate heir, and it was heartening to see him value the jade pendant so highly, especially compared to his disrespectful younger son. Very well, Let be as you suggest, he agreed. As they exited, Yan Xianji hurriedly called out to Yan Mobai and Ning Miao. Second brother, sister-in-law. The two halted their steps. Yang Xi approached briskly, asking Yan Mobai, "Tomorrow our academy will hold the literary and martial arts examination, and we can invite siblings to attend. Could you come and lend me your support?" Unavailable, Yan Mobai replied coolly. Yan Xianji was unfazed, yet undeterred, gently tugging at his sleeve, though not too forcefully. "Consider this my plea, second brother. With eldest brother in his current state, you are my only brother. Please help me, won't you? You can attend after court. And it won't take much of your time, I promise. Please say yes." "Absolutely not," Yan Mobai replied with indifference, pulling his sleeve free and departing with Chi Feng and Lanning. Disappointment washed over Yan Xianji, and she pouted. Turning back, she saw Ning Miao still present and adopted a frosty demeanor. "Sister-in-law, tomorrow I wish to bring some pastries from Kai Lianjai to the academy for everyone to enjoy. Kai Lianjai specializes in Jiangnan delicacies, and since you hail from there, you surely know the best ones to get. Please help me procure some." After stating her request, she walked away, leaving Ning Miao to contemplate the twilight. Beside her, the maid Chun Lan frowned. "Madam, it may be too late to reach Kai Lianjai at this hour." Ning Miao was well aware of this fact. The establishment often faced long queues, and it would close at the end of the Shen hour. By the time Yan Xianji needed to leave for the academy the next morning, Kai Lianjai would still be shuttered. This was clearly a challenge posed to her. After a moment of silence, she replied, "No matter, we shall line up at dawn. Please inform the doorkeeper to prepare the carriage." That night, as the candlelight flickered, Ning Miao sat before the bronze mirror while Chun Lan removed her hairpins, letting her hair cascade down like a waterfall. "Madam, you are truly beautiful," Chun Lan remarked, admiring the reflection of Ning Miao as porcelain skin, enchanting features, and delicate countenance. Ning Miao remained silent, gazing into the mirror. She had always been aware of her beauty, having heard it remarked upon since her birth. Born into a wealthy family in Jiangnan, she was cherished like a precious gem. When she was 5, a journey to Huayang with her parents ended in tragedy, as they fell victim to robbers, leaving her orphaned and rescued by Master Kang of Xixia Mountain. Master Kang taught her to read and write, play musical instruments, engage in chess, poetry, strategy, and martial arts. He had once told her that beauty could be both a blessing and a curse. In a world fraught with hardship, beautiful women often faced even greater tribulations. Initially, she attempted to disguise her beauty, painting a birthmark on her face or sticking one on. Eventually, she realized it was cumbersome and would wash away with sweat or water. Then, she discovered a type of herb on Xixia Mountain that, when brewed in water, could darken her skin. She washed her face with it daily and intentionally shaped her brows into a thick masculine style, even trimming her long lashes. At 15, she bid farewell to Master Kang, eager to descend the mountain and pursue her ambitions. It was during this time that she encountered King Kang. During a flood in Jiangnan, King Kang was tasked with providing aid. She witnessed him personally erecting a soup kitchen, tending to the injured, and working alongside the people in the rain to repair homes. In that moment, she saw a noble prince with a compassionate heart, dedicated to his country and his people, and foresaw that he would one day become a wise ruler. Thus, when she learned of his distress over delayed disaster relief supplies, she offered her insights, helping him overcome his predicament and formally became his advisor. Chapter 010. The broken jade pendant. She exerted herself tirelessly, devising strategies for him. He, in turn, placed immense trust in her and expressed his admiration on more than one occasion. She believed him. Consequently, she dedicated herself even more fervently to his service. Yet in retrospect, his acts of kindness were merely calculated moves to win the people's hearts, and his declarations of affection were nothing more than attempts to secure her loyalty. He was a master at manipulating human emotions. For 3 years, she had maintained a deliberately unrefined appearance, intending to surprise him with her beauty upon his ascension to the Eastern Palace. Little did she know, that day would never come. With a wry smile, she shook off her musings. Just as she was about to rise, her ears perked up. With her trained hearing, She detected footsteps approaching the gate of the fragrant garden. Two individuals, their strides heavy and urgent. If she was not mistaken, it was Yin Xuanji, come to demand pastries from her. Ning Miao's eyes flickered as she instructed Chunlan. Chunlan, please retrieve Yin Lang's jade pendant from the drawer of the bedside cabinet. I intend to prepare a celebratory knot for it, as we will be using it for our wedding in 2 days. Chunlan promptly went to fetch it. As she approached, Ning Miao subtly moved her hand beneath the sleeve of her sleeping robe, sending a delicate bead from her hairpin flying. Chunlan stepped on it inadvertently, slipping and falling to the ground with a thud. The jade pendant slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor and shattering into 2 pieces. The incident occurred too suddenly. Ning Miao was taken aback, and Chunlan was momentarily stunned, forgetting to get back up. When Yin Xuanji and her maid Zissou entered, they were met with the sight. Equally bewildered. What happened? Yin Xuanji inquired. Chunlan snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed on the broken jade pendant on the ground, her face drained of color. The only thought echoing in her mind was, it's over. You broke my elder brother's jade pendant? Yin Xuanji exclaimed, rushing forward to collect the 2 shattered halves. Ning Miao stepped forward and took the fragments from her hands. Rest assured, third sister, this is not Yin Lang and Appo's as pendant. With that, she clenched the pieces tightly in her palm and leaned down to help Chunlan to her feet. Isn't it? It looks just like it. Let me see, Yin Xuanji insisted, extending her hand. Ning Miao, however, did not comply. This is my own pendant. I was merely rehearsing the wedding ceremony with Chunlan. I have Yin Lang's pendant safely stored away, so please do not worry. Calmly, Ning Miao continued, not allowing Yin Xuanji a moment to interject. Did you come here regarding the pastries? Do not fret, tomorrow at dawn, I will line up at the Lotus Pavilion to purchase them. Though I am unfamiliar with the route to your school, I will have second young master accompany me, ensuring I arrive in time for your examination. Upon hearing that second young master would escort her to school the next day, Yin Xuanji's eyes brightened, momentarily forgetting about the jade pendant. Are you serious, sister-in-law? She exclaimed with excitement. Ning Miao loathed. Yin Xuanji regarded her with a hint of skepticism, unsure if she could persuade her notoriously stubborn elder brother. Yet seeing Ning Miao's unwavering confidence, she decided to trust her for the moment, knowing she could not sway that formidable figure herself. Very well. I shall anticipate your arrival with second brother tomorrow. You must keep your word. Ning Miao smiled in agreement. Yin Xuanji, along with Zissou, left the fragrant garden in high spirits. Once outside, Zissou could not help but remark, Miss, the broken pendant did resemble the young master's pendant quite a lot. Yin Xuanji suddenly recalled, oh dear, I forgot to ask her to show me elder brother's pendant. She turned to retrace her steps, but paused, considering that she still relied on this woman to escort her second brother to school. Returning now to inspect the pendant would imply a lack of trust in her. It was prudent to avoid offending her for the time being. After all, she reasoned, Ning Miao had no reason to lie, especially not with the wedding imminent. If the pendant had truly shattered, what would they use for the ceremony? She had not seemed overly distressed earlier. Zissou concluded, indeed, she appeared entirely composed. It likely is not the young master's pendant. Inside the chamber, Ning Miao swiftly closed the door, then approached the table and sat down heavily on a stool. She unfolded the 2 pieces of the jade pendant under the light, her face pale, her jaw clenched, and her brows furrowed tightly. Seeing her distressed state, Chunlan became increasingly frantic. Although she had just covered for her before Yin Xuanji, claiming the pendant was hers, she knew full well that it was the young master's pendant that lay broken, and the truth could not remain hidden for long. With the wedding approaching, what could they do? Setting aside the pendant's considerable value, the situation was dire. The marriage was intended to bring joy. Yet the young master's pendant had shattered before the ceremony, a terrible omen. How could the Marquis and the Madam let her, the cause of this calamity, escape unscathed? Given their temperaments, they would certainly demand her life. Tears streamed down Chunlan's face as she knelt before Ning Miao. Mistress, I am so sorry. I did not mean to fall. Please forgive me. Ning Miao looked up at her, sighing, I know it was not intentional. What are we to do? The Marquis and Madam will certainly punish me severely. I do not wish to die. Please, mistress, save me. Chunlan pleaded, bowing her head in desperation. Ning Miao's expression was grave and resigned. Please get up. We must think of a solution. Chunlan continued to plead, her forehead touching the ground. I beg you, mistress. Save me. You must rise first. We will devise a plan together, Ning Miao insisted, forcing her to her feet. Chunlan's legs trembled, her face ashen as she murmured, What can we do? There's no way out. Ning Miao helped her sit on a stool before taking the jade pieces again to examine them closely. She wondered if she could find an identical piece by tomorrow. Chunlan shook her head. It is impossible. This pendant was custom-made by the Marquis. There is no other like it in the world. Ning Miao furrowed her brow, biting her lip in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck her. I recall hearing that there is a master named Niehua at Ding Yuxian in the capital who can repair all kinds of jade artifacts. The pieces restored by her hand are nearly indistinguishable from the original, though her fees are rather steep. After sharing this, Ning Miao rose and went to her dressing table, opening a drawer to retrieve a small pouch. This is the monthly allowance the madam gave me the other day, along with some of my own savings. Finally, she took out 2 hair ornaments and a pair of earrings from her jewelry box. With these, plus this bracelet, it should suffice. As she spoke, she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist. Chapter 011. Training the loyal servant upon witnessing her distress. Chunlan's tears flowed even more profusely. This was indeed the mistress's entire collection of jewelry. How could a mere servant like herself? The bangle on her wrist appeared quite valuable, likely an heirloom. If she was willing to part with even this, how could someone of her low status bear such a burden? She had shattered the token of affection gifted by the eldest young master, and rather than reproaching her, the mistress had shielded her from embarrassment in front of Yan Xuanji. Now, she was offering her all to assist her. She truly was exceedingly kind. Chunlan knelt once more with a thud. Mistress, if I survive this calamity, I shall certainly repay you with my life, whether by climbing mountains or traversing seas, enduring all hardships. Ning Miao curved her lips and stepped forward to assist her up. It is not necessary. It is indeed very necessary. Chunlan wiped her tears with her sleeve. Ning Miao handed her the silver pouch, the jewelry, and the 2 halves of the jade pendant. At dawn tomorrow, we shall leave the residence together. I will queue at the Tsayan Pavilion to purchase pastries, while you go to Dinjiuxuan to ask Niehua to repair the jade pendant. Ensure it is done within a day. If silver is insufficient, we shall find another way. Remember to be discreet. Do not let anyone in the estate discover our plans. Chunlan nodded, but then hesitated. But, mistress, you have no jewelry left. Fear not. Am I not to be wed soon? It will surely provide me with new adornments. After speaking, Ning Miao suddenly remembered something. I need some silver. I must buy pastries tomorrow, and I cannot go empty-handed. Chunlan hurriedly opened the silver pouch and pulled out a handful of coins for her. Seeing this, Ning Miao declined. Surely that is too much. After all, third sister did not specify how many to buy. I can manage with less. Nay, I have saved a bit of silver as well. Since the mistress has given all she possesses, how could I not contribute? Chunlan insisted. Ning Miao had no choice but to accept. Time is running short. We must rise early tomorrow. You should retire now. I will attend to the mistress until you rest. No need. I must contemplate how to persuade the second young master to visit third sister's school. I made a grand promise to divert her attention, and now I find it a significant challenge. Ning Miao sat at the table, pinching her brow, clearly troubled. Chunlan's eyes reddened once more. This indeed was a formidable dilemma. The second young master was known for his cold demeanor, unyielding to anyone S requests. Even third Miss S fervent pleas had left him unmoved. And how could a newcomer like the mistress expect to sway him? It was all the servantess' fault for burdening the mistress. Ning Miao waved her hand. Go to sleep. Chunlan bowed respectfully and departed, glancing back 3 times as she left for her quarters. Ning Miao sat beneath the flickering candlelight, the flame casting shadows that danced across her features, and she sighed softly. Witnessing Chunlan's plight stirred her heart. However, she had no alternative. Chunlan was a constant presence in her life, and she needed to employ certain methods to secure her loyalty. Yet, persuading Yan Mobai to attend the school tomorrow truly posed a challenge. The next day, before dawn, the 2 rose early and set out. Observing Ning Miao adorned in naught but her natural beauty, Chunlan and Amp, Appo's eyes brimmed with tears. How fortunate that the mistress is so beautiful. Ning Miao smiled faintly, donning her veil to shield her captivating features. Such beauty must be veiled, lest it incite envy. Chunlan chuckled, her heart softened. Initially displeased to be assigned to this woman by the mistress, she had believed her position precarious. After all, everyone in the estate knew that the title of mistress was merely a facade, and the eldest young master was unlikely to recover, as the physicians had suggested. Moreover, this woman was of humble origins, devoid of familial support or a husband's backing, destined to occupy a lowly status within the estate. This apparent kindness was merely a means to stabilize her presence and bring fortune to the ailing master. Following such a mistress promised no bright future. Yet, now she found herself compelled to admire her luck. Such wisdom, such gentleness, such kindness, and such understanding were rare qualities in a mistress. Chunlan felt fortunate to have met someone so devoted to her servants. Upon reaching the streets, the master and servant parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. A considerable queue had already formed at the Tsalian pavilion. Ning Miao, uncertain of how long the wait would be, feigned ignorance of the time and instructed the carriage driver to return, citing that others in the estate may require the carriage. She sat by the roadside for a while, estimating when to return to the queue. Once she procured the pastries, she found herself at the hour when the court was dismissed. She held the food box and waited along the path Yan Mobai would take after his court session. Before long, she spotted Yan Mobai's carriage. Four majestic steeds drew the finely crafted vehicle, built from exquisite rosewood, adorned with intricate carvings and topped with rare gemstones. The curtains and drapes were woven from luxurious silk, rich in embroidery. A coachman guided the carriage, flanked by two guards, one clad in red and the other in blue, each wielding a sword. As the carriage approached, Ning Miao lifted the veil of her hat and called out, "Second young master." Blue Shadow, noticing her, reported to the occupant within, "My lord, it is Lady Ning." Hearing this, the coachman reined in the horses. Ning Miao watched as a corner of the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing the pale, slender fingers and half of the handsome face of the man within. She tightened her grip on the food box. His cool gaze briefly lingered on the box before settling on her face. His voice as tranquil as autumn waters. "What does my sister-in-law require?" Ning Miao took 2 steps closer, positioning herself beneath his window, and speaking softly, "I wish to request a favor from the second young master." Yan Mobai lowered his gaze to her, noting the fervor in her eyes and the blush on her cheeks. Though separated by the carriage, they were surprisingly close. The faint scent of her feminine fragrance wafted through the air, and as he watched her lips part slightly, he averted his gaze, allowing the curtain to fall back into place, obscuring their line of sight. Ning Miao assumed this meant rejection. Yet she soon heard his cool voice emerge from behind the curtain. "What is it?" "Yesterday, third sister asked me to procure some pastries from Tsalian Pavilion to share with her classmates. I could not make it in time, and I just managed to buy them this morning. I am unfamiliar with the route to the school. Might I trouble the second young master to escort me? There are many carriages at the estate. You could easily have one take you." Yan Mobai's indifferent voice emerged once more. Ning Miao was not surprised. If he were to easily acquiesce, he would not be Yan Mobai. "If the second young master would be willing to escort me, I could offer you information you desire in exchange." The curtain lifted again, revealing his stern visage. "Are you negotiating terms with me?" Yan Mobai's eyes darkened as he inquired. Chapter 12. In the same car with him, Ning Miao appeared visibly startled, her complexion paling as she bit her lip and replied, "No, I dare not. It was my third sister who asked me to do this, and I only wish to remain in the Marquis's residence." Her words were delicately phrased, yet their meaning was unmistakable. It was clear that Yin Xuanji had instructed her, and she felt compelled to comply, driven by her desire to stay within the Yongchang Marquis's household. Yan Mobai scoffed lightly. "Is it true that you will do whatever anyone in the Marquis's residence asks of you? What is your bottom line in order to remain here?" Ning Miao's eyelashes fluttered, reflecting on his words. Lowering her gaze, she offered a faint smile tinged with bitterness. "You may never understand, second young master, that for some individuals, even the mere act of survival necessitates exhausting every effort." Yan Mobai's dark eyes, as deep as ink, remained fixed upon her, After a moment, he lowered the window curtain again and stated in a cool voice, "Come up." Chiefeng and Laning were momentarily taken aback, surprised by his request. Letting this woman into the carriage? Ning Miao had not anticipated such an invitation. She had expected him to agree, considering the vital information she had to exchange with him. Moreover, he had lost his mother at a young age, and surely he had endured considerable hardships to survive. Thus, her earlier statement had been intended to resonate with him. But she had never dreamed he would actually allow her to join him in the carriage. Prepared to follow the carriage on foot, she doubted her ears until Laning set the footstool in place and gestured for her to enter, prompting her to believe it was indeed true. "Thank you," Ning Miao said, one hand holding the food box while the other lifted her skirt as she stepped onto the footstool. Chiefeng held the door curtain open for her, and she bent to enter. Inside, Yan Mobai sat in his crimson ceremonial attire, poised and handsome, exuding an air of cold dignity. Ning Miao's eyelashes quivered slightly as she inclined her head in a respectful greeting before taking a seat near the door, placing the food box on her lap and gripping it tightly. Thankfully, the carriage was spacious enough. "To see you in Academy," Laning instructed the driver from outside. The carriage began to move slowly. Yan Mabei's gaze fell upon the hood covering her head. Understanding his unspoken cue, Ning Miao quickly removed the hood and set it aside. Yan Mobai noticed she wore no jewelry today. Though she typically adorned herself simply, she usually had at least a hairpin or earrings. Today, her hair was styled in a cloud bun, completely devoid of embellishment, and her ears, neck, and wrists were bare. However, her unadorned beauty, complemented by her natural complexion and the moon-white wide-sleeved dress she wore, rendered her strikingly elegant, evoking the image of a lotus emerging from clear waters. Turning away, he lifted a corner of the window curtain and looked outside, his expression impassive. "What news do you have?" Ning Miao met his gaze. "The people of King Kang possess a jade token bearing a snake pattern." Yan Mobai lowered the curtain and turned his head to her. Noticing her silence, he inquired, "Is that all?" Ning Miao nodded. "This is crucial information. With this jade token, Second Young Master can identify King Kang spies within the Marquis' residence. Furthermore, anyone who sees this token outside will recognize them as belonging to King Kang." Yan Mabei's eyes darkened slightly. "How did you come to know this?" Ning Miao's expression dimmed as she lowered her brows and murmured, "The ones who killed my relatives wore such jade tokens, and those who pursued me bore the same." Yan Mabei's eyes narrowed slightly. After a brief silence, he pointed to the low table before him, which held several books and writing materials. "Draw the snake pattern," he commanded, his tone firm yet unyielding. Ning Miao set down the food box in her arms and stepped closer to the low table, picking up a brush. She took a moment to recollect the details before she began to draw. Yan Mobai took a water pouch, opened it, and poured a little water into the drying stone, then deftly ground the ink with a stick. Ning Miao's eyelashes fluttered. Was he preparing ink for her? It appeared this man was eager to uncover some secrets about King Kang. Gathering her focus, she continued to recall the snake pattern on the jade token. She had indeed seen those tokens belonging to the spies, but accuracy was paramount. "Do not bite," came the man's cool voice from above. Ning Miao snapped back to reality, realizing she had unconsciously bitten the brush's tip. Her ears flushed with heat as she quickly removed the brush from her mouth. It was a habit she could never shake, biting the brush while pondering. Hastily dipping the brush in ink, she lowered her head to draw. Once she finished, she meticulously checked her work, feeling satisfied before placing the paper before Yan Mobai. Just as he reached out to take it, the carriage jolted unexpectedly, causing Ning Miao, who was squatting by the low table, to tumble directly onto Yan Mabei's lap. The faint fragrance enveloped him once more, and he stiffened. His mind, conjuring the image of her from the previous day, curled beneath the table, clutching his leg and lifting his garment while riding on his thigh. His breath hitched as he suddenly came back to his senses, instinctively pushing her away as if she were a flood or a fierce beast. Caught off guard, and with her legs numbed from squatting, Ning Miao fell heavily onto the cold wooden floor of the carriage. The atmosphere grew tense and frosty. I'm sorry," Ning Miao stammered, her eyes reddening as she struggled to rise. Yan Mobai, feeling slightly agitated, ignored her picking up the drawing that had fallen in the carriage and scrutinizing it. Ning Miao bit her lip and returned to her seat by the door, lowering her head like a child who had misbehaved, feeling both wronged and despondent. Yan Mobai caught the sight of her in his peripheral vision, his thin lips pressed together. The silence stretched between them until the carriage came to a halt, and Laniying's voice rang out, "My lord, we have arrived at Siyun Academy." Shifeng lifted the door curtain, and the footstool was already in place. Ning Miao, seated by the door, naturally descended first, donning her hood and carrying the food box as she stepped down. After disembarking, she paused beside the carriage, noticing that the man inside seemed in no hurry to exit. "Second young master, will you not come in?" she inquired cautiously. His indifferent voice drifted from within. "Wasn't your condition for me to bring you here? Now that you have arrived, I have fulfilled my end of the bargain." Ning Miao, biting her lip in silence. She had initially intended to negotiate further, but ultimately decided against it. After all, she had brought him to the entrance of Siyun Academy, and Shifeng, Laniying, and the driver could attest that she had not gone back on her word to Yin Xuanji. With a polite bow, she turned silently toward the main gate of Siyun Academy, clutching her food box. The academy's courtyard was bustling with a crowd. Siyun Academy was an institution for girls, with all students being female. However, due to the day's literary and martial arts competition, the academy permitted brothers and sisters to attend for support, resulting in a notable presence of males in the audience. Chapter 13. She was stunned the civil examination had just concluded, and now it was a brief interlude before the martial examination commenced half an hour later. Yin Xuanji glanced at the doorway more than once, only to be met with disappointment each time. The examination had finished, yet neither the woman nor her second brother had arrived. It seemed unlikely they would show up at all. In truth, she had anticipated this outcome. Her second brother was unwilling to stand in for her elder brother at the wedding ceremony with that woman, indicating his disdain for her. Thus, he would hardly heed her call to attend the academy. It was not the first time such an event had unfolded without anyone from her family in attendance. Her elder brother was solely preoccupied with indulgence and merriment, disinterested in attending, while her second brother remained as unyielding as a glacier, consistently declining to participate. She had grown accustomed to it. Nevertheless, as she observed her peers, siblings, and friends rallying together, her heart ached. "Yin Xuanji, is it true that no one from your family is coming?" a classmate inquired. The use of "no one" struck her as particularly harsh. And, just as she prepared to respond, another voice chimed in mockingly. "Is it not quite normal for no one to attend? When your elder brother was well, no one came, and now that he lies at home, how could anyone possibly show up? You still have your second brother, don't you?" "I never mentioned it to my family. My second brother is busy with official duties, and I do not wish to disturb him," Yin Xuanji replied curtly. Several individuals erupted in laughter at her words. "Oh really? Is it that you do not wish to disturb him? Or is it that you cannot?" One remarked, "I heard my father say just yesterday that the Ministry of Justice has recently solved a major case, and the Emperor has granted Lord Yin and his subordinates 2 days off. Ah, we can see through the faade. Your second brother has been busy every single day. When has Lord Yin ever attended any academy events? It is entirely normal for no one to come from your family. As a concubine-born daughter, merely attending classes here is already an immense stroke of luck. Indeed, one should not be overly greedy. One cannot have it all, can one? So, it is perfectly fine if no one from your family comes. You should think of it as a great blessing to be able to attend classes here, right?" A classmate patted Yin Xuanji on the shoulder, offering insincere consolation. Yin Xuanji's face flushed crimson. Although this was not her first encounter with such ridicule, it still ignited a fierce desire within her to retaliate. Her hands balled into fists beneath her sleeves, nails digging into her palms as she struggled to contain her anger. She understood that the opportunity to study here was indeed rare, procured through the intercession of her aunt with her father. Her father was a close friend of Mr. Gu from the Siyun Academy, who had graciously opened doors for her. If she were to strike these daughters of noble families, she would forfeit her chance to study altogether. Just as she prepared to walk away in silence, a melodious voice, as clear as pearls, called out, "Third sister." Yin Xuanji's heart leaped, and she turned around. Others followed her gaze. Not far off stood a woman clad in a moon-white cloud-patterned dress, gracefully holding a food box, though her face was obscured by a veil. Her stature and voice suggested she possessed remarkable beauty. Yan Xuanji's eyes sparkled with joy. Sister-in-law, although only she had appeared and her second brother was absent. This alone brought her considerable comfort. The nearby classmates were taken aback. Sister-in-law? When did you acquire a sister-in-law? The wife of your living corpse elder brother? Ignoring their taunts, Yan Xuanji made her way towards Ning Miao. However, her curious classmates were not about to let her escape that easily and followed closely behind. Yan Xuanji, are you not just putting on a faade, bringing someone to impersonate your sister-in-law? Indeed, who would willingly marry a living corpse? Look, she wears a veil. Not daring to reveal her face, something must be amiss. Yan Xuanji could bear it no longer. Halting her steps, as she prepared to retort when someone beat her to it. Ladies, first and foremost, my husband is not a living corpse. He simply requires some time to awaken. The speaker was Ning Miao. Secondly, I wear this veil not out of shame, but out of consideration for my status as a married woman, as it is inappropriate to show my face in public. You, my dear sisters, are all educated individuals, and such remarks should not escape your lips. As she spoke, Ning Miao gently lifted the veil, revealing her delicate features. Everyone fell silent, stunned both by her words and her beauty. At the entrance not far away, Yan Mobai and his two attendants happened to overhear this exchange and witness the unfolding scene. Yan Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly, coming to a halt. Chiefeng and Laneying exchanged glances, understanding their master's reaction. They too were astonished by the woman's behavior. In their memory, she had always been gentle and timid, prone to tears at the slightest provocation, her words often tangled. Yet just now her voice remained soft. It carried an unhurried confidence, an unassuming authority that commanded respect. In that moment, the crowd was rendered speechless. After a pause, someone finally spoke up. The wife of the heir to the marquis does not even wear earrings? The onlookers realized that this woman was devoid of any jewelry. Thus, the mockery ensued once more. It appears she is indeed an impostor. Yan Xuanji, from where did you summon this person? She must also be a concubine-born daughter. What noble lady would stoop to such a task? No noble lady would be this impoverished. I dare say this woman might have been found in the brothels. Laughter erupted at the remark. Indeed, it's quite possible. Seeing her words garner approval and laughter, the one who made the brothel comment grew bolder. With her looks, she must have had many admirers, right? Ha ha. Before she could finish, a crisp slap resounded through the air as Ning Miao struck her face. The crowd stood in stunned silence, including Yan Xuanji and the three onlookers. Ning Miao withdrew her hand, and the woman, clutching her face, stared in disbelief. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? I am the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Yan Xuanji, equally shocked, clutched Ning Miao's sleeve, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Ning Miao gently patted her hand, turning to address the minister's daughter. I do not know who you are. My slap was merely a response to your vile words. Your insults towards me are one matter, which I can overlook. However, your disparagement of the Yongchang marquis is intolerable. I am the wife of the marquis's heir. By suggesting I am a courtesan with many patrons, you insult the marquis itself. Her voice remained soft, her tone mild, as if she were discussing reason, yet her words bore an invisible weight of authority. The minister's daughter's face darkened with rage, yet she found herself at a loss for words to counter. She could only grit her teeth and declare, my elder brother is over there in the pavilion. He will certainly support me. I will return and inform my father, and he will stand by my side. Chapter 014. Lord Yan Xuanji was in a state of panic, her mind swirling with thoughts of what to do. Just as she contemplated apologizing, Ning Miao spoke calmly. You may certainly inform your elder brother or the minister personnel. I trust they will discern the truth. To put it plainly, I am not afraid of this matter reaching the emperor, for I stand on solid ground. Is there justification for hitting someone? Indeed, there is. Allow me to explain. First, as I mentioned earlier, your implication that the marquis has taken a courtesan as the legitimate wife of the heir is an affront to the Yongchang marquis. In contrast to the minister's daughter, who was visibly agitated, Ning Miao remained composed, her demeanor almost gentle. Secondly, your assertion that a woman of any beauty must be a denizen of brothels implies that those who are not are, by your standards, hideous, including yourself, I presume? And what are the noble ladies in the palace? Should they hear your words, what would their reaction be? The minister's daughter was left speechless, as were the others present. Ning Miao continued in a soothing tone. Thirdly, you refer to my sister as a bastard daughter. What of it? Is she not a human being? I have heard that the current emperor advocates for equality between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Do you intend to oppose His Majesty? The crowd's expressions shifted, the weight of her words sinking in. The minister's daughter felt her heart race, astonished by the woman's eloquence. Frustration and anger coursed through her. Yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. What has happened? Two young men approached, one of whom was the son of the Minister of Personnel, the very brother the minister's daughter had mentioned. Upon seeing him, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Brother. He furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Before she could respond, a deep, cool voice interjected. What has transpired? All turned to see a man dressed in a crimson court robe striding towards them. He possessed striking features, sharp brows, bright eyes, and a noble presence that exuded both authority and elegance. It was Lord Yan. The noble ladies were taken aback by his unexpected arrival, but the most astonished was Yan Xuanji, who joyfully rushed to him, second brother. Ning Miao was equally surprised. Having thought he had left, had he seen her earlier display? Her fingers instinctively tightened around the handle of the food box, a flicker of anxiety coursing through her. Nonetheless, she quickly regained her composure. After all, if she stood idly by while Yan Xuanji was bullied, it would reflect poorly on her as a sister-in-law. It was unacceptable for the esteemed daughter-in-law of the Marquis to be insulted as a courtesan without rebuttal. With this in mind, she felt justified in her earlier reactions. Lord Yan, everyone greeted respectfully. Yan Mobai approached, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with a cool detachment. What has caused this gathering? All eyes fell upon the minister's daughter, who bit her lip, glancing between her brother and Ning Miao before ultimately looking at Yan Mobai. He met her gaze, and, in that instant, she was taken aback by the coldness in his eyes, instinctively shaking her head. No, nothing. Despite both the Minister of Personnel and the Chief Justice being of the same rank, this man enjoyed a favor with both the Emperor and Prince Ning, a status her father could not compare to. Yan Mobai nodded, as long as it is nothing. He then turned to Yan Xuanji. Did you not ask your sister-in-law to procure pastries from the Tsalian pavilion to share with everyone? Why not do so now that everyone is gathered? Yan Xuanji was brought back to reality as Ning Miao opened the food box. They began distributing the treats. With Yan Mobai present, no one dared to refuse, and instead, they eagerly accepted, each young lady hoping to catch his eye. Since Yan Mobai had won first place in the imperial examinations, he was renowned throughout the capital, not only for his intellect and martial prowess, but also for his striking appearance. Regrettably, he was known for his aloofness, his temperament cold and indifferent, as if nothing could stir his heart. When he paraded through the streets after his victory, numerous noble ladies sent their maids with flowers, yet he accepted none. Many sought to propose marriage, only to be met with rejection. Nonetheless, the noble women continued to yearn for this man, akin to snow atop a mountain or the moon amidst clouds, hoping to be the exception to his indifference. Seeing the young ladies so eager to be near him brought a smile to Ning Miao's face. If one of them were to capture Yan Mobai's heart, surely his progeny would not be far behind. The precious cord blood she required would also be within reach. However, it seemed the man paid no mind to the throng surrounding him. Ning Miao sighed inwardly, realizing that the path to her remedy was indeed fraught with challenges. Lord Yan, the martial examination will commence shortly. The family seating is over in that pavilion. Many relatives await us there. Shall we make our way? The minister's son politely invited Yan Mobai. He inclined his head slightly. Very well. Lord Yan, please. Master Qin, please. As they departed toward the pavilion, Yan Xuanji nudged Ning Miao's arm, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, sister-in-law. You shall be my true sister-in-law from now on. Ning Miao understood her gratitude was for persuading Yan Mobai to come, and she smiled softly without speaking. At that moment, a loud gong sounded, and someone announced, "The martial examination is about to begin. Gather together." Everyone hurried in that direction. Yan Xuanji handed the food box to Ning Miao. Sister-in-law, I shall join them. You should go to the pavilion where second brother is. There are seats available. Ning Miao nodded. Yes, little sister, do your best. I will. This is the first time I have family here to cheer for me. I cannot disappoint you, or second brother. Yan Xuanji exclaimed excitedly as she dashed off. Ning Miao chuckled softly, realizing that beneath the facade of arrogance lay a naive child. Clearly, she had endured her share of bullying among her classmates. Closing the food box, Ning Miao cast a glance toward the distant pavilion, lowering the white veil of her hat before making her way over. To avoid drawing attention, she circled around, entering from the back of the pavilion. Yan Mobai sat in the center, flanked by his companions. There were several empty seats beside him, yet she chose to sit at the back corner. The competition had commenced on the field, beginning with a test of strength. Contestants stood still, throwing identical weighted balls, with the furthest throw winning. Through the veil, Ning Miao observed, catching a glimpse of Yan Mobai turning to glance back at her. The veil obscured his expression, but he quickly turned away again. Chapter 15. Concern for her, the strength competition concluded, and Yan Xuanji's performance was mediocre. The second event tested endurance. All the participants set off simultaneously, running 10 laps around the school grounds, with the first to cross the finish line achieving the best result. At the outset, everyone ran in a pack, but after a few laps, the gap began to widen. Two heavier participants could not endure and withdrew midway. The schoolyard was vast, and completing 10 laps required tremendous stamina. The last 2 or 3 laps were particularly arduous. Many friends and family members in the pavilion gradually rose to cheer for their loved ones at the scene. Ning Miao glanced at Yan Mobai's back and, knowing he would not join them, felt a sense of understanding. Gradually, more participants succumbed to fatigue and dropped out. Those who continued to run found each lap increasingly strenuous. The cheers from the supporters were deafening. Come on, second sister. You can do it. Big sister, keep going. Run faster. You got this, little sister. Perseverance is victory. Ning Miao noticed Yan Xuanji looking towards the pavilion several times, sensing that she was nearing her limit. Biting her lip, she stood up, placed her food box on the bench, and hurried onto the track to catch up with Yan Xuanji. Third sister, only 2 laps left. I'll run with you. I believe you can finish. Yan Xuanji was taken aback. While others merely stood, shouting encouragement, this woman had chosen to run alongside her. Initially on the verge of giving up, she suddenly felt invigorated. Yan Xuanji adjusted her breathing and quickened her pace. Not only she, but the others present, including the 3 in the pavilion, were astonished. Observing the graceful figure in a flowing white dress and a hood, reminiscent of a butterfly in flight, many were curious. Who is she? I heard she's the eldest daughter-in-law of a Yongchang marquis. Seeing the positive effect of this lead, other supporters soon followed suit, and the participants' morale surged, intensifying the competition. In the pavilion, only the 3 of them remained. Lanning glanced at his expressionless master. Shall I go replace Ning Miao? She seems unable to continue. 2 laps were no small distance, especially in a long dress and hood, which made it all the more challenging. Her steps had clearly begun to falter. Yan Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly and replied coolly, Are you a relative? Lanning. Well, no. Chi Feng gave Lanning a look that said he was meddling. Lanning fell silent. Meanwhile, Ning Miao was breathless, encouraging Yan Xuanji as they ran. Third sister. Hold on. Just half a lap left. You're almost there. Yan Xuanji, feeling equally exhausted, urged her, Sister-in-law, you should rest. I can manage. It's fine. I can keep going. Ning Miao, dragging her heavy feet, maintained her position slightly ahead of Yan Xuanji. Only she knew that her breathlessness and heavy steps were feigned. 2 laps were merely a warm-up for a skilled martial artist, yet for a delicate woman unaccustomed to exercise, it was a formidable challenge. In the end, Yan Xuanji crossed the finish line in 3rd place. Overjoyed, she leaped into Ning Miao's embrace, nearly toppling her. Through tears and laughter, she exclaimed, Sister-in-law, I did it. I completed 10 laps for the first time. Ning Miao couldn't help but smile. After resting briefly, they moved on to the 3rd event, archery. Yan Xuanji also achieved a commendable 5th place. With the conclusion of the 3 competitions, the martial trials came to an end. The students remained to continue their lessons while friends and family departed. Ning Miao chose to leave first as the young aristocrats exchanged farewells, deciding to walk back to the manor. It would be inappropriate for the eldest daughter-in-law to ride in the same carriage as her younger brother-in-law, and she harbored a hint of playful strategy. Yan Mobai, accompanied by his two attendants, exited the Siyuan Academy. Where's Lady Ning? Lanjing in Guit. Not seeing her on the grounds, he assumed she was waiting at the carriage, yet there was no sign of her there either. The eldest lady left first. She asked the younger one to inform the second young master. The coachman respectfully replied. The three were somewhat surprised. Left first? How did she leave? Lanning asked. On foot. On foot? After running those 2 laps, her legs must be weary. She chose to walk back instead of taking a carriage? Lanning was puzzled, glancing at Chi Feng, who maintained his usual stoic expression and ignored him, then looked at his master, who also showed no reaction. Lanning decided to remain silent. Noticing that Chi Feng had lowered the footstool, he hurried to lift the carriage curtain. Yan Mobai entered the carriage, bending slightly to settle inside. As the carriage began to move slowly, Yan Mobai leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. He suspected her silence was due to the incident earlier when she had stumbled onto his lap during the bumpy ride, and he had inadvertently pushed her down. She seemed to have taken a hard fall. After getting up, she had sat quietly at the entrance, not uttering a word. In the pavilion, she had also remained seated alone, distancing herself from them. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, the servants were bustling about preparing for the wedding the next day. Red lanterns adorned every corner. Floral decorations were erected, and every door and window was plastered with joyful red symbols, creating a festive atmosphere. Yan Mobai observed the vibrant decor with a slight pursing of his lips as he made his way back to the Fushue courtyard with Chi Feng and Lanning. Passing through the corridor, they encountered several maids carrying trays towards the Fengfei courtyard. The trays contained neatly folded red wedding garments, embroidered shoes with mandarin ducks, and an array of exquisite hairpins and jewelry. Upon seeing him, the maids halted and respectfully curtsied. Second young master. Yan Mobai walked past them directly. The maids were accustomed to his demeanor and waited until he and his attendants were out of sight before straightening up. I wonder if Lady Ning has returned. Lanjing Vima? Logically, since she had walked and left first, they should have caught up with her, yet they had seen no sign of her along the way. Yan Mobai glanced at him, his expression inscrutable. Are you worried about her? Lanning was startled and quickly denied. No. What concern could he have for the lady of the Marquis's household? I merely thought that after accompanying the third miss for those 2 laps, she might not be able to walk quickly, and it's impossible for her to return before us. What if she encountered some misfortune? Perhaps she ran into someone from King Kang's faction? Lanning speculated, then added, however, with her hood, she should be fine. Yan Mobai slightly lowered his gaze and remained silent as he stepped into his chamber to change into formal attire. After donning his customary clothes, he sat at his desk, examining the snake-patterned jade pendant that Ning Miao had given him. Have you ever seen such a jade token? Yan Mobai inquired, raising his gaze. Chapter 16. Sudden retreat. The 2 approached for a closer inspection. Chi Feng shook his head, while Lanning furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity. One of his subordinates seemed to have encountered this before. In a moment of haste, he had bumped into a servant at the gate, who had dropped a jade pendant from his sleeve. The design bore a striking resemblance, as it was rare to find serpentine engravings on jade, thus leaving a deeper impression on him. Yan Mobai's gaze grew frosty. What is this pattern? Lanjing in Guit? Yan Mobai placed the paper on the table and tapped it lightly with his slender fingers. Those who possess such jade tokens belong to the King of Kang. Both Lanning and Chi Feng were taken aback. We have meticulously investigated everyone in the residence, yet there are still those who have slipped through the cracks. Indeed, it is likely that there is more than one. This one simply happened to cross your path, Yan Mobai said, narrowing his eyes slightly, a glimmer of cold light flickering within. He then instructed, Lanning, notify everyone in the residence to gather in the front courtyard. Only mention that there is an urgent matter to discuss, without elaborating further, lest we alert the enemy. After everyone has assembled, you and your men will proceed to search them one by one. while Chief Feng and his team will inspect the quarters of all the servants to see who possesses such a jade pendant. Right now, Lanning asked, everyone is preoccupied with the wedding preparations for tomorrow, and to initiate a slaughter today would be. What other option do we have? Should we allow them to partake in the wedding feast? Yan Mobai asked coldly. Very well, both men acknowledged, understood. As they exited, Lanning could not help but murmur, in truth, it would not be unreasonable to delay the capture of the spies by a day or two. The Lord seems intent on causing discomfort for the Marquis and the Madam. Chief Feng shot him a disdainful glance. How shallow, is it not? Lan Jing Vito. Your Lord has always acted this way. Though residing in the Marquis's manor, he has never regarded it as home. Nor has he ever held the Marquis and Madam in high esteem, much less cherished the bond of brotherhood with his siblings. He suddenly realized, so, that snake pattern design was provided by Madam Ning? It should be, Chief Feng replied. Lanning was somewhat taken aback. That woman actually knows such secretive matters. He then recalled their earlier conversation. You called me shallow. What did you mean by that? Chief Feng glanced at him. Now is the perfect moment to gather everyone under the pretext of announcing something. They will assume it pertains to tomorrow's marriage and will not suspect anything else, nor will they have the opportunity to hide the jade tokens in advance. After some contemplation, Lanning acknowledged the wisdom in that. Furthermore, gathering everyone will also reveal whether Madam Ning has returned. The residents of the manor were soon assembled in the front courtyard. As attendance was mandatory, even the 2 3-year-old twins of the Sun family stood among the crowd. Yan Mobai, clad in a flowing black cloak, stood tall like a pine tree, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an intimidating presence that commanded respect without the need for anger. Yan Huating and Jin Shi bore grim expressions. Your elder brother's wedding is being hastily arranged. There is no time for such theatrics. Everyone is busy. What urgent matter do you need to announce? The steward could simply relay the message. Yan Huating voiced his displeasure. Yan Mobai remained expressionless. The haste of the wedding was your decision, was it not? Yan Huating was momentarily speechless. With the entire household present, such treatment was naturally humiliating. He had intended to retort, but he understood the nature of this unfilial son, who could act recklessly. If he countered, it would likely plunge him into an even more embarrassing situation. Thus, he replied curtly, if there is something to announce, then do so quickly. Everyone is quite occupied. Yan Mobai's cold gaze swept the crowd before he turned to Lanning, asking in a low voice, is everyone present? Madam Ning is not here, Lanning respectfully reported. Upon hearing this, Chunlan and the crowd quickly bowed to explain the situation on behalf of her master. Esteemed second young master, the madam went to see you in academy to deliver pastries from Kalian's High to the third young miss and has not yet returned. She was unaware whether Yan Mobai had gone to the academy or if her master might face difficulties from Yin Xinji, filling her with concern. Lanning glanced at Yan Mobai, but he exhibited no reaction. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively suggested, my lord, should we not send a few guards to search for Madam Ning? Search for what? Does she not know the way back to the manor? Yan Mobai replied coldly. Lanning was taken aback. That is not what I meant. I'm merely worried. Before he could finish, Yan Mobai interrupted him with a stern voice. Worried about what? Tomorrow is the wedding. Are you concerned she will flee at the last moment? His words caused both Yan Huating and Jin Shi to change their expressions. Flee at the last moment? Surely not. However, it was indeed a possibility, especially given the nature of the man she was to marry. Moreover, it was said that she had arrived at Kalian's High in the morning and sent the carriage driver back. Did she truly wish to escape? This cannot be allowed to happen. Although the wedding ceremony was not intended to be a grand affair, only notifying relatives, there would still be a considerable number of them present. If the bride were to disappear, how would they face their kin? We should send a few guards to search for her. Madam Ning is not from the capital, and being unfamiliar with the area, where she gets lost or encounters trouble, what would happen to her as a vulnerable woman? Yan Huating insisted. Jin Shi echoed, indeed. Since she is about to marry into our family, she is one of us. We cannot be so heartless. Yan Huating immediately instructed the steward. Quickly summon a few guards to search for her. Bring along a carriage, Jin Shi added. Lanning had intended to clarify that he was not worried about Madam Ning fleeing. After all, Someone who wished to remain in the Marquis' manor could hardly escape. However, seeing Yin Huating and Jin Shi insistent on sending people to search, he refrained from explaining. The steward called 6 guards to prepare to leave when Yan Mobai halted them. Wait. Everyone was startled, assuming he intended to object. Yet, he pointed to 2 of them. You 2 stay behind, and then indicated 2 other guards who had not been dispatched. You 2 go. The 6 departed. Ning felt a wave of relief, realizing Yan Mobai's intention. His master was concerned that, as the search of the household had not yet commenced, a secret agent from the King of Kang might seize the opportunity to escape, so he replaced the 2 unidentified guards with trusted personnel. Do you not have something to announce? Yan Huating inquired of Yan Mobai. Yan Mobai declared in a clear voice. A blood jade inkstone from my study has gone missing, undoubtedly stolen by someone from the manor. I have gathered everyone here to conduct a thorough search. And Chi Feng has already taken his team to inspect your quarters. The crowd was taken aback. The urgent announcement turned out to be a theft inquiry. Yan Mobai gestured to Ning, who accepted the command and began the search. Ning Miao, wearing a hooded veil and carrying a food box, walked slowly along the path back to the Marquis' manor. She deliberately took a longer route to avoid Yan Mobai's carriage. Would he feel a twinge of worry upon discovering her prolonged absence? Through the sheer fabric, she observed the bustling streets filled with life, feeling as though she were in a different era. Suddenly, a self-deprecating smile crossed her lips. For someone who had been reborn, was it not akin to living in a different world? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in her line of sight, causing her gaze to sharpen. Chapter 17. A firm embrace. The figure known as Daoist Yunju was a confidant of Prince Kang. Typically, he resided within the serene confines of Zixia Temple on Yunshao Mountain, only descending the mountain for matters of great significance. As she concentrated, memories of her previous life flooded back to her. At this moment in her past life, Emperor Zhaoqing, plagued by incessant nightmares, summoned wise men to dispel his fears. Daoist Yunju, having received secret directives from Prince Kang, volunteered to enter the palace. In the presence of the entire court, he performed a ritual, revealing that a person born under the sign of the snake had employed sorcery against Emperor Zhaoqing. Prince Ning, also born in the year of the snake, became the object of suspicion, even though no evidence directly implicated him. This incident sowed seeds of distrust in the emperor's heart toward Prince Ning. Her thoughts stirred, and she halted her steps. In the Fushua courtyard, Chi Feng carried a basin of clear water into the room, placing it carefully on the stand. Yan Mobai approached to cleanse his hands. The 3 spies from Prince Kang's faction, whom he had just captured, had taken their own lives before he could act, yet he felt a lingering sense of filth on his hands. Blue Shadow entered swiftly, reporting, "My lord, the guards sent to search for Lady Ning have returned empty-handed." Yan Mobai paused momentarily, his hands submerged in the water. His subordinate had observed that the Marquis had dispatched additional men to seek her out. Chi Feng handed him a silk towel. As Yan Mobai accepted it, he slowly turned to face them. Blue Shadow furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. Could it be that something has truly happened to Lady Ning? Without responding, Yan Mobai methodically dried his fingers, then handed the towel back to Chi Feng, his voice calm and measured. Let us also search for her. After all, she recently provided us with a serpent pattern diagram, aiding us in uncovering the spies within the estate. She may prove useful in the future. Blue Shadow thought to himself that they should have considered this sooner. There were 3 routes from the Yongchang Marquis' residence to the Siyuan Academy. The trio, each mounted on their steeds, opted for different paths. It was at the side of the road, near a small beggar, that Yan Mobai spotted Ning Miao's food box. The box bore a prominent character, Yin, making it easily identifiable. Dismounting, he inquired of the beggar, "Where did you acquire this food box?" The beggar, intimidated by Yan Mobai's imposing presence, stammered, I did not steal it. I found it by that wall." He gestured toward the distance. Following the boy's indication, Yan Mobai's gaze sharpened. There lay a dilapidated house, abandoned for years. Mounting his horse once more, he galloped toward the forsaken abode. Upon reaching the outer wall, he reined in his steed, opting not to enter through the front, but instead leaping effortlessly over the wall, landing soundlessly within the courtyard. The surroundings were in disarray, overgrown with weeds that towered above him. He raised his eyes, scanning the area, and listened intently. A glimpse of white fabric caught his attention amidst the grass. Fixating on it, he realized it was a veil. With narrowed eyes, he approached and bent down to retrieve it. It belonged to her. As he surveyed the surroundings, he focused his inner strength to hear more clearly. A breath reached his ears, and his expression turned grave. Following the sound, he discovered it emanated from a well in the courtyard. Peering down into the depths of the well, he spotted a silhouette clad in moonlight. Indeed, it was the woman he sought. She sat at the bottom, her hair disheveled, cradling her knees, utterly still. The sight evoked memories of the day she had been struck in the chanting money house, huddled against the wall like an abandoned, injured rabbit. Yan Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly. "What are you doing here?" The woman looked up at the sound of his voice. Upon recognizing him, disbelief washed over her face, followed by a flicker of joy as she stammered, "Second young master. What brings you here?" Standing at the edge of the well, Yan Mobai gazed down at her. Rephrasing his question, the woman rose to her feet, looking up at him. "This is a long story. I overheard a significant secret concerning Prince Kang. Please, could you assist me in getting out first? I will explain everything in detail afterward." Was she negotiating for her rescue? How astute of her. Yan Mobai pressed his lips together, remaining silent as he scanned the vicinity for any ropes or vines, but found none. The well was deep, and his belt was insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, stand to the side. The woman, tilting her face in confusion, did not question him further and obediently moved to the wall of the well. Yan Mobai, clad in dark attire, executed a graceful descent, landing before her. Though the well was deep, its narrow diameter allowed them to stand almost shoulder to shoulder, their breaths mingling in the confined space. The faint scent of her presence wafted toward him, prompting Yan Mobai to turn his face slightly away. He reached out to encircle her delicate waist, then sprang upward. As they suddenly ascended, the woman gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around him. The rush of wind startled her into closing her eyes. The fragrance of her presence intensified, her disheveled hair brushing against his chin and neck. Yan Mobai's gaze darkened, and he summoned more of his inner strength. Upon landing at the edge of the well, he released her, only to find her clinging to him, unwilling to let go, her eyes squeezed shut, long lashes trembling violently. He looked down at her, acutely aware of her rapid heartbeat and breathing echoing in his ears. Tension gripped him as he spoke in a low tone. "We have reached safety." Ning Miao opened her eyes just a crack, reassured by their safety, before releasing him and stepping back to maintain distance. She lowered her head, murmuring, "Thank you, second young master. May I speak now?" Yan Mobai brushed off the dust from his sleeves. Ning Miao glanced around cautiously, ensuring they were alone, before lowering her voice to share. "On my way here, I spotted a person wearing a serpentine jade pendant. His furtive behavior prompted me to follow him, leading me to this abandoned house where he met with a Taoist priest. I overheard their conversation. The emperor has been troubled by nightmares, and both the Imperial Medical Bureau and the Astronomical Bureau are at a loss. The emperor sought someone capable of dispelling these nightmares from among the common folk, and Prince Kang recommended this Taoist for the task." Yan Mobai's expression darkened slightly. He was aware of the emperor's recent plight and the search for a remedy. He had not anticipated Prince Kang's involvement in such matters. And then, he prompted. The Taoist claimed he was unable to dispel the nightmares. The man handed him a piece of paper, instructing him to follow the method written on it. Fortunately, the Taoist opened the paper right there and read aloud. I paid close attention. 2 taels of powdered sugar, half a tael of baking soda, a flask of strong liquor, and a large plate of sand. The Taoist questioned the purpose of these items. The man replied that they were to mix the powdered sugar and baking soda together, stir them well, then pour the liquor over the sand and ignite it, at which point a creature resembling a large black snake would emerge from the sand. Yan Mobai was taken aback. Ning Miao continued. The man instructed the Taoist to perform this spectacle in front of the emperor and the court officials, allowing them to witness this miraculous event. He then told the Taoist to inform the emperor that his nightmares were caused by someone born under the sign of the snake casting sorcery upon him. Yan Mobai's eyes narrowed. Prince Ning was indeed born in the year of the snake. Chapter 018. Awaiting your arrival, YNMB, I remained silent. Leading enemy, to believe he was skeptical. Surely, the second young master does not think I am fabricating tales? After speaking, she puffed her cheeks, expressing a touch of grievance as she murmured softly, I nearly lost my life just to eavesdrop. YNMB, I glanced at her, then at the dry well beside them. Why were you in the well? Fearing discovery, I sought a place amidst the tall grass to hide until they departed. In my anxiety, I failed to watch my step, and I fell into the well. Ning Xi confessed, her face flushed. YNMB, I raised an eyebrow. You fell in by yourself? Ning Xi lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, she admitted. YNMB, I seemed amused by her predicament, reflecting that it was unlikely she was pushed into the well by those two. Had they discovered her, they would not have spared her life. I too have no means of survival if the second young master does not arrive. I have called for help to no avail, and though I attempted to climb out multiple times, my palms were bloodied, and I was unsuccessful. As she spoke, she spread her hands before YNMBI. Her once fair palms were now stained crimson with blood. YNMBI's gaze shifted slightly. You should consider yourself fortunate that the well was filled with grass and dry leaves. Otherwise, you might never have been rescued and could have perished. Ning Xi smiled radiantly, like the dawn sun, charming and vibrant. Thus, I am fortunate. I did not die, and I awaited your arrival. She looked into YNMBI's eyes, her soft voice imbued with emotion, laced with an air of intimacy. It was the first time she addressed him as you rather than the second young master. YNMBI's gaze deepened. He averted his eyes, squinting at the distant sky. After a moment, he returned his gaze to her, his dark eyes regaining their usual chilliness. Were you not most fearful of being discovered by the king's men, valuing your life above all? How could you willingly engage in such perilous actions? Ning Xi bit her lip, hesitating before softly continuing. I wish to earn the second young master's trust. Although I had drawn the snake pattern for you, I was uncertain if you could identify the king's spies within the manor. If none were discovered, you would undoubtedly think I was deceiving you. Thus, I intended to follow the individual with the snake pattern jade token to see if I could uncover anything substantial. If I did, I would inform you, and you would then trust me, she explained gently. YNMB, I regarded her silently, observing his demeanor. Ning Xi felt a flicker of disappointment and sighed softly. It seems the second young master still does not trust me. Then, as if recalling something, she raised her head. If you do not believe me, you may wait and see if a certain Taoist priest employs such means to rid the emperor of nightmares. 3 spies have been identified within the manor. YNMB, I suddenly remarked. Ning Xi was taken aback, surprised by the abrupt shift in conversation. She had not anticipated his swift actions. In less than half a day, he had already unveiled the king's agents. Do all 3 possess snake pattern jade tokens? She inquired. Indeed, YNMB Yomed. Ning Xi beamed with joy. That is splendid. At last I have assisted the second young master. She had finally helped him eliminate the king's spies within the... She disclosed the details of the snake pattern jade tokens to YNMBI, with 3 objectives in mind. First, to secure a position at the SUN Academy. Second, to gain his trust and draw closer to him. And third, to utilize his resources to eliminate the king's spies in the manor. Although the spies did not recognize her, residing in the same manor posed inherent risks. The king was meticulous and suspicious, and it was prudent to assume he might learn of her existence through the spies. Your hands. YNMB, I spoke up. Ning Xi returned to the present, not quite grasping his meaning. What? Not receiving a response, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his voluminous sleeve. It dawned on her that he intended to apply medicine to her hands. Surprised, yet eager, she realized this was one of the outcomes she sought by orchestrating this performance. Indeed, it was all a fabrication. She had merely remembered her past life upon seeing the Taoist priest and felt compelled to thwart the king's schemes. She had not encountered anyone with a snake pattern jade token, nor had she trailed anyone, and there had been no rendezvous with the Taoist priest. The food box given to the little beggar was her doing, The veil in the desolate courtyard was her discard. The fall into the well was her own choice. And the injuries to her hands were self-inflicted. Her desire was twofold. First, to convey the king's and the Taoist priest's plots to Yan Mobai in a logical manner, as the king's schemes were exceedingly detailed. She knew too much. Without a plausible explanation, Yan Mobai would inevitably harbor doubts. Secondly, she aimed to deepen her bond with this man. At the SUN Academy, she had left early, choosing to walk rather than ride with him, engaging in a game of seduction. Then, to secure his trust, she had followed the king's men alone, uncovering a shocking secret, and suffered an accidental fall into the well, injuring her hands. She was determined that he must feel something in his heart. Now, he was about to tend to her wounds. She slowly extended her hands, revealing her bloodied palms. Yan Mbai's expression remained impassive as he methodically opened the porcelain vial and sprinkled the medicinal powder into her palms. The stinging pain elicited a soft gasp from Ning Xi, her hands trembling slightly. Yan Mobai cast a fleeting glance at her, his face devoid of emotion. He continued to sprinkle the powder over her hands. "Do you have a handkerchief?" he inquired. Ning Xi nodded yes, but she was unable to retrieve it, as her hands were injured and coated with medication. Yan Mobai understood her predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew a handkerchief from his own sleeve. Ning Xi watched silently as he skillfully folded the handkerchief and placed it over her palm, securing it with a knot. A thought crossed her mind. Had he sustained many injuries, given his adeptness in bandaging? Which sleeve? Yan Mbai's voice broke her reverie. Ning Xi realized he was asking which sleeve housed her handkerchief. After all, he had only one handkerchief, and her other hand required care as well. She raised her left arm slightly, as Yan Mobai reached into her left sleeve. Ning Xi instinctively held her breath. The spring garments were relatively thin, and though separated by an inner layer, she could distinctly feel the warmth of his large hand against her forearm. Out of the corner of her eye, she stole a glance at the owner of that hand. His expression was as inscrutable as ever, revealing no emotions. When the handkerchief was extracted, both reacted simultaneously. One displayed a furrowed brow, while the other appeared flustered. Ning Xi was the latter, though it was faint. This handkerchief belonged to Yan Mobai. It was the very one he had used to wipe blood from his hands the day they first met at the Ning Marquis residence. At that moment, he had offered it to her, and she had promised to clean it, to which he replied it was unnecessary and instructed her to discard it. Chapter 019. Call her sister-in-law, she did not discard it. Instead, she washed it clean and kept it with her, awaiting the day he might inadvertently discover the handkerchief she cherished. To her surprise, that day arrived sooner than anticipated. She felt her hands bore the wounds worth enduring, not only for having tended to his injuries, but also for having allowed him to delve into her sleeve pocket for an intimate encounter, even uncovering his handkerchief. "Didn't Ti instruct you to discard it?" Yan Mobai inquired. Ning Miao lifted her gaze to meet his, noting the depth of his dark, cold eyes. She lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. Her cheeks and ears flushed with embarrassment. Her feelings of guilt, shyness, awkwardness, and nervousness were vividly apparent. Yan Mobai observed her, his expression momentarily stunned, then surprised. Grasping the handkerchief in his hand, he paused before stating, "The day is getting late. I shall summon a carriage to take sister-in-law home." With that, he turned and walked toward the gate of the desolate courtyard. Ning Miao glanced at her bandaged hand and the unbandaged one. Sister-in-law? He typically referred to her as sister, and this was the first time he had called her sister-in-law. This was a reminder not to forget her place. She was not taken aback. If it were easy to conquer, it would not be Yan Mobai. She remained patient, aware that he was as solid as a fortress, and her intention was to erode his defenses gradually. After a brief contemplation, she turned, addressing his retreating figure. "Since it was the second young master who ordered the handkerchief discarded, it is something he does not desire. Whether I dispose of it, keep it, or utilize, it should be of no concern to the second young master. Why then does he harbor anger?" Yan Mobai, clad in black, continued his stride, ignoring her words. She pressed on. "Are you aware that such a handkerchief could not be purchased with a servant's monthly wage? It remains intact and unspoiled. I washed it and kept it for use. What is wrong with that? Only then did Yan Mobai halt and turn back, his gaze dark and profound. Has the Marquis' estate deprived you of your allowances? Did Jean sure not provide you with a monthly stipend, rendering you unable to afford a handkerchief? Ning Miao fell silent, feigning guilt as she averted her eyes. Moments later, she faced him again, her eyes reddened as she smiled. I understand your meaning, second young master. It is my fault for my lack of foresight and improper actions, which overstepped boundaries. She offered him a respectful bow, then removed the bandage from her right hand. This handkerchief is stained with blood. I presume the second young master would not desire it any longer. Therefore, I shall dispose of it before you, to avoid further displeasure. With that, she cast the handkerchief to the ground. Yan Mobai watched her, his expression inscrutable, emotions concealed. Outside, a voice called Madam. Ning Madam, it was the guards sent by the Marquis' estate to find her. I am here, Ning Miao replied, then bowed once more to Yan Mobai. Thank you for saving my life today. No need for thanks. You have also provided me with valuable information, Yan Mobai replied in a voice devoid of discernible emotion. Ning Miao smiled, understanding that they owed nothing to each other. She chose not to say more and began to walk toward the main gate, only to see Yan Mobai leap gracefully over the courtyard wall, disappearing as swiftly as he had arrived. Upon Ning Miao's safe return, Yan Huating and Jean Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Why have you taken so long? What transpired? How is your hand so injured? Ning Miao recognized their feigned concern. She simply stated she had lost her way and had accidentally hurt herself, omitting further details. Jean Shi summoned a doctor to treat and bandage her injuries. Is there no other harm? Will it affect tomorrow's wedding? Jean Shi expressed her worries. Rest assured, I am fine. It will not impact the wedding, Ning Miao reassured them, and they finally felt at ease. Upon returning to the fragrant garden, Chunlan rushed out. Madam, are you unharmed? I'm fine. It's just a minor scrape on my palm. Seeing Ning Miao's calm demeanor, Chunlan finally relaxed her anxious heart. Did you see Master Niahua? Surely he can repair the jade pendant in a day. Ning Miao continued walking into her room as she asked. I did see him. He initially said it would take longer, but when he saw the silver in your jade bracelet, he changed his mind. Ning Miao smiled, not responding further, for she understood that Master Nia's motivation was not merely the money, but the friendship they shared. Master Nia was her savioress niece, often visiting her master on Zixia Mountain, where they quickly became friends, sharing a room and confidences. However, after she descended the mountain at 15, they lost contact. The Nia family was a prominent merchant clan in the capital, thriving in jade trading and restoration, with their establishment, Ding Yuxian, among their enterprises. Though she hadn't communicated with Master Nia, she was aware of her involvement in managing Ding Yuxian. She had seen her from afar on the streets, but refrained from approaching her, for she had to conceal her identity as a strategist for the Prince of Kang and protect Master Nia from being entangled in her affairs. Later, when the Nia family was implicated in the fabrication of jade seals and imprisoned, she sought the Prince of Kang's aid to save Master Nia. But it was too late. Master Nia had taken poison in prison, and the rest of her family was executed. Fortunately, in this life, such tragedies had yet to unfold. At this moment, Master Nia was still alive, and there was still time to amend the past. Did Master Nia inquire about which household you belong to, or who your master is? Ning Miao seated herself at the table. She did ask, but I was reluctant to reveal it. However, she insisted it was her rule to know the jade's owner and provenance to prevent any trouble arising from stolen goods. So I had no choice but to tell her. Very well, it is customary. She will not disclose it elsewhere. Indeed, on another note, a significant event occurred in the estate today. Chunlan recounted in detail the incident of Yan Mobai capturing thieves. Did you hear, madam? 3 thieves were apprehended. For mere inkstone, 3 men conspired to steal. They were taken to the second young master's Fushua courtyard, and while they entered in good health, they emerged as corpses. She shivered at the thought. Ning Miao remained silent, unfazed by Yan Mobai's execution of the thieves. It was in his nature not to spare them. Seeing her quietude, Chunlan assumed she was distressed and hurried to console her. Do not take it to heart, madam. The second young master is simply that kind of person. It was likely not his intention to instigate bloodshed before your wedding. It matters not. I am indifferent to such matters. Fushue courtyard Ning was the first to notice the strange mark on Yan Mobai's robe. What is that on your back, my lord? He approached for a closer look, exclaiming, "It's a blood handprint." Chapter 20. The handprints of a woman, due to Yan Mobai's attire of a black robe. The bloodstains upon it were not immediately apparent. Only upon closer inspection could one discern their presence. There were unmistakably 2 bloodied handprints. Lan Ying's expression turned anxious. "My lord, are you all right?" Qi Feng's countenance also shifted, and he hurried over. Yan Mobai had been seated, diligently writing, when he paused at their words. Recalling the moment he had flown the woman out of the dry well, her eyes closed as she clung to him tightly. It was her blood that marked him. Regaining his composure, he replied coolly, "Do I appear to be in distress?" "Lan Ning, you certainly do not seem unwell." The two felt a sense of relief. Who could have left such marks? Lan Ning was genuinely curious. If these were remnants of a struggle, then the person who had sustained those blows must have been injured, yet it was evident that his lord had not been harmed. Conversely, if these imprints were not the result of a confrontation, who could possibly leave such traces on him? It was well known that his lord never allowed ordinary individuals to approach him closely, especially not with something as unsightly as blood, given his near-obsessive cleanliness. When Lan Ning observed that Yan Mobai remained silent and was about to inquire further, Qi Feng discreetly nudged him, halting his question. Puzzled, Lan Ning glanced at Qi Feng, who merely conveyed a knowing look, leaving Lan Ning bewildered. Qi Feng chose not to engage further. "I require the items listed here. Prepare them discreetly," Yan Mobai instructed, handing Qi Feng a note. Qi Feng accepted it with both hands, scanning the contents. 2 taels of powdered sugar, half a tael of baking soda, a jug of strong liquor, and a plate of sand. Unlike Lan Ning, he was not one to prattle on. Although he harbored questions regarding the purpose of these items, he refrained from asking and accepted the task. Lan Ning followed him out. "Why did you stop me from asking just now? Do you know who left those blood handprints?" Qi Feng cast a sidelong glance at him, his expression impassive. His pace unbroken, it can be inferred. "Who?" Lan Ning was intensely curious. Qi Feng did not respond directly, instead stating, "Observe the size of the prints and consider who could have sustained such injuries." Lan Ning halted, processing his words. The size of the handprints. He spread his palm, noting that it was significantly smaller than that on his lord's back. His gaze sharpened. It was a woman's handprint, considering who could have been injured. He suddenly recalled that the madam had summoned a physician earlier to tend to Ning Xi's hands. So, it was she who had left the marks. Lan Ning was taken aback. Had she not been found by the guards? When had she left such a bloody imprint on his lord? Moreover, the shape of the handprints. Spotting a pillar nearby, Lan Ning pressed his palms against it. No, this does not add up. If she had left the prints while standing behind his lord, both thumbs should point inward. Yet the prints on his lord's back had the thumbs facing outward and the pinkies inward. This could only imply that the two had faced each other, and her hands had pressed against his back. He mimicked the action against the pillar, shock coursing through him as he realized he had inadvertently embraced the pillar. His pupils dilated in astonishment. This. Could it be that he had stumbled upon something monumental? No, surely he was mistaken. After dinner, Ning Miao, attended by Chun Lan, tried on her wedding attire. A servant approached to report, "Madam, there's a young woman at the door claiming to be from Ding Yuxian, saying the jewelry you ordered is ready and she has come to deliver it." Chun Lan's expression immediately darkened. She had clearly communicated that she would pick it up the following morning. How could it have been brought to her door? Ning Miao gently patted her hand, offering a reassuring smile, signaling that there was no cause for alarm. "Allow her to enter," she instructed the servant. Shortly thereafter, a young woman clad in a gray dress entered, guided by the servant. It was Niehua. Once the servant departed, Ning Miao stood, gesturing for Chun Lan to wait outside. Unaware of their relationship and harboring no suspicions, Chun Lan complied, understanding the need for discretion regarding the delivery of the repaired jade pendant. With only the two of them remaining, they embraced joyfully. "It truly is you. I've been so worried without word from you for over a year." Niehua's eyes were red-rimmed. Ning Miao felt a lump in her throat. In their previous life, they had been separated forever. To see her alive in this life was a blessing. She smiled warmly. I am well, merely refraining from intruding upon you. Noticing the bandages wrapped around Niehua's hands, she furrowed her brow. What happened to your hands? It's nothing, just a little scraped, Ning Miao replied, leading her to sit beside the low couch. They exchanged glances, assessing each other. How did you become the madam of the Yongchang Marquis residence? I heard their eldest son is in a state of perpetual unconsciousness beyond remedy. Ning Miao pressed her lips together, contemplating her response. She had no intention of deceiving her friend, so she succinctly recounted her experiences, omitting the details of her rebirth. Following the timeline, she explained her departure from Master Kang, her role as a strategist for King Kang, the subsequent revelation of King Kang's true nature, his attempt to poison her, and her marriage to Yongchang Marquis' residence in pursuit of the antidote. Niehua listened in astonishment, her eyes widening, particularly when she learned that the antidote's key ingredient was the umbilical cord blood of Yan Mobai's offspring. Are you saying you marry my brother for the sake of your brother's child? Ning Miao nodded. Niehua, there's no other way. Yan Mobai's exceedingly difficult to approach, hence this convoluted path. Niehua sighed. That is no mere detour. It is a dead end. It was no secret that Yan Mobai was hard to reach in the capital. Tales of noble ladies returning bruised and battered from their attempts were numerous. He had no close companions, not even a single mosquito. Furthermore, Niehua's identity as his sister-in-law compounded the challenges. This endeavor is exceedingly arduous. Indeed, Ning Miao sighed in agreement. Yet, there is no alternative. I cannot abandon this course merely for its difficulty. To do so would be to court death. Fortunately, she still had nearly 2 years to navigate this situation gradually. Niehua nodded, acknowledging the lack of alternatives. Is there anything you need me to assist with? Ning Miao smiled. If you could restore the jade pendant within a day, it would be a tremendous help. I almost forgot. Niehua pulled the pendant from her sleeve, placing it on the table before Ning Miao. What do you think? Are you satisfied with the repairs? Ning Miao glanced at it. I trust your craftsmanship. By the way, have you returned to Zhixiao Mountain since then? Niehua inquired. Ning Miao shook her head. No, and you? I visited Master Kang last month. He is doing well. That is good to hear, Ning Miao said, feeling relieved. For her, Master Kang was a savior, a teacher, a father figure, and her only family. She had always held him in her heart, which was why she had not returned after descending the mountain, just as she had refrained from contacting Niehua. Her identity as a strategist needed to remain secret, as she feared it might bring danger to him. The struggle for succession was fierce, the atmosphere fraught with peril. She could lose her head at any moment, and those around her could suffer as a result. Do not disclose my circumstances to her, Ning Miao cautioned Niehua. Chapter 021. Observing an inanimate object, Niehua nodded. I understand. Ning Miao gazed at her, his emotions surging as he beheld the vibrant presence before him. When she suddenly called his name with such gravity, Niehua felt a sense of bewilderment. What is it? Which prince does the Nie family support in the contest for the throne? Ning Miao inquired. The struggle for succession necessitates substantial financial backing. It is quite natural for a prominent merchant family, like the Nie family, to be courted by various princes. However, in the previous life, it was only discovered that the Nie family had forged the imperial seal, without revealing the prince who had commanded such actions, and the Nie family resolutely refused to confess. Niehua shook her head, perplexed by the sudden question. I haven't heard of any support for anyone, nor will we. The Nie family has a family motto, forbidding involvement in court matters. My father would never contravene it. Why do you ask? Ning Miao studied her eyes, knowing she was not deceiving him. Thus, either the Nie family had chosen a side unbeknownst to her, or they had yet to make a decision. I had a terrible dream, where the Nie family aided someone in forging the imperial seal, leading to the execution of the entire clan. Despite the ominous nature of her words, Ning Miao felt compelled to warn Niehua. Upon hearing this, Niehua was momentarily startled, but then her expression softened into a smile. That scenario is unlikely. My father would never do such a thing. It had indeed occurred in the previous life. Ning Miao grasped her hand and earnestly cautioned. The dream felt so real. Niehua, you must take heed. Seeing her solemnity, Niehua nodded. Yes, I shall. After exchanging a few more words, Niahua took her leave. Before departing, she retrieved an exquisitely crafted double butterfly hairpin from her sleeve. "This is a wedding gift for you, made by my own hand. If anyone in the household inquires, you may say it is the jewelry you customized at Dinjiuxuan." Ning Miao felt a slight sting in her nose. "Thank you for considering me so thoroughly." Meanwhile, in the Fushua courtyard, Yan Mobai was reflecting on the woman's words from earlier in the day, methodically following her instructions. He combined powdered sugar and baking soda, mixing them thoroughly before spreading the mixture onto a tray filled with sand, then pouring in a flammable liquid. Qi Feng and Lan Ying stood nearby, watching in confusion. A fire starter, Yan Mobai gestured, and Qi Feng promptly handed it to him. He took it, blew gently, and lowered it into the tray. The liquid ignited upon contact with the flame. He withdrew the fire starter, his lips pressed together, his dark eyes fixated on the tray. Moments later, something emerged from the sand, black and gray, resembling a serpent, twisting and curling as it appeared in increasing numbers. Both Lan Ying and Qi Feng were astounded. Yan Mobai, too, was surprised by the success of his endeavor. "What is this?" Lan Ying stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Is this a magic trick, or how can a snake suddenly appear?" Qi Feng instinctively drew his sword, adopting a defensive stance. Yan Mobai glanced at the two. "It is not a real snake. It merely appears as one." Only then did their expressions relax. "How can this be?" Lan Ying queried, leaning in for a closer look. It was Yan Mobai's first encounter with such a phenomenon. It seemed that these components, when combined in a specific ratio and ignited, would yield this peculiar result. "How did you come to know this wondrous formula?" Lan Ying inquired. Yan Mobai remained silent. The woman had not deceived him. The following day, a Taoist priest, commissioned by Prince Kang, would enter the palace to dispel nightmares, publicly performing and identifying the source of the emperor's nightly disturbances as someone born in the year of the snake. Fortunately, this woman had informed him. Otherwise, Prince Ning would have been at a significant disadvantage. Now that he possessed the means, he could directly expose the Taoist priest. However, it should not be he who reveals the truth. It would be best if no one from Prince Ning's camp became involved. The emperor was suspicious and might suspect the Taoist was aligned with Prince Ning, believing it to be a self-scripted performance. After contemplating, he instructed Qi Feng, "Prince N has been attending performances at the Star-Picking Tower every evening. He should still be there at this hour. Find someone reliable to perform the same act before him." Prince N was simple-minded and enjoyed the spotlight. If he were to notice the Taoist performance mirrored the trick he had witnessed, he would surely step forward to expose it. The next day, the eldest son of the Yongchang Marquis was to be married. As the groom had yet to awaken, the ceremony was simplified, with no invitations sent out, only notifying the Yin family relatives. Nonetheless, the atmosphere in the household was still vibrant. Colorful decorations were hung high, red silk draped everywhere, and joy filled the air. Except for the absence of the traditional procession to welcome the bride, as she was already within the estate, all other customary rituals were upheld. The bride, adorned in a splendid red wedding gown, with a red veil atop her head and jade ornaments at her waist, moved gracefully into view with the assistance of the matchmaker. As Yan Mobai returned to his courtyard, he happened to witness this moment. He cast a distant glance before making his way back to Fushua courtyard. Seeing this, Lan Ying eagerly asked, "Aren't you going to observe the ceremony? It has just begun. If you wish to go, then by all means," Yan Mobai replied coolly. Yearning for the spectacle, Lan Ying glanced at Qi Feng, who remained expressionless, showing no intention of attending. Thus, he resigned himself to the decision. The trio returned to Fushua courtyard. Just as Yan Mobai changed out of his court attire, a servant announced that Prince Ning had arrived to witness the ceremony in the flower hall. Yan Mobai had no choice but to proceed, with Qi Feng and Lan Ying following closely behind. Inside the flower hall, a jubilant scene unfolded. The elder members of the Yin family were seated while the younger stood, filling both sides of the hall, joyfully observing the event. Prince Ning had been escorted to the main seat, flanked by his personal attendants, Wen Lai and Wu Ji. The bride was just crossing over a fire pot with the matchmaker's aid. Yan Mobai's gaze swept over the striking red figure, but did not linger. Instead, he focused on Prince Ning and confidently approached him, intending to pay his respects, but was halted by a raised hand from the prince. He gestured to the seat beside him, indicating for Yan Mobai to sit. Yan Mobai inclined slightly and took his place beside the prince. Together, they observed the bride as she, supported by the matchmaker, stepped over the auspicious path strewn with peanuts and dates, approaching Yan Huating and Jinshi to perform the ceremonial bows. Ning stood at Yan Mobai's right rear, watching the bride's radiant figure. He recalled the two blood handprints. He subtly leaned forward to steal a glance at his lord's expression. To his surprise, his master bore a blank countenance, his gaze devoid of emotion, seemingly viewing the newlyweds as mere inanimate objects. Ning straightened his posture. Surely, he had misjudged the situation. The blood handprints were undoubtedly left by this woman, but his lord would never embrace her, nor would he allow her to be embraced, leaving the marks to be imprinted in some other manner. Besai Lanzing. Many eyes were also fixed upon Yan Mobai, particularly those of the unmarried young ladies of the Yan family. In their eyes, the sight of this man, as radiant as the moon in the clouds, was far more significant than the ceremony itself. Previously disappointed by his absence, they now seized the opportunity to gaze upon him, their admiration for him growing ever more profound with each glance. Chapter 022. Receiving with words, once the wedding ceremony concluded, it was time to enter the bridal chamber. Ning Miao, supported by the matchmaker and Chun Lan, returned to the fragrant garden. The matchmaker brought a scale, and Ning Miao herself took the scale to lift the bridal veil. "You may leave now," she instructed the matchmaker, who bowed and departed. Chun Lan approached with 2 cups of wedding wine, but Ning Miao shook her head, saying, "I am prone to drunkenness and shall not partake." Just as she intended to remove the heavy phoenix crown from her head, a servant came to report, "Madam, the Prince of Ning has summoned you to the frosty snow pavilion." Ning Miao was somewhat taken aback. She was aware that the Prince of Ning was present. Although she could not see due to the veil, she heard the respectful greetings all around. But why did he wish to see her? With her heart filled with curiosity and not wanting to keep him waiting, Ning Miao adjusted her phoenix crown and set off with Chun Lan towards the frosty snow pavilion. This was her first visit to the frosty snow pavilion, which was significantly larger than the fragrant garden. The pavilion was adorned with many flowering trees, stone hills, water pavilions, cool gazebos, and winding paths. It was spring, and the garden was a riot of colors, with vibrant flowers and green willows. The red winds, blue shadows, and the guards of the Prince of Ning stood outside the room, greeting her as they saw her approach. "Madam." Ning Miao smiled and nodded in response, gesturing for Chun Lan to wait outside while she stepped into the room. Inside, the Prince of Ning was conversing with Yan Mobai. The proposal to establish a school for the daughters of nobility has already been submitted to His Majesty. We shall see how he replies. The Emperor is promoting equality between legitimate and illegitimate children, so it is likely he will approve. Ning Miao, fearing she might be misconstrued as eavesdropping, did not approach but stood at the entrance, behind a beaded curtain, and respectfully announced, "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Ning." The conversation within was interrupted. The Prince of Ning and Yan Mobai turned to look at the vivid red figure beyond the curtain. "Come forward," the Prince of Ning instructed. "Yes," came the soft response, and the woman lifted her arm to part the curtain and stepped inside. She lowered her gaze, appearing both respectful and cautious, her red wedding dress flowing gracefully as she entered the room. She performed another courteous bow, saying, "I have seen His Highness, the Prince of Ning." The Prince of Ning's gaze sharpened, somewhat surprised by the woman's beauty. Her hair was as dark as ink, her skin as white as snow, and her features strikingly lovely. As she bowed her head, the graceful curve of her neck was revealed, captivating the world around her. "There is no need for excessive courtesy." "Madam," the Prince of Ning raised his sleeve. The woman straightened her posture and glanced nervously at the 2 men before quickly averting her gaze again. Yan Mobai's expression remained calm. It was his first time seeing her in such splendid attire. Usually, she wore simple clothing and no makeup, but today, in her fiery red dress and exquisite makeup, with bright red lips and sparkling jewels, she was breathtakingly radiant. He averted his gaze slightly, taking a sip of tea. The Prince of Ning spoke. I understand from Yan Mobai that the plan for the King of Kang to have a Taoist priest exorcise the Emperor's nightmares was overheard by you. Ning Miao nodded, indeed. The prince continued, I summoned you here to personally express my gratitude, as the information you provided helped me avert this crisis. Ning Miao's eyes widened in surprise. Did this truly happen? Realizing her rudeness, she quickly lowered her head and bit her lip, eliciting a chuckle from the Prince of Ning. There is no need for formality. Yes, this occurred during today, South Morning Court session. The King of Kang was determined to succeed, but unexpectedly, the plan fell through, and by the end of court, his face was quite pallid. Ning Miao, seemingly influenced by the prince's hearty laughter and words, allowed a hint of joy to surface. Therefore, I thank you, madam. The Prince of Ning said. Your Highness is too courteous, Ning Miao replied, lowering her gaze, and added, I thought my second brother might not believe it. Second brother? Yan Mobai's eyes subtly flickered. This was the first time she referred to him as such. Previously, she always addressed him as the second young master. Indeed, now that she was married, she was his elder sister-in-law. Such matters were naturally to be believed rather than doubted. Yan Mobai replied in a calm tone, the first words he spoke since her entry. Ning Miao glanced up to meet his gaze, but quickly averted her eyes again. The Prince of Ning picked up a vermilion-lacquered wooden box from the table and handed it to Ning Miao. Montag bys unexpected Gestula, coupled with your youthful grace and unwavering loyalty, is exemplary for women. This jade ruby is a gift from me to you. It serves 3 purposes: to express my thanks, to congratulate you on your marriage, and to reward your steadfastness. Ning Miao's eyelashes trembled slightly. The last point made her feel somewhat guilty. Thank you, Your Highness, but this jade ruby is too precious. She began, raising her gaze to seek Yan Mobai's opinion, uncertain whether she should accept it. However, Yan Mobai did not look her way, busy pouring tea for the Prince of Ning. Please take it, the Prince of Ning insisted, offering the gift. Seeing no alternative, Ning Miao extended her hands, which were wrapped in cloth, and respectfully accepted it, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. That will be all. I have other matters to attend to, and shall take my leave, the Prince of Ning announced as he rose. Yan Mobai set down the teapot and stood as well. No need to see me off. We need not indulge in such formalities, the Prince of Ning remarked before striding toward the exit. Ning Miao bowed again as he departed. Just as she was preparing to leave, Yan Mobai's indifferent voice called out, Wait a moment. Ning Miao halted, turning back. Yan Mobai extended his hand, revealing a brown pill resting in his palm. Ujidin, gifted by the Prince of Ning. After consuming it, your hand injury will heal quickly without scarring. Ning Miao was taken aback, feeling a mix of surprise and confusion. If it was indeed a gift from the Prince of Ning, why did he not present it to her moments ago? If it was not from him, could it possibly be that this man before her wished to give it to her? Yet, seeing his calm demeanor, it seemed unlikely. Perhaps the prince simply forgot. Turning, she walked slowly to stand before Yan Mobai. He assumed she would reach for the pill, but instead, she leaned forward, lowering her head. Yan Mobai expected her to bow, but was taken aback when he suddenly felt warmth in his palm. He was astonished to discover that she had pressed her lips to his hand, taking the pill directly from him. The pill was slippery, and she might not have secured it properly, as she even extended her tongue to retrieve it. The warm, soft sensation sent a jolt through Yan Mobai, and his expression changed as he swiftly withdrew his hand, stepping back in surprise. Ning Miao straightened, having successfully taken the pill. What are you doing? Yan Mobai asked, his tone tinged with irritation, his expression stern. Ning Miao swallowed the pill, her eyes reflecting innocence as she replied, I could not grasp it with my hands. Both of her hands were bound in cloth. Such a tiny pill was difficult for her to handle, and the lacquered wooden box given by the prince was now cradled in her arms. Yan Mobai's gaze swept over her hands before settling on her delicate face. You need not exert yourself here. Simply fulfilling your role as the madam is your path forward. Chapter 023. An opportune confession. Ning Miao was taken aback, her delicate face gradually paling. She bit her lip and inquired, what does second master mean? Although her affections were indeed evident, she had not anticipated such a blunt exposure. Yan Mobai responded coldly, I believe my intentions were sufficiently clear yesterday, and that eldest sister-in-law understood them well enough. I did not expect such behavior today. Ning Miao gazed at him. Her heart was apprehensive, yet the charade had to continue. In this second life, pride was a luxury she could not afford. She had to concede that this man was an impenetrable fortress, impervious to any weapon. But the more unyielding he was, the more she desired to dismantle his composure. "Ay." Ning Miao murmuret, seikning incomprehension. Yan Mobai observed her. Even if physical contact was impossible, there were numerous other approaches. Yet, she had chosen the most inappropriate method. Ning Miao lowered her gaze, biting her delicate lip, and remained silent. Yan Mobai watched her shoulders tremble slightly, as if on the verge of tears. He felt a subtle stirring in his throat. After a moment, he furrowed his brow slightly and spoke again. "I am not Yan Chongjing. Your tactics are wasted on me." Ning Miao pondered his words. Implicitly, Yan Chongjing was someone she had ensnared through artifice. Very well, since the matter had been broached, she might as well add fuel to the fire. Secretly pinching the palm of her injured hand, she welcomed the surge of pain. Raising her head, her watery eyes were filled with a glistening mist. She fixed her gaze on him, her eyes trembling, tears threatening to spill, her chest rising and falling gently. Her face etched with a look of desperate resolve. "Yes, in Jiangnan, I deliberately approached Yan Lang because of his status. He is a member of the Yongchang Marquisate. He is your elder brother. I desired a place to belong, to leverage power for revenge. Therefore, I intentionally approached him, driven by ulterior motives. My affections were not genuine." The final statement was what she most wanted to convey. Otherwise, having already pledged herself to Yan Chongjing, yet harboring feelings for him, such fickleness would lead anyone to question her sincerity. She would use this opportunity to clarify her position. Yan Mobai's gaze narrowed, not expecting such candor. He was well aware that her feelings for Yan Chongjing were not genuine, and that her betrothal to Yan Chongjing was a calculated move. How could a woman like her truly be enamored with Yan Chongjing? However, knowing it in his heart was one thing. Hearing her admit it was another. "Are you telling me this now because you believe the wedding ceremony is complete, you have firmly established yourself in the Marquisate, and no one can force you to leave?" "Of course not. I am. Ning Miao stammered, biting her lip. "I wanted to say that I have not used the same tactics on you as I did on your brother." "I." Her words trailed off, but her meaning was clear. Her approach to Yan Chongjing had been intentional, her affections insincere. But with him, it was different. A sudden clap of thunder resounded outside, startling them both. Ning Miao turned, peering through the beaded curtain towards the door. The sky outside had darkened, as if it were about to rain. The room fell into an eerie silence. Another thunderclap boomed, accompanied by a flash of lightning. The ghostly white light momentarily illuminated the room, making Ning Miao's already snow-white skin appear even more radiant. Yan Mobai felt as if the lightning had struck his heart, causing it to tremble slightly. Suppressing the surge of agitation within his chest, he spoke in a deep voice. "I will say this one last time. If you wish to secure your position in the Marquisate, remember your status, abandon any unwarranted fantasies, and be a good mistress. Otherwise, I will ensure your departure." His words were utterly blunt, his warning unmistakable, his tone frigid. Ning Miao clenched her hands slightly, unsurprised by his reaction. He was not an ordinary man. He was Yan Mobai. Her confession today was merely to test the waters. She had not expected to move him, one step at a time. But since he had spoken so mercilessly, she could not remain passive. Once again, she pinched the palm of her hand beneath the sleeves of her wedding gown, allowing a tear to trickle from the corner of her eye. Her face flushed crimson. She appeared distressed and flustered. I will remember. Please, second master, don't send me away." Her voice was tinged with sobs. Despite being adorned in a vibrant red wedding gown and radiant makeup, she resembled a flower stripped of its vitality, withered and drooping. Finishing her plea, she offered him a curtsy, lowered her head, and silently departed. Yan Mobai returned to his desk, sat down, and the vexation intensified. The rain had begun to fall, the drops large and heavy. The sound of thunder and rain filled his ears. He poured himself a cup of water and took a slow, shallow sip. He knew that her feelings for him might not be genuine either. She was a woman of many schemes. Having captured Yin Changjing's heart and successfully gained Yin Xuanji's acceptance, she was now turning her attention to him. Only she knew how much truth there was in her words. From the day she had verbally sparred with the noble ladies at Siyuan Academy, he knew that she was not as timid and fearful as she usually appeared. On the contrary, she possessed a considerable aura, was articulate and intelligent. Moreover, after these days of interaction, he felt that she was not someone who lacked a sense of propriety. Instead, she was adept at assessing situations and gauging boundaries. Yet on her wedding day, wearing the wedding gown she had just worn during the ceremony, she had run to his room, taken a medicine from his palm with her mouth, and even confessed her feelings to him. Such an earth-shattering act was beyond the capacity of most people, let alone her. Ning and Qi Feng, who had been guarding the door, entered the room after Ning Miao left. Seeing their master sitting there with his eyes lowered, seemingly gazing at the palm of his right hand, they exchanged puzzled glances. The Ning mistress had just left with a red face and tearful eyes, and now their master was staring at his right hand. Could it be that the Ning mistress had been struck by their master? Slapped across the face? No, that couldn't be. Their master would never touch a woman, let alone strike her face. Besides, there was no reason to. The wedding banquet in the main hall has begun. Will master attend? Qi Feng asked. No. Then this subordinate will have the kitchen prepare a meal. Chunlan held an oiled paper umbrella, shielding Ning Miao from the rain, as the two proceeded towards Fangfei courtyard. Has something happened that His Highness, Prince Ning, has summoned you, madam? Chunlan asked after some hesitation. When her mistress had left the room earlier, her eyes had been red, as if she had been crying, although she had now recovered and there was no trace of it. No, His Highness, Prince Ning, was giving me a wedding gift. Ning Miao pulled out the lacquered wooden box containing the jade rui from the sleeve of her wedding gown. Oh, that's good. This servant thought you had been wronged. Ning Miao smiled. No, I was just touched. Chapter 024. A guessing game early the next morning, as per tradition. The bride was to serve tea to the head of the household and the matriarch, while also distributing celebratory cakes to each household. In the main hall, Yan Huiding and Madame Jean sat in the principal seats. Ning Miao, adorned in an elegant bridal attire, respectfully knelt before the two, presenting them with fragrant tea. Their faces beamed with joy as Madame Jean removed a bracelet from her wrist, taking Ning Miao's hand and adorning her with it. From this moment forth, you are one of our family in the Marquis. As long as you remain obedient and diligent, both I and the Marquis shall ensure you are well taken care of. Ning Miao smiled and nodded submissively. Your daughter-in-law understands. Madame Jean relished in her compliant demeanor and began to weave grand visions for her. You are the eldest daughter-in-law of the Marquis and will someday be the matriarch, responsible for managing the household. You may begin to learn your duties. The Chaohua Rouge shop in the southern part of the city is a property of the Marquis and will be entrusted to you starting tomorrow. Consider it a practice ground. Ning Miao respectfully bowed her head. Thank you, father and mother. Externally, she appeared pleased, but internally she scoffed. The ambitions painted were grand indeed. Did they think she was oblivious to their intentions? Accepting someone of her humble status into the Marquis was merely a ploy to bring good fortune to Yin Changjing. If he were to awaken one day, they would undoubtedly seek a more suitable bride for him, leaving her fate as either a concubine or cast aside. The notion of being the matriarch was laughable. She found it hard to believe. Bestowing upon her a shop was simply a means to occupy her time and bind her closer to their schemes. Moreover, it was not a lucrative establishment. Over the past few days, she had gleaned a general understanding of the Marquis's properties. The Chaohua Rouge shop was in severe deficit. After serving tea to her in-laws, she set out to distribute the celebratory cakes to each household. The spring rain fell gently, unceasing. With Chunlan, her maid, they ventured from house to house, one holding an umbrella and the other carrying a basket. First, they visited the Liu household. Yin Xuanji was away at school. In addition to the customary cake, Ning Miao presented a beautifully packaged set of scholar supplies to Madame Liu. Aunt Liu, this set of scholar supplies is said to be specially designed for women. Delicate and exquisite. I hope it pleases the third Mississippi. Madame Liu was taken aback. This must have cost a fortune. You have just entered the Marquis. Surely, you cannot afford such extravagance? Ning Miao smiled gently, It is of no concern. Yesterday, His Highness, the Prince of Ning, gifted me a jade ruby, which I exchanged for a considerable sum. Moreover, this expenditure is justified. The third miss is studying and will find these supplies useful. She added, if her peers possess such items, she should as well. Madame Lu's eyes glistened with gratitude. Thank you, Panner, you are so thoughtful. The previous day, Xuanji had mentioned how this woman had supported her with Yan Mobai at school. Her heart swelled with appreciation for Ning Miao, especially upon receiving such a generous gift. At the Sun household, in addition to the celebratory cake, Ning Miao gifted the 2 dragon and phoenix twins with candied hawthorn and a set of interlocking toys. The children, having never encountered such toys, were captivated. This set allowed them to construct various objects such as houses, carriages, and boats using the small wooden blocks. Ning Miao patiently guided them. This is a Lubon lock. If either of you can unlock it, your sister will reward you handsomely. Madame Sun, observing the children's delight, felt her affection for Ning Miao deepen. On the way back to the Fengfei courtyard, Chunlan inquired, are we not to bring anything to the First Lady? If she learns that you have gifted Aunt Lu and Aunt Sun, might she be displeased? Ning Miao had anticipated such a concern and smiled. It is wise for Madame Jean to feel a hint of urgency. Rest assured, I have only presented gifts to the younger generation, not to the 2 aunties. Chunlan pondered this and agreed. Ning Miao then produced a hairpin from her sleeve and handed it to Chunlan. This is for you. Chunlan's eyes lit up with surprise. I too have a gift. Of course, you are my confidant. You deserve it even more, Ning Miao replied, bestowing the hairpin upon her. Thank you, my lady, Chunlan exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude. Ning Miao smiled softly. For her, wealth was merely a tool for acquiring benefits. As they passed by the Fushua courtyard, Ning Miao remarked to Chunlan, I feel slightly unwell. Please deliver the celebratory cake to the second young master on my behalf. Is that appropriate? The second young master is not just anyone. He is a figure whom even the Marquis and the First Lady regard with trepidation. It would be improper not to deliver it personally. Do not worry, I will manage. He will not mind, Ning Miao assured, patting her arm. Chunlan reluctantly complied. Very well. In the Fushua courtyard, Yan Mobai sat in his study reviewing documents. Qi Feng stood guard outside, while Lan returned from errands. Standing beside Qi Feng with a gossipy expression. Leaning closer, he whispered, I just overheard someone in the manor say that Lady Ning exchanged the jade ruby gifted by the Prince of Ning to buy a set of scholar supplies for the third miss, and also purchased interlocking stationery for the 4th young master and 5th Mississippi. Qi Feng regarded him with indifference, remaining silent. Lan continued, she has gifted her peers, so surely she will also present something to our master. Noticing Qi Feng's continued silence, Lan nudged his arm. What do you think she will give our master? How would I know? Qi Feng replied curtly. Come now, let's take a guess. Qi Feng rolled his eyes. You're so idle. Well, since we have the time, why not indulge in a little speculation? Lan said, just as a patterned yellow umbrella entered through the courtyard gates, his expression brightening. She has arrived. Inside the study, Yan Mobai paused briefly in his writing before resuming his flow with graceful strokes of ink. Moments later, Qi Feng entered to report, Master, the lady has sent Chunlan with celebratory cakes. Yan Mobai's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression neutral as he instructed, let her in. Chunlan entered the study under the guidance of Qi Feng and Lan, visibly nervous, her gaze hesitant as she respectfully acknowledged the stern figure at the desk. Her voice trembling as she spoke, my lady is feeling unwell and has sent me to deliver celebratory cakes to the second young master. I hope you will excuse her and kindly accept them. Yan Mobai lowered his gaze to the documents, his tone devoid of warmth. Set them down. Chunlan cautiously approached, placing the box of cakes on the desk before bowing and withdrawing. Only after exiting the Fushua courtyard did she breathe a sigh of relief. The second young master had not made things difficult for her. Before entering, she had prepared numerous responses in case he questioned her about the lady's condition, refused the cakes, or expressed displeasure. To her surprise, he had not inquired at all. Truly, as the lady had foretold, the second young master was indifferent to such matters. Chapter 025. Idly waiting in the study, Yan Mobai finished reading the documents in his hand and lifted his gaze, only to find Ning fixated on the box of delicacies. "Do you wish to indulge?" Yan Mobai inquired. Ning nodded, then quickly shook his head. In truth, he was not yearning for the delicacies, but rather curious about what gift Lady Ning would bestow upon his esteemed master. Surely, the gifts were contained within the box. "Then let us share them," Yan Mobai suggested, casually picking up another document. "Thank you, my lord." Ning glanced at Chi Feng, and upon seeing him unmoved, he stepped forward to open the box of pastries. To his surprise, inside were merely 8 pieces of lotus cakes emblazoned with the character for happiness. No gifts. Ning refused to believe it, lifting the box to examine both the lid and the bottom. Still, nothing was found. Yan Mobai's eyes flickered as he glanced at the pastries, his lips compressing slightly. "What are you searching for?" he asked coolly. "In nothing," Ning stammered, hastily picking up a piece of cake. "Would you care to taste, my lord? Have I not had lotus cake before?" Yan Mobai retorted icily. Ning fell silent, eventually offering the piece to Chi Feng, who did not accept it. Realizing the atmosphere felt amiss, Ning dared not eat and placed the pastry back into the box. Yan Mobai gestured towards the stack of documents on his desk, instructing Ning, "Take these documents to the Dali Temple, one by one." "Understood, Lanzing Ziplit Obedini." He stepped forward to lift the stack of documents, turning to leave, only to be halted by Yan Mobai's voice. "Wait." Ning turned back. Yan Mobai, his brows lowered, scribbled something on the document in his hand, his tone casual. "I meant one by one." Ning was taken aback. "One by one?" He doubted his hearing, questioning his understanding. "Do you mean to take one to the Dali Temple, return for the next, and so forth?" "Precisely," Yan Mobai replied, snapping the document shut. Ning felt bewildered, incredulous, and utterly perplexed. Was this not a deliberate jest at his expense? Why would he do so? Yan Mobai tossed the shut document onto the table, speaking in a monotone. "Since we have time to spare, a little exercise is quite beneficial." Ning remained speechless. Chi Feng, too, was taken aback. Had they overheard their previous conversation outside the study? Ning felt tears welling up, yet he had spoken no ill of anyone, merely indulging in a little gossip. He yearned to explain, but found himself at a loss, knowing full well his master was resolute in his decisions. With a slight pout, he returned the documents to the table, picked one up, bowed to Yan Mobai, and swiftly exited the room. The following day, after breakfast, Ning Miao took Chunlan to the rouge and powder shop in the southern part of the city. In truth, having something to occupy her time was preferable, as it would serve to cool the ardor of that indifferent man. Having made her feelings clear, she could not entangle herself further for the time being. Otherwise, given his cold and unyielding nature, he might very well expel her from the Marquis's residence. Thus, patience was essential, and she could only bide her time. Moreover, while wealth was merely a means to an end, it remained a crucial tool for procuring benefits. One could disregard money, but it was imperative to possess it, preferably in abundance, which necessitated earning more. The shopkeeper, Mr. Han, was a man in his 40s and a distant relative of the Jean family. He was quite earnest and treated Ning Miao with great courtesy. He first guided her through the shop, showcasing the various cosmetics available, and elaborated on their sources and sales conditions, even presenting the account books for her perusal. Ning Miao gained a rough understanding of the shop's operations. There were a total of 5 employees, 1 shopkeeper, 1 accountant, and 3 clerks. The shop was sizable, well-decorated, and located in a decent area, though it attracted few customers. She and Chunlan explored the entire street, discovering several other establishments selling similar products. After investigating each, she noted that the offerings were largely homogeneous, making it difficult to distinguish one from another. Hence, she pinpointed the root of the issue. Upon returning to the shop, she addressed Mr. Han. "Please assist me in contacting the manager of the cosmetic workshop. I wish to meet her for a discussion." The workshop was an internal establishment of the Yongchang Marquis's residence, dedicated to producing cosmetics for the shops under the Marquis's name. Mr. Han quickly facilitated the connection, and that afternoon she met with the workshop's head, a middle-aged woman named Mrs. Yang, who was said to be the sister of the Marquis's steward. Given her status as the legitimate wife of the Marquis, Mrs. Yang was amicable. Are you looking to change the cosmetic boxes? Ning Miao nodded. Yes, I wish to enhance the quality and aesthetics of the boxes. Today, I visited other shops on the same street and found their offerings nearly identical. We must introduce unique designs to stand out and attract customers. Since the cosmetics are similar, we must first innovate the boxes. Mrs. Yang recognized the truth in her words. She had contemplated improvements but lacked viable solutions. What changes do you propose? Initially, I wish to transform the traditional round and square boxes into various floral shapes. Is that feasible? Mrs. Yang shook her head. Not particularly feasible. It would significantly increase costs, as each flower must be meticulously carved, potentially raising the selling price beyond the production cost. Ning Miao furrowed her brow, aware that costs would be considerable. She had a second suggestion. What if we switched to sandlids? They could be produced in various colors: red, green, yellow, purple, and more importantly, sandlids can be molded, making the process efficient and suitable for mass production. Mrs. Yang's eyes brightened. That is indeed worth exploring. Then let us proceed with that. Additionally, I have another idea, placing a handwritten fortune slip inside each cosmetic box. A fortune slip? Mrs. Yang was puzzled. Ning Miao nodded. Yes, similar to those found in temples, though we will ensure they all contain auspicious fortunes related to health, career, or relationships. Mrs. Yang found the idea novel and smiled, having never considered such a notion. Since everyone believes in these things, purchasing a cosmetic box along with a good fortune will surely delight customers. Most importantly, until the box is opened, no one will know the content of the fortune, sparking curiosity and anticipation, which should enhance sales. Mrs. Yang nodded in agreement, indeed. She gave Ning Miao a thumbs up. Your insights are truly remarkable. Then let us try it. Yes, let us. Chapter 026. Accompanying by royal decree in just a few days, Master Yang delivered the trial samples to Ning Miao. Upon inspection, she was quite satisfied and meticulously reviewed the recorded costs. Unsurprisingly, the expenses exceeded those of the original wooden boxes. Promptly, she summoned Chunlan to bring forth the abacus, and with a flurry of clicks, she began calculating. Both Yang and Chunlan were somewhat astonished. They had not anticipated her proficiency with the abacus. Although the costs were higher than before, there remained a profit margin. Let us stand out first and adopt a strategy of small profits and high sales, Ning Miao suggested. Yang nodded in agreement. Very well. Once I report to the lady of the house and receive her approval, we shall proceed. After all, it is the Jin family that holds the reins. Ning Miao understood this and replied agreed. On one particular day, as they were leaving the residence, they happened upon Madame Jin returning from an outing. Ning Miao and Chunlan promptly approached to pay their respects. Mother, Ning Miao greeted. Madame Jin grasped Ning Miao's hand and inquired with genuine concern. Are you managing the shop well? Don't overexert yourself. I appreciate your concern, Mother. I'm doing quite well. I heard about your suggestion regarding the rouge boxes. Initially, I disagreed, as the rouge shop isn't particularly profitable and investing further seemed unnecessary. She then shifted her tone. However, as the esteemed matron of our house, it is your first venture. Out of both sentiment and reason, I must support you, even if it incurs losses. It is essential to establish your reputation and standing. Therefore, I grant my approval. You may proceed without reservation. Any losses are inconsequential, for the Jin family does not rely on the rouge shop for income. Madame Jin patted Ning Miao's hand, smiling warmly. Ning Miao nodded, her heart filled with gratitude. She felt indebted to her mother's kindness, realizing that henceforth she would be mindful of it. All the rouge had been repackaged, and Ning Miao reorganized the shop's layout, arranging the products categorically. Next came the task of promotion. How should they promote it? Sending someone to advertise in the streets was the most common method. She pondered whether there might be a better approach. Seated in the second-floor chamber of the rouge shop, Ning Miao sipped her tea while deep in thought. Chunlan rushed in. Madam, the second young master has arrived. Yan Mobai? Ning Miao nearly choked on her tea. Who? The second young master, accompanied by a princess. He is here to escort her. A princess? Ning Miao paused, her thoughts momentarily interrupted. There were 3 princesses at court. The eldest, over 40 years old, and the sister of Emperor Zhaoqing, could not be this one. That left the 2 daughters of Emperor Zhaoqing, Princess Yang and Princess Yonglu. both in their youthful teens. She wondered which of them had drawn Yan Mobai to accompany her on an outing to purchase rouge. Wasn't there a saying that women should keep their distance? Setting her cup aside, she descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she found Princess Yang standing at the counter, curiously examining the boxes of rouge. Yan Mobai, donned in a black and gold embroidered robe, stood a respectful distance away, his expression calm and silent. Manager Han and 3 shop attendants followed Princess Yang closely, prepared to assist at any moment. Noticing Mimu's entrance, Manager had addressed her, Madame. Ning Miao raised her gaze, briefly meeting Yan Mobai's eyes before averting hers. She approached Princess Yang and respectfully bowed. "I pay my respects to your highness." Princess Yang scrutinized her. "You are the sister-in-law of Lord Yan?" "Indeed," Ning Miao affirmed. "Might I inquire if your highness has found any rouge to your liking? These are all newly arrived." She gestured toward a nearby counter. Princess Yang set down the item she held and moved to the indicated counter. Her gaze focused on the selection. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Miao subtly glanced at her. Clad in a vibrant yellow brocade gown with a matching cloak, she exuded a lively charm. Her beauty, while not breathtaking, was nonetheless pleasing to the eye. Ning Miao had heard of her in her previous life. Being the favored daughter of Emperor Zhao Qing, she had enjoyed royal attention since childhood and possessed a somewhat spoiled temperament. Such a background suited her well with Yan Mobai, whose aloof demeanor would likely attract a spirited woman of high status. "Your rouge boxes are quite unique," Princess Yang exclaimed, lifting a box to inhale its fragrance. Ning Miao returned her focus, lowering her gaze. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness." The floral design on the box's lid serves not only as decoration, but also embodies the scent and color of the rouge within. Princess Yang raised an eyebrow, nodding in approval. Ning Miao continued, "Each box of rouge in our shop includes a slip of paper. Whichever box you choose is akin to drawing a fortune." "Drawing a fortune?" Princess Yang seemed intrigued. "Indeed, akin to a lottery. If your highness is fond of this box, you may open it and examine the slip inside." "Where is it?" Her excitement was palpable. Ning Miao pointed to the bottom of the box. "It's beneath the rouge. Simply lift it to see." Princess Yang eagerly complied, revealing a neatly folded note. She hastily unfolded it and read aloud, "Do not worry about the road ahead without a confidant. Who in the world does not know you?" She turned to Ning Miao. "What does this mean?" Just as Ning Miao was about to explain, Princess Yang turned to Yan Mobai. "Lord Yan, you are the top scholar of your year, well-versed in literature. What does this mean?" Yan Mobai raised his gaze slightly, glancing at both women. His response was measured. "I believe, Your Highness, that as you have attended the Imperial Academy, you should grasp its meaning. It is quite literal." Princess Yang felt slightly embarrassed by his answer and retorted, "Of course I understand. I merely wished to confirm with Lord Yan, fearing I might misinterpret it." Redirecting her attention to Ning Miao, she asked, "So, this suggests that I shall be well known?" Ning Miao smiled gently, precisely. "This is essentially a fortune regarding fame and success, perfectly suited for a princess such as yourself. As the daughter of the sovereign, destined for greatness, your name shall surely echo far and wide." Princess Yang raised her eyebrows, clearly pleased by the compliment. "This is delightful. Is there more to it beyond fame and success?" "Indeed, there are fortunes regarding health, love, and prosperity," Ning Miao replied. Upon hearing the mention of love, Princess Yang's eyes sparkled. She set down the box she held and quickly reached for another, eager to uncover its fortune. "May you live a long life, healthful and vigorous." Princess Yang frowned. "What use is this to me?" She discarded that box and grabbed another, without a colorful phoenix to fly alongside. "My heart connects with the one who understands me." After reading, a smile of joy appeared on her face. "This fortune pleases me." She turned eagerly to Yan Mobai. "Lord Yan, do you have someone who understands you?" Ning Miao also looked to him, curious to know. Such a steadfast man. It was possible he had someone special in his heart. "No," Yan Mobai replied, his gaze drifting towards the door, his tone indifferent. Chapter 27. The outsider in Yang felt a wave of boredom wash over her. Displeased, she set down the box in her hands and picked up another one. She extracted a fortune slip. Amidst the mountains and waters, doubts abound, yet a hidden village awaits with blooming willows and flowers. Before Yang could respond, Ning Miao spoke first. This fortune is auspicious, indicating that as long as His Highness does not give up, a favorable outcome is guaranteed. Is that so? And Yang inquired. Indeed, when the mountains seem barren and the waters run dry, there is still hope, Ning Miao replied with conviction. And Yang found comfort in her words. Her spirits lifted. Yes, there is nothing I have desired that I cannot achieve as long as I persevere. Before she could finish, Yan Mobai interrupted her coldly. You should choose rouge quickly. This is a rouge shop. If His Highness wishes to draw lots, you may visit Wenchun Temple. With that, he cast a deep, penetrating glance at Ning Miao. If your elder sister-in-law is so adept at interpreting fortunes, why not style her hair and become a matchmaker? And Yang was momentarily speechless. Ning Miao was also taken aback, perhaps noticing that Ning Miao, her sister-in-law, had been reprimanded, and Yang felt less displeased despite the reprimand. Lord Yan is truly tiresome. Very well, I shall choose some rouge. She picked up a box and gestured to Ning Miao. Help me select, too. Ning Miao respectfully nodded. Yes, Your Highness, this box you hold has the fragrance of pomegranate flowers, and the rouge color is a darker shade of red. Then, she picked up another box. I believe, Your Highness, that with your fair complexion, this box would suit you better. The color is lighter, complementing your fair skin, and it carries the scent of peony, befitting your noble aura. And Yang felt pleased and set down the first box, accepting the one from Ning Miao. She brought it to her nose for a whiff before turning to Yan Mobai. Lord Yan, what fragrance do you prefer? His expression remained impassive, his voice calm. What I like is of no importance. It is Your Highness who is purchasing rouge. And Yang understood the implication. It was sufficient for her to choose what she liked. However, she insisted, I believe it is quite important. Lord Yan, do tell, what fragrance do you truly favor? She stamped her foot playfully. A flicker of impatience and coldness crossed Yan Mobai's inky eyes, but it was fleeting. I prefer the scent of none, he replied. Is there a scentless option? And Yang turned to Ning Miao. Yes, Your Highness, there is, Ning Miao responded, presenting one of the boxes with both hands respectfully. And Yang opened it and inhaled deeply. She then raised the box to her cheek, asking Yan Mobai, how does this color suit me? I do not understand such matters, he replied swiftly. Ning Miao had to concede that he was utterly devoid of romantic sensibility, regardless of his noble status. Could he not simply say that anything would look good on the princess? And Yang, feeling wronged, puffed her cheeks and spoke with displeasure. You promised my father you would accompany me to choose rouge. Ning Miao's gaze softened slightly. So it was a royal decree to accompany her. Your Highness, I am here to accompany you, not to assist in selection. Yan Mobai's words were seemingly earnest, yet lacked compassion. He added, please choose quickly. There are official duties awaiting me at the Dali Temple. And Yang's expression soured completely. In the presence of these outsiders, she was a princess of a nation. Seeing her face change, Ning Miao quickly interjected, Your Highness, you are naturally beautiful. No selection is necessary. Any color would look lovely on you. Before she could finish, a sharp sound echoed as Yang slapped her across the face. What business is it of yours regarding my matters with Lord Yan? Ning Miao, caught off guard, felt the sting of the blow as her head turned from the force. The suddenness of the act left everyone astonished. Chunlong gasped, Madam. A fiery pain radiated from her cheek as Ning Miao raised her hand to cover her face, her gaze drifting to Yan Mobai, whose usually inscrutable expression had finally shifted. She felt tears welling up in her eyes. What are you doing, Your Highness? Yan Mobai's voice was as frigid as ice striking stone, his phoenix eyes narrowing as they fixed on Yang. And Yang met his deep, cold gaze and felt an unexplainable tremor in her breath, fear creeping from her core. It was my own fault for speaking out of turn. I did this, she stammered. Moreover, she was a princess, and disciplining a commoner was her prerogative. Firstly, this shop was hers, and introducing her wares to a customer was entirely justified. Secondly, it was she who had invited Ning Miao to select. What was wrong with expressing her thoughts? Furthermore, between the three of them, how could she be considered an outsider when she was the sister-in-law of a minister? Yan Mobai's countenance was as cold as the moon. his words deliberate and unhurried, yet each syllable struck like a blade, compelling. And Yang found herself at a loss for words. Her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, particularly at his last remark. What did he mean by she could not be considered an outsider? Was he implying that she, the princess, was the outsider? Lord, I have official matters to attend to at the Dali Temple, so I will take my leave. Your Highness may continue to select at your leisure. With that, Yan Mobai's gaze turned icy, and he turned on his heel to leave, his stride resolute. And Yang did not expect him to abandon her so abruptly. After all, he was acting under a royal command. How dare he? Yan Mobai, she shouted after his retreating figure, calling him by name. Yet, his upright silhouette, as rigid as a pine, seemed to remain oblivious to her cries, his dark robes billowing as he departed without a backward glance. In a fit of rage, Yang swept the boxes of rouge off the counter, sending them crashing to the floor. Ning Miao, still cradling her face, remained silent. She no longer offered respectful suggestions, nor did she pick up the scattered rouge from the ground. Instead, she stood there with reddened eyes, as if stunned by the blow or deeply aggrieved. As she remained still, the others in the shop dared not move, standing like wooden statues, eyes downcast. And Yang surveyed the scene, her anger intensifying, yet she felt helpless. She longed to lash out, but feared inciting Yan Mobai's wrath. She had only slapped his sister-in-law. If she were to act against him, it would only widen the rift between them. After all, she desired him to be her prince consort. She had once implored her father to arrange the marriage, but he had refused. Her father stated that the laws of the Dezhao kingdom forbade the prince consort from holding official positions or participating in governance. Yan Mobai was a man of both intellect and martial prowess, with grand ambitions for the realm, and possessing a temperament both resolute and aloof. He did not wish to be forced into a role, nor did he want to lose a capable minister. Her father advised her to win him over herself, suggesting that if she could make Yan Mobai willingly forsake his career for her and request a marriage decree, he would consent. With no alternative, she could only rely on herself. Thus, she gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to eliminate everyone in her path. I shall not purchase any more, she declared, kicking a box of rouge far away, preparing to leave. Ning Miao lowered her hand from her face and coldly addressed her retreating figure. If your Highness leaves in this manner, how will you mend your relationship with the second prince? Chapter 28. A rare occurrence, and Yang halted her steps, turned around, her face etched with anger. What do you wish for me to do? Do you expect a dignified princess to offer you an apology? Ning Miao lowered her head. I would never presume such a thing, Your Highness. I merely believe that you do not wish to sever ties with your second brother. And Yang regarded her, pressing her lips together. Her thoughts had been laid bare. Indeed, she did not desire a rift with Yan Mobai, yet the situation had unfolded as it had. What do you propose? Ning Miao gestured to Manager Han and the shop assistants. Please tidy up the rouge scattered on the ground. Then, she instructed Chunlan. Prepare a cup of tea for the princess. Finally, she made a gesture inviting Yang to follow her into the inner room. Your Highness, please accompany me inside. And Yang's emotions were tumultuous. Anger, frustration, and sorrow swirled within her. She glanced at Ning Miao's swollen face, feeling a twinge of guilt. She resented the notion of being orchestrated by a lowly woman. Yet for the sake of Yan Mobai, she endured. After all, he would be her consort, and this woman would be her sister-in-law. And Yang entered a refined room within the shop, where Ning Miao respectfully gestured for her to take a seat. And Yang, with an air of arrogance, settled into the principal chair, her expression cold. Speak. Chunlan brought in the tea, which Ning Miao personally served to Yang. Once Chunlan exited, Ning Miao cautiously inquired, Might I ask whether it was your Highness who sought to visit our rouge shop today? Or was it a suggestion for your second brother? It was my initiative, and he raised no objections. And Yang replied curtly. Ah, Ning Miao said, somewhat disappointed. It seemed her attempts to create a sense of longing had yielded no fruit. May I ask why you inquire? And Yang took a sip of tea, grimacing at its taste. I am accustomed to the palace's delicate brews. This tea is utterly unpalatable. Ning Miao observed her reaction, but remained unfazed, continuing. Since your brother had no objections, it indicates that your visit aligns with his desires. He must have wished for you to come to our shop. And Yang's eyes flickered with intrigue. Is that so? What does it imply? Two possibilities arise, Ning Miao elaborated. First, he does not regard you as a stranger. Hearing this, and Yang's complexion paled, recalling Yan Mobai's earlier words that had labeled her an outsider. Are you mocking me? She demanded, her expression darkening. Ning Miao quickly clarified, No, Your Highness, please allow me to finish. And Yang held her tongue, allowing Ning Miao to continue. You know your brother better than I do. He would never casually bring a woman to his own shop. It has never happened before. Yet today, he has brought you here. This is exceptional. What does it signify? It means you hold a special place in his heart. He does not see you as an outsider. And Yang's gloom dissipated at these words. And the second reason? Naturally, he hopes to benefit from your esteemed presence. Benefit from me? Anyang echoet, intriguet. Ning Miao explained. Our shop has recently launched a floral-shaped rouge box, each containing a unique signature. Your brother surely wishes for you to witness these novelties. If you find them appealing, your noble status as a princess would undoubtedly amplify their popularity, bringing us both business and renown. And Yang remained silent, contemplating the soundness of her reasoning. Thus, Your Highness, to truly understand his intentions, you must act in accordance with his desires. That is the essence of a true connection. And Yang pondered this. Do you mean for me to spread the word? Indeed, it need not require any special effort from you. Simply take a few boxes back to the palace as gifts for the ladies or esteemed friends. They will naturally share their appreciation, achieving the goal of promotion, and your brother will regard you with newfound respect. And Yang was swiftly convinced. Is it truly that simple? Ning Miao noted, precisely. Very well, provide me with several boxes. I assure you, I will ensure they reach their intended recipients, elevating the reputation of our rouge shop. Thank you, Your Highness. Ning Miao bowed graciously. And Yang left with a bundle of rouge, confidence radiating from her. Chunlan approached with 2 peeled, hard-boiled eggs. The lady's face is badly swollen. This will help reduce the swelling. I can manage, Ning Miao replied as she accepted the eggs. The moment they touched her face, she winced in pain. Chunlan, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy. Even if she is a princess, such treatment is uncalled for. Why bestow upon her such a generous gift of rouge? Manager Han and several shop assistants shared her confusion. Ning Miao smiled softly. Fear not. We shall soon recover the cost of that rouge. Does the lady have any plans? Manager Han inquired. Indeed, Ning Miao nodded. We require promotion. If we simply advertise on the streets, the effect will be minimal, as many do the same. However, if it is known that the ladies of the palace, the princess, and esteemed noble women use our rouge and speak highly of it, do you not think the common folk will flock to us? Manager Han realized, so that is why you provided her with so much rouge, to distribute among the ladies and noble women? Precisely. We must ensure she has a role to play. After all, she cannot simply endure a slap without consequence. As dusk descended upon the courtyard of the Yongchang Market residence, Yan Mobai practiced his swordplay. Qi Feng and Lan Ying stood by, observing their master, whose movements were graceful and swift, his sword dancing like a silver serpent, unpredictable and as swift as lightning. Lan Ying leaned closer to Qi Feng, whispering, Every time I watch our master practice, I feel inadequate. Such extraordinary skill, and yet we are merely his personal attendants. What merit do we possess to stand by his side? Qi Feng cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. By the way, why is our master practicing in the back courtyard today, instead of the usual feng shui garden? Lan Ying asked. Master has a habit of reading in the morning and practicing in the evening, regardless of the weather. Today, he simply chose a different location. He mentioned that the feng shui garden is too small for proper practice, Qi Feng explained. Lan Ying nodded, yet the feng shui garden is not small by any means. As their master finished his daily 10 sets, Qi Feng approached with a basin of water to cleanse his hands. Lan Ying followed suit, ready to take the sword from him. Not yet. Allow me to practice 5 more sets. Yan Mobai indicated for them to step back. With a flourish, he executed a beautiful sword form, launching himself into the air, his sword trailing a chilling arc through the evening air. Chapter 29. By what right Lan Ying and Qi Feng exchanged a glance and stepped aside. Lan Xing Bonde. If the master possesses such profound and inscrutable swordsmanship and diligently practices, how could he, as a subordinate, dare to be negligent? He resolved that from the next day onward, he would rise at dawn to train as well. Ning Miao and Chun Lan returned to the residence after the shop closed. As they passed through the back corridor, they caught sight of the graceful figure practicing swordplay. "My lady, over there is the second young master," Chun Lan whispered. "I see," Ning Miao replied, her gaze subtly narrowing. Previously, she only knew of his formidable martial prowess. Today, witnessing it firsthand gave her a tangible sense of his abilities. Since it was a necessary passage, she could not pretend not to see him. As they approached, Ning Miao slightly bowed and greeted second brother. Chun Lan followed suit in greeting. Chi Feng and Lanning also acknowledged Ning Miao with a bow. Yan Mobai cast a fleeting glance at her, his long sword never faltering, executing unpredictable movements without responding. Ning Miao paid no heed and did not linger, silently departing with Chun Lan, watching the duo's figures fade into the distance. Lan Ying nudged Chi Feng and whispered, "Did you notice that one side of the lady's face is swollen, as if she had been struck?" Chi Feng shot him a cold glance. Is the lesson from that day not sufficient? Lan Ying hurriedly fell silent, especially upon seeing their master sheath his sword, fearing his whispered words had been overheard. Just as he felt increasingly anxious, he heard Chi Feng say, "That will be all for today." Both Lan Ying and Chi Feng were taken aback. No more practice? Wazati had said there would be 5 more segments. We've only completed 2. Chi Feng picked up the copper basin again, and Lan Ying quickly stepped forward to take Yan Mobai's sword and return it to its sheath. In the fragrant garden, Ning Miao sat before a bronze mirror, examining her face. Though still somewhat swollen, it was evident that it had improved significantly. Indeed, the method of massaging with an egg proved effective. "My lady, I shall fetch some medicinal ointment for promoting blood circulation and reducing swelling from Butler Yang," Chun Lan suggested. Ning Miao nodded in agreement. The following day, after the morning court assembly, Yan Mobai encountered Princess and Yang on his way out of the palace. To be precise, she had specifically chosen this thoroughfare to wait for him. Lord Yan and Yang greeted, adorned in splendid attire, her demeanor clearly intentional, a radiant smile upon her face. Yan Mobai's expression remained cold as he returned a slight bow. Noticing that he did not even address her as Your Highness, he appeared distant and aloof, causing Yang's eyelashes to flutter slightly. As he was about to depart after his greeting, she quickly called out, "Lord Yan, please hold." Yan Mobai, with an icy countenance, replied, "Does Your Highness have business?" And Yang gestured for her maid, Ling Dang, to step back a few paces, creating distance. Only then did she speak. "Yesterday, I inadvertently struck Lady Ning. It was a moment of impulse on my part." Although she was reluctant to utter these words, for the sake of this man, she forced herself to adopt a more humble posture. Yan Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of coldness flashing before vanishing. "Such words should be directed to the one who was struck. I am not involved." Anticipating his response, and Yang pressed on, "But didn't Lord Yan claim that Lady Ning is your sister-in-law? You are not strangers. It is the same to speak with Lord Yan." Yan Mobai lifted his gaze to her, his dark eyes as deep as an abyss. And Yang felt hesitant to meet his gaze, recalling the purpose of her visit. "Yesterday, I received several boxes of rouge from Lady Ning, which I have distributed to the ladies of the palace and a few esteemed young ladies. They all praised the rouge and agreed to spread the word." As she spoke, she observed the handsome countenance of the man, searching for reaction. Yan Mobai's expression remained unchanged, though he was somewhat surprised by the turn of events. Seeing a slight change in his demeanor, and Yang's heart raced, akin to a startled deer. "So, he truly regards me differently, as that woman suggested?" Fortunately, she was clever enough not to mention that it was the woman's idea or that the rouge was given by her, framing it as her own initiative instead. Just as she eagerly awaited Yan Mobai's next reaction, she heard him say, "I do not manage shops. Your Highness need not inform me of these matters." And Yang was taken aback. "If Your Highness has no other business, I shall take my leave." With that, Yan Mobai turned and walked away, leaving Yang standing there for a while, trying to regain her composure. What did he mean? Wasn't he supposed to be grateful for her kindness? However, upon reflection, She deemed his reaction to be normal. He was no ordinary man. He was Yan Mobai, a man so proud would never seek help from others, let alone from a woman. She accurately grasped his thoughts and assisted him, which must have put him in an awkward position. It was entirely reasonable for him not to acknowledge it or express gratitude. A simple thank you would equate to admitting he had benefited from her. With this thought, Yang mood lifted. In the evening, after the shop closed, Ning Miao and Chun Lan returned to the residence. Upon arriving at the fragrant garden, a servant reported that Yan Mobai requested her presence at the frosty snow pavilion. She had a hunch about the reason. Upon reaching the pavilion, she found both Chi Feng and Lanning absent, as well as other servants. Noticing the study was lit and the door closed, Ning Miao approached and gently knocked. "May I inquire what my second brother wishes to discuss?" The door creaked open, revealing a man in a dark robe, his expression stern. Their eyes met. Upon encountering the chill in his gaze, Ning Miao's long lashes fluttered. The man turned and walked inside, prompting Ning Miao to follow. Suddenly, he halted and turned back. "Do you truly not know why I call for you?" His voice, like his gaze, was frigid. Ning Miao urgently stopped, standing a step or two away, and shook her head slightly. The man's lips curled into a cold smile, or perhaps it was not a smile at all, as he faced her. "Was it not your idea to have Yang send a rouge to the ladies of the palace?" Today, upon hearing from Yang, he realized that this woman before him was the mastermind behind it. And Yang lacked such wit. Ning Miao pressed her lips together, aware that he could deduce that she had encouraged Yang. Who was he? He was the astute Yan Mobai. Thus, she did not deny it, softening her voice. "I only thought it would benefit the shop." Yan Mobai's gaze fell upon her half-swollen, yet healing cheek. "For the shop's benefit. You presume to act on your own accord with my affairs. By what right do you?" His voice was soft yet laced with an icy edge, each word cutting deeply. Ning Miao felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over her, her heart trembling. That fool Yang hasn't disclosed everything to him, has she? "I do not know how your highness conveyed matters to my second brother. I'm merely—" Before she could finish, Yan Mobai interrupted. "What more do you need to say? She of that sort must have been persuaded by you with promises of benefits. Today, after court, she intercepted me to claim credit, indicating that the benefit was me." Chapter 030. Unrequited feelings. Ning Miao felt an urge to commend him for his intelligence. It was indeed remarkable. Thus, Yang did not elaborate further, as he had deduced it himself. "I merely mentioned to her that you were upset. If she could heed my advice and bring business to our family shop, perhaps you would forgive her. The shop is under your management. What relation does it have to me? Why do you presume that if your business flourishes, I would forgive her?" Yan Mobai by infallible. The two were in close proximity, his gaze piercing into her eyes. Ning Miao lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "So, second brother does not wish to forgive her because she slapped me?" Yan Mobai was taken aback. Her interpretation and articulation of the matter had caught him off guard. He swallowed hard and remained silent for a moment. "You are overestimating your significance. Then why is second brother angry? Why not forgive her?" Ning Miao slowly lifted her gaze, timidly questioning with sincerity. Yan Mobai was rendered speechless. Do not indulge in self-deception. He suddenly realized that this woman had led him astray and spoke in a deep tone. "Is this the crux of the matter? The focal point is why you choose to exploit me?" Ning Miao once again lowered her head, stammering, I thought that since the shop belongs to our family, and we are family, we ought to assist one another. If the shop thrives, it benefits the family as a whole." Yan Mobai found her response amusing. "Do you think I need the pittance you might earn?" He scrutinized her, observing the scheming glint in her eyes, his voice emerging from the depths of his throat. "Is it not true that when you realized your own unworthy intentions were exposed and rejected by me, you sought to push me towards another woman for your own gain?" Ning Miao. Was that truly how he perceived it? "I did not." She shook her head fervently. "I truly did not." Yan Mobai's expression was as frigid as frost. "Ning Pan, I warn you, should there be a next time. Do you believe I would let you leave the Ho residence unscathed?" Ning Miao sprat hichet. This was the first time he had directly addressed her by name, and the first time he had threatened her life. I understand," she replied, her voice barely audible. Yan Mobai regarded her, his thin lips pressed together. After a moment, he uttered a single word: leave. Ning Miao looked up, momentarily stunned by his harsh command, noticing the storm brewing within his dark pupils. Her eyelashes fluttered as she averted her gaze. She turned and departed in silence. Only after exiting the Fushue courtyard and walking some distance did Ning Miao lift her head, her expression returning to normal. That insufferable man, truly a tough nut to crack. Due to the whispers of palace concubines and noble women throughout the capital, the reputation of the Chaohua Rouge shop soared. Customers flocked to it, and business boomed. The shop was constantly filled with patrons, with lines stretching to the opposite side of the street, and the finances finally turned profitable. Ning Miao was immensely pleased with this outcome. Manager Han, Boss Yang the accountant, and several shop assistants all held Ning Miao in high esteem. Even Jin Shi and Yin Huading spoke highly of her. One day, upon arriving at the shop, Manager Han excitedly reported to her that a wealthy female merchant from Chenzhou had taken a liking to their rouge and wished to purchase it in bulk. Ning Miao's eyes sparkled. What wonderful news! She mentioned she is staying at the Qingfeng Inn and, should the lady be willing, she could meet her in the Tianzi room today for a detailed discussion, as she will be returning to Chenzhou tomorrow. Ning Miao was more than willing. Being a woman who considered every step carefully, she understood that while the shop's business was currently thriving, it could not last indefinitely. Rouge, unlike staple foods, was not consumed daily. A single box could last for months. Although the capital had a considerable population, it had its limits, and over time, those who needed to purchase would have done so, causing business to wane. New clientele and fresh sales channels were essential, and supplying to other regions presented a promising opportunity. I shall go meet her now. Ning Miao donned her veil hat and instructed Chunlan, go to Tianbao Zhai and purchase some fine local delicacies to send to the Tianzi room at Qingfeng Inn. Then she headed straight to the inn. The inn was not far, and a carriage was unnecessary. Upon reaching the inn, she ascended to the third floor and stood before the door of the Tianzi room, raising her hand to knock. This is Ning Pan from the Chaohua Rouge shop, here to pay my respects. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a man clad in a sky-blue brocade robe. Ning Miao was taken aback. Manager Han had clearly stated it was a woman. Doubting her location, she looked up to confirm the room number through the veil of her hat. It was indeed the Tianzi room. Ning Yang, please come in, the man spoke first. And you are? I am Song Liang from Chenzhou, the servant of the lady who spoke with the shopkeeper at Chaohua Rouge. He introduced himself. Ah, I see. A pleasure to meet you. Ning Miao slightly furrowed her brow. Initially, she had assumed the individual was a woman, which made her feel at ease. However, now that it was a man, she considered the implications of being alone together in a private room. Perhaps we could instead meet at a nearby tea house, allowing me to extend my hospitality? Ning Miao suggested. The lady's kindness is appreciated, but let us save it for next time. I have matters to attend to shortly, he replied, then added, I understand your concerns. Rest assured. The Tianzi room is equipped with a parlor for meetings, so discussing matters here is entirely appropriate. Very well. With the conversation reaching this point, Ning Miao stepped inside. Typically, the Tianzi room was the premier accommodation of an inn, spacious and featuring both a bedroom and a parlor separated by a screen. The man closed the door. Ning Yang, please take a seat. Ning Miao approached the table in the parlor, gracefully settling down and removing her veil hat. The man came over, lifted the teapot from the table, poured tea into the cups, and handed one to her. Thank you. Ning Miao accepted the cup, her gaze discreetly scanning the room. The space was immaculate and orderly, as if it had not been occupied for a night. There were no signs of luggage or personal belongings belonging to a guest. Coming from Chenzhou as a wealthy merchant, it was implausible that he had no baggage at all. Ning Miao's eyes deepened with thought. Retracting her gaze, she assessed the man before her, who was now pouring himself a cup of tea. The man's brocade robe was fastened with the right lapel over the left, a style that had recently emerged among some young men in the capital to signify their distinction. The man took a seat opposite her and smiled. This tea was gifted by a friend, said to be this year's new harvest. I hope you find it to your liking. With that, he gazed at her expectantly. Ning Miao's curiosity piqued, and she raised the cup to her lips, concealing it with her sleeve, feigning a sip. Noticing the glimmer of triumph in his eyes, She set the cup down and remarked, "Not bad at all." Chapter 031. Tender care. Noticing the man had no intention of discussing business, she surmised that the effects of the drug in her tea must be swift. Yet, she was uncertain of its nature. Was it an aphrodisiac or a sedative? She feigned discomfort, shaking her head, resting her hand on her temple, and squinting slightly. "What is happening?" "What do you think is happening, my lady?" The man, shedding his previous gentle demeanor, smiled coldly. Ning Miao pretended to be astonished, albeit weakly. What have you given me?" The man stood up, leaning close to her ear, his warm breath sending chills down her spine as he enunciated each word. Harmony, separation. It was indeed an aphrodisiac. Ning Miao's gaze narrowed, maintaining her composure while pretending to feel worse. She looked up at him. Who are you? I hold no grievance against you. Why would you treat me this way?" The man grasped her chin forcefully, scrutinizing her face, tilting his head in appreciation. A sinister smile curled at his lips. "With a face like yours, which man wouldn't be tempted?" Ning Miao felt his gaze slither over her like a serpent's tongue, leaving her with a sense of revulsion. Instinctively, she wished to break free, but she restrained herself. She needed to ascertain his identity. I am already married. I am the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yongchang Marquis household. My father-in-law is the Marquis, and my brother-in-law is Yan Mobai, the Minister of Justice. Are you not afraid of their vengeance?" The man's expression darkened, his eyes swirling with fury as his grip on her chin tightened, as if he intended to crush her jawbone. Ning Miao winced in pain. Through gritted teeth, he spat. "Do you dare mention your husband? Did he show any fear when he forced himself upon my wife?" Ning Miao's heart sank. So, this man was indeed the husband of the woman who was assaulted by Yin Changjing, the son of Minister Wen Shuliang? No wonder. My husband did wrong in offending your wife, and he has already paid a hefty price. He lies comatose in bed, and even if he awakens, he will be a broken man. Before she could finish, the man interrupted her sharply. "And so what? My wife has been defiled by him. She has been sullied. Haven't you already reached a reconciliation? Moreover, the fault lies with him. If you seek retribution, it should be directed at him, not me." Ning Miao attempted to break free, but to no avail. Of course, if she wielded her martial skills, she could escape his grip. However, that would reveal her abilities. Thus, she aimed to persuade him to relent first. If all else failed, she would resort to force. "He has slept with my wife. I shall sleep with his. It is only fair. Besides, you are bound to a man who treats you like a widow. Are you content with that? Do you not wish to experience the pleasures of love?" The man leered, his fingers tracing the contours of her face. Such exquisite beauty should not go uncelebrated beneath a man's embrace. What a pity. Ning Miao stiffened. "Calm yourself. Yin Changjing has been rendered a living corpse by your family. The Marquis has silently accepted this outcome due to their guilt. But if you defile me now, do you believe the Marquis will let this go? Do you intend to become a living corpse as well?" The man's expression faltered momentarily, but it was fleeting, replaced by a sinister smile. "As long as you do not speak of it, they will remain oblivious. After all, Yin Changjing is but a cripple now. You may secretly follow me. I will treat you with tenderness, allowing you to remain the Marquis's eldest daughter-in-law while indulging in the pleasures of love. What could be better?" Ning Miao. Such a cunning scheme. In the carriage, Yan Mobai, having just concluded his court duties, was engrossed in a document. Due to the bustling market outside, the carriage moved slowly. He heard the blue figure outside greeting someone. "Chunlan, what brings you here?" Chunlan's voice echoed from afar. "The lady is meeting guests at the Qingfeng Inn. I was asked to purchase some local specialties." Yan Mabei's fingers paused as he turned a page. Meeting guests at the inn? Realizing he had lost focus, he frowned and resumed reading. The voice of the blue figure rang out again. "Why don't you take it inside?" Chunlan replied. "The attendant would not allow me upstairs," stating that the guests in the Tianzi room requested no interruptions. "I could only wait at the entrance for the lady." The blue figure responded with an O. Yan Mabei's attention sharpened. Meeting guests, Tianzi room, no disturbances. He lifted a corner of the curtain, squinting at the Qingfeng Inn. Lowering the curtain, he paused momentarily before instructing the driver ahead. "Stop the carriage." Inside the room, the two were still in a struggle. "Young master, release me, and I shall forget I ever saw you today." Let today's events never have occurred, Ning Miao pleaded. The man would not relinquish his prize so easily. You have consumed the aphrodisiac. If you do not sleep with me, you will only sleep with another man. With me, it is safe and discreet. I shall treat you tenderly, ensuring you find it irresistible. The man began to tear at Ning Miao's clothing. With a slight twist of her arm, she gathered her inner strength, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a woman's urgent voice called from outside. Young master, Lord Yan has arrived. Ning Miao quickly retracted her hand. Seizing the moment while the man was momentarily stunned, she struggled fiercely. His large hand fell upon her collar, and, as she fought against him, her collar was torn open. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open. A man clad in resplendent red robes appeared at the threshold, his demeanor regal and his expression stern. Behind him were Chifeng, Lanying, Chunlan, and a woman, with Chifeng brandishing a sword against her neck. This woman was likely the attendant who had sought out Manager Han at the Rouge shop and had just notified them of Lord Yan's arrival. Save me. Ning Miao's voice softened, taking on a whimper. She heard Yan Mobai instructing the others, wait outside. Then she saw the figure in red move like fire, swiftly approaching. He forcefully pulled the man restraining her away and swung a punch, landing it squarely on the man's face. The sound of a nose breaking echoed through the room. The man grunted, staggering back several steps. Ning Miao lost her support, her body softening as she nearly collapsed, but was caught by Yan Mobai's arm around her waist. In the same motion, his other arm raised, and the curtain nearby was yanked down by his powerful inner strength. In the next instant, Ning Miao found herself enveloped in the curtain, concealing her open collar. Second brother, she murmured, leaning into Yan Mobai's embrace, seeking refuge. Chapter 032. He was going insane. Yan Mobai's handsome brows furrowed slightly. He turned his head, swept out a gust of palm wind, and with a resounding thud, slammed the door shut, completely cutting off the gazes of the four people outside. Then he slowly turned his eyes, his voice cool as he questioned the man clutching his nose, his eyes swirling with undercurrents. What are you doing? When you tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. He then raised his hand to wipe away the blood flowing from his nostrils. His face an unsightly mess. He had originally intended to use the aphrodisiac to bed this woman, forcing the issue and presenting a fait accompli. Given that a woman's reputation was more precious than life itself, she would certainly not dare to make a sound. He would then exploit Yan Changjing's impotence, compelling her to submit to his whims long-term. He never expected Yan Mobai to intervene halfway. When Yan Changjing had his accident, it was always Yan Huoding and Jin Shi who came forward to handle things. This man had never appeared. In principle, given this man's status and position in the court, if he were to step forward, his father would give him some consideration. However, he remained completely aloof. He never imagined that he would meddle in other people's affairs today. When you narrowed his eyes, watching him hold the woman in his arms, perhaps to avoid suspicion, his palm did not rest on the woman's body, but merely supported her with his forearm. Yet, he still found it worthy of contemplation. The world says that Lord Yan is devoid of passion, never allowing a woman to approach him. When you said, clicking his tongue with amusement, Yan Mobai looked at him calmly. The world also says that I kill without blinking an eye, daring to take the lives of even aristocratic sons. When Yu's expression faltered, he knew that he was not making empty threats. He truly dared to do it. Yan Mobai, it was your elder brother who acted like a beast first. When you roared, hasn't that matter already reached a consensus? Yan Mobai inquired. Since you have reneged on the agreement, I presume you disagree. Shall we report it to the authorities then? Yan Mobai's tone was unhurried, yet it carried an unyielding pressure. Hearing the mention of reporting to the authorities, when Yu's face changed, reporting to the authorities would not only disgrace the Yongchang Marquis' residence, but also the Ministry of Personnel. Seeing that he remained silent, Yan Mobai further inquired, what do you say? Shall we have the authorities come and investigate the scene now? Fortunately, we have both witnesses and evidence. As he spoke, he glanced at the teacups on the table before him. Panic surfaced in Wen Yu's eyes. Yan Changjing was already ruined for life. He did not want to end up like Yan Changjing. Moreover, reporting to the authorities would merely change Yan Changjing's place of confinement from his home to a prison cell. However, it was different for him. If he were imprisoned, it would be a great loss. I didn't do anything to her. When you retorted, his neck stiff. It's me you should be looking at. Look at what you've done to me. It's my fault for drugging her, but you've beaten me up like this. Let's just call it even today. When you said, Yan Mobai gazed at him, his eyes like abysses. Just as he was about to speak, the woman in his arms tightly grasped the sleeve of his court attire, struggling restlessly. I feel awful. Seeing this, when you quickly seize the opportunity, you should quickly take her to see a physician. I also need to find a physician to reset my nasal bone. With that, he turned to leave. Yan Mobai wanted to stop him, but found that he could not move an inch. Both sleeves of his robe were tightly clutched by the woman in his arms. He lowered his eyes and saw that she seemed to be in even greater pain. He pursed his thin lips and allowed Wen Yu to open the door. Addressing his back, he spoke, his voice like the sound of ice striking stone. If there's a next time, I will make you regret being born into this world. Wen Yu's legs went weak upon hearing this, and he stumbled on the threshold, nearly falling. Summon Doctor Hu. Yan Mobai ordered in a deep voice as the door opened. Lan Ning acknowledged the order and departed. Seeing that his lord had let Wen Yu go, Chi Feng also withdrew the long sword that was held against the neck of Wen Yu's maidservant. Let's go. Wen Yu led his maidservant away swiftly. Chunlan was worried about Ning Miao, unsure of what had happened or the current situation. She was anxious, but dared not enter the room rashly. The second master had instructed everyone to wait outside, and without his permission, she dared not go in. Chi Feng was the same. Not only did he not dare to enter, but he also silently pulled the door shut. Inside the room, Yan Mobai scooped up the woman in his arms and carried her horizontally. He bypassed the dividing screen and entered the inner chamber, placing her on the bed. Bear with it, the doctor will be here soon. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but the woman wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. Caught off guard, Yan Mobai's face nearly collided with hers. Their noses almost touched. Never before had they been so close. Yan Mobai's entire body stiffened. Uncomfortable, the woman's red lips parted. As her hoarse voice trailed out, her breath, as well as the faint fragrance of a woman, filled his senses. Yan Mobai's Adam's apple bobbed. He frowned, attempting to straighten his back, but the woman clung to him tightly, like a vine. He was unable to do so. Helpless, he could only raise his hand to pry off her arms. However, the woman pulled him even closer, and, at the same time, she raised her slender neck, her red lips swiftly and accurately pressing against his. Yan Mobai felt as if he had been struck by a ball of fire. His mind went blank, his ears rang, and a storm surged within his heart. He forgot to move, forgot to react, as if he had been immobilized. It was not until the woman, dissatisfied with merely pressing her lips against his, bit down on his lip in her eagerness that he jolted back to his senses. He forcefully pried off her arms and straightened his back. The woman was clearly dissatisfied. Darkness surged in Yan Mobai's eyes. He swiftly took a step back, creating distance, and realized for the first time that his breathing was ragged. He touched his lip, a stinging sensation assailing him. A spot of crimson stained his fingertip. He should not have concerned himself with her. The woman on the bed began to tear at her own clothes. In a few swift movements, she ripped off the bed curtains that were draped around her and threw them on the ground. She then began to tear at the dress on her body. Yan Mobai could only step forward and grasp her wrists, preventing her from continuing. Taking advantage of the strength of his grip, the woman sat up and leaned into his arms like a boneless kitten. I feel awful. Save me. Yan Mobai frowned, his body stiff as he leaned back, not allowing her to touch him. Having no other recourse, the woman lowered her head to kiss the back of his hand. Because his hands were gripping her wrists, she could easily reach the back of his hand. Yan Mobai felt as if he was going insane. Chapter 033. Utter despair, his countenance darkened. He was tempted to immobilize her with acupressure, yet he hesitated, fearing any harm to her delicate form. The window drapes that had veiled her were now discarded, and her neckline plunged, revealing expanses of alabaster skin. As she bowed her head to press kisses upon his hand, the contours of her breasts were partially unveiled to his gaze. As if scorched, he averted his eyes. Clearly, the potion had taken hold, clouding her senses, rendering her increasingly uninhibited. Her fevered tongue traced fiery patterns upon his hand. Unable to endure, he released her wrist, retreating to maintain a distance. Her eyes, half-lidded and glistening with tears, gazed upon him. She murmured his name, Yan Mobai, Yan Mobai. Her voice, a husky whisper, resembled the plaintive cry of a wounded kitten. Yan Mobai observed her, his chest stirring. It was the first time she had uttered his name. Even in her delirium, she recognized him. Bear with it. The physician will arrive shortly. She seemed deaf to his words, reaching out to him, her distress palpable. Yan Mobai ignored her, turning away. Perhaps sensing his indifference, she staggered from the bed, stumbling forward. What are you doing? He yearned to steady her, yet feared her entanglement. Instead, he trailed behind. She swayed past the screen, reaching the table in the hall. She seized the cup and drank deeply. Recalling the potion within, Yan Mobai's face paled. He lunged forward, wresting the cup from her grasp. Thirsty. I'm thirsty. Dissatisfied. She frowned, attempting to reclaim the cup. Yan Mobai scowled, and with a swift motion, flung the cup out the window. She reached for Wenyu's cup, but Yan Mobai intercepted it, casting it out as well. Anticipating her next move, he seized the teapot, sending it crashing through the window. She turned, glaring at him with reddened eyes, finally succumbing to weakness, collapsing to the floor. Yan Mobai felt a throbbing headache. He glanced towards a closed door, commanding in a low voice, "Inquire as to whose delay." "Yes." Chi Feng responded from beyond the door. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Mobai sighed, stepping forward to lift her from the floor. He discovered she was weeping, tears streaming down her face. His brow furrowed, an indescribable emotion stirring within him. He cradled her in his arms, carrying her back towards the bed. Nestled in his embrace, Ning Miao gazed at him through tear-filled eyes, studying his perfect profile. The taut line of his jaw, the thinness of his lips, the discomfort within her, coupled with her calculated intentions, prompted her to encircle his neck. Indeed, her earlier performance was a ruse, for she had not imbibed Wenyu's tea. It was a taxing charade, requiring every ounce of her acting prowess. But now, she was genuinely afflicted, having consumed the tea laced with the aphrodisiac. The physician's arrival was imminent, and a simple examination would reveal its presence. She had to ensure its effects were evident. The potion's potency was swift and fierce, engulfing her in a fiery inferno. A hollow ache emanated from her lower abdomen, causing unbearable discomfort. The man before her filled her with utter despair. Her despair stemmed not only from his indifference to her plight, her desperate attempts at seduction, but also from the likely futility of finding an antidote to the 3 springs poison inflicted by Prince Kang. An essential component was missing, for this man was unlikely to have offspring. Was he truly devoid of emotion? Even so, his physical urges should remain normal. She suspected he suffered from some hidden ailment, rendering him impotent, or perhaps, like Yin Chongjing, he had suffered an injury or mutilation. She knew not. She only knew that she was in agony, tormented by 1,000 ants gnawing at her blood, 1,000 currents surging through her veins. She clutched his neck, arching her body, seeking to kiss his jaw, its perfect curve. She failed, unable to reach. Instead, she sank her teeth into his throbbing Adam's apple. A muffled groan escaped his lips. She seemed to find some relief, clinging to his throat, craving more. Her hands fumbled at the collar of his court robes. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness, followed by a sharp pain in her back and buttocks, signaled that she had been tossed onto the bed, thrown aside like a burning ember or a monstrous flood. She yearned to scream, but could only manage a whimper, a moan of anguish. With her hands bound, she resorted to her feet, attempting to ensnare the sash of his robes. But the sash was too strong, and she too weak. Instead, she aimed to kick at his groin. His hand clamped down on her ankle. Through her fading consciousness, she saw him repeat his actions, binding her ankles with strips of the window drapes. Then, she lost all awareness, her only sensation being one of torment. When Doctor Who arrived, he found the woman on the bed, her hands and feet bound, drenched in sweat, her face flushed, her mind adrift. "She has ingested an aphrodisiac," Yan Mobai stated. Doctor Who was unsurprised. The woman's symptoms were evident. He took her pulse, his brow furrowing. "How is it?" Yan Mobai inquired. Doctor Who sighed. "As you know, the most effective remedy for such a potion is the act of love. Are there no other options? Acupuncture, combined with herbal remedies, could suppress the effects. but it would be a painful and prolonged ordeal. Yan Mobai frowned. Proceed with treatment. Doctor Hu obeyed, opening his medical kit and retrieving his needles. When Ning Miao awoke, her head throbbed, and she was disoriented. Madam, you're awake. Chunlan's joyful face swam into view. Ning Miao struggled to sit up, Chunlan assisting her. As she sat, Ning Miao glanced around the room, realizing she was still in the premium suite of the Qingfeng Inn. Her memories gradually returned, piecing together the events. So, the effects of the potion had been neutralized? By what means? By the doctor? Chunlan, what happened? She wanted to know what had transpired during her unconsciousness, and how Yan Mobai had arrived at the Qingfeng Inn. Chapter 034. The early affection has faded. Chunlan placed a soft pillow behind Ning Miao's back, allowing her to lean against it. In truth, the servant was as perplexed as anyone else about the unfolding events. Following the instructions of the mistress, she had procured some local delicacies from the capital, only to be denied entry to the upper floors by the innkeeper, who informed her that a distinguished guest had requested not to be disturbed. Thus, she resolved to wait at the entrance of the inn, reasoning that once the business was concluded, the mistress would inevitably exit through the main door. At that moment, the carriage of the second young master passed by the inn, and the blue guard, upon seeing her, inquired about her presence there. She recounted the situation truthfully. Shortly thereafter, the carriage halted, and the second young master disembarked. Entering the inn, the innkeeper attempted to intervene, but the second young master asserted his authority, stating he was conducting an investigation for the Dali Temple, which left the innkeeper too intimidated to object. The second young master made his way directly to a room on the third floor. At the door of that room stood a woman who, upon noticing the young master's arrival, hurriedly signaled an alert. The red guard brandished his sword menacingly at her throat, while the second young master forcefully kicked open the door. After that, Chunlan hesitated, clearly troubled. Ning Miao gestured for her to continue without reservation. I saw a man embracing the mistress inside. She was calling for help, and then the second young master instructed us to remain outside while he entered the room. Afterward, he used his internal energy to close the door, and I was left unaware of what transpired thereafter. Ning Miao nodded, her heart filled with questions. How did Yan Mobai ascertain the peril she was in? Or perhaps he was not aware of any danger, but rather suspected her of clandestine dealings, having heard that she was meeting someone and that no one was to disturb her, prompting his visit? And what followed? Did Doctor Hu arrive afterward? Ning Miao inquired of Chunlan. Chunlan affirmed. Yes, he stayed inside for nearly 2 hours before leaving with the second young master. Upon departing, he instructed me to care for the mistress and cautioned everyone that today's events must remain confidential. Ning Miao was taken aback, but soon comprehended the gravity of the situation. If news of this incident spread, it would tarnish her reputation and that of the whole household. And furthermore, it could jeopardize Yan Chongjing's matter as well. Thus, the man was not merely seeking cosmetics, but rather had ulterior motives toward the mistress. Correct? Chunlan surmised. Ning Miao nodded indeed. Fortunately, the second young master arrived in time, allowing me to narrowly escape disaster. I am deeply concerned for you, and in the future, for any business meetings, you must not attend alone. I shall accompany you. Chunlan shuddered at the thought. Ning Miao smiled gently. How was the mistress feeling now? Better. Physically, I am fine, yet I am troubled within, she replied. The missed opportunity to engage with Yan Mobai weighed heavily on her heart. It seemed a hopeless endeavor in this lifetime. At the Dali Temple, Yan Mobai sat at the desk, his demeanor calm yet authoritative. The red guard and blue shadow flanked him, while the chief clerk, Zhang Yuan, stood before him, respectfully reporting on the investigation. The deceased bore 2 wounds, one to the back of the head, resulting in bruising, likely from a blunt object, and the fatal injury to the chest, inflicted by a sharp blade that pierced the heart. No murder weapon was found at the scene, implying it had been removed by the perpetrator. Additionally, there were bite marks on the back of the deceased's hand. Yan Mobai's gaze sharpened as he instinctively concealed his left hand within his wide sleeves. He too bore a bite mark from that woman. Zhang Yuan continued his report, but Yan Mobai's mind drifted to the image of her leaning in to bite his hand. Based on the shape and size of the bite marks, it was preliminarily concluded that the biter was a woman. Furthermore, a trace of red lipstick was found on the deceased's Adam's apple. This revelation jolted Yan Mobai back to attention. That woman had also kissed him there. He realized he had not checked himself in a mirror since leaving the Qing Feng Inn. Had he wiped it away afterward? The thought eluded him. Suddenly, he felt a flush of heat at his throat and dryness in his mouth, prompting him to take a sip of water to mask his unease. Surely, there was no lipstick. She was typically unadorned, rarely applying makeup. Moreover, she had first kissed his lips, then his hand, and finally his throat. Even if she had worn lipstick, it would have faded. A glance at his hand confirmed the absence of any traces. He felt reassured that his throat was equally unblemished. Zhang Yuan continued his report. We believe that the deceased was likely killed shortly after engaging in intimate relations with a woman, despite being unmarried. We have dispatched individuals to investigate all women he may have encountered, focusing particularly on establishments of ill repute. Why? Yan Mobai interjected suddenly, his voice the first to break the silence since the report began. Zhang Yuan, Red Wind, and Blue Shadow paused in surprise. Zhang Yuan replied, because typically, women do not engage in such vigorous encounters. The biting of the hand and throat suggests that only women from the pleasure quarters would employ such tactics. Before he could finish, a loud thud echoed as Yan Mobai slammed his cup onto the table. Is this how you deduce a case? The three men fell silent, startled. Zhang Yuan quickly clarified, we are merely suspecting this. We are not solely investigating the pleasure quarters. All women who interacted with the deceased are under scrutiny. You are mistaken in your assumptions. Such subjective reasoning could severely mislead your judgment. Yan Moai's expression hardened, his voice as frigid as ice. Zhang Yuan lowered his gaze. Trembling slightly, Your Excellency, you are correct. We shall heed your words. Yan Mobai scrutinized him, speaking with deliberate calmness. There are myriad possibilities for such a scenario, including the women you mentioned, or those who are innately more daring in matters of intimacy, or perhaps the passion of both parties led to such fervor, or even intoxication during the act, or the use of aphrodisiacs, and even the possibility of a woman being administered with a love poison. Yan Mobai articulated these examples methodically. Zhang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, taken aback. It was astonishing that the stoic head of the temple, seemingly oblivious to such matters, possessed such extensive knowledge. Blue Shadow exchanged a glance with Red Wind, excitement glimmering in his eyes. When Red Wind met his gaze, Blue Shadow subtly signaled the last point. For instance, a woman being administered with a love poison. This was precisely what had transpired today, within the confines of the inn's chamber. Ning Miao must have engaged in some astonishing act that caught the attention of their master. He even began to suspect that the injury to their master's lip was inflicted by Ning Miao, though he knew that with his master's prowess, such an incident was unlikely. He could not fathom another explanation for the injury. Accidental biting could only occur on the inner lip, not the outer. If it were a matter of heat, it could not have arisen after entering the inn. It would have manifested before. Chapter 035. Prominent Adam's Apple Chi Feng disregarded him and turned his head away. Lanning pondered for a moment, feeling that perhaps he was overthinking. His master would never stoop to such matters. Yan Mobai had just given Zhang Yuan some final instructions when Zhang Yuan, drenched in sweat, took his leave. At that moment, Song Shao, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, entered and placed a paper bag on the table before Yan Mobai. I noticed your lips were inflamed, so I bought you a bag of mung bean cakes from the vendor outside. They will help cool your heat. No need for thanks, he said. Yan Mobai shot him a cold glance and replied, if you have this much free time, you might as well focus on the case. I'm simply multitasking between investigating and paying respects to my superior, Song Shao retorted with a playful grin. Yan Mobai, as the minister of the Dali Temple, maintained a superior subordinate relationship with Song Shao, who was also a friend. In the entire Dali Temple, only Song Shao dared to jest with Yan Mobai. Noticing that Yan Mobai was engrossed in the documents and seemed disinclined to engage, Song Shao raised an eyebrow. Very well then, I shall take my leave for the prison. Remember to eat the mung bean cakes. They are quite effective. If you eat them today, the sores on your lips will vanish by tomorrow. Yan Mobai, without raising his eyes, replied, I fear you might have poisoned them. To poison the minister of the Dali temple? I must be tired of living. No, I could poison you. But when would I ever give you a love potion? Yan Mobai's gaze momentarily flickered. He lifted his eyes and said, "Get lost." Understood. Song Xiao exaggeratedly clasped his fist and exited. Ning Miao felt compelled to express her gratitude to Yan Mobai, for he had saved her. After dinner, she made her way to the frosty snow courtyard. Yan Mobai was dining in the pavilion within the courtyard. As dusk approached, the lanterns at the corners of the pavilion had been lit, casting an orange glow against the backdrop of the fading gray twilight, enveloping him in a dreamlike aura. Upon her arrival, Yan Mobai glanced at Chi Feng and Lan Ying, who retreated outside the pavilion. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Ning Miao stood a few paces away at the stone table, observing the delicate dishes laid out before her. Her first impression was one of subtlety, and her second was of exquisite craftsmanship, clearly the work of a skilled kitchen. "Thank you for your assistance today, second brother," she said with a slight bow. Yan Mobai's expression remained impassive, his tone flat. "There is no need." Ning Miao's eyelashes fluttered slightly. "If you hadn't arrived in time today, the consequences would have been dire." Yan Mobai lowered his gaze, delicately picking up a slice of bamboo shoot with his jade chopsticks and savoring it slowly. "I merely happened to pass by." "Indeed." Ning Miao nodded in acknowledgement. Her gaze drifted to his chapped lips, recalling the moment of panic when she had inadvertently bitten him while trying to pry open his mouth. She vividly remembered how cool his lips had been, and the pleasant scent of mint and grass that lingered in the air. That medicine was indeed potent. I was completely unaware of my actions. "I hope I did not overstep," she ventured cautiously. Yan Mobai met her gaze with an intensity that felt both profound and unsettling. "What do you think?" he replied, drawing back his gaze to fill a bowl with soup, his movements deliberate and graceful. Ning Miao shook her head. "I cannot recall clearly. My last memory is of you bursting through the door, and then everything becomes a blur." Seeing that Yan Mobai continued to drink his soup, ignoring her, she feigned urgency. "Surely I did not offend you in any way?" "Of course not. Otherwise, do you think you would still be standing here unscathed?" Yan Mobai replied, his expression unreadable. Ning Miao was taken aback. His implication was clear. Had she truly offended him, he would not let it slide. She shared his sentiment. She was worried that her reckless behavior would lead to repercussions. To her relief, however, it seemed that he intended to suggest that nothing had occurred. "That is a relief." She sighed softly. Yan Mobai, with elegant fingers, lifted the porcelain spoon, savoring another spoonful of soup. Ning Miao's eyes were drawn to the way his throat moved as he swallowed, and her mind wandered to the moment she had bitten his Adam's apple instead of his jawline. Truth be told, his Adam's apple was quite exquisite, prominently defined. If only she had been bolder at that moment, she thought to herself with a hint of frustration. Suddenly, she sensed his penetrating gaze upon her face. Startled, she lifted her eyes to meet his dark, inky orbs. "What are you staring at?" he asked coolly, realizing she had been fixated on his throat. Her ears flushed with warmth as she hurried to explain. "I noticed that the color of the pillar behind you is different from the others and was wondering if it had been replaced." She gestured towards the pillar as she spoke. Yan Mobai glanced back at the pillar briefly, appearing somewhat speechless. "You can afford to be distracted by such trivial matters. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Ning Miao said, relieved that he was treating the incident as inconsequential. This way, the awkwardness could be avoided. Reflecting on her own desperate demeanor from earlier filled her with embarrassment. One must not be too impatient for quick gains. "I've heard that the Rouge shop has long queues every day, and the profits are more than enough for you to spend," Yan Mobai remarked, his tone neutral. Ning Miao was taken aback. Impatient for quick gains? Did he imply that her dealings at the King Kang were motivated by such haste? Although she indeed sought financial gain, she countered, "I am considering long-term strategies. Business in the capital will dwindle over time." "Long-term?" Yan Mobai scoffed lightly. "Almost leading yourself to another's bed. Is it your idea of long-term?" Ning Miao was momentarily at a loss for words. Yan Mobai regarded her without revealing any emotion. "Do you think business is so easy to conduct? The waters of the capital run deep. If you do not learn from today's lesson, you might not realize how you fell tomorrow." Ning Miao pursed her lips, acknowledging the truth in his words. She needed to reflect on today's events. Thank you for your reminder, second brother. I will remember this lesson and ensure I do not repeat the same mistakes. Yan Mobai withdrew his gaze. I simply do not want you to bring shame upon the Yongchang Marquisate. You are not just representing yourself. You represent the Yin family and the Marquisate. I understand. Ning Miao thought to herself, rolling her eyes inwardly. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She retrieved a small paper bag from her sleeve and placed it on the stone table in front of him. This is chrysanthemum candy. I had intended to buy it for my fourth brother and fifth sister, but seeing that your lips are inflamed, I think you should have it instead. It helps clear heat and reduce inflammation. Yan Mobai was about to decline when she continued. The discomfort from inflammation can be quite severe, especially when it affects the mouth. It hurts to speak and eat, especially when consuming vegetables. It's like pouring salt on a wound, causing unbearable pain. Thus, the sooner you reduce the heat, the better. Gently patting the package of candy, she encouraged him to take it before bowing slightly and turning to leave. Yan Mobai was left speechless. Chapter 36. Choosing a son-in-law for others upon returning to the Fengfei courtyard, Ning Miao was greeted by Jin Shi's unexpected visit. Jin Shi rarely came to see her, which immediately made Ning Miao suspect that there was a matter of significance at hand, her first thought being whether Jin Shi had learned about the incident at the Bai Riching Fengyan. Mother, Ning Miao said, approaching her with a gentle demeanor. Jin Shi, with a warm expression, inquired, Have you had your dinner? Yes, I have, Ning Miao replied, helping Jin Shi settle onto a soft chair. Jin Shi took her hand, expressing concern for her well-being. You've worked hard for the shop. I've heard about your methods. They are quite effective, and your business is thriving. I'm truly pleased, but do take care not to overexert yourself. Thank you for your concern, Mother. I will, Ning Miao assured her. I have a favor to ask of you, Jin Shi continued. It seemed the matter was not related to the earlier incident. Ning Miao felt a slight relief and nodded. Please go on. I have a niece of similar age to you. Her mother has entrusted me with the task of helping her choose a suitable husband from the eligible bachelors among our relatives. I plan to invite a few of these young men to our home tomorrow for a gathering, and I would be grateful if you could stay home to assist me in evaluating them. You are wise and capable. You have revived the struggling shop, and I have great faith in your judgment. Ning Miao had not anticipated such a request and felt somewhat reluctant. Is this appropriate? Marriage is a matter dictated by parental consent and matchmaking. I am but an outsider. How can you be an outsider? You're the eldest daughter-in-law of the Ho family. Moreover, you will merely be assisting me in observing. I do not expect you to make any decisions. I merely wish for an additional pair of eyes, Jin Shi insisted. Seeing Jin Shi's earnestness, Ning Miao found it difficult to refuse. After all, Jin Shi had always treated her well, and she wished to appear dutiful and understanding as a daughter-in-law. Thus, she reluctantly agreed, very well. Satisfied, Jin Shi departed. In the bathing chamber, enveloped in a haze of steam, Yan Mobai reclined against the side of the tub, allowing the warm water to cascade over his shoulders as he lightly closed his eyes to rest. Images of a woman with enchanting eyes surrounded him, pulling him closer and presenting her ruby lips. The scenes shifted within his mind. She leaned down to kiss the back of his hand, her bosom revealing a glimpse of spring's allure, and she playfully nibbled at his throat. A warmth surged from his abdomen, prompting him to open his eyes. He steadied his breath, cooling the heat that had spread across his features. The following day, upon returning to the estate after court, Yan Mobai observed a gathering of several individuals engaged in conversation over tea in the octagonal pavilion of the front courtyard. Among them was the very woman responsible for the injury to his lip the previous day. Today, she donned a gown of apricot-colored cloud silk, her visage enhanced with makeup, radiating brilliance. Seated around the stone table with her were 3 young men, all of whom Yan Mobai recognized as scions of the Yan clan. The 4 appeared to be in lively discussion. Yan Mobai narrowed his eyes, gazing over. Is there a particular event occurring at the estate today? He inquired. Chi Feng shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Lan Ning responded. It is said that the madam wishes to assist her niece in finding a husband and has enlisted Ning Xi to help evaluate the candidates. Lan Ning, with a lively disposition, often engaged with the household and delighted in gathering tidbits of gossip. Thus, he was usually the first to know of any news circulating within the estate. Niece, Yan Montag by questioned, perplexed. He recalled that Jinshi had only nephews and no nieces. Furthermore, it was curious that the woman was present while the niece, the very subject of the matchmaking, was absent. Despite his doubts, he chose not to dwell on the matter, casting a brief glance in their direction before continuing on his way to the Fushui courtyard. In the pavilion, Ning Miao sat quietly, sipping her tea while observing the three young men vying for attention. She maintained a polite smile throughout. It was only recently that she learned Jinshi's niece would not be present for the evaluation. Jinshi had mentioned that the niece was shy and preferred not to show herself, allowing them to assist in her stead. From the eagerness displayed by the three young men, it was evident they were all eager to win Jinshi's niece's favor. Amusement mingled with a touch of sorrow filled Ning Miao as she realized they had not even seen the niece, yet they were so fervently competing. Their ambition to align themselves with the esteemed Ho family was clear. After some conversation, Ning Miao gained a general understanding of the backgrounds of the three young men. Their families were rather ordinary. To truly ascertain one's character, mere words were insufficient. Ning Miao proposed, "Do you enjoy throwing pots? Perhaps we can engage in a game?" "As the madam wishes." In the Fushui courtyard, Yan Mobai sat at a table, polishing his sword. As he worked, he casually inquired, "What is the situation in the front courtyard? Pay attention to those three and their servants. We must ensure there are no spies among them." Being aware of their master's meticulous nature, Qi Feng and Lan Ying did not question him. "It is said that those three are from the Yin clan." "They should not be spies," Lan Ying replied. Yan Mobai lifted his gaze. "There are always those who are insidious." After a moment's thought, Lan Ying agreed. "I shall investigate further." Approximately the length of an incense stick later, Lan Ying returned, his expression filled with curiosity. "I did not see the madam's niece. It seems she is not present. Ning Xi has been accompanying the three young men. I am unsure if this was the madam's intention or Ning Xi's suggestion, but they are engaging in various activities, much like a princess selecting a consort. They have played throwing pots, archery, and even musical instruments, with one playing the zither, another the flute, and a third juggling pots, while Ning Xi simply enjoys the performance." It was apparent that the three were striving to impress Ning Xi. To an outsider, it would seem as though she were the one choosing a husband. As Lan Ying spoke, he noticed Yan Mobai's gaze turning icy, and he suddenly realized he had misspoken. What I meant to imply is that Ning Xi, with her warm-hearted nature, is genuinely earnest in assisting the madam's niece in her selection. Upon hearing this, Yan Mobai's expression grew colder still, making Lan Ying acutely aware that his comment may have been ill-timed. "Is this all you discovered after your inquiries?" Yan Mobai asked in a chill voice. Lan Ying hastily replied, "I also learned that Ning Xi seems particularly fond of the one in white, frequently casting appreciative glances his way and offering compliments." Before he could finish, Yan Mobai interrupted him sharply. "I care not for your observations about Ning Xi's preferences. What matters is whether those three and their attendants are spies. This is what you should be reporting." Lan Ying remained silent, feeling unjustly treated. "But I did inquire about the current situation in the front courtyard," he protested quietly. Thus, he gathered what he could to ascertain whether they are spies. "We must investigate their backgrounds. It cannot be achieved simply by a cursory glance." Feeling aggrieved, yet hesitant to voice his feelings, Lan Ying remained silent. Yan Mobai's brows knitted slightly in contemplation. "Very well. They will remain for but a day. Whether they are spies or not matters little. They cannot uncover anything of significance." Qi Feng and Lan Ying exchanged glances, silently agreeing with this assessment. Chapter 37. Expecting a child during the night. Madame Jean once again visited Fangfei courtyard. Ning Miao was well aware that she had come to inquire about her opinions regarding the three candidates from today. After all, this was a matter of great significance in a person's life, and she spoke earnestly about her observations and thoughts. "In my humble opinion, among the three, Yan Kuanpeng, the cousin, is quite commendable. He possesses a handsome appearance, displays decorum and courtesy, and is well-read. It is said he will participate in this year's imperial examination, and should he succeed, he would embark on an official career. Madame Jean smiled gently. You think highly of him? Indeed, I believe he stands out among the three. Ning Miao cautiously added several qualifiers. Madame Jin's smile widened as she affectionately patted the back of her hand. I too find him to be the most exceptional. After exchanging glances with Chunlan and her attendant, Granny Gon, she instructed, you two may leave for now. Once the two departed, leaving only the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the room, Madame Jean resumed with a smile, Child, how have I treated you? Ning Miao replied with a gentle smile. Mother has treated me exceptionally well. Such an opening typically indicated a request was forthcoming. For the sake of the Ho residence, and for Chongjing, would you be willing to endure some hardships? Madame Jean continued. Ning Miao slightly lowered her gaze. Endure hardships? Her intuition suggested that this was not a favorable matter. Could it be regarding Yin Chongjing's current incapacitated state? I am indeed willing, she responded. I knew you were a good child, full of sentiment and loyalty, Madame Jean said, her eyes glistening. But what does mother wish to convey? Ning Miao asked, sensing her mother's hesitation. Madame Jean sighed. I find it difficult to articulate. Ning Miao increasingly believed her suspicions were correct. It was indeed about Yin Chongjing. Please, mother, do not hesitate to speak, she urged. Madame Jean glanced at her, tenderly tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. You are a wonderful child, and both the Marquis and I hold you in high regard. We hope that you will one day become the matriarch of the Ho residence. Ning Miao listened in silence, anticipating a shift in the conversation. As expected, Madame Jin's tone changed. However, as you can see, Chongjing's condition is dire. The physician has said the likelihood of him awakening is slim. If he remains in this state, he cannot consummate the marriage, and without offspring, how could you assume the role of the matriarch? It would be challenging for you to establish your position. Ning Miao was perplexed by her mother-in-law's roundabout approach. Mother, I do not mind, she declared. Upon entering the Ho residence, she had made her stance clear. Regardless of whether Yin Chongjing awoke, she would remain by his side. Moreover, even if he did awaken, how could she bear his child? Madame Jean shook her head. How can you not mind? When the day comes and you find yourself without a foothold, you will regret those words. You have seen the nature of Yan Mobai. He is ruthless and unfeeling, showing no filial piety nor brotherly affection. He is of age, and marrying and having children is inevitable. If he has heirs, they will be the legitimate descendants of the Ho residence, and the mother of the eldest son will undoubtedly become the matriarch. In that case, the Marquis's title would pass to him, leaving you with no way to survive. Madame Jin's words were weighty, and Ning Miao was taken aback. In her heart, she thought, it would be wonderful if that man could marry and have children. She had come to the Ho residence with the intent of securing his lineage. If that day were to come, what did it matter if she had no means of survival? Once she obtained the umbilical cord blood, she would part ways with the Ho residence entirely. Her younger brother had already risen to high office. For him, whether to inherit the Marquis was inconsequential. Ning Miao endeavored to express herself delicately. If she were to speak her mind, she would simply say that Yan Mobai did not covet the Marquis. His power and status already surpassed that title. No, Madame Jean interjected, you do not comprehend. Although he currently holds a high position, serving the emperor is akin to courting danger. Should the emperor take offense one day, he would be reduced to nothing. Furthermore, his allegiance to Prince Ning poses risks. If Prince Ning is not the crown prince, and another prince ascends to the Eastern Palace, his fate would be equally grim. The hereditary Marquis is far more secure. After all, it was bestowed by the late emperor, and it is not so easily revoked. Ning Miao remained silent, still convinced that someone like Yan Mobai would disdain the title of Marquis. She even believed he held life and death in contempt. Madame Jean continued, as a mother loves her child, she plans for their future. I am Chongjing's mother, and you are his wife. I consider you as my own daughter, and I wish to make plans for your future. What does mother propose? Ning Miao inquired, sensing the build-up to something significant. Madame Jean leaned closer, lowering her voice. I wish for you to conceive a child. Ning Miao was taken aback. Conceive a child? A false pregnancy? No, a genuine pregnancy. Ning Miao was bewildered. How can that be genuine given Yin Lang's current condition? Madame Jean pursed her lips. We shall procure seed. What? Ning Miao gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Seeing her reaction, Madame Jean hastily brushed her hand and offered reassurance. I understand this is difficult for you to accept, but this is for your own good, and for Changjing's. This way, you can secure your position as the matriarch and preserve Changjing's title. Whose seed? Ning Miao asked. In this life, she only wished to bear a child for one man, and that was Yan Mobai, because in this life, her only desire was to survive. However, it was evident that Madame Jean would not consider Yan Mobai for this. Madame Jean narrowed her eyes. Yan Kuanpeng. Ning Miao was once again astonished. Wasn't this man the suitor for Madame Jin's niece? Yet, she was quick to realize the implication. So, Mother asked me to help my cousin choose a suitor today, merely as a pretense. In reality, you wanted me to evaluate him for this purpose? Madame Jean nodded. Precisely. Ning Miao was left speechless, utterly at a loss for words. She did not know how to respond to such a notion. Did Yan Kuanpeng even know about this? Would he agree? Of course, he agreed. The Marquis and I both approve of him. We have consulted him, and he expressed his willingness. His son would become the legitimate grandson of the Ho residence, entitled to inherit the Marquisate, a prospect he would be fortunate to attain. Ning Miao was left utterly speechless once more. She was dumbfounded, not only by Yan Kuanpeng's willingness, but also by Madame Jin's audacity. The inquiries about her thoughts on the three candidates were mere formalities. She and Yan Huading had already decided and selected the individual. However, should she suddenly become pregnant while Yan Lang remained in a coma, it would be obvious that the child could not possibly be his. Do not worry, Madame Jean reassured. The Marquis and I have already considered this. It is well known that you and Changjing have long been betrothed, so it will be said that you became pregnant before his accident. He has been in this state for only a little over a month. You can easily conceive within this time frame. When the time comes for your delivery, we will instruct the midwife to say that the child suffered from inadequate nourishment in the womb, thus delaying its arrival by a month. Alternatively, once you are pregnant, we can send you to a villa on the outskirts of the city until you give birth, and then bring you back to the residence. Claiming the child was born a month late. None of this poses a problem. Solutions can be found. Ning Miao remained silent. Chapter 038. A thoroughly complete woman. How thoughtful. She was, of course, aware of the schemes of both Madame Jean and Yan Huading. They knew full well that Yan Changjing was unlikely to have offspring, and they didn't want the power of the Marquis's estate to fall into Yan Mobai's hands. For Madame Jean, her position as the head wife would be secure if her eldest son had an heir. As for Yan Huading, although Yan Kuanpeng wasn't his biological son, he was still a member of the Yan family, and he could accept his son acting as a grandson. Ultimately, it boiled down to two things. First, fear of losing their status. Second, fear of Yan Mobai's rise to power and the repercussions for themselves. They didn't consider Yan Mobai as one of their own, nor did they value her as a person. But I only desire to conceive Yan Lang's child, Ning Miao said, her eyes reddening. Half of the redness was feigned. The other half was genuine anger. I know your affection for Changjing runs deep, but this is also for Changjing's sake, to safeguard his title. Madame Jean coaxed. Ning Miao shook her head. If he were to awaken and discover that I was carrying another man's child, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken and resent me. Madame Jean frowned slightly, her patience wearing thin. Rest assured, a mother knows her son best. He won't blame you. He has always yearned for the Marquis's position, and he would be grateful to you for securing it for him. As for conceiving another man's child, you needn't worry. He won't fault you for that either. To be frank, even if he were to awaken, he would be unable to consummate the marriage with you, as his manhood is no more. Finally, she had revealed the truth. Ning Miao feigned astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Why? How was it ruined? Madame Jin's gaze flickered. He was injured in a fight. Ning Miao understood why she had concealed the true reason. After all, if she knew it was due to the violation of another woman, she wouldn't be so devoted to Yan Changjing. Ning Miao remained silent, pretending to be overwhelmed and unable to accept the revelation. Madame Jean grasped her hand. So, child, Changjing's life is already so bitter, his body is already broken. If even his title were to be lost, he wouldn't be able to survive, and he would seek death. As she spoke, Madame Jean retrieved a handkerchief and dabbed at the corners of her eyes, feigning extreme sorrow. "But I truly can't bring myself to consummate a marriage with another man," Ning Miao said. "Just endure it. Once the lights are out and your eyes are closed, simply imagine the other person is Chong Jing. Moreover, as a woman, you should experience the pleasures of love between a man and a woman to be considered wholly complete. As someone who's been there, I can assure you it is an exquisite experience. You'll understand once you've tried it." Ning Miao was speechless. It was rare for a mother-in-law to openly encourage her daughter-in-law to be unfaithful. "But I still don't want to," Ning Miao said. Seeing her reluctance, Madame Jin's last shred of patience evaporated. She had tried to persuade her with emotion and reason, but to no avail. She had grown tired of it. She dispensed with the pretense. "The matter is settled. Regardless of your willingness, you must follow this path. We have the power to make you the Marquis's eldest daughter-in-law, and we also have the power to turn you into a discarded wife. If you wish to remain in the Marquis's estate, you must obey me. If you don't want to stay, I won't force you. However, since you know Chongjing's secret, I certainly won't allow you to leave the estate alive. Therefore, you must choose between conceiving a child through surrogacy and becoming the mistress of the Marquis's estate, enjoying a life of prosperity, or dying in obscurity due to an accident. Don't even think about escaping. You won't succeed. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, we will find you." By the end, Madame Jean was practically gnashing her teeth. Ning Miao gazed at her, watching her finally tear off her mask of benevolence and reveal her true nature. Madame Jean continued, "We have already shown you great respect. What if we had said nothing and forced you to consummate the relationship with Yan Mobai? What would you have done? I'm not afraid to tell you that I have already poisoned your food, and only I possess the antidote." Ning Miao was shocked. Madame Jean was pleased with her reaction. "Rest assured, the poison I administered has a 3-year incubation period. It will have no effect on you during those 3 years. You will be no different from a normal person. You can conceive and give birth without any issues. However, if the 3-year period expires and you haven't taken the antidote, the poison will take effect and you will surely die." Ning Miao was at a loss for words. 3 years? Again, 3 years. How did Madame Jean acquire this poison? Given Yan Mobai's relationship with her, it was unlikely that he would have given it to her. Did she steal it? Perhaps. If Kong Wang's men could steal it, then so could someone from within the estate. Ning Miao didn't know whether to rejoice or grieve. She grieved that she had another poison in her body, but she rejoiced that the 2 poisons were the same, so it didn't matter if she had another. "All right," Madame Jean said, rising to her feet. "Think it over carefully. If you agree, go to the Marquis's estate in the suburbs alone at Chunshur, 7 to 9 a.m. tomorrow. Yan Mobai will be waiting for you there. Finally," she added, "have the coachman Lao Song take you. He is one of my people, and he knows the way." After speaking, Madame Jean left without waiting for Ning Miao's response. Ning Miao spent the entire night contemplating the matter. She considered all the possibilities and consequences. If she fled the Marquis's estate, she would likely have no further contact with Yan Mobai, and her hopes for the antidote would be dashed. If she didn't flee, she would have to resolve the issue of surrogacy. Would Yan Mobai help her if she sought his assistance? It was unlikely. A cold-blooded person like him wouldn't care about her life or death. Every time he had helped her since she entered the Marquis's estate, it was in exchange for something of value. He agreed to go to the Siyun Academy with her in exchange for the snake pattern diagram. He was willing to rescue her from the well in exchange for information that would benefit Prince Ning. He had saved her at the Qingfeng Inn yesterday for the sake of Yin Chongjing and the reputation of the Marquis's estate. Therefore, if she wanted his assistance, she would have to offer something of equal value in return. She wondered if the exchange were successful and he was willing to help. How would he do so? Would he persuade Yan Huoding and Madame Jean to abandon their plan for her to conceive through surrogacy? If he did, would Yan Huoding and Madame Jean comply? Even if they relented under his pressure, would she still be able to remain in the Marquis's estate? They would undoubtedly hate her and would likely throw her out, even if they didn't take her life. Then, what reason would she have to ask Yan Mobai to keep her there? Would she continue to claim that she was hiding from Kong Wang's pursuit and seeking revenge? What if he offered to send her out of the capital, saying that these could also be accomplished? In that case, it would be even more difficult for her to have any further contact with him, and her hopes for the antidote would be lost. Therefore, She had to rely on herself to resolve this matter. She had to remain in the Marquis' estate and stay by Yan Mobai's side. Chapter 39. Are you dissatisfied with me? The following day, after breakfast, Ning Miao mentioned she had some matters to attend to and asked Chunlan to go to the rouge shop first. She proceeded to the gatehouse to find Old Song. It was evident that Madame Jean had already briefed Old Song, for before she could say a word, he went to the stable to fetch the carriage. It was located on the outskirts of the city, accessible only through an expansive bamboo grove and a flower garden, ensuring its seclusion. The villa was elegantly constructed, with its own courtyard. As Ning Miao pushed open the courtyard gate and turned back, she noticed that Old Song had not dismounted the carriage. Instead, he placed a small bundle onto the carriage board and reclined. She felt a slight relief, although he was still waiting outside to monitor her. At least he was not closely following her. The courtyard was adorned with pavilions, terraces, and a plethora of potted plants, clearly indicating regular maintenance. However, no one resided there. Ning Miao entered the main hall. Finding it empty, she ventured further inside. As she walked along a long corridor, she glimpsed a young man in white seated by the window of a nearby room, holding a brush, seemingly either painting or writing. It was Yan Kuanpeng. With her gaze slightly lowered, she approached. Upon reaching the door, she noticed that Yan Kuanpeng was still engrossed in his work, unaware of her presence. She gently knocked on the already opened door. At the sound, Yan Kuanpeng looked up, and upon seeing her, quickly set down his brush and rose to greet her. "Madam," he said, bowing respectfully. Ning Miao observed him. Today he was clad in immaculate white, his attire untainted. With his hair styled in a scholarly bun secured with a jade clasp, dark locks cascading lightly behind him. She couldn't help but think of the phrase "a person of jade" on the path. It was astonishing that someone like him would acquiesce to such absurd demands from Madame Jean. She smiled and inquired, "Have you been here long, cousin?" Using cousin as she did when addressing Yin Chongjing. "No, I just arrived a short while ago." After exchanging pleasantries, their eyes met, and an uncomfortable silence ensued. Ning Miao averted her gaze, glancing at the table by the window. "Are you painting or writing, cousin?" "Writing. I had some free time and saw the ink and paper, so I practiced my calligraphy." Ning Miao approached and examined his writing. Each stroke was precise and vigorous. "Excellent handwriting." Yan Kunpeng blushed slightly at her praise. "Madam, you flatter me. There is no need for modesty, cousin. I speak the truth." They sat down at the table, yet a silence enveloped them once more. After a moment, Yan Kunpeng broke the stillness. "Are you thirsty, madam? I can boil some water." "No need. Let us discuss the matter at hand," Ning Miao said straightforwardly. Yan Kunpeng pressed his lips together, his face flushing, clearly feeling uneasy. "My mother mentioned that you would be willing to lend me a child?" Ning Miao asked. Yan Kunpeng did not anticipate her directness. After a moment of shock, his blush deepened, and he lowered his gaze, murmuring an affirmative. "Why?" Ning Miao inquired, though she already understood the reason. Yan Kunpeng stared at her, bewildered. "Are you dissatisfied with me, madam?" "No, I am merely curious." Yan Kunpeng averted his gaze once more, his fingers slightly tightening around the fabric of his robe, feeling flustered, yet he still refrained from answering her question. Ning Miao understood. A smile gracing her lips as she rose to close the window. "Then let us proceed with the matter at hand." Yan Kunpeng exhibited surprise again. After closing the window, Ning Miao went to shut the door and then sat at the edge of the bed. Noticing that Yan Kunpeng remained seated, she smiled and mimicked his earlier words. "Are you dissatisfied with me?" Yan Kunpeng hurriedly waved his hands. No. I just. He stammered for a long while without articulating his thoughts. Ning Miao then walked over to him, leaning in closely. Yan Kunpeng visibly flinched, his body stiffening as he leaned back, creating distance between them. Ning Miao gazed at him, her breath soft as a lily. "If you continue like this, how are we to conduct our business?" She raised her hand as if to untie the sash around his waist. "Wait!" Yan Kunpeng exclaimed. Ning Miao halted, puzzled. "What is it?" He breathed heavily. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. I am not quite prepared." Ning Miao took it, straightening up and returning to her previous seat. She lowered her gaze to smooth the creases on her sleeve. "You would agree to lend a child not of your own volition, but rather due to family pressure, would you not?" Yan Kunpeng froze, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. No, I am willing. Here it is just the two of us. Let's be forthright. Ning Miao spoke gently. Yan Kunpeng regarded her silently, pressing his lips together. Ning Miao continued to observe him. You possess great ambitions and talents. The path you wish to take is one of officialdom. Engaging in such disgraceful dealings as lending a child will undoubtedly tarnish your future prospects. You cannot willingly consent to this. Yan Kunpeng's expression was one of shock. She had accurately expressed his innermost thoughts. How? How did you know? Ning Miao smiled gently. I discerned it. Discern? How did you discern? Yan Kunpeng asked, intrigued. Yesterday, when I inquired about your usual pastimes, you mentioned you were preparing for this year's imperial examination with little leisure. The others teased you, saying that a commoner could hardly achieve success. You did not react with anger, but stated that while it was difficult, it was not impossible, especially since the current emperor promotes equality between legitimate and illegitimate children. When you spoke those words, I could see the lofty aspirations and determination in your expression. Moreover, when you played the piano, if I remember correctly, the piece was Ding Qiankun, right? Yan Kunpeng was astonished. Ning Miao continued. This piece has lyrics composed during the time of the late emperor by Grand Tutor Gao. At a time when the world was in turmoil, the late emperor was anxious. Grand Tutor Gao's Ding Qiankun advocated for the reduction of harsh taxes and the reform of governance. The late emperor was enlightened by it and implemented these changes, thus achieving stability. This piece has become little known, yet you can play it, indicating your profound interest in this field. Yan Kunpeng's astonishment only deepened. Additionally, Ning Miao remarked, gesturing toward the black characters on the white paper, your handwriting is robust and powerful, your strokes mature, each character methodically crafted, indicative of diligent practice. Most importantly, you merely practiced your writing, yet what you wrote was Ping Guolin, revealing your concern for the nation's governance and stability. Yan Kunpeng gazed at Ning Miao in disbelief, astonished not only by her insights, but also by her keen observation. He had heard of her origins, rumored to be an orphan from a common merchant family in Jiangnan. A rural girl knowing Ding Qiankun was utterly unexpected. If she knew Ding Qiankun, then knowing Ping Guoluan was hardly surprising. Madam, you truly see through everything, Yan Kunpeng expressed with utmost admiration. Ning Miao smiled. These observations indicate your lofty aspirations and dedication to the nation. When I proactively proposed to discuss business, I sought to gauge your character, and I found you to be a gentleman of integrity, not one of recklessness. Thus, agreeing to lend a child should not be motivated by a desire to take advantage of me. In light of these 2 points, there remains only one possibility. You are compelled by circumstance. Chapter 40. A secret revealed. Yan Kunpeng was utterly astonished, completely captivated by the woman before him. Her reasoning was clear, her arguments compelling. Every point she made resonated with truth. Upon their first encounter the previous day, he had been struck by her beauty, not the flamboyant kind, but a subtle, yet striking allure that was impossible to overlook, mesmerizing enough to dazzle the senses. Because of her extraordinary beauty, he had presumed she was merely an empty vessel, a woman of mere appearance. After all, everyone knew the character of Yin Chongjing, a man of frivolous pursuits, indulging in debauchery, and even now a mere shadow of his former self. Yet she was willing to marry him. He had thought her desires were superficial, seeking to ascend to the heights of the Marquis household. At this moment, he realized how shallow his own perceptions had been. Her insight, wisdom, observational skills, and eloquence far surpassed those of many young men he knew. He felt inadequate in comparison. Ning Miao, noticing his awe, seized the opportunity to propose a transaction. Let us make a deal. I guarantee your success in the imperial examination, and you shall act as if we have already consummated our union. Yan Kunpeng was taken aback. What do you mean? You don't wish to borrow offspring? Ning Miao continued. Since you are compelled by circumstance, I too am under duress. Why not join forces? I will ensure your triumph, and in return, you will no longer be beholden to others. Upon hearing this, Yan Kunpeng chuckled. While he acknowledged that she was no ordinary woman, he could not confidently claim he would excel in the exams. Her assertion of guarantee seemed overly audacious. I say it is guaranteed. Trust me, Ning Miao insisted with conviction. Yan Kuanpeng merely smiled, understanding her doubt. Ning Miao then posed a question. Do you think you are worthy of my trust? Yan Kuanpeng was taken aback. Should he not be the one asking her that? Ning Miao, however, continued. If you are indeed worthy of my trust, I shall share a secret with you. What secret? Ning Miao hesitated, her lips pursed, before finally revealing, I have dreams that come to pass. I have dreamt of the questions for this year's imperial examination. In other words, I know what they will be. It was impossible to claim a rebirth. She could only assert that she had dreamt of it. She recalled from her past life that during this year's examination, Emperor Zhaowen had praised the top 3 candidates for their exceptional responses, ordering multiple copies to be made for the princes to study. She had seen the questions when she visited King Kang. She remembered them vividly. Yan Kuanpeng's eyes widened in astonishment, shock evident on his face. Soon after, he laughed. You truly have a talent for jest. Do you not believe me? Yan Kuanpeng did not deny his skepticism. Ning Miao nodded. I understand. I would not believe it either if I were in your position, but this is indeed true. You will soon find out. I dreamt of the lotus flowers blooming in the koi pond at the ancient temple of Taihao in the northern part of the city. 3 days from now, on the Shaanxi festival, you will witness it for yourself. In her previous life, she had a vivid memory of that year's Shaanxi festival, as the lotus flowers typically bloomed in summer. Yet that year, they blossomed early in March, an extraordinarily rare occurrence. March 3rd was indeed the Shaanxi festival, and the lotus flowers bloomed months in advance. Specifically, they were all paired blossoms, and it happened at the Taihao Temple. The entire capital buzzed with excitement, claiming it was a good omen, a sign of divine favor from their ancestral spirits. You speak of peach blossoms blooming. I might believe you. But on March 3rd, lotus flowers blooming? Yan Kuanpeng's disbelief was palpable. Ning Miao remained unfazed. No matter, we shall wait and see. After all, it is merely a matter of 3 days. Seeing her calm and resolute demeanor, entirely devoid of jest, Yan Kuanpeng found himself wavering between belief and skepticism. Deep down, he harbored a hope that her words were true. The prospect of knowing the examination questions in advance was an immense boon for him. I choose to believe, he replied. I will accompany you in this charade. You shall inform the madam, and I will speak to my family, claiming we have shared a bed. With his acquiescence, Ning Miao felt a weight lift from her heart. Very well. In 3 days, when the paired lotus blooms, I will reveal the examination questions to you. My mother-in-law will certainly wish for us to meet again. After all, the chance of conceiving in one encounter is slim, so she will insist on our continued meetings. Upon hearing this, Yan Kuanpeng's expression grew serious. And if you do not conceive, it is not uncommon for couples to take a year or more to conceive. It is perfectly normal. With her assurance, Yan Kuanpeng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Shall we sit a while longer before departing? Yes, let's linger a bit longer, to avoid arousing suspicion. Do you know how to play chess? Of course. There are pieces and a board here. Shall we play a game? Certainly. As they played, Yan Kuanpeng was once again reminded of the woman's remarkable prowess. Her strategic mastery was formidable, her every move deliberate. He considered himself to be quite skilled at chess. Yet within mere moments, he found himself relegated to a position of defense, with no opportunity to attack. And before long, he was left with no choice but to concede defeat. Unable to contain himself, he asked, Are you certain you are not a celestial being come to Earth? Ning Miao smiled. I would indeed like to be. You are. Yan Kuanpeng pondered, asking her how she met Yin Changjing and what she found appealing about him. But he refrained, deeming it too intrusive. Ning Miao returned to the marquis residence just as noon approached. Upon disembarking from the carriage, she encountered Yan Mobai, who was also returning from the Court of Judicial Review. The two met by chance, and Ning Miao took the initiative to greet him. Second brother. The man glanced up briefly, his gaze cool and indifferent, as if acknowledging her without uttering a word. He ascended the steps to the marquis residence, his dark robe billowing gently. The attendants, Chi Feng and Lan Ning, offered her a slight nod of respect before following Yan Mobai inside. Once Ning Miao had seen the trio enter the estate, she adjusted her skirt and ascended the steps herself. Shortly after her return to the fragrant garden, Mrs. Jean arrived. With a beaming smile, she inquired. How was it? It was painful. Ning Miao replied. Mrs. Jin's eyes sparkled with joy at this response, as it indicated success. She had already inquired with the coachman, Old Song, who reported that the couple had closed the doors and windows and had lingered inside for quite some time, suggesting that consummation had indeed occurred. Still, her maternal instincts compelled her to confirm the details personally. Mrs. Jin took Ning Miao's hand. The first time could be a bit painful. You bled, did you not? Ning Miao rolled her eyes inwardly. She was being urged to engage in clandestine affairs. Yet they were concerned about her virginity? She nodded yes. Mrs. Jin was pleased, patting her hand reassuringly. Do not worry, it will heal quickly. This is a path all women must traverse. Ning Miao could only respond with silence. Suddenly, Mrs. Jin leaned in closer, her voice conspiratorial. Ning Miao, taken aback, replied. Ning Miao was at a loss for words. Was this truly a question that needed to be asked? Oh, this woman. Chapter 041. From now on, he will no longer concern himself with her. Is it necessary to discuss this? Just when Ning Miao thought that Jin Shi had concluded her inquiries, she unexpectedly asked, Did you both arrive together? Ning Miao assumed she was inquiring whether they had reached the courtyard simultaneously. No, when I arrived, he had already been here for a while, practicing calligraphy in the room. Jin Shi shook her head. No, that is not what I meant. Once again, Ning Miao found herself at a loss for words. Was this really a matter that required discussion? I was quite nervous the first time, Ning Miao replied. Jin Shi, though slightly displeased, could comprehend her feelings. It's all right. Being nervous on your first try is perfectly normal. Also, remember place a soft pillow beneath your waist next time. Ning Miao nodded, genuinely absorbing her detailed instructions. She hoped that she could apply this knowledge in her future encounters with Yan Mobai. Jin Shi then guided her to the couch, urging her to sit. Lie down quickly, elevate your feet, and take your time. Ning Miao complied, secretly wishing for her to leave soon. As she settled down, Jin Shi placed 3 soft pillows under her ankles. Have you arranged when we will meet again? Ning Miao pursed her lips. Her guess was indeed correct. 3 days later, on the Shaanxi festival, I can find an excuse to go out. Seeing that she no longer resisted and had even proactively suggested a time, Jin Shi was naturally pleased. Very well. In the Fushue courtyard, Yan Mobai stood by the window, his long, elegant fingers deftly wielding a pair of scissors as he meticulously trimmed the branches of a potted plant on the sill. Ning stood beside him, hesitating several times before finally finding the courage to speak. Once the last protruding branch was snipped away, Yan Mobai set the scissors down and reached for the handkerchief offered by Qi Feng. Taking it, he wiped each finger delicately and cast a casual glance at Ning. Speak. Ning was taken aback, not expecting him to notice her unspoken thoughts. Not long ago, I rescued a kitten from the streets that had been bitten by a dog. I purchased a wooden cage to provide it with a safe haven and fed it daily. However, today I found it had escaped by chewing through the cage and was once again injured by that same dog. I wish to know if I may bring it back to Fangfei courtyard to care for it. I assure you, it will not disturb you, my lord. Yan Mobai returned the handkerchief to Qi Feng and walked to the table, lifting his robe to sit down. You saved it once, but you cannot save it for a lifetime. If it does not listen, then it deserves the consequences of its disobedience. Why should we concern ourselves with it? Just like a certain woman. He had clearly warned her to behave and not to engage in dubious dealings for the sake of money. Yet she appeared to have disregarded his advice. Just earlier at the gate, she had alighted from the carriage alone, without Chunlon, and her return route was not towards the rouge shop. She must have been meeting someone or attending to some matter alone. Such blatant disobedience would mean he would no longer involve himself with her in the future. Ning was taken aback by her lord's words. Despite the world labeling him as ruthless and cold-hearted, he knew he was not as the world perceived him. He had once witnessed him rescuing a stray kitten in the pouring rain, bandaging its broken leg, and shielding it from the rain with his robe sleeve. Why then? Was he now so indifferent? Aware that he was resolute in his decisions, she dared not press further. The Shaanxi festival approached swiftly. According to the customs of Dazhao, on this day, families would rise early to bathe in orchid soup and then share breakfast together. The streets would be bustling with gatherings during the day and illuminated by lanterns at night, making it a grand affair. In the flower hall of the Marquis's residence, A redwood table had already been set up, laden with a variety of exquisite breakfast dishes. After all, opportunities for high-ranking families to gather for a reunion meal were few, aside from the three major festivals, and today was one of them. When Ning Miao arrived, both Lu Shi and Sun Shi were already present. Yan Xianji was also there, as the school had taken a day off for the festival. Upon seeing her, Yan Xianji joyfully approached. "Sister-in-law, thank you for the stationery set. I adore it." Ning Miao smiled. "I'm glad you like it." The two little dragon and phoenix twins of Sun Shi came over, tugging at her skirt, calling out in sweet voices, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, has the Lubon lock been opened yet?" She inquired of the two little ones. Immediately, their faces fell. "Not yet." "No worries. Take your time. Once you unlock it, I will reward you greatly." "All right." Yan Xianji, seeing this, linked arms with Ning Miao. "What grand reward?" "I want in." "Sister-in-law, you cannot be biased." Lu Shi shot her a playful glare. "How old are you?" "But even if I'm older, I'm still sister-in-law's little sister." Yan Xianji pouted, then turned to Ning Miao with a beaming smile. "Right, sister-in-law?" Ning Miao chuckled. "Indeed, I shall also gift you a Lubon lock. Once you unlock it, a grand reward awaits you." "Let us forget that. I cannot unlock that thing." She had already attempted to open the twins' Lubon lock and found herself lacking the intellect. Her words amused everyone, filling the atmosphere with warmth and laughter. It was not until Yan Huating and Jin Shi arrived that the cheerful banter in the flower hall came to a halt. Chapter 042. The collision of chopsticks. Yan Huating and the Jin family took their seats at the head of the table, gesturing for everyone to sit down. The square table had them on one side, while Sun family attended to the two little twins sitting together on the right. Lu family invited Ning Miao to join her on the left. With a smile, Ning Miao subtly nudged Yan Xuanji forward and whispered, "It's rare for you two to dine together." Grateful, Lu family noticed Ning Miao sitting alone at the far end, feeling somewhat uneasy. She glanced at Yan Huating and the Jin family, fearing their disapproval. Seeing them unperturbed, she finally settled down with Yan Xuanji. Ning Miao glanced at the empty seat beside her, thinking it fortunate that she could sit next to Yan Mobai. However, noticing the absence of utensils, she casually inquired, "Isn't second brother coming?" "He never joins us for the Shaanxi festival," Yan Huating replied gruffly. Jin family encouraged everyone, "Let us begin." There is no need for formality among family. Just as everyone picked up their chopsticks, a servant's voice announced at the doorway, "Second young master." Everyone froze. Turning toward the sound, the door to the flower hall opened, revealing a tall and striking figure, illuminated by the soft dawn light spilling into the room, casting a gentle glow on his features, rendering them somewhat indistinct. He stepped over the threshold with an air of confidence, his robe flowing gracefully, as his features gradually came into focus, resembling the moon amidst clouds. It was Yan Mobai. Everyone was taken aback by his unexpected arrival. Only as he approached did they react. Jin family rose, a warm smile gracing her lips. "Mobai, you've come. Please sit." Lu family, Sun family, and Yan Xuanji all stood, and Ning Miao followed suit. Lu family urged Yan Xuanji to make way for Yan Mobai. "No need, I shall sit here," Yan Mobai said softly, settling into the empty seat next to Ning Miao. Jin family quickly instructed a servant to provide more utensils. As everyone resumed their seats, Ning Miao cautiously settled back down. A faint fragrance of orchids wafted to her nostrils, causing her breath to catch slightly, unsure if it emanated from herself, Yan Mobai, or others at the table, since they all had bathed in orchid-infused water prior to this gathering. "How rare for our family to be together. Let us eat," Yan Huating remarked, casting a glance at Yan Mobai. Jin family echoed, "Yes, let us eat before it gets cold." Thus, everyone began to partake in the meal. Ning Miao scooped herself a modest bowl of red bean porridge, eating with quiet grace. Jin family picked up a piece of emerald pastry and placed it in a Yan Mobai's bowl, saying, "This emerald pastry is made by my own hands. Mobai, do try it." Yan Mobai remained silent, using his jade chopsticks to pick up the pastry, but instead of tasting it, he set it aside on a bone dish. Jin family's smile faltered momentarily, accustomed to his disregard for her efforts. Embarrassed, she returned to her seat. and silence enveloped the table as everyone continued to eat in quietude. Ning Miao observed Yan Mobai elegantly enjoying his bowl of red bean porridge, while the atmosphere in the flower hall grew eerily quiet, only broken by the clinking of porcelain and the innocent munching of the two little ones. Sensing Yan Mobai reaching for a piece of white jade cake, Ning Miao feigned indifference as she extended her chopsticks, intending to grab it as well, resulting in their chopsticks colliding in the dish. She instinctively looked at him, meeting his gaze, a deep, dark abyss. An involuntary shiver coursed through her, and she quickly withdrew her chopsticks. At the same time, her leg, seemingly tense, accidentally brushed against his long one. Startled, she hastily retracted her leg and lowered her head to sip her porridge. Yan Mobai, with an impassive expression, placed the piece of white jade cake into his bowl, his brows furrowed, eating slowly as if nothing had transpired. Noticing the oppressive atmosphere, Jin family attempted to break the silence. Today is the Shaanxi festival. Do you have any plans? Foreseeing a lack of response, she directly addressed Yin Xuanji. Xuanji, you have a rare day off. What are your intentions? I've made plans with a few classmates to go spring outing shortly, Yin Xuanji replied. After her brother and sister-in-law supported her at the academy, many classmates had taken the initiative to befriend her and invite her on outings. Jin family nodded with a smile. The spring weather is delightful. A little outing sounds splendid. Turning to Ning Miao, she inquired, Panner, what about you? Will you go to the shop? Ning Miao smiled. I plan to visit the ancient Taihao temple in the north of the city to pray for Yan Lang. Jin family exchanged a knowing glance with her. Clearly pleased with her excuse, you are thoughtful, Panner. Subsequently, she addressed Liu family and Sun family. The streets are bustling today. You two should take the little ones out for a stroll. They readily agreed, nodding in affirmation. Yan Huoding, rarely speaking, asked, what about Mobai? What will you do today? He had mentally prepared for his son to disregard him. Everyone assumed Yan Mobai would remain aloof. At the Dali temple, interrogating criminals, Yan Mobai answered coolly. Everyone was surprised, including Yan Huoding, who revealed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Though his voice was as frigid as his demeanor, at least he had acknowledged him. I have finished my meal, Yan Mobai declared, rising. Except for Yan Huoding, Jin family, and the two little ones, everyone else placed their bowls down and stood, including Ning Miao, watching him leave the table. At the Dali temple, in the torture chamber, Yan Mobai stood tall, observing a man bound to the rack, his clothes tattered, bloodied, and battered, clearly having endured severe torture. Still unwilling to confess, Yan Mobai asked the officer in charge beside him. The officer replied respectfully, yes, my lord, but he is barely clinging to life, and we dare not inflict further pain. A few days prior, a group had intercepted disaster relief silver meant for Luzhou, and this man was the only one captured at the scene. He was their sole lead. If he perished under torture, all leads would vanish. Yan Mobai and Appo's expression remained inscrutable. His lips pressed together. Understood. Summon a doctor to attend to him. We must not let him die. Yes, my lord, the officer complied, exiting the torture chamber. As the crimson wind and azure shadows completed their tasks, Yan Mobai prepared to leave the chamber. My lord, they greeted him with a bow. Yan Mobai raised his sleeve, halting them. Prepare the horses. We shall go north. This man claims his accomplices often operate in that area. The three of them exited the torture chamber. The man bound to the rack was bewildered, struggling to lift his gaze. When did he ever say such a thing? He hadn't spoken a word, not even opened his mouth. Fortunately, his accomplices were not in the north. Chapter 043. Did she even smile at him? Upon exiting the Dali temple, the three of them mounted their horses. Lanning glanced around and behind, unable to restrain her curiosity as she asked Yan Mobai, my lord, are we just the three of us? That band of robbers is numerous and skilled in combat. It would be prudent to send more people. Yan Mobai's gaze flickered slightly. The other party had not confirmed that the group was definitely in the northern part of the city, only mentioning their previous activities there. We are merely going to investigate, and there is no need for a large entourage. Too many people might alert them. Ah, I see. Lanning nodded in understanding. The three of them rode toward the northern part of the city, and along the way, they noticed many others heading in the same direction. I almost forgot today is the Shaanxi festival. They must be going to the ancient Taikang temple in the north to pay their respects to the ancestral deities. Landing Vima. As they progressed, the crowd thickened, making it increasingly difficult for the horses to navigate. Landing Bunda. Although many people come to the northern part of the city during the Shaanxi festival, it has never been this congested. Perhaps there are festive activities nearby, Chi Feng suggested. Lanning nodded and stopped a passerby to inquire. Excuse me, are you all headed to the Taikang temple? Indeed, we're going to witness the auspicious event. The man responded excitedly. Auspicious event? What auspicious event? Landing Vets. The temple and Appo's twin lotus flowers have bloomed today. Both Lanning and Chi Feng expressed their surprise. And even Yan Mobai's expression reflected disbelief. On the third day of the third month, lotus flowers bloom? Is that true? Landing Questins get the goal. Chi Feng echoed her doubt. It must be a rumor. Why not take a look and see for ourselves? Yan Mobai urged, squeezing his horse forward. The ancient Taikang temple in the northern part of the city was established in a previous dynasty and underwent renovations during the reign of the previous emperor, with further expansions after Emperor Zhao Qing ascended. The current Taikang temple is quite grand, bustling with people both inside and outside. As the trio navigated through the throng, Yan Mobai frowned at the close proximity of the crowd. He halted, turning to Chi Feng and Lanning. If you wish to visit the lotus pond, you may go ahead. I will head to the main hall. He gestured to the grand hall, not far away. Chi Feng and Lanning exchanged glances and replied, very well, we will find you there shortly. Their curiosity about the blooming twin lotuses compelled them to witness it firsthand, but they understood their master detested crowds, particularly physical contact, making the current situation quite uncomfortable for him. The three parted ways. Chi Feng and Lanning pressed forward, while Yan Mobai turned towards the temple. Inside the main hall, many people were engaged in various activities, lighting incense, drawing lots, seeking blessings, or waiting in line. Yan Mobai's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd, but did not spot the woman who had mentioned her intention to pray for him earlier that morning. It was evident she held no true affection for Yin Chongjing. Why would she come to pray? He cast his eyes downward, a slight smile gracing his lips as he exited the hall. Noticing a three-story pagoda nearby, with fewer people, he ascended its steps. From the highest level, he could originally see the lotus pond, but it was now surrounded by throngs of people, obscuring his view except for a glimpse of what appeared to be blooming flowers. Yan Mobai's gaze narrowed. Could this be yet another prince attempting to fabricate an auspicious event? Perhaps to imply to the emperor and the populace that a certain prince, associated with the lotus, was destined to bring blessings to Dezhao. However, upon reflection, he realized no prince had any known connection to lotus flowers. No prince was born in summer, nor had he heard of any who cherished lotuses, nor was there any concubine related to them. Maybe he was overthinking it. It could simply be that the flowers were blooming earlier than usual. After all, so many had come to witness this, whether the flowers were real or false, genuine or a mere illusion. The truth could not be concealed. Moreover, given the recent incident with the Taoist priest who deceived the emperor at Prince Kang's behest, it was unlikely any prince would dare to act against the wind at such time. With these thoughts, he felt a sense of relief. Seeing nothing of particular interest, he retracted his gaze, preparing to descend the pagoda when he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. He paused, redirecting his gaze. Amidst the bustling crowd, a faint purple figure came into view. It was indeed the woman who had claimed earlier to come here to pray for her husband. He found it peculiar. Amidst so many people, from such a distance, with her face concealed by a veil, he could not discern her features, yet he recognized her immediately. To his surprise, she had truly come and was now being swept along with the crowd towards the lotus pond, her head barely visible. Yan Mobai and Appo's brows knitted slightly. She truly enjoyed such commotion. Suddenly, he saw her turn her head. Unable to see her face or gaze clearly, he could only vaguely sense she was smiling. Yan Mobai's heart fluttered. Had she seen him? No way. From so far away, could she truly see him? Even smile at him? His thoughts swirled as he focused on her. He then saw her appear to speak, the veil fluttering gently with her breath. speaking. Then he noticed someone behind her, extending an arm to shield her from the crowd pressing in beside her. Yan Mobai's eyes narrowed as he regarded the figure, a man dressed in white. White attire. His mind echoed Lan Ing and Amp, Oppos. Words from that day. Lady Ning seems quite taken with the man in white, casting appreciative glances at him and complimenting him several times. Thus, this man must be one of the 3 suitors who had come to the Ho residence to meet Lady Jean and Oppos' niece. So, she had turned back to look at him and smiled at him. Yan Mobai's expression turned cold as he stood atop the pagoda, observing the two. The wind tousled his hair and robe as it blew past. He recalled Lan Ying's previous comment. It is clear they are all striving to impress Lady Ning. One might mistake it for her, selecting a suitor. Meanwhile, Ning Miao and Yin Kuanpeng had finally squeezed their way to the edge of the lotus pond. Gazing upon the pool filled with blooming twin lotuses, Yin Kuanpeng could hardly believe his eyes, excitement bubbling within him as he murmured, "It's true. It's really true." "I didn't deceive you, did I?" Ning Miao replied, swaying slightly due to the pressure from the crowd behind her. Yin Kuanpeng turned to her, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence. "Lady, you are truly a remarkable woman." Ning Miao quickly gestured for him to be quiet, fearing he might reveal her dream foresight. Yin Kuanpeng was amused by her playful demeanor. "Rest assured, I understand the gravity of this matter. As you mentioned, you confided in me alone. I will not betray your trust. I promise, this will remain between us and the heavens. No one else will know." Chapter 044. Engaging in superficial pleasantries, Ning Miao nodded, feeling at ease with him. "All right, you have confirmed the blooming of the twin lotus. Let's depart. There are too many people here. If we push any further, we might end up in the pond." After some time of squeezing through the crowd, they finally emerged. Ning Miao turned to Yin Kuanpeng, saying, "Please wait a moment. I shall first seek a talisman for peace for Yanlang. Since we are here to pray for Yin Changjing, it would be best to bring something back. I will accompany you." The two made their way toward the temple when suddenly a familiar voice called out, "Lady Ning." They both halted in surprise and turned around, only to find Lan Ing and Qi Feng approaching. Ning Miao was quite astonished to encounter them here. "Lady, it truly is you." "I said it was you." But Qi Feng insisted otherwise. Lan Ing said as they drew closer, "What brings you here?" Ning Miao inquired, glancing behind them and then surveying the surroundings. If they were present, Yan Mobai must also be nearby, though she did not see him. "We came with the gentleman to investigate a case," Lan Ing replied. "Indeed, he is here. Where's my second brother?" Lan Ing pointed toward the temple. "We just want to see the lotus flowers. The gentleman mentioned he would wait for us inside." Having said that, Lan Ing turned her gaze to the man beside Ning Miao. Recognizing him as one of the gentlemen who had visited the Ho residence, specifically the one who had caught Lady Ning's favor. "Why are the two of you together?" Yin Kuanpeng felt a pang of unease, yet forced himself to remain composed, bowing slightly to Lan Ing and Qi Feng. Qi Feng remained silent, while Lan Ing asked, "And who might this be?" Feigning ignorance, Yin Kuanpeng clasped his hands and bowed slightly. "I am Yin Kuanpeng, the eldest son of the Ho family. The second son is my cousin. Today, I came to admire the twin lotus and chanced upon my cousin. I am grateful for her care during my recent visit to the Ho residence and wish to engage in a brief conversation to express my thanks." So it is young Master Yan." Lan Ing and Qi Feng returned the courtesy. With the encounter deemed coincidental, Lan Ing no longer harbored suspicions. Ning Miao smiled gently. "Since you have matters to attend to, you should not delay any longer." "Then we shall seek the gentleman," the two said, cupping their hands in salute as they made their way toward the temple. Once they had distanced themselves, Ning Miao turned. "Let's return. Did you not wish to seek a talisman for peace?" Yin Kuanpeng inquired, puzzled. Ning Miao sighed, "Never mind. They mentioned my second brother is inside, and I prefer not to encounter him to avoid misunderstanding. Lan Ing and Qi Feng are easily deceived, but Yan Mobai is not so naive. Let's go," she said, leading the way. "To avoid what sort of misunderstanding?" A chilling voice interrupted. Ning Miao's breath caught in her throat as she halted and turned to see Yan Mobai standing a few steps away in a dark brocade robe, his expression inscrutable, his deep-set eyes fixed on her. Yin Kuanpeng and Oppos' heart raced again, and he hastily bowed to Yan Mobai. Second master. Ning Miao collected her thoughts and turned to face Yan Mobai, smiling calmly. I just encountered the guards Lan and Xi. They mentioned that my second brother is here investigating a case within the temple. I thought, as it pertains to an investigation, there must have been some incident in the main hall, so I decided not to enter to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Yan Mobai regarded her in silence. Her features were partially concealed by a veil, revealing only her striking eyes, which appeared even more captivating against the backdrop of the sheer fabric, glistening like glass. When she smiled, her eyes formed an enchanting arc. Yan Mobai pressed his lips together slightly, contemplating the phrase engaging in superficial pleasantries. This woman was indeed feigning cordiality with him. He heard her words clearly. She wished to avoid an encounter with him to prevent misunderstandings. Yet, her words morphed into an assertion that she did not want to associate with his investigation, artfully evading the truth. Ning Miao's hand tightened slightly in her palm. Although she had initially felt composed, his silence began to unsettle her. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke up, by the way, the guards Lan and Xi have gone to the main hall to find my second brother. Yan Mabei's gaze remained cold. And what of it? Thus, you should go find them, she urged, though inwardly she realized this was merely a suggestion. There is no and amp, oppose, thus and amp, oppose. I merely wish to inform my second brother of this. Ning Miao spoke softly. Yan Mobai seemed to scoff lightly, or perhaps it was merely her imagination. Did not the elder sister come to pray for her elder brother? Suppressing her own sense of guilt, Ning Miao nodded. Indeed. Have you prayed? Yan Mobai queried. Ning Miao nodded again. Yes, I prayed, but I forgot to ask for a talisman for peace. She raised her gaze to meet his dark, penetrating eyes, not shying away, presenting herself as sincere and forthright. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment before Yan Mobai averted his gaze and addressed Yan Kuanpeng. Are you also here to pray for my elder brother? Ning Miao, Yan Kuanpeng. To answer the second master, no. I am here to admire the twin lotus and happen to meet my cousin. A cold smile graced Yan Mobai and Oppo's lips. My lord, we searched high and low in the main hall and could not find you. It seems you are here. Chi Feng and Lan Ning approached hastily. As the trio reunited, Ning Miao seized a moment to excuse herself. You have official matters to attend to. I shall not intrude. Without waiting for a response, she turned to leave. Elder sister, Yan Mabei's icy voice called after her. Ning Miao halted and turned back. Yan Mobai stepped closer. If you value your life, refrain from wandering about aimlessly each day. Are you aware that King Kang is also here? Ning Miao gasped in shock. Yan Kuanpeng was baffled, while Lan Ning and Chi Feng exchanged puzzled glances. King Kang had just been dispatched by the emperor to Fuzhou the previous day. It was implausible he would return so soon. This was what their master had informed them yesterday. Had he forgotten? My lord, King Kang is, Lan Ning began, but Chi Feng swiftly grasped his arm, attempting to halt him, though it was too late. The words had already escaped his lips. Not here. Both Ning Miao and Yan Mobai turned to Lan Ning. Ning Miao exhaled in relief. Yan Mabei's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Lan Ning felt a wave of unease wash over him. Yan Mobai then looked back at Ning Miao, continuing, his people are scattered throughout the capital. If you continue to roam recklessly, you may find yourself in peril without even knowing how it happened. Ning Miao fell silent, unsure of how to respond. She understood that while his words were somewhat exaggerated, they stemmed from concern for her. After a moment of contemplation, she lowered her gaze, resembling a contrite child. I will not do so again. Yan Mobai regarded her, his lips pressed thin. She always spoke sweetly, only to forget it all the moment she turned away, saying one thing and doing another. Ning Miao, did she truly? In truth, she did. She was courageous in acknowledging her faults, yet resolute in her ways. With her silence, Yan Mobai remained quiet for a spell as well. Let us return, he finally said. Ning Miao noted. Just as she was about to depart, a cheerful voice rang out. Master Yan, lady. They turned to see a vibrant figure clad in peach pink joyfully approaching them. It was Princess Anyang. Chapter 045. Unexpected encounter. I never anticipated encountering Lord Yan and the esteemed lady here. Anyang hastened to Yan Mobai, her face flushed with excitement and her eyes brimming with adoration. Yan Mobai, with his serene countenance, offered a slight bow. Your Highness. Ning Miao, Yin Kuanpeng, and the guards, Chifeng and Lanying, followed suit. Oh, dispense with such formalities when we are not within the palace, and Yang said, her gaze fixed on Yan Mobai. Are you also here to admire the twin lotus blossoms? I am attending to official duties, Yan Mobai replied dispassionately. Ning Miao interjected, I came to view the lotus flowers and, having done so, must return home to attend to matters. I shall take my leave. With a curtsy to Yang, she prepared to depart, accompanied by Yin Kuanpeng. Yan Mobai added, I, too, have official duties to attend to. Seeing them about to leave, and Yang's face clouded over, and she stamped her foot. I command you all to halt. Reluctantly, they stopped. None of you may leave. And Yang declared. Ning Miao frowned slightly. Yan Mobai and Appo's eyes turned cold, but before he could speak, and Yang preempted him. This is not my wish, but that of my imperial father. She gestured in a particular direction. My father is over there. Surprised, they all turned to look where she indicated. In a distant pavilion sat a middle-aged man in resplendent robes, flanked by two attendants. One stood rigidly with a sheathed sword, the other bowed deferentially with folded hands. Ning Miao ya Appos, Skazenarovet. It was indeed Emperor Zhaoqing, accompanied by Zhan, the imperial bodyguard, and Wang, the chief eunuch. I have not deceived you, have I? And Yang said smugly. Yan Mobai pursed his lips, averting his gaze. I shall go to him. There is no need for those not of the court to. My father said everyone. And Yang interrupted, seizing the opportunity to wield authority. Let's go. And Yang lifted her chin and led the way. Yan Mobai cast a profound look at Ning Miao before turning to follow, his steps measured. Chifeng and Lanying attended him closely. Ning Miao and Yin Kuanpeng brought up the rear. Yin Kuanpeng, visibly nervous at the prospect of meeting the emperor, leaned towards Ning Miao and whispered, Will there be any trouble? Ning Miao tilted her head closer to him and replied softly, Rest assured, there will be none. When she had impersonated an assassin at Kong Wang's behest, she had been disguised as a man and veiled. Emperor Zhaoqing should not recognize her. Furthermore, Yin Kuanpeng, a scholar, would have no reason to fear. Yan Mobai glanced back and caught sight of their intimate exchange. A flicker of coldness crossed his eyes before he turned away. Upon reaching the pavilion, Yan Mobai prepared to lead them in a formal greeting, but Emperor Zhaoqing waved his hand. I am traveling incognito. Spare the formalities, lest we disturb the common folk. I heard from Yang that the twin lotus blossoms have bloomed early, so I came to enjoy the spectacle. I did not expect to encounter you, Yan Qing. What brings you here? I heard that bandits who robbed the disaster relief funds were active in the northern part of the city, so I came to investigate, Yan Mobai replied. Emperor Zhaoqing nodded, turning his gaze to Ning Miao and Yin Kuanpeng. And who are these? Before Ning Miao could answer, Yan Mobai spoke. This is my elder sister-in-law, Ning Xi, and my distant cousin. Ning Miao lowered her eyes, maintaining a respectful demeanor, though she found the introduction somewhat amusing. While she appreciated his thoughtfulness in introducing them, she wondered if he needed to emphasize the distance in Yin Kuanpeng's relation to him. Emperor Zhaoqing scrutinized Ning Miao's veiled face. I have heard that the rouge used by the concubines in my harem comes from your hand. A considerable talent, indeed. Your Majesty is too kind, Ning Miao replied humbly. And Yang pointed to a wishing tree in the distance, and said to Yan Mobai, I hear that wishing tree is particularly efficacious. Let's make a wish. Yan Mobai was about to decline, but Emperor Zhaoqing interjected. Go ahead, all of you young people. Today, with such auspicious omens, it is sure to be even more potent. Yan Mobai had no choice but to comply. Let's go, and Yang said, delighted that her wish had been granted. They walked together to the wishing tree, an ancient ginkgo adorned with red ribbons bearing written wishes. A stall nearby sold ribbons and writing implements, and Yang generously bought 6 ribbons, distributing one to each person. After a moment's thought, she wrote, May the one I love also love me. Seeing that Yan Mobai had already finished, she leaned over inquisitively. You finished so quickly. What wish did you make, Lord Yan? May the nation be prosperous and the people at peace, Yan Mobai replied, avoiding her proximity. He walked to the tree and hung his ribbon on a branch, and Yang was crestfallen. She looked up at the ribbon, where the words May the nation be prosperous and the people at peace were calligraphed. Meanwhile, Ning Miao, Yan Chiefeng, and Laniying had also finished writing their wishes and hung them on the tree. As Laniying hung his, he stole a glance at Chiefeng's, who elbowed him in the chest, eliciting a playful grin from Laniying. The emperor has already left, Laniying announced. They looked towards the pavilion, which was now empty. Ning Miao seized the opportunity. Your Highness, I must return home to attend to matters. I shall take my leave. And Yang, eager to be rid of these encumbrances and be alone with Yan Mobai, simply nodded. Ning Miao glanced at Yan Mobai, their eyes meeting briefly before they both looked away. Ning Miao turned and departed, followed by Yan Kuanping. After they left, and Yang was about to invite Yan Mobai to climb the nearby pagoda when he said, Your Highness, I am on official business and must also take my leave. Without waiting for a response, he turned and signaled to Chiefeng and Laniying. Let an oppose, let's go. Anyang, display asset, frowened. There's no need to rush. Official duties are pressing. Yan Mobai replied without turning back, watching the three figures depart, and Yang was vexed. Later, as Yan Mobai and his guards rode through the northern part of the city, they found nothing of note. As they prepared to return to the Dali temple, Yan Mobai said, I left my handkerchief at the ribbon stall. I will retrieve it. You may return ahead of me. Chapter 046. The unashamed woman had a handkerchief fallen? Did she return specifically to retrieve it? Both Laniying and Chi Feng were taken aback. Typically, someone who often discards a handkerchief after wiping off blood or dirt would not bother to reclaim one that had been lost. Although they were puzzled, they chose not to inquire further and respectfully accepted their orders. Yan Mobai rode back to the ancient temple of Tai Hao Ling. It was effortless for him to locate the woman's cloth strip hanging from the ginkgo tree adorned with red ribbons. The knot she tied was distinctive, making it easily recognizable. He grasped the fluttering strip with his long fingers and focused his gaze. The elegant handwriting captured his attention. Heart delights in you, yet you do not permit it. Yet I have sunk too deep. Erling, what should I do? I only wish for heaven to show mercy, that your heart may mirror mine. Yan Mobai's dark pupils quivered slightly. Erling, Yan Changjing was the eldest son, while Yan Kuanping was the fourth. Heart delights in you, yet you do not permit it. So, Erling must be him. His thoughts whirled, and he released the cloth strip, squinting as he gazed into the distant sky, momentarily lost in contemplation. As Yan Mobai mounted and departed, a flash of peach red emerged from behind the tower's column. It was Yang. She had just watched this man come and go from a high vantage point and felt a surge of excitement. Just as she was about to descend to greet him, she noticed he had approached the wishing tree. Her heart raced, thinking he had returned to sneak a glance at her wishcloth. However, he headed straight for a different strip and picked it up to examine. It was not the one she had hung. If her memory served correctly, Ning Pan's wish strip was likely hanging from that branch. Yan Mobai had returned solely to view Ning Pan's wish. Why? Confusion and curiosity filled her as she observed the horse and rider receding into the distance. She lifted her skirt and hurried down the tower. Upon reaching the wishing tree, she tilted her head to inspect the red cloth he had just seen. The first thing that caught her eye was the unique way it had been tied. Not the typical method she was familiar with, but something special that eluded her comprehension. She was not concerned with the knot. Her eagerness compelled her to read the content of the cloth. Heart delights in you, yet you do not permit it. Yet I have sunk too deep. Erling, what should I do? I only wish for heaven to show mercy, that your heart may mirror mine. As she recited each word, her eyes widened in astonishment. With her limited literacy, she could decipher the meaning at a glance. Ning Pan harbored feelings for a man, yet he did not allow her to love him. Nevertheless, Ning Pan was already deeply ensnared, and the man was named Erlang. She pondered what she should do about her feelings. Ning Pan beseeched the heavens to make that man love her as she loved him. Her astonishment stemmed from the realization that the man in this wish was evidently not Ning Pan and Appo's deceased husband, Yan Changjing. First, Ning Pan was married to Yan Changjing, so there was no question of heart delights in you, yet you do not permit it. Second, Ning Pan referred to this person as Erlang, while Yan Changjing, being the eldest son, should be addressed as Delang. As this realization struck, and Yang's pupils dilated in shock. Alang was Yan Mobai. Ning Pan had feelings for Yan Mobai. Had she even confessed her love to him? Otherwise, there would be no "you do not permit it." Ning Pan had also prayed for the heavens to make Yan Mobai love her. Good heavens, she had stumbled upon something monumental. In truth, she could understand the affection for Yan Mobai. After all, a man of his caliber, possessing beauty, physique, talent, and power, would be the object of desire for any woman. However, their respective statuses pose an issue. How distasteful! She spat in disdain. The unashamed woman. Fortunately, Yan Mobai was discerning enough to refuse her advances. She smirked coldly. Among the many noble ladies in the capital, Yan Mobai barely glanced at any of them. Not even at her, a noble princess. Would he truly take notice of such a shameless married woman? It was nothing short of delusion. And Yang tiptoed and snatched the red cloth down. Upon returning home, Ning Miao found Jin Shi waiting at the Fengfei garden. "Why are you back so soon? I heard from Old Song that you didn't go to the other courtyard today," Jin Shi inquired. Seeing her, Ning Miao felt a headache coming on. "I went to the ancient temple of Taihao Ling with Yan Kuanpeng to pray for Yin Lang, but we encountered my second brother, as well as Princess and Yang and the Emperor. Fearing my second brother would grow suspicious, we decided not to visit the other courtyard and will seek another opportunity instead." Having just promised Yan Mobai not to roam about indiscriminately, she felt the need to at least appear compliant today. Additionally, she genuinely feared raising his suspicions. Thus, she and Yan Kuanpeng returned home separately, planning to discuss the examination topics later. Upon hearing that they had encountered those people, Jin Shi frowned. "Who told you to actually go to the ancient temple of Taihao Ling? I thought you were merely making an excuse." "Itruish tu pray for Yan Long. Does a mother want him to wake up soon?" Ning Miao asked innocently, blinking her large eyes. Jin Shi, displeased, replied, "As his biological mother, of course. I hope he wakes up quickly." Ning Miao nodded. "Mother and I share the same sentiment. Even if I borrow a child from Yan Kuanpeng, he is merely alone. Everything I do is for Yin Lang. I only want him to awaken sooner." Seeing her sincerity, the displeasure on Jin Shi's face diminished. After all, Yin Changjing was her son, and she naturally hoped for Ning Miao to be completely devoted to him. This way, even if the borrowing of a child succeeded in the future, there would be no emotional entanglement with Yan Kuanpeng. "You have a kind heart. Then next time, find another opportunity to meet with Yan Kuanpeng soon." Ning Miao eagerly agreed. "Yes, mother, rest assured. I understand." Yet, in her heart, she was preoccupied with another thought. Would Yan Mobai see her wish strip? When Yan Mobai returned to the Dali Temple, Lan Ning and Qi Feng were practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Upon seeing him, the two immediately sheathed their swords and approached. My lord, did you find the handkerchief?" "No, let be lost." Yan Mobai replied coolly. The two were taken aback. This was indeed their master. It was just a handkerchief. The trio proceeded to the inner chamber to handle official business. And Qi Feng recalled something. "My lord, you mentioned the relationship between Madame Ning and King Kang in front of that cousin of the Yin family today. You wouldn't let that slip out, would you?" Speaking of King Kang in front of Yan Kuanpeng, who was everywhere, and warning that if Madame Ning continued to roam, she might lose her life, would certainly raise Yan Kuanpeng's suspicions regarding her relationship with King Kang. If he were to speak of it, King Kang would find out, and Madame Ning would be in danger, wouldn't she? Yan Mobai continued walking, casting a glance back at the unusually talkative Qi Feng. A slight smirk graced his lips. "Are you worried about her?" "No," Qi Feng quickly denied. "I merely noticed that my lord has been considering Madame Ning's safety, and thus I too hope for her safety." Yan Mobai continued onward. "Rest assured, she has considered everything you can think of. She has ample excuses to make Yan Kuanpeng understand and keep silent. A silver-tongued woman." Qi Feng nodded, falling silent. Yan Mobai approached the desk where he handled official matters and sat down, suddenly recalling something. He lifted his gaze and asked Lan Ning, "Did you say that cat is kept in the Fushua garden?" Chapter 047. "I cannot ruin you." Lan Ning was taken aback. "No, my lord does not agree. How could I dare to bring it back without permission?" Yan Mobai raised an eyebrow. "Did I not agree?" Lan Ning and Qi Feng exchanged glances. Did he agree? They recalled his words. "You can save it once, but not for a lifetime. If it disobeys, it deserves the consequences. Why bother?" So, Did the Lord agree to let them bring it back to Fushue courtyard for care? Lanning asked eagerly. Yan Mobai responded with a slight nod. Thank you, my lord, Lanning exclaimed, overflowing with joy. He wondered why it seemed that his master had ventured out only to return in a good mood, despite not finding any handkerchief. The following afternoon, after Yan Mobai concluded his affairs at the Dali Temple and was preparing to return to the residence, Chi Feng hurried in with an envelope. My lord, I just encountered Chun Lan at the entrance of Dali Temple. She handed me a letter without saying a word and ran off. The envelope is marked for your eyes only. Chun Lan. Yan Mobai and Oppos. His gaze sharpened as he took the envelope. It was sealed with wax, indicating carefulness. Chi Feng prudently stepped back. Yan Mobai broke the seal and unfolded the letter. The words were clear on the white page. Second brother, I know you have visited my wishcloth. I realize I am undertaking something extremely dangerous and inadvisable. I pondered all night last night. I cannot ruin you. Thus I have made a significant decision. Could you come to Tianzifang after you finish your duties at the hour of you? I will be waiting for you at Guyu Pavilion. There are things I wish to discuss. Yan Mobai was taken aback, surprised that the woman was aware of his visit to her wishcloth, and even more astonished that she had written to him. He found it hard to believe. Holding the letter, he examined it again. Though he had only seen her handwriting once before, he recognized it. This was undoubtedly her script, and since it was delivered by Chun Lan, it could not be a forgery. What was this woman scheming? I cannot ruin you. A significant decision? What could it be? Why not speak freely at the Marquis and Oppos' residence, where it would be more convenient and secure? Surely, she was up to some trick. He had no intention of going. Yan Mobai pursed his lips, folded the letter, and placed it back in the envelope, tossing it into the drawer before him. Is there something concerning Lady Ning? He Feng inquired. Yan Mobai casually picked up a document from the table and replied coolly, Nothing. Lanning entered from outside, my lord. The carriage is waiting at the door. We may return to the residence. Yan Mobai closed the document, placed it on the table, glanced at the water clock in the corner, and stood up. The three of them made their way outside, but as Yan Mobai reached the door, he paused. He turned back to the document table, opened the drawer, retrieved the earlier letter, and tucked it into his sleeve. Once in the carriage, they set off. He closed his eyes to rest. After a while, he opened them again, retrieving the letter from his sleeve for another look. He noted that it was already the hour of you when he had checked the clock before leaving. Since Tianzifang wasn't into Oppos, too far, he might as well see what scheme the woman was concocting. He lifted the curtain and instructed the driver ahead to Tianzifang. Tianzifang was a newly opened large leisure establishment in the capital, combining tea houses, restaurants, inns, and theaters, with its elegant decor and much fanfare surrounding its opening. It attracted many patrons daily. Ning Miao, her face veiled with light gauze, traversed through a kaleidoscope of colors and lights, arriving at the door of a private room. She looked up at the characters and Oppos, Jingzhu and Oppos, inscribed on the door, and gently knocked. It was said that Tianzifang had 24 premium private rooms named after the 24 solar terms. And this was indeed the case. Upon entering, she was quickly greeted by Yan Kuanpeng, who promptly closed the door. Why meet here? It's expensive and crowded. Ning Miao inquired. Going to another courtyard, while discreet, could lead to complications if discovered. In a place like this, despite the crowd, it ironically offers safety. Yan Kuanpeng explained as he gestured for her to sit at a round table made of golden silk namu. He poured her a cup of tea. Just like our visit to the ancient temple at Taihao, even if we encountered the second young master or even the emperor, no one would suspect us due to the crowd. Thank you. Ning Miao accepted the cup, finding some merit in his reasoning. Even if they were discovered together, they could easily claim it was a coincidence, perhaps enjoying tea or a performance together. Taking a sip of the tea, she recalled the matter at hand. Setting down the cup, she retrieved several sheets of paper from her sleeve and handed them to him. These are the topics to be covered in this year in Oppos' spring examinations. I've written them down. You must not let anyone else see them. Understood. Yan Kuanpeng accepted the papers, barely concealing his excitement. Ning Miao motioned for him to open them. The initial questions pertain to the books you typically study. You should have no trouble memorizing them. The last question regarding policy formulation is the most difficult and crucial. I've noted a few good points for you. See how best to weave them together and add your own thoughts to compose an essay. Those points were mentioned in the top 3 examination papers of the previous life. Ning Miao smiled. Prepare well. The title of top scholar belongs to you. At the entrance of the Gu private room, Yan Mobai stood tall and poised, raising his hand to knock on the door. No one answered. He pushed the door open, finding the room brightly lit yet empty. Where is everyone? Were they not waiting for me? He stepped inside and took a seat at the table, slowly surveying his surroundings. The lavish decor and various furnishings were all in place. An incense burner by the window emitted a fragrant aroma. The round table before him, crafted from golden silk namu, was adorned with exquisite jade and porcelain teapots and cups, 2 of which were filled with freshly poured tea, the steam still rising enticingly. So, had someone stepped out? He picked up a cup of tea, but did not drink, merely inhaling its scent. A delicate bilyukan from Jiangnan. Hearing footsteps at the entrance, he set the cup down, remaining seated and still. A landscape screen at the entryway obscured his view, preventing him from seeing who had arrived. He heard the door push open, followed by the sound of footsteps entering as the door closed again. Through the screen, he caught a glimpse of a figure approaching, stepping into his line of sight. To his surprise, it was Yang, Master Yan, and Yang greeted with a radiant smile. Yan Mobai, though surprised, maintained an impassive expression, regarding her with calmness. What brings you here, Your Highness? What do you think, my lord? And Yang replied, taking a seat directly across from him. Chapter 048. If you choose to sacrifice her. I know not. Yan Mobai spoke with indifference. In truth, he was not particularly concerned. His thoughts were occupied with the door that Yang had closed when she entered. If that woman were to return. He cast a glance towards the entrance before rising to open the door of the elegant chamber. Because it was this palace that invited Lord Yan here, and Yang remarked. Yan Mobai paused, slightly taken aback as he turned back to her. You? And Yang lifted the cup of tea before her to her lips, taking a delicate sip before placing it down and meeting his gaze. Indeed, who else would it be? Would Lord Yan assume it was his elder sister-in-law who invited him? Yan Mobai's expression remained frosty as he pressed his lips together, and Yang observed him, noting how formidable he was, even in the current circumstances. His demeanor was utterly unruffled. Yan Mobai settled back down, speaking at a steady pace. So, it was you who had someone imitate the handwriting and threatened Chunlan to deliver a message? Anyang Smilet, have you stopped addressing me as Your Highness? It's just you now. The first part of your statement is accurate, but the latter is incorrect. It was not that woman's maid who delivered the message, but rather my own maid in disguise. Yan Mobai was not particularly surprised, recalling that Chi Feng had mentioned a letter being slipped to him by an amp, Oppos, Chunlan, and amp, Oppos, who left without uttering a word. Speaking would have revealed a ruse. People say that Lord Yan, the minister of the Dali Temple, possesses exceptional insight, perceiving matters with clarity. I believe these petty schemes would not deceive you. And Yang chuckled. Yan Mobai remained silent. He had indeed been careless. He had harbored suspicions before. Upon seeing the letter, he felt it did not align with that woman and Oppos, his usual behavior. In retrospect, the holes in the story were numerous. It was evident that the woman had left the temple first. How could she have known he had returned to check the wish cards? If she intended to discuss matters, it would have been most secure to do so in his residence, in the Fushua Garden. Why would she choose such a place? How could Chunlan deliver a message without uttering a single word? So many points raised doubts. He could not fathom why he had believed it. At this moment, it seems that in matters of love, even the most astute and wise individuals can be ensnared and blinded, and Yang remarked, lifting her cup to sip the tea again. Yan Mobai and Oppos. S gaze sharpened slightly, his eyes darkening. Be cautious with your words, Your Highness. The tone was not heavy, yet the warning was unmistakable. Anyang loathed li. Is it not true? If someone else had summoned you today, would you have come? Even if it were I who invited you, you would not have attended, would you? It must be her, your elder sister-in-law, who holds the key. Upon witnessing Ning Pan's wish card yesterday, she initially thought it was merely the woman's unrequited yearning, a delusion. How could a man like Yan Mobai possibly be interested in such a woman? Yet after some contemplation, she found it odd. What normal younger brother would leave only to return a spy on his sister-in-law's wishes? Furthermore, on that day, all she did was slap that woman. Yet this man had bombarded her with questions, chastising her for her actions, even disregarding the fact that he had accompanied her on her father's orders. Thus, she concluded that his feelings toward Ning Pan were likely not pure. This letter's arrival today only served to confirm her suspicions. Yan Mobai's dark eyes were inscrutable, his lips pressed into a frosty line, and Yang observed him, shaking her head. I cannot fathom it. What merits does such a woman possess? Aside from a modicum of beauty, she is merely your brother and Appo's, his wife. Yan Mobai articulated each word with icy precision. She is merely a woman who harbors unreciprocated feelings for me. And Yang burst into laughter, as if she had heard a jest. Then what is this? She extracted a red strip of cloth from her sleeve, slapping it onto the table. Yan Mobai glanced at it. It was indeed the wish card from the woman yesterday, and Yang pointed at the strip. The contents here are written in her own hand. She wrote herself, but she referred to my brother as Erlang, believing him to be the second son of a poor household when they first met in Jiangnan. Yan Mobai replied. His tone measured, and Yang was unconvinced. If that is the case, let us present this wish card to the emperor. You may explain to him and see if he believes you. Yan Mobai's gaze darkened, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. He pressed his lips together in silence. What is it that you desire, your highness? Speak plainly. Let's make a transaction, and Yang proposed. Yan Mobai regarded her keenly. What transaction? You shall request the emperor and Appo's decree, declaring your affection for me and your desire to become my husband. In that case, I shall overlook the past, and we may pretend that nothing has transpired between you and her. Yan Mobai was not taken aback by her proposal. His pupils constricted slightly, his voice as cold as ice striking stone. Nothing has ever transpired between her and me, but it is a fact that she covets you. And Yang pointed at the red strip on the table. I know you will argue that it does not name you explicitly, but any discerning eye can see that the content strongly implicates you, the second son of the Yan family. You may claim it was not her handwriting, but as the minister of the Dali Temple, you should know better than anyone that handwriting can be verified. Your office has experts for this, does it not? The palace does as well. It would be evident if it were her writing. And Yang and Appo's expression was determined. Moreover, I am a princess. Should I personally testify to this matter, its impact will be significant. In today's world, a woman's reputation is more valuable than her life. Once her reputation is tarnished, no one will care whether the truth comes to light. She will be drowned in public scorn. How can she possibly survive that? Of course, if you choose to sacrifice her, claiming it to be unreciprocated affection, then that is another matter. However, in that case, her fate would be even more dire. As she spoke, Yang spread her hands, admiring the freshly applied lacquer on her nails. After finishing, she lifted her gaze to Yan Mobai, awaiting his decision. A cold smile graced Yan Mobai's lips as he responded, his voice frigid. I detest being threatened. As he spoke, he abruptly raised his arm, a gust of wind erupting from his sleeve, snatching the red strip from the table. He clenched his fingers, and the strip was now in his grasp. With another motion, he crushed it, the red fragments cascading through his fingers like ashes. And Yang stared in shock as the evidence disintegrated in his hands. What formidable inner strength! You dare to destroy the evidence. Yan Mobai brushed off the remnants from his hands, then leisurely produced a handkerchief to wipe them clean. Otherwise, your highness, do you think I would have spent so much time conversing with you here? And Yang's expression faltered. His implication was clear. Had it not been for this wish card, he would have had no desire to engage with her. Seething with frustration, she ground her teeth. Yan Mobai, I am a princess. Offending me will not end well for you. My actions and conduct are honorable, serving my sovereign and my people without guilt. What fruits you choose to bestow upon me are your concern, yet I trust the emperor and Appo's wisdom will prevail, Yan Mobai replied, his calm demeanor contrasting with her rising ire. And Yang and Appo's face twisted in anger as she realized he had invoked her father against her. As Yan Mobai stood, preparing to leave, she chuckled mockingly. What a pity, what a pity. Yan Mobai ignored her, striding purposefully towards the door. As Anyang gazed at his retreating figure, a chilling smile graced his lips. Regrettably, there are 2 points to consider. Firstly, The woman you are unwilling to sacrifice is presently clandestinely rendezvousing with another man. Secondly, the wish strip you just destroyed was a mere counterfeit. The genuine one, she pinned, remains in my possession. Chapter 49. A murder has occurred. Yan Mobai halted his steps and turned coldly. And Yang was quite pleased with his reaction, pulling out a red cloth strip from her sleeve and flicking it playfully. Just in case, I had several replicas made, and the one I hold now is also a replica. The original is securely stored away. If Master Yin wishes to crush this one too, here, take it. After speaking, and Yang tossed the red cloth onto the table, looking at him with considerable pride. Yan Mobai approached her with a somber demeanor. What have you done to her? And Yang was taken aback, not quite understanding his meaning. To her, I have done nothing yet. I naturally want to give Master Yin face first, and see how you will proceed. Yan Mobai stood before her, his expression as frosty as a winter's frost. Did you not just say she was meeting someone in secret? Oh, that. And Yang finally realized. You mean to imply that her clandestine meeting with a man is my doing? Is it not? Of course not. And Yang looked wronged. Seeing that Yan Mobai was skeptical, she nearly swore. Truly, I saw that person, your distant cousin, pass by the door of this private room yesterday. I intended to greet him, but seeing him sneaking around and walking so quickly, I refrained. Then, I saw him enter a private room. Not long after, I thought to check the entrance to see if you had arrived, and I spotted Ning Pan. As before, she was wearing a veil and walking briskly, occasionally glancing around in vigilance. I concealed myself and followed her from a distance. Due to the throng of people coming and going, though she was cautious, she did not notice me. I witnessed her entering your cousin's private room. A dark current surged in Yan Mobai's profound gaze. A slight smirk curved his lips. Is it not enough to slander her with me? Now you wish to defame her with another man? You do not believe me? And Yang, unwilling to let her frustration build further, replied, Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence. In which private room? Yan Mobai by infallible. What? Are you going to seek them out? And Yang retorted. Yan Mobai's brows knitted in impatience. Tell me. And Yang looked at him incredulously. Is now the time to address the matter of the wish strip? This man was preoccupied with the woman and another man, while the former seemed more pressing. And Yang raised her chin defiantly. Why should I tell you? Do you not doubt me? Yan Mobai and Oppo's gaze was as deep as a chasm, and without further words, he turned to leave, and Yang sprang up and blocked his path. If you step out of this door today, I will ensure she is utterly disgraced by tomorrow. After speaking, she squinted and smiled. However, you cannot leave this door. Do you not feel the heat? Heat? Yan Mobai's heart quivered slightly. It was indeed somewhat warm. He merely thought it was due to his restless spirit. At that moment, he focused his inner energy to sense his body, and his complexion changed. What have you done? Nothing much, and Yang pointed to the incense burner on the windowsill. I merely added a special fragrance to the incense. The chill in Yan Mobai's eyes sharpened. What fragrance? At the same time, he already had a dreadful inkling of what it was. Heat surged from his lower abdomen. It is the seductive fragrance. And Yang raised an eyebrow. In fact, inhaling this scent normally poses no issue, but it cannot be combined with inner energy. Otherwise, it will trigger the poison. After saying this, she innocently shrugged. Thus, this cannot be blamed on me. See, I inhaled it too, and I am perfectly fine. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon you for using inner energy to destroy that red cloth. Yan Mobai closed his eyes, attempting to suppress the seductive fragrance that had already entwined itself within his nerves and blood. It proved ineffective. Upon reopening his eyes, a murderous intent flared within them. He extended 2 fingers and swiftly pressed several acupoints on himself in an attempt to restrain the effects. And Yang, seeing his actions, understood that the poison had taken effect, and she leaned closer, her body softening. It is futile. This fragrance is specially concocted. No matter how profound your skills, it cannot be suppressed. The only antidote lies in a woman, and no other remedy exists. Finally, she spoke softly. Today, I shall relieve you of your poison, and tomorrow, you shall request to marry me. I shall pretend not to know of your affair with Ning Pan, and all will be well. In the Jingjia private room, Yin Kuan Peng sat under the lamp, fervently writing, while Ning Miao quietly sipped tea beside him. Yan Peng wished to finalize his strategy and sought Ning Miao's insight. She agreed, for she had reviewed the top 3 answers in her past life. To ensure success, she must guarantee that Yan Peng's writing surpassed theirs. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, a flurry of hurried footsteps and panic screams. Yan Peng, hearing this, inquired, "What is happening?" Ning Miao frowned. "I do not know. I shall take a look." As she set down her cup and rose, they heard loud knocks on their door, followed by knocks on the neighboring door. "Someone has been killed. Everyone, gather in the courtyard." The two were startled. Yan Peng sprang up, accidentally overturning the inkstone and lamp on the table. The ink spilled forth, staining his white robes, while the lamp rolled to Ning Miao's side, igniting her sleeve. Ning Miao quickly swatted at the flames, but to no avail, as lamp oil had soaked her sleeve, causing the fire to spread rapidly. Frightened, she hastily removed her outer garment and tossed it to the ground. Then, she used the teapot to douse the flames. The fire was extinguished, but her outer garment was beyond repair. With urgency outside, the two had no choice but to exit, one in undergarments and the other in ink-stained clothing. In the courtyard of Tianji Fong, lanterns were lit, and everyone was gathered in the center. Ning Miao caught sight of a tall figure, standing with hands clasped behind his back, facing the crowd. It was none other than Yan Mobai. "Tapter null vis null, Ning Pan." "You are truly disobedient." Ning Miao was instantly flustered. She had remained composed upon hearing of a murder, and even when her clothes caught fire. Yet now, upon encountering Yan Mobai, panic enveloped her. What a twist of fate to encounter him here. Hastily, she signaled Yan Peng to move behind the crowd and quickly positioned herself behind several tall individuals. Unbeknownst to her, Yan Mobai's keen peripheral vision captured their every action, stirring tumultuous waves within his already tempestuous gaze. The red wind and blue shadow, alerted by the news, arrived after having awaited in the courtyard where the heavenly boat's carriage was stationed. "My lord," Yan Mobai turned slightly, quietly instructing the red wind. "Locate Princess and Yang's personal maid. Restrain her discreetly and swiftly." The red wind, momentarily taken aback, did not inquire further, respectfully accepting the command and departing with haste. Yan Mobai then directed the blue shadow, "Go to the Ministry of Justice and the censorate to report. State that Princess Yang has been murdered in the heavenly boat." The blue shadow's eyes widened in shock, his tongue stumbling over the words. And noticing Yan Mobai and Appo's piercing glare, he quickly covered his mouth and whispered for confirmation. "Princess Yang?" Yan Mobai, his expression inscrutable, responded with a curt, The blue shadow, incredulous, appeared momentarily dazed. Seeing the confusion etched on his face, Yan Mobai narrowed his brows. "Did you not comprehend?" "Why, yes, I understand." The blue shadow stammered, regaining his composure and taking his leave. In the crowd, a voice inquired, "My lord, who has died? Why have we all been summoned here? Are you going to interrogate us one by one?" "I assure you, I am innocent." Another chimed in, "Indeed, when will we be allowed to leave? I'm not even wearing my shoes." Yan Mobai's heavy gaze swept over the speakers, silencing them instinctively. Coldly, he announced, "Not long ago, while the attendant of the heavenly boat was serving tea in the Grain Rain private room, he discovered a woman stabbed, lying on the floor. As a figure fled through the window, I was in a nearby private room, and upon hearing the commotion, I went to investigate, only to find the woman lifeless. I ordered the sealing of all exits from the heavenly boat. I understand that my urgent call for your assembly has disturbed your leisure. Yet human life is of utmost importance, and I must act accordingly. I hope for your understanding. Until the perpetrator is captured, all present are suspects. Once the officials from the Ministry of Justice arrive and clear you of suspicion, you will be free to leave." Ning Miao clenched her fists, her heart racing. While the common folk may be oblivious, she was acutely aware that typically, murder cases fall under the jurisdiction of a capital S court. The involvement of the Ministry of Justice indicated that the victim's identity was likely significant. She feared what trouble this might bring her, and how she would explain her presence to Yan Mobai. After all, she had only promised the day prior to refrain from wandering, and now she found herself caught in the act. Beside her, Yan Peng was equally anxious. sharing similar fears regarding his cousin, Yan Mobai. He nudged Ning Miao, whispering, "Let us synchronize our accounts. We'll say it was a coincidence." Ning Miao felt exasperated. What kind of coincidences occur so frequently? Yesterday, a chance encounter, and today another? Would anyone believe that? Then, what shall we say? Yan Kunping, perspiring with anxiety, pressed. Ning Miao bit her lip, contemplating. We could say we were meant to meet 3 people today. Besides you and me, there's my aunt's niece. She is shy, and my aunt insisted I accompany her, yet I am uncertain why she is late. Many were aware of her previous involvement in selecting a suitor for Jean's niece, and surely Jean would support her fabricated tale. Does that work? Yan Peng seemed hesitant. Yes, it's fine. Just as they concluded their hushed conspiracy, a voice rang out before them. My lord, I wish to report. These 2 individuals are suspicious. They were left pondering who was being reported when the accuser turned, pointing directly at them. Soon, all eyes were on the duo, including Yan Mobai. They had been overheard plotting their alibi. Ning Miao felt the ground could swallow her whole, while Yan Peng's ears burned with embarrassment, his breath quickening. Yan Mobai stood a few steps ahead, observing them closely. Ning Miao glanced up, the lanterns illuminating the night, yet the darkness concealed his expression, leaving her to sense the chilling aura surrounding him. You too, come here, Yan Mobai commanded, his tone firm yet devoid of anger, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Ning Miao tightened her grip, exchanging a glance with Yan Peng, and they both lowered their heads. Stepping forward into the throng, they positioned themselves a few paces from Yan Mobai, with Ning Miao speaking first, my lord, to avoid any appearance of familiarity. Yan Mobai refrained from acknowledging them, thus she could not address him as second brother. My lord, we did not commit murder. Please discern our innocence. Ning Miao implored respectfully. Yan Mobai's gaze was icy as it flickered over her attire, then briefly lingered on the man beside her. Clad in white, yet marred by dark stains, his countenance growing even more frigid. Murder is not determined by mere words. We rely on evidence in our investigations. Therefore, let us begin with you two. To prevent any further collusion, we shall proceed one at a time. Yan Mobai gestured towards Ning Miao. You, come with me. With that, he strode toward the interior of the heavenly boat. Ning Miao cast a glance at Yan Peng, noting his perspiration, aware of the immense pressure weighing on him. She too felt a rising tide of panic, yet she mustered a reassuring look before hastening to follow Yan Mobai. They walked to a private room within the heavenly boat, where Yan Mobai pushed open the door. Ning Miao glanced at the nameplate, Mang Zhong, before stepping inside. As she turned to close the door, a sudden force from behind propelled it wide open with a resounding bang, startling her. She looked back to see Yan Mobai standing a few paces away, his gaze piercing and intense. Ning Miao's breath caught in her throat. His demeanor, usually indifferent and cold, now bore a fierce intensity that left her feeling as though he might strike her down. Her palms grew clammy as she struggled to regain composure. Softly speaking, second brother, I can explain, Ning Pan. You are truly disobedient, Yan Mobai interrupted, his voice hoarse. Ning Miao was taken aback, both by his words and his unexpectedly raspy tone. In her moment of distraction, she felt a sudden weight on her arm as he seized her, pulling her toward him with force, leaving her unprepared as she tumbled into his embrace. Chapter 051. I just want to make you jealous. Ning Miao was startled and instinctively attempted to push him away. But then a thought struck her. Was this not what she had longed for? Usually, she went to great lengths to approach him, while he consistently kept her at arm's length. His current demeanor was a rare occurrence indeed, regardless of whether his actions stemmed from anger or something else. It was an opportunity too precious to squander. With a steely resolve, she embraced him. Yan Mobai was taken aback by her unexpected move, his body momentarily stiffening. The intoxicating allure within him surged forth like a lion breaking free from its cage, roaring with fervor. He struggled to contain it, his gaze tumultuous. Do you extend such embraces to every man? He asked, casting a heavy, scrutinizing look at the woman clinging tightly to him. Ning Miao rolled her eyes internally, presenting a facade of vulnerability. Was it not your brother who brought me here? You initiated this. Whoever brought you. Is that how you behave? Yan Mobai replied coldly. Ning Miao lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes wide and innocent. No, I only act like this towards you. Yan Mobai observed the way her breath caused the veil on her face to flutter gently. Despite her cunning and eloquence, she somehow managed to appear as if he had wronged her. He sneered softly. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have been inclined to believe her. Who was it that sneaked away to the Taihao temple to meet Yin Kuanpeng, whispering sweet nothings to one another, and who had clandestinely visited the Tianzifang with him, emerging in disarray, one without an outer garment and the other in a state of dishevelment? Just yesterday, she had assured him that she would not run off again. How could he still trust the wish she had hung on the wishing tree? Is there a single honest word on your lips? Yan Mobai's voice was hoarse and frigid as he gazed into her eyes. Ning Miao noticed the crimson hue creeping into his eyes, spreading rapidly like blood, making him appear as if he were blinded by rage. A shiver ran through her as memories of her past life, where he had silenced her with a single strike, flooded her mind. Suddenly, her throat felt dry and painful. She replied, I speak nothing but the truth. Her hoarse and feeble tone only served to heighten his suspicions. The fire in his heart blazed brighter as he turned his gaze away, coldly commanding, will you not let go? You are seducing the chief officer. This adds another charge against you. Ning Miao had no choice but to release him, taking a small step back. Yan Mobai turned, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, and seated himself at the table. Speak. What brings you here? When did you arrive? Whom did you meet? What did you do? And why conspire with that man? Attempting to fabricate a deceitful narrative to mislead me? Be thorough and transparent. Seeing him adopt an official demeanor, one might think the man who had just moments ago whispered, Ning Pan, you are truly incorrigible, and pulled her into his embrace with someone else entirely. Ning Miao bit her lip, contemplating her response. I arrived at the hour of you. Upon mentioning the hour of you, Yan Mobai's brow furrowed slightly. The letter from Anyang had also requested a meeting at that time, and he was beginning to dread hearing those words. I came to see Yin Kuanpeng, she continued, noting the change in his expression, but we did nothing, we merely shared some tea. She could not mention that the Jin family had requested her to borrow a child, nor could she reveal her knowledge of the examination topics from her rebirth. To do so would imply her complicity in the Jin family scheme, confirming that she was indeed involved. Furthermore, how could she explain how she knew the examination topics? Yin Kuanpeng was easily deceived, but he was not. Having just agreed upon a narrative with Yin Kuanpeng, she found herself at a loss for words. Just sharing tea? Yan Mobai chuckled lightly, his eyes glinting coldly. Does the Marquis's residence lack tea? Or is the tea there inferior to what is served here? Indeed, the tea at the Marquis's residence is not as good as here. Here, we drink biluakan from Jiangnan. Ning Miao mumbled. With a resounding clap, Yan Mobai slammed his palm on the table. The force jolted the table, startling Ning Miao. You two spent a fortune to come to the Tianzifang for nothing more than a solitary tea session between a man and a woman? His voice was icy. Ning Miao faltered it. The term shared is, not as if we were drinking wine. Yan Mobai's gaze bore into her, his voice a raspy whisper that emerged from deep within. Is it customary to disrobe while drinking tea? To upend items on the table? How intense was this encounter? Ning Miao was taken aback, but quickly realized that she was dressed only in undergarments while Yin Kuanpeng was enveloped in ink. Thus, she decided to tell the truth. It was because someone outside shouted that someone had died, that there had been a murder, urging us to gather. In his panic, as Yin Kuanpeng stood, he accidentally knocked over the inkstone and lamp on the table. The ink spilled on him, and the lamp ignited the sleeve of my outer garment, which was burned. I had no choice but to step outside in my undergarments. If it was merely tea, and you are not the killers, then why the anxiety? Yan Montak by Inkfiat. Or do you mean to say that you are indeed the murderers? Ning Miao, that accusation is unfounded. Ning Miao was at a loss for words. Do we truly appear to be murderers? I find it quite plausible, Yan Mobai retorted swiftly. Ning Miao. She realized that it was impossible to clarify things with this man, especially since she lacked a solid justification. After a moment's thought, She resolved to speak candidly. Very well, I shall speak the truth. Yan Mobai tilted his head slightly, watching her intently, waiting for her to continue. I did it on purpose, deliberately inviting Yan Kuanpeng, intentionally drawing close to him. I wanted you to see, to make you jealous, Ning Miao confessed, a hint of defiance lacing her tone. Seeing Yan Mobai pursing his lips, his expression inscrutable, she lowered her gaze, revealing a trace of grievance. I know my actions may displease you, but I cannot help myself. The more I suppress my feelings, the more it. Her words trailed off, her face marred by sorrow. Yan Mobai closed his eyes briefly, his breath growing heavy as the intoxicating allure gnawed at his very being. He fought to suppress it, his mind flooded with memories of that day in the Qingfeng Inn, where this woman had kissed his lips, his hand, his throat in rapid succession. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, finding her gazing at him with confusion. The large, dark eyes peering from beneath the veil seemed to pull him into an abyss. A dangerous garden filled with temptation. Unable to contain the intoxicating essence within him any longer, a wave of sweetness surged from his core, forcing him to open his mouth, blood spilling forth. The sudden turn of events left Ning Miao aghast. What is wrong with you? Chapter 052. Do you not like me? Yan Mobai lowered his gaze, breathing slightly unevenly. Ning Miao observed him, her mind drifting back to her previous life, where after her death, her spirit witnessed him dissecting her abdomen to retrieve the iron or map, the poison staining the map leading to his demise. He had also coughed up blood in that moment. A chill ran through her heart. Are you poisoned? Yan Mobai remained silent, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Noticing a hint of genuine concern in her eyes, he beckoned her closer with a slight wave of his hand. Ning Miao clenched her fists, hesitantly stepping forward. Yan Mobai produced a handkerchief from his sleeve and offered it to her, confused by his intentions. She recalled their first meeting in the flower hall on the day she entered the Marquis's residence, where he had similarly handed her a blood-stained handkerchief. At that time, she had obediently accepted it. Today, she did the same, reverently taking it into her hands. He then gestured to the corner of his mouth. Upon noticing the bright red blood staining his pristine lips, Ning Miao finally understood. He wanted her to wipe away the blood. She hesitated. Wasn't he the one who despised being touched by others? Why would he willingly let her do this? If it were a different matter, she would have eagerly accepted, for such an intimate moment was rare. Yet at this moment, she felt reluctant. If he were indeed poisoned, touching his blood could put her life at risk. Just as in her previous life, when he had perished after coming into contact with the poisoned iron or map. No, she still wished to live. Seeing her frozen in place, Yan Mobai's brows furrowed slightly. Do you not like me? Ning Miao was taken aback by his sudden statement. Of course she liked him. So why was she not moving? His voice, though low and husky, carried an undeniable pressure. Ning Miao's eyelashes fluttered. In her heart, she thought, I cherish my life. With the man's gaze fixed upon her, she bit her lip, realizing she could not evade his request. She adjusted the handkerchief carefully, ensuring her fingers were fully protected. Then, she slowly leaned in, cautiously wiping the corner of his mouth, making sure her fingers did not come into contact with his blood. They were so close that she could feel his breath. Ning Miao tried to concentrate solely on his mouth, but his entire face was within her line of sight, demanding attention. He exuded an air of confidence and authority, and he was watching her intently, which made her heart race. Yan Mobai observed every nuance of her actions and expressions, particularly her evident fear of touching his blood. Did she fear something was wrong with his blood? Or did she find it repulsive? Was this what it meant to like him? An impulsive thought surged within him, and he suddenly yanked the veil from her face, gripping the back of her head and pressing her towards him, smearing the blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth onto her face. Ning Miao was utterly unprepared for such a move, momentarily stunned, her wide eyes reflecting her shock. For a fleeting moment, she thought he might kiss her, but then she realized what he had done. He had smeared his blood on her face. Her expression changed dramatically. Her first instinct was to think that this man wanted to drag her into death alongside him. After all, she had experienced that very fate. You want to reach out and wipe it off? She hesitated, realizing her hand was also part of her own flesh, and she stopped. Do you find me distasteful? Suppressing the desire ignited by his intoxicating scent, Yan Mobai inquired, his breath warm against Ning Miao's face, carrying a hint of blood and a trace of minty grass. Ning Miao's long eyelashes trembled. Suddenly, she felt her earlier anxiety was unwarranted. He showed no signs of impending death. The blood he had coughed up must have been due to a physical ailment. With her heart easing slightly, she smiled at him. How could that be possible? Yan Mobai chuckled lightly, though his laughter was cold, devoid of warmth in his eyes. You are a woman of no truth. A sharp glint flared in his gaze as he spoke. Do you know? The last person who deceived me is already dead. Ning Miao felt a chill run down her spine. As she wiped away the last trace of blood from his mouth, she straightened, ready to deny having deceived him. But he interrupted her thoughts. Do you not wish to know who the last person to deceive me was? Ning Miao blinked in surprise. Do I know them? Naturally. Ning Miao's heart raced. She knew them? Their mutual acquaintances were few. Her breath quickened as she asked, Who? Yan Mobai took the blood-stained handkerchief from her hand and tossed it onto a nearby table, speaking in a flat tone. Anyang. Ning Miao trembled, astonished. You mean Princess Anyang? Yan Mobai acknowledged her with a brief nod. Ning Miao's eyes widened in shock as she recalled his earlier words about waiting for the Ministry of Justice to investigate. She had sensed that the identity of the deceased was not ordinary. So, it was Princess Anyang who had died tonight? And the one who truly killed her was the man before her? Ning Miao's legs turned to jelly, her face drained of color. Cold sweat broke out on her palms as she tightened her grip. She knew this man was ruthless and did not hesitate to kill. But she had not expected him to dare murder a princess. Most importantly, what did it mean for him to reveal this to her? This was a secret that could endanger his own life, and he shared it so openly with her. Did it mean he wanted her dead too? Her heart felt as though it were being gripped by an unseen force, making it hard to breathe. She pondered her chances of escaping if he decided to act against her. After a considerable time, she finally found her voice and croaked. Why did you kill her? Didn't I just say? She deceived me. Yan Mobai fixed his gaze on her. Ning Miao met his eyes, her intuition warning her that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. From his usual demeanor towards Anyang, it was clear he had never regarded her with any importance. How could he care so much about her deception that he would take her life? Was her coughing up blood related to her? The thought struck her immediately. Indeed, Ning Miao was momentarily stunned. So it was true. Did she poison you? Yes. Ning Miao was shocked once more. No way. Anyang had such infatuation for him. How could she dare to poison him? Recalling the blood that had touched her own face, Ning Miao and oppose. As heart raced. What kind of poison? Yan Mobai did not respond immediately, instead fixing his gaze upon her eyes. The poison of seduction. Huh? Ning Miao was momentarily taken aback, but then felt a wave of relief wash over her. The poison of seduction was not contagious. Seeing her visibly relax at the mention of seduction poison, Yan Mobai and Appo's eyes turned cold, a storm brewing within. He had sealed several of his acupoints, enduring the searing pain that ravaged his insides, forcing himself to remain upright until now. This was her reaction. You do not care whether I have found an antidote? How is it resolved? Noticing the icy fury in his eyes and the chilling tone of his voice, Ning Miao's breath hitched as she realized she had been too preoccupied with her own survival. That was not how it should be. She quickly feigned concern and asked, Have you found the antidote? Yan Mobai watched her pretense with a growing sense of frustration. The pent-up rage within him could no longer be contained, akin to a beast breaking free from its cage, surging forth. Now it is resolved. He pulled her down onto his lap. Chapter 053. She knew her fate was sealed. Ning Miao's heart raced as she processed his words. When he said now, and pulled her into his embrace, did he mean for her to assist him in breaking the poison? She could hardly believe it. She recalled the last time she had been affected by the He Huan powder, when she had exhausted every effort, yet he had refused to touch her. Furthermore, wasn't that Doctor Who capable of administering an antidote? Thus, she found it inconceivable that he would require her assistance. He must be testing her resolve. After confessing her feelings for him, he was likely probing to see if she had deceived him, just as he had earlier gauged her reaction to his blood. He was now assessing whether she would willingly surrender herself to him. If he discovered her deceit, he would undoubtedly kill her. Indeed, he had just stated that the last person who had betrayed him was dead, and had confided in her the grave secret of being the murderer of the princess. Therefore, she could not afford to give him any reason to think she was lying. Moreover, engaging with him was precisely what she had longed for. Reacting instinctively, Ning Miao wrapped her arms around his neck and shyly inquired, "Right here?" Yan Mobai was taken aback by her prompt and eager response. He lowered his gaze upon her, the seductive poison raging within him, tugging at his very being. He beheld her skin, pale as snow, her features exquisite, with long, thick lashes fluttering slightly, and her mesmerizing eyes shimmering with unspoken desires. A trace of blood, vibrant and alluring, stained one of her cheeks where he had brushed against her earlier. He raised a hand, gently wiping it away, the softness of her skin making his throat tighten. He had always prided himself on his composure, viewing women as mere bones devoid of distinction, beauty, or worth. He had never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. Reason told him to refrain. Taking the step would leave no path for retreat. Yet, logic faltered in the face of certain temptations, rendering his 2 decades of discipline powerless. With a low sigh, he murmured, "Ning Miao, it is you who has chosen to provoke me. Do not regret it." His large hand grasped her chin, lifting her face to meet his, and he descended to capture her crimson lips in a kiss. Ning Miao was still processing his words when he suddenly kissed her, leaving her incredulous. Could he truly be testing her to this extent? Yet, she yearned for it. She immediately closed her eyes, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. After all, this was her first kiss with him. Although they had kissed before when she was under the influence of the Huan powder, she had initiated it then, overwhelmed with anxiety and preoccupied with her performance, rendering her unable to truly feel it before he had pulled away. His lips were scorching, igniting a fear within her. She recalled that last time, her own heat contrasting sharply with his coldness. It must be the effect of the seductive poison. As her thoughts spiraled, she noticed his warmth retreating. Was that it? Had the testing concluded? She opened her eyes to find him gazing at her, his eyes now awash in crimson, a terrifying shade, as if they could bleed at any moment. Even in such a state, he managed to retain his composure, and Ning Miao could not help but admire his formidable self-control. She had just performed adequately, not shying away or struggling, allowing him to take what he wished. Surely, she had passed his test? Why then did he appear so resolute in facing death? "Do you not wish for this?" he asked, his voice hoarse, a cold glimmer surfacing in his blood-red eyes. Ning Miao was at a loss. Face death head-on. "Doi," she stammered, her cheeks flushed. She suddenly recalled an earlier moment. When she had been under the influence of the Huan powder, she had shamelessly teased him, yet he remained unperturbed. Now, having been exposed to the seductive poison for an extended period, it was clear that even with great inner strength, he could not suppress the effects, as evidenced by his blood and the alarming hue of his eyes. Typically, such poisons rendered one unable to control their desires. She had lost all awareness that day. How was it that he remained so restrained? Could it be, as she had speculated before, that he harbored a hidden affliction, rendering him incapable of indulgence? Or had he suffered an injury akin to Yin Chongjing's? If that were the case, what would become of her antidote, painstakingly crafted over 3 years? She had to ascertain the truth. Her hand instinctively reached for the hem of his robe, but he seized her wrist, demanding, "What are you doing?" "I." Ning Miao faltered, unsure of how to articulate her intentions. "I want to help you break the poison quickly." The cold light in his eyes intensified. "Do you think this is merely a task for you to complete?" "What?" Ning Miao was bewildered. "Your earlier demeanor of facing death and your current urgency suggest to me that you view this as a mere chore. To stick your neck out is to die. To withdraw is also to die. Better to meet death early and find peace." His voice was low, his crimson gaze more intense than ever. Ning Miao was exasperated. How could such a formidable man be so pedantic? In this moment of peril, he still clung to such sentiments. She had observed him in other circumstances, decisive, resolute, and unyielding. Yet here, when faced with the dire effects of the poison, with his eyes nearly bleeding and his handsome features twisted in pain, his breathing ragged, He was still preoccupied with her intentions. Was it truly necessary? She longed to ask, will we proceed? Is it feasible? Her impatience mounted. Steeling herself, she resolved to confront the matter directly, lest they squander their feelings. This was of utmost importance to her. It would determine the fate of her antidote and, ultimately, his life. When I was under the influence of the He Huan powder, I lost all awareness. How is it that you remain so composed? Ning Miao inquired. The man squinted slightly, clearly taken aback by her sudden question. Do you mean to say I am not poisoned? No, I mean, Ning Miao, bitter lip. Is it that you are unable to feel desire, even if poisoned? What do you mean? He asked, perplexed. Are you invulnerable to all poisons? Is it? Ning Miao gathered her courage. Are you like your brother? After speaking, she felt it was inappropriate and hastily clarified. Not exactly the same, but rather, is it that you cannot indulge? The last four words she uttered softly, cautiously. At that moment, she saw his previously flushed face visibly darken. I cannot indulge. Yan Mobai loathed, though his eyes revealed no amusement, only a tempest of crimson fury. Ning Miao, witnessing his laughter devoid of warmth, realized her precarious position. Chapter 054. Regardless of the circumstances, she is finished. If he truly cannot act humanely, how subtle and deeply wounding it is to a man's pride. He surely would not wish for anyone to know. Yet she has spoken it so bluntly. If he is not incapable of such humanity, as a man, being misunderstood in that regard would be intolerable. No matter the situation, she is doomed. It is too late for apologies. The man grasped her wrist tightly, guiding her hand beneath his clothing. The scene and the action were so familiar, reminiscent of that day in Yin Changjing's room. The only difference was that Yin Changjing had been unclothed. She gasped, struck by fear. Fortunately, he soon released her. Before she could regain her composure, she felt herself lifted effortlessly as he carried her towards the low couch in the elegant chamber. So this is about to happen? She felt a surge of excitement. If she had known that saying he could not act humanely would provoke him so, she should have said it before him on the day she took the Huan powder. Yet, amid her exhilaration, fear crept in. Clearly, this man was engulfed in fury. She had no inkling of what awaited her. She gazed at him, but from her vantage point, all she could see was his jawline. She noticed his Adam's apple bobbing, his jawline taut with tension. Indeed, she was thrown onto the low couch, thrown, as her back met the surface painfully. He stood at the edge, his large hand beginning to remove her garments. Seeing his urgency and forcefulness, Ning Miao feared he might tear her clothing apart, so she hastily assisted him. Having already lost her outer garments, if her middle garments were ruined, it would spell trouble for her. Once she had freed her own clothing, she intended to help him with his, but he silenced her with a fierce kiss, leaving her no choice but to relent. Yan Mobai kissed her with an urgency that was both fierce and desperate, as if he had long awaited this moment, or was venting the turmoil within. Ning Miao had never encountered such a thing. She felt utterly defenseless, even breathless. As he moved closer, she was uncertain whether he was still conscious of his actions. She reached her arms around his back, feeling something unusual beneath her fingertips. Scars, perhaps? She hesitated, then cautiously explored further. They seemed to be lash marks. Who could have inflicted such wounds upon him? As a high-ranking official, only the emperor could punish him, and with his remarkable martial prowess, no one could truly harm him. Her fingers traced several scars, old ones it seemed. Were they remnants of his youth? She recalled hearing tales of his childhood hardships, with a mother who was merely a concubine, and how Yin Huading had denied their existence. They had relied on each other until her passing when he was merely 6 years old. Knowing he must have endured considerable suffering, she was still taken aback to see the evidence of such cruelty upon his back. Yet her astonishment was fleeting, as all her senses were soon claimed by the man before her. Time slipped away, long enough for Ning Miao to wonder if dawn had arrived, before he finally ceased his relentless pursuit. Recalling Jin's advice that it was best to lie down afterward with her feet elevated to encourage conception, she feigned sleep, pretending to be too fatigued to remain awake. In truth, she was exhausted. As someone trained in martial arts, she felt too weary to move. With her eyes closed, she remained perfectly still. Another reason for her stillness was that she did not know how to face Yan Mobai. Strangely, no one knocked at the door, nor did anyone come looking for them. Surely the officials from the Ministry of Justice had arrived by now. Why had they not sought out Yan Mobai? As she sensed him rise from beside her, she held her breath, ensuring not a single lash of her eyelashes stirred. Yan Mobai sat up, immediately noticing the small pool of blood on the sheets, resembling a blooming rose, bright and glaring. An indescribable feeling surged within him as he looked at the woman sleeping soundly beside him. He reached out, gently brushing the stray hair from her face, revealing her exquisite sleeping visage. He recognized that he had been rather harsh in his treatment of her. Perhaps it was the effects of the potion, but he felt a loss of control like never before. Recalling the previous moments, he swallowed hard, as if the lingering fragrance of the poison had not yet dissipated, igniting a renewed impulse within him. He forced himself to regain composure, pulling a light blanket over her. Rising from the couch, he bent to retrieve his robe from the floor, dressing slowly. He had finally crossed that threshold. He understood that even had she not provoked him, he would have been unable to resist the effects of the alluring fragrance. He had restrained himself to the utmost, seeking only to confirm her true feelings, to ascertain whether she was genuinely willing. With her cunning intellect and silver tongue, he could not discern which of her words were true and which were false. He did not know if her flirtation stemmed from genuine affection or desire for status. He never anticipated that his restraint would lead her to believe he was incapable of such humanity. Fortunately, during their encounter at the Qingfeng Inn, she had been completely unaware, devoid of any memory. Had she known what she had done and he remained unmoved, would she not have doubted him as she did Yin Chongjing? Ning Miao lay with her eyes closed, hearing the rustling sounds of him dressing. She contemplated when she might wake up. Earlier, he had brushed the hair from her face with such gentleness and even covered her with a blanket, a stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. She wondered if he had calmed down, having surrendered herself to him. Surely he would not wish her harm any longer. Hearing his steady footsteps as he moved away from the couch, she sensed him sitting down, followed by the sound of water being poured. In truth, she was quite parched, her throat dry, but she held back. Ning Miao lay still for a moment longer, mentally preparing herself for their impending conversation, considering every possible scenario and her responses before slowly opening her eyes. The man was seated at the table, sipping tea, his gaze meeting hers as their eyes locked. Chapter 055. What posture is this? A moment of silence lingered between them, giving rise to an air of awkwardness. Realizing her state of undress, Ning Miao instinctively curled deeper beneath the thin blanket, exposing only her head. Words eluded her. "Have you resolved your poison?" she queried him. Yan Mobai responded with a faint acknowledgement. Ning Miao gazed at him, his features striking, his countenance stern. His hair was impeccably styled, and his dark robe bore no creases, restoring him to his usual aloof and indifferent demeanor, exuding an air of icy detachment. Such a version of him rendered her somewhat dazed. It felt as though the man who had so fiercely claimed her moments ago was an entirely different person. As he placed his cup upon the nearby table and rose, making his way toward the low couch, Ning Miao shook off her reverie. Her heart began to race. She was uncertain of his intentions. Was he coming to silence her? She had always harbored the belief that knowing his secret, the murder of a princess, rendered her life precarious. A man capable of killing a royal would have no qualms about extinguishing her life. Earlier, when she had attempted to seduce him, he had remained unmoved, even warning her against harboring inappropriate thoughts, lest she find herself expelled from the Marquis's residence. Such a man could hardly be expected to request her assistance in neutralizing the aphrodisiac. Surely, he thought that she would soon be dead, much like the King Kang of her previous life, who had exploited her existence to the utmost. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of her assumptions. As he approached, she discreetly gathered her inner strength in her hand and hastily spoke. "Rest assured, second brother, whatever you said and did today, I will consider as if I never heard it, as if it never occurred." Yan Mobai, who had intended to retrieve her garments from the bedside, paused at her words. His gaze narrowed as he regarded her. "As if it never happened?" he repeated, his eyes narrowing further. Ning Miao felt a surge of danger. "Yes," she replied swiftly, fearing that her delay might provoke him into action. Yan Mobai pressed his lips together and continued to bend down, picking up her clothing from the footstool and tossing it over her, his voice cool as he said, "As you wish." He then turned and departed. Ning Xi, releasing the tension that had gripped her. It seemed she had been spared. A light knock echoed at the door, causing her to tense again as she saw Yan Mobai stride toward it. She quickly pulled the blanket over her face, although a screen concealed her from the door. Anxiety still gnawed at her. She heard Yan Mobai open the door, and a strange man's voice spoke respectfully from outside. "I have already reported to Master Yin as instructed, detailing the events that transpired. I informed him that after questioning the two individuals, we suspect the assailant is connected to the border nation of Bailuo, and we have pursued the perpetrator. The others have yet to be interrogated. Master Yin has ordered that the princess's body be taken to the Ministry of Justice, along with all others for questioning. I have just been released after my interrogation." Yan Mobai responded with a simple The door closed, and his steady footsteps returned to the elegant chamber. Beneath the blanket, Ning Miao quickly processed the information she had just gleaned. Firstly, the Ministry of Justice had arrived, taking away Yang and Oppo's body and those who had been standing outside. Secondly, Yan Mobai had evidently prepared a narrative and likely forged evidence to implicate the murder of Yang on Bailuo, a nation with which the Zhao had persistent conflicts. Thirdly, the individual speaking was likely the steward of Tianji Fong and one of Yan Mobai's people. This man was truly formidable, orchestrating all these arrangements in such a short span, even while under the influence of the aphrodisiac. After interrogating the two individuals, presumably her and Yan Kunpeng, he set off in pursuit of the assailant. She was certain of it, otherwise she would not be lying here unharmed. Therefore, it followed that Yan Kunpeng had not been taken to the Ministry of Justice either. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yan Mobai and Oppo's voice broke through. "I must enter the palace to report to the emperor and then visit the Ministry of Justice. Prepare yourself. Tianfang Zhu will arrange for someone to escort you and Yan Kunpeng away." Ning Miao acknowledged him with a soft Given the gravity of the situation, the murder of a princess, it was only natural for him to report to the emperor. As for Yan Kunpeng, her earlier assumptions were confirmed. He had not been taken to the Ministry of Justice. Ning Miao pulled down the blanket that had covered her face and was about to clarify her thoughts when she noticed Yan Mobai had already reached the door and exited. Daring not to lie back down, she sat up and quickly donned her clothing. Once dressed, she adjusted her hair and secured her veil before opening the door to the elegant chamber. Just as she was about to peek outside, a voice startled her. Ning Xi. It was a middle-aged man. Ning Miao recognized his voice as that of the individual who had just reported to Yan Mobai. Thus, this man was the steward of Tianji Fong. She had not anticipated that the owner of the capital's foremost leisure house would be one of Yan Mobai's associates. The steward offered no further explanation. "Please follow me, Ning Xi." Ning Miao nodded. "Thank you for your assistance." The steward led the way, and she followed. Not toward the entrance of Tianji Fong, but deeper inside. They arrived at the door of a private room, where the steward knocked. The door opened from within, revealing Yan Kunpeng. Upon seeing each other, both pairs of eyes brightened with relief. They were eager to inquire about one another, yet the presence of the steward stifled their curiosity. The steward gestured toward a nearby artificial hillock. "There's a small door behind the hillock that leads outside. You may exit through there." Ning Miao and Yan Kunpeng nodded in gratitude. "Thank you," they said in unison. The steward departed, and the two proceeded toward the hillock. Once they were certain they were alone, they turned to each other. "Are you unharmed? Why did Second Master take you for so long?" Yan Kunpeng asked. Ning Miao felt a twinge of guilt as she replied, "He merely questioned me." Then, she reciprocated his inquiry, "And you? Were we not all taken to the Ministry of Justice?" "Actually, I'm still unclear about the situation. Shortly after you were taken, that steward came to inform me that Second Master wished to interrogate me, so I followed him. He led me to a room where I did not see Second Master. Instead, he presented me with a document, instructing me to read its content, memorize it, and sign it, claiming it was Second Master's directive. Upon reviewing it, I realized it was a statement regarding my testimony, stating that I had come to Tianji Fong tonight to meet you and discuss a transaction. and that I had arranged this meeting with you. The transaction I wished to propose was that if you assisted in securing a marriage for the eldest lady's niece, I would guarantee. Yan Kuenpeng hesitated, his face reddening as he finally uttered, I would guarantee not to disclose the matter of your husband's life being in jeopardy. Ning Miao almost choked on her own words. Yan Kuenpeng continued, I signed it, as I could think of no better reason for our clandestine meeting. While this statement makes me appear as a scoundrel threatening you, it at least addresses our immediate crisis. Whether it pertains to borrowing a child or acquiring examination questions, once it is exposed, we would both be done for. Ning Miao nodded, indeed. It was evident that Yan Mobai was aiding them both. She found it surprising, not only that he would assist them, but also that he could arrange everything so meticulously in such a brief time frame. This suggested that prior to their assembly, Yan Mobai must have already known they were at Tianjifang. If she were not mistaken, there must also exist a statement of her own that would align with Yan Kuenpeng's testimony. Why do you think Second Master is helping us? Yan Kuenpeng inquired. Ning Miao pondered briefly. Perhaps he desires my assistance in neutralizing the aphrodisiac. He may be concerned that our private meeting could tarnish the reputation of the Marquis' household. Yan Kuenpeng furrowed his brow. I considered that possibility as well, but in this scenario, the reputation of the Marquis' household is preserved, while the reputation of the eldest master is compromised. Ning Miao. Perhaps he believes that Yin Lang possesses a rather unsavory reputation. Yan Mobai would hardly concern himself with Yin Chongjing's standing. On her very first day in a Marquis' residence, he had made it clear to her, a complete stranger, the secrets surrounding Yin Chongjing. Yan Kuenpeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, did he inquire about the true reason for our meeting? He did. And what did you say? Ning Miao pressed her lips together. She certainly would not divulge to Yan Kuenpeng that she had told Yan Mobai it was merely to provoke jealousy. I simply stated that we were merely enjoying a cup of tea. Yan Kuenpeng. That reason. Did he believe it? Ning Miao flickeret momentarily. How could he possibly believe it? If he did, he wouldn't be Yan Mobai. I don't know, perhaps he did, but he didn't press me further. Seeing her response, Yan Kuenpeng deemed it unnecessary to pry any further. That is good. The two exited the Tianjifang through a side door and returned to their respective residences. At this point, dawn was just breaking. Upon returning to the fragrant pavilion, she noticed Chun Lan asleep with her head resting on the table, the candlelight still flickering, suggesting she had been waiting for her. Rather than waking her, Ning Miao gently draped a thin blanket over her and lay down on the couch to catch up on her sleep. Recalling Jin's words, she shifted her position, lying sideways and propping her legs high against the wall. As she drifted in and out of slumber, a sudden voice broke the silence. What kind of posture is that? Startled awake, she blinked, only to find Yan Mobai standing tall and graceful in the room, while Chun Lan had vanished without a trace. Chapter 056. I shall never desire offspring in this lifetime. Are you practicing? Yan Mobai inquired once more. Ning Miao hurriedly lowered her legs and rose from the bed. Fortunately, she was still dressed in the attire from the previous night, rather than a flimsy nightgown. Glancing out the window, she noted the day had fully dawned. In broad daylight, this man had audaciously entered her chamber alone. Why has my second brother come? Yan Mobai stifled a cough, casting a glance at her. A flicker of coldness glimmering in his eyes as he strode to the table and seated himself. It is due to official business. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of paper from his sleeve and laid it on the table, then produced a small box of vermilion powder. Opening it and placing it next to the paper. Your interrogation statement remains unsealed. The Ministry of Justice has instructed me to bring it for your signature. Ning Miao was not particularly surprised. She understood well that an unsigned statement held no weight. The document that Yan Mobai had prepared for her was destined to be signed eventually. However, she had anticipated being summoned by the ministry to complete it, not that he would return with it for her to sign. Approaching, she picked up the statement and examined it. As expected, its contents were identical to those of Yan Kuenpeng's. She raised an eyebrow, dipped her finger into the box of vermilion, and pressed it to the lower left corner of the statement. Your second brother could have had me sign this while at Tianjifang, Ning Miao remarked with a slight smile. Although the urgency to extract the poison from him was pressing, there was still ample time. Signing would not consume much time. His various attempts to probe her instead squandered considerable time. She conjectured that he refrained from presenting it to her earlier, likely to prevent her from realizing her safety too soon. He wished to ascertain the true reason behind her clandestine meetings with Yin Peng, deliberately inducing her anxiety. This way, it appears as though I hastily pursued the culprit, having just completed your interrogation without time to secure your signature. Yan Mobai stated leisurely. Ning Miao. Very well. She had intended to mention that it would seem odd for her to rush after the culprit immediately after being interrogated, as if she were providing information about the murderer, despite her statement having no connection to the assailant. She refrained from voicing this thought. This man, always 3 steps ahead, surely had his reasons. The Ministry of Justice was not easily deceived, especially considering that the deceased was a princess, the emperor's daughter, drawing much scrutiny. He understood the stakes better than she did. Thus, he would be meticulous in his approach. Therefore, there was no need for her to fret. She merely needed to follow his instructions. Folding the signed statement, she closed the box of vermilion and respectfully handed it to Yan Mobai with both hands. He accepted it, tucking it into his sleeve. Then, he withdrew a pill from his robe and placed it on the table. This is a contraceptive pill. Take it. Ning Miao was taken aback. Yan Mobai regarded her, his gaze deepening. I shall never desire offspring in this lifetime. And as for you, given my brother's circumstances, it is unlikely you would conceive, is it not? Ning Miao found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated such a declaration, leaving her somewhat flustered, especially when he personally poured a glass of water and indicated she should take the pill in his presence. Why do you wish to remain childless for the rest of your life? She asked. Yan Mobai's expression turned slightly frosty as he lowered his gaze, brushing away the dust from his sleeve. That is my concern. Ning Miao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, implying that it was none of her business. Rest assured, this contraceptive will not harm your body, Yan Mobai reiterated, his gaze returning to her, a sense of urgency evident. His resolve was unmistakable. Ning Miao understood there was no escaping this. Biting her lip, she slowly reached for the pill, placing it in her mouth without drinking any water, swallowing it dry in front of him. Then, she fixed her intense gaze upon him. Are you now at ease, second brother? Yan Mobai remained silent, averting his gaze as he rose. Consider it a favor owed to you. He then strode toward the door, watching his tall, graceful figure disappear at the threshold. Ning Miao quickly extended 2 fingers to her abdomen, then to her throat, and opened her mouth. The pill she had just swallowed was expelled. She caught it in her hand, breathing heavily. It was fortunate he departed swiftly. Had he lingered any longer, the pill would have dissolved. Having gone to such lengths to engage in that act with him, how could she so easily consume a contraceptive pill? Gazing at the pill in her palm, she resolved to venture out the following day to procure several identical-looking counterfeit pills, preparing for any future occurrences where she might secretly substitute them. Just as she carefully withdrew a handkerchief to wrap the pill, she suddenly felt a surge of warmth below. Chapter 57. A Bright Future. Blossoms along the path as she calculated the days. Her delicate face turned pale. It was over. The arrival of her monthly visitor was imminent. She had always been punctual in this regard. Just a few days ago, she had been aware of it. However, the events of last night, having been swept away in the intoxicating haze of her encounter with Yan Mobai, caused her to completely forget. Gazing at the pill nestled within the handkerchief, she felt tears welling up in her eyes, lamenting the squandered opportunity. Chunlon hurriedly entered from outside. Madam, are you all right? When did you return last night? I was worried sick and almost went out to search for you. I encountered the matriarch who assured me you were fine and instructed me to wait at Fengfei Courtyard, so I stayed put. Ning Miao tucked the handkerchief with the pill into her sleeve and smiled faintly. I am fine. What did the second young master want with me? I informed him you were still asleep, but he would not listen and entered the room. I dare not stop him, and once inside, he ordered me to leave. It is nothing serious, just a trivial matter, Ning Miao replied, not wishing to dwell on it. Please go prepare hot water. I wish to bathe. In the basement, a dim light flickered. Ling Dang, a maidservant of Anyang, was curled up in the corner, her hands and feet bound, a cloth stuffed in her mouth. With tearful eyes, she gazed in fear at the tall, elegant figure approaching from the shadows, stepping into the candlelight. His features gradually became clearer, handsome yet cold as frost. She had warned her princess against provoking this man, for he possessed no heart. Over the years, not even the most exquisite noble women had captured his attention, nor had the most talented ladies swayed him. Her princess, despite her noble status, could not possibly compare. Yet, her princess refused to heed caution, even scheming against him, putting herself in grave peril. Yan Mobai halted a few steps in front of Ling Dang, with Qi Feng and Lan Ning closely following. Qi Feng stepped forward and removed the cloth from Ling Dang's mouth. I heard that the message sent to Qi Feng yesterday was disguised by you? Yan Mobai looked down at Ling Dang with a piercing gaze, his voice devoid of warmth. Ling Dang trembled and nodded. Yes, it was me. But it was all at the princess's behest. I had no choice but to obey. Now that my master is dead, I must prioritize my own survival. Besides, it is said that this man in the Dali temple employs various tortures without mercy. Therefore, I must be prudent. I will answer any questions you ask. Where is the genuine wish strip? Who penned the letters and the false wish strips? Yan Mobai by infallible. The genuine one is buried in the potted plant on the windowsill of the princess's chamber. The letters and the false wish strips were written by Master Zhang from the East City's Zishan studio. Ling Dang replied. Upon hearing this, Yan Mobai cast a knowing glance at Qi Feng, who immediately took off to apprehend Zhang. Yan Mobai turned to leave, but Lan Ning inquired, Sir, how shall we deal with this person? Without halting his stride or glancing back, Yan Mobai replied indifferently, Lock her up. A person who so easily betrays their master is of no worth. Ling Dang's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across her face. No, I was merely cooperating. Should I have remained silent instead? Sir, please spare me. I will speak freely, wishing only for your forgiveness. Before she could finish, Lan Ning stuffed the cloth back in her mouth, muttering, How can you have so much to say now? When you sent the message to Qi Feng yesterday, you didn't utter a single word. Had you said anything, he wouldn't have believed you were Chun Lan. When Jin Shi arrived at Feng Fei courtyard, Ning Miao was in the bathing room, while Chun Lan stood guard outside. Madame, Jun Lan Gvit Jin Si. The young mistress is bathing inside. Jin Shi's expression hardened. You are her maidservant. Why are you not inside attending to her, instead of idling about? Jun Lan Hodi Den Et Lai. It was the young mistress's wish for me to wait outside. Jin Shi paused, quickly grasping the situation. She likely left many traces from last night and does not want you to see. Her expression shifted from cloudy to sunny, filled with curiosity as she lifted the curtain and entered, before Chun Lan could stop her. Inside, Ning Miao reclined in the spacious tub, eyes closed, enveloped in warm water, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation. This opportunity was a gift from heaven, yet with her monthly visitor arriving, she would have to seek another chance. She feared that future opportunities would be even harder to find. However, she had to admit that her encounter with Yan Mobai had been rather pleasant. If given the chance again, she would willingly embrace it. He was extraordinarily handsome, his physique unparalleled, and he usually maintained a virtuous demeanor. She felt fortunate. As she contemplated the prospect of bearing his child, regardless of gender, she believed it would be exceptional. With these thoughts, her mood lightened. Yes, she could adopt a more relaxed attitude. At least she had realized he was not entirely devoid of compassion. Madam, Chun Lan called, having been unable to prevent Jin Shi from entering. Ning Miao opened her eyes upon hearing the voice and instinctively cooled her expression, sinking deeper into the water. Mother, why did you come in here? Since we are both women, what is the issue? Jin Shi responded, her gaze sweeping over Ning Miao. Though she was submerged, the clarity of the water revealed everything, leaving Ning Miao exposed. Ning Miao's body bore numerous marks, which caught Jin Shi's attention. Her eyes widened in surprise. It seemed the warmth of the bathing room was suddenly stifling. Ah, youth is indeed precious. Yan Kuanpeng appears quite oblivious, typically gentle and refined, yet who could have imagined? Ning Miao sensed her scrutinizing gaze, though she was unbothered by Jin Shi's view, as it was a scene meant to be seen. Nevertheless, she detested such scrutiny and frowned slightly. Mother, please wait outside for a moment. I'll be done shortly. It's nothing. I just wish to exchange a few words. Jean sure replied, turning back toward the door and instructing Chunlan, stay at the entrance. Chunlan complied. Once she left, Jean sure returned to the edge of the tub. I heard there was a murder at Tianji Fong last night. Are you and Yin Kunping unharmed? Ning Miao scoffed internally at the feigned concern. If there were any issue, would she be sitting here listening to her speak? I am fine, Ning Miao replied. Jean sure nodded, relieved. Good. Who was killed? I heard the Ministry of Justice was alarmed. I do not know. I've heard it was a woman, Ning Miao said. Realizing the authorities had concealed the identity of the deceased and Yang's princess. Oh, Jean sure feigned interest, quickly returning to the matter at hand. That did not affect you and Yin Kunpeng, did it? Given your condition, it seems you were unharmed. How do you feel? Ning Miao felt exasperated. She was solely concerned about such trivialities. With a sigh, she replied, I have my monthly visitor. Huh? Jean Shure's smile faltered. So that means the last encounter was in vain? You're bathing despite having your monthly visitor? She questioned, peering in disbelief. Ning Miao had merely draped a silk cloth over herself, rendering Jean Shure incapable of seeing anything. I am sweating excessively. It would be uncomfortable not to bathe. Today is merely the first day. It is light. Bathing is not an issue, Ning Miao replied, forcing herself to remain patient. Jean Shure felt disappointed, but understood that such matters could not be rushed. Standing there in silence, she murmured, no worries. The arrival of your monthly cycle signifies that your health is normal, devoid of any female ailments. Once your cycle concludes, the two of you should engage more frequently, and surely conception will follow. Ning Miao nodded. MHM, all right, I shall take my leave now. Once your cycle is over, we must seize the opportunity. This matter cannot be delayed. Indeed, Jean glanced at the crimson marks adorning her neck, feeling a twinge of envy as she turned to exit the bathing chamber. The marks were evidently remnants of kisses. That old wretch, Yin Huiting, never attended to her in such a manner during their youth. Their encounters were always direct and to the point. She felt a surge of frustration, realizing that even as a wife, she was outshone by those who shared no emotional bond but were merely using each other for progeny. Days swiftly passed, and during this time, Ning Miao busied herself at the rouge shop for half the day before returning home to rest. Yan Mobai appeared quite occupied, flitting between the palace, the Supreme Court, and the Ning Wang residence. Word had it that the case concerning Anyang had reached a verdict. It was the work of spies from the kingdom of Biluo. The Emperor Zhao Qing had dispatched envoys to Biluo to demand an explanation. The autumn examinations had commenced, lasting several days. Jean was aware that Yin Kunpeng was preparing for the exams and refrained from troubling Ning Miao, granting her a few days of respite. Due to Emperor Zhao Qing's fervent push for various reforms and his eagerness to select capable officials, the results of this spring's examinations were released unusually quickly, within just 5 days, rather than the customary fortnight. While Ning Miao was reviewing the account books at the rouge shop, Chunlan exuberantly entered to inform her. The results are out. The top scholar is parading through the streets, and many have gathered to witness the spectacle. Surprised by the rapid announcement, Ning Miao inquired, who is the top scholar? It's someone you know, madam. He is a relative of ours. He is the young master from the Yin family who recently attended the gathering at our residence. Chunlan replied, her face alight with excitement. Yin Kunpeng, she confirmed. Though Ning Miao had anticipated this outcome, she felt a surge of joy. Closing the account book, she declared, let us go join the festivities. At the second floor of the Xuanxiang tea house, Ning Miao paid a handsome sum for a window seat. This street was a popular route for the top 3 scholars during the parades, and the thoroughfare was now packed with onlookers. Many young ladies, preferring not to show their faces, opted to watch from the tea houses. Just as Ning Miao and Chunlan settled in with their tea, they heard a commotion below, followed by shouts. Here they come. The 3 young scholars are approaching. The pair rose and moved to the window. A grand procession was making its way towards them, led by official guards beating gongs and drums. In the center, 3 young scholars donned crimson robes and adorned their heads with the ceremonial caps of the top 3 scholars, riding on majestic steeds, exuding an air of authority and grandeur. Yin Kunpeng rode at the forefront as the top scholar, followed closely by the second and third place scholars. Ning Miao recognized the latter two as prominent figures from esteemed families. As the procession moved along, many approached to offer flowers or perfume sachets, while patrons in the tea houses tossed blossoms from above. Ning Miao observed that despite Yan Kunpeng being the top scholar, he received less attention than his counterparts, with people showering gifts upon the latter two while his hands remained empty. She surmised that their familial backgrounds played a significant role in this disparity, as Yan Kunpeng hailed from a less illustrious lineage, lacking both noble birth and legitimacy. She noticed Yan Kunpeng reaching out several times to catch the flowers thrown from the second floor, but they were always aimed away from him, and he failed to grasp any. An idea sparked in Ning Miao's mind. Seizing the moment while the procession had yet to arrive, she hastily withdrew some silver and instructed Chun Lan. "Wasn't there a flower vendor in the corridor? Go procure a basket." Chun Lan returned with the flowers just as the procession passed beneath their tea house. Spotting a bamboo pole nearby, Ning Miao grasped it and used it to dangle the basket of flowers, calling out with a clear voice, "Top scholar, radiant as the sun, truly unparalleled in the world." Her words drew the attention of many, including Yan Kunpeng. He looked up, following the sound, and beheld the delicate figure partially veiled in sheer fabric, revealing only her enchanting eyes and brows, smiling directly at him, her features reminiscent of a crescent moon or the dawn's first light. In that moment, Yan Kunpeng felt the sky brighten around him. "Lady Ning," he responded, returning her smile like a spring breeze. Then, extending the bamboo pole, Ning Miao allowed the basket's handle to slide down. Yan Kunpeng reached out and caught the basket full of flowers in his embrace, wishing the top scholar a future adorned with success and beauty. Ning Miao proclaimed loudly once more, capturing the gaze of many. As the procession continued forward, Yan Kunpeng, clutching the basket of flowers atop his horse, frequently turned to glance back. Ning Miao retracted the bamboo pole, intending to suggest to Chun Lan that they depart when she suddenly sensed a lingering gaze upon her. Instinctively, she turned to find a man clad in an elegant dark robe, holding a cup and sipping tea at a tea house across the street. It was Yan Mobai. He seemed to be in a meeting. Was it his gaze that had caught her earlier? Puzzled, Ning Miao noted that he was no longer looking her way, so she turned to hand the bamboo pole to Chun Lan, signaling her to put it away. Just then, she felt compelled to glance back and found herself locked in a gaze with Yan Mobai, who was now intently observing her. Perhaps he felt it was too late to look away. He maintained his gaze, slightly narrowing his eyes. Ning Miao met his gaze, unable to discern the emotions swirling within his deep eyes, only sensing their intensity and the slight pursing of his lips. She offered him a gentle smile and a slight nod, acknowledging his presence. Chapter 58. Who could imagine his true madness? She had anticipated a response from him, as it was evident he was watching her. However, much to her surprise, he seemed oblivious to her greeting, retracting his gaze and indulging in his tea. Ning Miao felt a sense of resignation. Fortunately, she had grown accustomed to such indifference and chose not to dwell on it. She departed the tea house with Chun Lan, heading back to the rouge shop. Upon Yan Mobai's return to the Fushui courtyard, he found Lan Ning in the courtyard, feeding the stray cat he had previously adopted. "Come on, Hua Hua, eat up. Today is your favorite, little yellow fish. You must finish it, or I shan't buy it for you next time." Lan Ning squatted beside the little cat, watching it eat. Once it finished, he lifted the cat into his arms. "Come here, let me see if your wound has healed." A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "What kind of name is Hua Hua for a tomcat?" Startled, Lan Ning turned to see his master and quickly rose. "Master, you have returned." Noticing the displeasure etched on his face, he felt a pang of confusion. He had previously named the cat Hua Hua and had informed his master of this. Why the sudden disdain for the name today? He hastily explained, "I saved a cat before, named Si Jean, and since this one is a calico, I thought Hua Hua was fitting, as it means blossoming like silk." However, after his explanation, he observed his master and Oppos, as expression grow even colder. "It and Oppos, as merely a wild cat. Do you really expect it to have a brilliant future?" Yan Mobai scoffed. Striding toward the study, Lan Ning stood there, perplexed. Wasn't naming a creature merely for good fortune? Why was his master suddenly so concerned about such trivial matters? He surmised his master must be troubled by some pressing official business, a matter he could not assist with. His current dilemma was whether to rename the cat. Should he still call Hua Hua? After placing the cat back in its cage, he went to the tea room to fetch a pot of freshly brewed tea and carried it into the study. Seeing his master seated at the desk, attending to official documents, he poured a cup of tea and respectfully placed it on the table. Hesitating for a moment, he cautiously ventured, "What do you think of the name Wu Shuang?" Yan Mobai paused momentarily, lifting his gaze. "Do you all have some misunderstanding about the term Wu Shuang?" Ning was taken aback. "You all? Who else could he be referring to?" Just as he was bewildered, he heard Yan Mobai dryly remark, "If it is truly unparalleled, why not ascend to the heavens?" Lanjing. To be honest, he felt somewhat dazed and at a loss. If Hua Hua was unsuitable, then what should he name a cat? "Please, master, grant me a name," he implored respectfully. Yan Mobai appeared somewhat speechless. "Do I look like someone with that kind of leisure?" Ning dared not respond. Yet, he thought to himself that his master appeared quite leisurely, given his concern over matters he usually disregarded. Noticing Yan Mobai's thin lips pressed together, he resumed his work, and Ning did not dare to utter another word, bowing silently before retreating. The next morning, Gan Mama, a confidant of the Jin family, visited the Feng Fei courtyard to deliver an invitation to Ning Miao. It was an invitation from the Ning Wangfu, extending an invitation to attend the spring banquet at noon. Ning Miao was not surprised by the banquet itself, as it had occurred around this time in her past life. However, she was taken aback that she was included in the invitation list. In her previous life, after the Ning Wang had achieved the top rank in the spring examinations, he hosted a banquet, inviting the 3 successful candidates and several officials from his faction. While it was ostensibly to congratulate the 3, it was a calculated move to win over new allies. The Kang Wang, aware of Ning Wang's intentions, would not allow him to succeed so easily. He had his spies lurking in the Ning Wangfu, who secretly replaced a painting intended for display, titled Spring Blossoms, with Guan Yu subduing the dragon. When a painting was unveiled, everyone present was astonished. A dragon. The dragon symbolized the emperor. This was intolerable, with the Kang Wang's maneuvering. The incident quickly reached the ears of Emperor Zhao Qing, who was furious. Ning Wang claimed he was being framed, but the emperor was unconvinced, imposing house arrest on Ning Wang for half a month and stripping him of several key duties. Although Yan Mobai later uncovered the truth and restored Ning Wang's reputation, the rift between the emperor and the Ning father-son duo had already formed. Eventually, Yan Mobai orchestrated a significant downfall for the Kang Wang. But that is a tale for another time. Did Mama know who else was invited? Ning Miao inquired. Why was I included? She was puzzled. It is said the 3 successful candidates from yesterday were invited, along with some officials and their young female relatives, both legitimate and illegitimate. Gan Mama added, initially, the 3rd young lady was also invited, but since she was at school, the first madam returned her invitation. Ning Miao breathed a sigh of relief, startled at the thought she might be the only female guest. With so many invited, including Yin Xuanji, she began to understand the Ning Wangfei's intentions. The current emperor promotes equality between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, and by inviting all without distinction, the Ning Wangfu was demonstrating its allegiance to Emperor Zhao Qing through action. Understood. Thank you for delivering the invitation, Ning Miao said as she tucked the invitation away. Surely, Yan Mobai would also attend. Noticing her attire was rather plain, Ning Miao resolved to purchase a new dress. After all, this was a grand banquet hosted by a royal household. She could not appear too simple, as that would undermine the dignity of the marquisate and potentially displease the host. As she set out with Chun Lan, she coincidentally encountered Yan Mo by returning from court. Clad in a resplendent crimson court robe, he stood tall and dignified, with striking brows and starry eyes, his pale lips resembling a waning moon. He strode confidently under the sunlight, enveloped in a halo of morning light, giving him a semblance of a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs. For reasons unknown, Ning Miao's mind was suddenly flooded with the memory of him disrobing that night. She narrowed her eyes slightly, involuntarily emitting a soft hum. Observing his seemingly detached and ascetic demeanor, who could fathom the madness that lay beneath? They crossed paths in the long corridor. She deemed it necessary to seek Yan Mobai's counsel, for he was more informed about the situation at the Ning Wangfu than she. She halted her steps and addressed him. "Second brother, I just received an invitation from the Ning Wangfei, asking me to attend the spring banquet at noon." Yan Mobai cast a languid glance in her direction, his voice as indifferent as water. Congratulations." Ning Miao was momentarily taken aback. "Congratulations? For what?" she questioned, utterly baffled. "What would you like me to say?" Yan Montak by retorted. Ning Miao. She was not flaunting her invitation to him. "I simply wish to ask if I may attend." Yan Mobai's eyes flickered, as if he was taken aback by her request for his opinion. He met her gaze for a moment before turning away and continuing forward. "Of course, the Ning Wangfu is hosting the banquet and would not invite the Kong Wang." Ning Miao watched his retreating figure. "You will attend as well, right?" she asked. He offered no response, striding away with Chi Feng and Lanning. Ning Miao pouted, choosing to disregard it. Chapter 59. Unconcealed admiration and affection. When Ning Miao arrived at the Ning Wangfu, many guests had already gathered, enjoying the floral splendor within the royal garden. Prioritizing her safety, she adorned her face with a veil. As she scanned the surroundings, she noticed the absence of Yan Mobai and Yan Kuanping. Observing the clusters of noble women, either in groups or paired together, she felt no inclination to introduce herself. Spotting a nearby gazebo, she ascended to rest momentarily, contemplating how to assist Ning Wang in resolving the crisis of the changing map without revealing her identity. Several noble women in the garden recognized her. Isn't she the one who delivered a floral basket to the top scholar at the Xuanxiang tea house yesterday? Indeed, it was her. Clearly, she belonged to the family of the top scholar. Who else would present such a lavish display of flowers, declaring their extraordinary talent to be unparalleled? The term unparalleled is seldom used lightly. Only someone of the former top scholar, Yin, could bear such title. Yes, she is undoubtedly part of the new top scholar's family. Did you not see the glances they exchanged? They were practically entwined. Indeed, their smiles radiated sweetness. The top scholar frequently looked back, clearly reluctant to leave, as if his gaze were glued to her. At that moment, Yan Mobai and Ning Wang passed by. Overhearing the gossip, Yan Mobai pressed his thin lips together, his gaze chilling. Ning Wang, unaware of whom they spoke, inquired, "What are you ladies discussing that brings such joy?" The group turned to see the two men, quickly silencing their chatter and bowing respectfully. "We greet His Highness, Ning Wang, and Lord Yan." Ning Wang, with a gentle wave, indicated they need not be so formal. "We were just speaking of her." They pointed toward the distant gazebo, only to find it now vacant. "We were discussing the family of the new top scholar and their close relationship," one ventured. Ning Vang Bauset, Surpriset. "Has the family of the top scholar also arrived? I recall the princess mentioning that no family members would be present. They were here just a moment ago, but now they have vanished." Yan Mobai's lips curled into a cold arc. "It seems none of you have had the privilege of using quality rouge." The women were taken aback, their first instinct to question their own appearances, exchanging glances of concern. However, Yan Mobai dismissed their presence, turning to Ning Wang. "The person in the gazebo earlier was my elder sister-in-law." Ning Wang's expression shifted as he comprehended. Nodding, he chuckled, "No wonder. I was wondering why the top scholar did not bring his family." The ladies, upon learning it was Yan Mobai's sister-in-law, were left dumbfounded. We apologize for a misunderstanding," they stammered. Yan Mobai paid them no mind, gesturing for Ning Wang to proceed. They advanced deeper into the garden, leaving the women in an awkward silence, exchanging glances filled with embarrassment. No wonder he mentioned, "We haven't used quality rouge." The trending Chaoua Rouge shop is managed by Lord Yan's sister-in-law. If we had used it, we would surely recognize her. "I use it too, but I have my servants buy it for me. I dislike waiting in line," another admitted. "Me too, my maid does the same." As they spoke, regret filled their hearts. They should not have spoken out of turn. After all, their greatest desire today was to earn Yan Mobai's favor. By the rockery, Yan Kuanping, clad in white garments, appeared like snow. "What troubles you?" Ning Miao approached, recalling how he had waved to her from the rockery moments ago, suggesting he had something to discuss. Yan Kuanping smiled, seemingly delighted. "I didn't expect Ning Wang to invite you. It is wonderful to see you here." I happen to have something I wish to hear your opinion on. The crowd in the garden is quite overwhelming, so I thought it best to bring you here. Ning Miao nodded. Please go ahead. Yan Kunpeng glanced around before stepping closer and lowering his voice. I believe Ning Wang is intentionally extending an olive branch to the three of us with this spring banquet. What do you think? Should I accept or decline? Ning Miao regarded him, recognizing his cleverness. Do you wish to accept or decline? Naturally, I would prefer to decline, but I have considered that in the court, without a foundation or faction, it would be exceedingly difficult. If I must align myself, then Ning Wang is undoubtedly the best choice. Why do you say that? I have observed the other princes closely. Some are hypocritical, others deceitful, some arrogant and unworthy. Only Ning Wang seems decent. Ning Miao's gaze narrowed slightly. Indeed, in my previous life I was blind. An outsider could discern these traits, yet I, who was always by the side of Wang Kong, believe him to be the most honorable and capable ruler. Well then, accept it. Align yourself with Ning Wang. You support me? Yan Kunpeng was taken aback, expecting her to give a non-committal response. Ning Miao nodded. Yes, I support you. In her past life, due to the matter of the Guangdong Dragon Map, Ning Wang was confined, and the top 3 candidates in the spring exam dared not associate with him, thus falling into Wang Kang's grasp. Yan Kunpeng was elated. Excellent, now I am assured. His joy momentarily overwhelmed him, and he added, You look particularly beautiful today. Realizing his words could be misunderstood, he quickly amended, You have always been beautiful, but today you are even more so. Ning Miao was taken aback by his unexpected compliment. But I am not wearing my usual veil. My face is entirely concealed. What beauty is there to speak of? Yan Kunpeng and Appo's gaze lingered on her, admiration and affection unmistakable. Since our first meeting, you have always worn modest colors. This is the first time I've seen you in such vibrant hues. You look exceptionally captivating. As Yan Kunpeng finished speaking, a cool voice interjected. I would argue it is not her beauty that is breathtaking, but rather the top scholar's words that leave one astonished. Both were startled, turning toward the voice to see Yan Mobai emerging from the opposite side of the rockery, his countenance stern and his gaze icy. Both felt a jolt of apprehension. They were uncertain how long he had been present and what he had overheard. Suppressing their anxiety, Yan Kunpeng greeted Second Master. Yan Mobai's cold gaze swept over Ning Miao before settling on Yan Kunpeng. Do you know what those ladies in the garden were saying about her? They refer to her as the top scholar and Appo's, as family member. A shock coursed through both Ning Miao and Yan Kunpeng. At that moment, a servant from Ning Wangfu approached. Bowing respectfully, Lord Yan, top scholar, His Highness Ning Wang requests your presence in the tea hall. Chapter 060. An air of affection, Yan Mobai cast a fleeting glance at Ning Miao before turning to leave. It was only then that Yan Kunpeng and Ning Miao felt the oppressive aura dissipate, both exhaling a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance, and Yan Kunpeng, filled with remorse, remarked, I apologize, my lady. It was my indiscretion. He had momentarily lost himself in the moment, a departure from his usual decorum. Ning Miao caught a glimpse of Yan Mobai looking back over his shoulder and smiled, reassuring Yan Kunpeng, It's quite all right. You mustn't keep His Highness. The Prince of Ning, waiting. Indeed, Yan Kunpeng replied, turning away. As Ning Miao watched his retreating figure, she sighed softly. She understood that the people in the garden would likely gossip about her being associated with Yan Kunpeng, especially after her behavior at the tea house during yesterday and Appo's parade of the top scholars. In this new life, her reputation mattered little to her. However, for Yan Kunpeng, who had just achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations, his reputation was of great significance. She knew she would have to tread carefully in the future. Lost in her thoughts, several young women from the nearby garden called out to her, Lady Ning, come admire the flowers with us. They waved enthusiastically, their faces beaming with smiles. Confused, Ning Miao noted that none of them had acknowledged her earlier when she was in the pavilion, so their sudden warmth puzzled her. Reluctantly, she decided to approach them, and as she neared, they eagerly welcomed her with affectionate compliments. My lady, you are truly beautiful. I've been using the rouge from your family's shop, and it's simply marvelous. Indeed, I can hardly bear to use any other brand now. I even buy several boxes just for the lovely packaging. Ning Miao, unsure how to respond, could only offer her thanks repeatedly, feeling overwhelmed by their excessive enthusiasm. She suspected their motives lay in her connection to Yan Mobai, hoping to curry favor with her to win his heart. "It's too hot. Let us go to the pavilion to paint. There's ink and paper there," one suggested. "Excellent idea," the others agreed. They nestled close to Ning Miao, linking arms as they made their way to the pavilion. Those skilled in painting were eager to showcase their talent before her. Ning Miao satasite, observing them as they painted, her mind still preoccupied with the illustration of Guan Gong subduing the dragon. Suddenly, a servant from the Prince of Ning's residence arrived, announcing, "The Princess of Ning requests you ladies to move to the front courtyard to view the 100 Flowers painting." Ning Miao's brow furrowed slightly. So soon? In her previous life, she had not attended the spring banquet and was unaware of the exact schedule for viewing the paintings. The group reluctantly set aside their brushes and stood to follow. After walking a short distance, Ning Miao turned to them. "Please go ahead. I seem to have left my handkerchief in the pavilion. I'll return shortly." In the flower hall, the Prince of Ning, Yan Mobai, and the top 3 scholars were engaged in conversation over tea when the Princess of Ning, Yuan Lan, entered with a young woman. Except for the prince, the others rose to greet her respectfully. "You gentlemen need to be overly formal," Yuan Lan said with a warm smile, then introduced the young woman beside her. "This is my sister, Yuan Xian, who has just returned to the capital after serving with our father at the border." "Xian, greet the gentleman," she urged. The young woman, clad in purple, wore fitted sleeves rather than the usual flowing ones, her features striking yet imbued with a spirited elegance. Without any of the coyness typical of young women, she stepped forward and bowed slightly. "I am honored to meet you, gentlemen." Yan Mobai, Yan Kuanpeng, and the other scholars returned her greeting. Yan Mobai maintained his stoic demeanor, while Yan Kuanpeng was cautious, exchanging knowing glances with the others, realizing that Yuan Lan might be considering potential suitors among them. Yuan Lan's father was the esteemed general of Jinyuan, a family renowned for their military prowess. If one were fortunate enough to marry Yuan Xian, it would be a tremendous advantage, linking both the general's and the prince's households. Each man contemplated his own strategy to impress. "Please be seated." The Prince of Ning gestured, and the 4 took their places. Yuan Xian's gaze fell upon Yan Mobai, whose dark robe accentuated his striking features, matching the rumors of his unparalleled beauty. His demeanor was cool and composed, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect. With a playful smile, Yuan Xian remarked, "I have heard of your remarkable talents, Master Yin, both in governance and in combat. If I may be so bold, I would like to spar with you. Would that be acceptable?" Yuan Lan interjected teasingly, "Xian, do not be rude." "Not at all," the prince chuckled. "It is rare to see my sister so spirited. Mobai, do indulge her." With the prince's encouragement, Yan Mobai stood, "As you wish." Yuan Xian retrieved 2 swords from the guards at the entrance and tossed one to Yan Mobai. "Shall we begin?" The 2 exited the flower hall, leaving the other scholars feeling somewhat despondent. With Yan Mobai present, they found it difficult to assert themselves. He outshone them in every regard: appearance, skill, status, and his connection to the prince. "Let us go observe," the prince suggested, and the others followed suit. In the courtyard, the contrasting figures of the man in black and the woman in purple stood poised against each other. Yuan Xian smiled, "Please, do not show me leniency simply because I am a woman." With that, she began her attack, swiftly twirling her sword towards Yan Mobai. Yan Mobai, clad in his dark attire, moved with grace, evading her strike effortlessly, his sword dancing through the air like a silver dragon. The onlookers were captivated by the rapid exchange of blows, each move fluid and unpredictable, neither participant willing to yield. Upon arriving, Ning Miao witnessed the mesmerizing duel. Yan Mobai was engaged in a fierce sword fight with the young woman, surrounded by the prince, the princess, the scholars, and a multitude of observers, all cheering enthusiastically. Ning Miao joined the crowd, entranced by their skill. The duel showcased a remarkable balance of strength and finesse, with one wielding power while the other countered with grace. For an extended period, neither gained the upper hand, but ultimately, Yan Mobai emerged victorious, disarming her. Just as it seemed the contest would conclude, Yuan Xian, undeterred, discarded her sword and continued the fight with her bare hands. Yan Mobai, compelled to match her, relinquished his weapon, engaging her in close combat. With swords abandoned, the dynamic shifted to a physical brawl, and Yuan Xian's tactics were particularly cunning, leading to moments of close contact that appeared rather intimate. The surrounding women watched with a mix of envy and admiration, while the scholars felt a pang of discontent. The princess of Ning observed with delight, exclaiming, "What a perfect match they make!" Ning Miao found herself in agreement. Indeed, they seemed well suited. Just as she anticipated the duel to continue, Yan Mobai suddenly leaped back, landing gracefully, and declared, "Let us cease for now. Your skills are commendable, Miss Yuan." Chapter 061. The second brother is the top scholar. Seeing him like this, Yuan Xian refrained from pressing further. She withdrew her stance and cupped her fists toward Yan Mobai, saying, "Lord Yan, just as the rumors suggest, you possess both literary and martial prowess. I have learned much today. I thank you for your leniency." She understood that the outcome had already been determined. Continuing would only lead to her inevitable defeat. While others might not discern it, she could sense that her opponent was holding back his internal energy. Even so, she was still no match for him. After their bout, she was left breathless, while he appeared completely unfazed. It was indeed rare to hear of Lord Yan showing restraint. Lady Ning remarked humorously. Prince Ning also chuckled. Indeed, the phrase showing mercy seems quite foreign to him. Today is truly exceptional. Yuan Xian cast a glance at Yan Mobai. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, revealing a hint of feminine shyness. Yan Mobai's expression remained impassive as he bent down to retrieve the sword he had carelessly thrown aside. As he straightened up, he caught a glimpse of Ning Miao in the crowd, their eyes meeting momentarily before they both averted their gazes. Ning Miao turned her attention elsewhere, while Yan Mobai walked toward a nearby guard to return the sword. Noticing Yan Kuanpeng standing not far ahead, Ning Miao squeezed through the crowd to position herself behind him. Shielded by his figure, she swiftly slipped a note into his hand. Yan Kuanpeng turned his head, surprised to see her, but before he could speak, Ning Miao had already turned away. This entire scene was observed by Yan Mobai, whose eyes darkened with an undercurrent of emotion as he pressed his lips together. Meanwhile, Yan Kuanpeng took a couple of steps aside, ensuring he was alone, before discreetly unfolding the note within the ample folds of his robe. In my dream, I foresaw that Prince Ning would showcase the spring flowers painting, only to be substituted with the Guan Gong subduing the dragon painting, resulting in the prince being punished by the emperor. It would be unwise to speak of my dream to others. If Prince Ning truly intends to present the painting, you should inform him that you previously observed someone sneaking around with a painting, suggesting he verify its authenticity before the public display. This way you can earn his favor. Yan Kuanpeng tucked the note away and glanced back at Ning Miao, who avoided his gaze, having noticed that Yan Mobai was watching her. In front of them, Prince Ning spoke aloud. "Now that everyone is gathered, I recently acquired a painting by Shi Yin from the previous dynasty, Spring Flowers, and I would like to share it with you all." With that, he signaled to his attendant to fetch the painting. Yan Kuanpeng's breath quickened, noticing the estate steward nearby. He shifted slightly and whispered to the steward according to Ning Miao's instructions. The steward's expression changed upon hearing him and, without delay, approached Prince Ning to relay Yan Kuanpeng's message. After listening, Prince Ning's demeanor grew solemn, and he glanced at Yan Kuanpeng. He then addressed the assembly. "Please proceed to the easel over there and wait a moment while I retrieve the painting." Under the large locust tree, the flower stand was already set up, and everyone began to move in that direction. Prince Ning turned to leave for his study. Before long, he returned, apologizing. "I regret to inform you all that I discovered the end amp. Oppo's, Spring Flowers and Amp. Oppo's painting is a forgery, so I will not be presenting it. Let us proceed to the banquet hall." At this, Ning Miao felt a weight lift from her heart. It seemed that, just as in her previous life, the painting had indeed been swapped by those loyal to King Kang. Fortunately, the subsequent banquet unfolded without incident. The only amusing event was Yuan Xian, who alongside Yan Mobai and the top 3 scholars of the spring examination, raised a toast, consuming 3 cups each. With additional toasts to Prince Ning, Lady Ning, various officials, and the other ladies present, she alone drank 15 cups, remaining completely sober, exuding the spirited demeanor of a daughter of the military. Ning Miao could only look on in admiration, for she herself could barely manage a single cup. At this point, she understood the purpose of today's spring banquet. Beyond celebrating the top scholars and fostering new connections to display the unity between the Ning prince's household and Emperor Zhaoqing, there was a third intention: to seek a suitor for Yuan Ziyan. It was evident that Yan Mobai was the most favored candidate. Both Lady Ning and Yuan Ziyan herself appeared highly satisfied with him. Should they truly become a couple, it would not be an unwelcome turn of events for her. After all, blood ties would not be far off. Once the banquet concluded, everyone took their leave to return home. Upon arriving at Fengfei Courtyard, Ning Miao had just seated herself before the bronze mirror and removed the ornaments from her ears when she heard someone enter the room. Assuming it was Chunlan, she paid little mind until she caught sight of a man with a cold, handsome visage reflected in the mirror. Her breath caught in her throat as she turned around. It was Yan Mobai. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she rose and smiled. "Why has my second brother come? Who else would it be? The top scholar?" His voice was as frigid as his expression. He had not taken care to tread lightly upon entering. From the moment he stepped through the door, she should have known someone had arrived. The fact that she had not turned to look suggested she either knew who it was or was waiting for someone. Ning Miao. She was at a loss for words. Even if she wished to meet Yan Kuanpeng, it would be highly improbable to arrange such a meeting in her own chamber within the Marquis and Amp Oppo's residence. Only a fool would dare do so. With a smirk, she retorted, "Isn't my second brother the top scholar?" Yan Mobai snorted softly. "You know precisely who I am referring to. Do not think I am unaware of your clandestine exchanges with him at Prince Ning's residence." Ning Miao was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Such a covert operation had been detected by him? Did he possess multiple pairs of eyes? Seeing her remain silent, the darkness in Yan Mobai and Oppo's gaze deepened. "Do you believe that just because your relationship has shifted from the open to the secretive, no one would be the wiser?" Ning Miao broke into a sweat. "I have no relationship with him." "No relationship?" Yan Mobai laughed, though his amusement did not reach his eyes. "If there is truly no relationship, why would you rush to the tea house to congratulate him on his victory in the parade? If there is no relationship, why would you publicly extol him as unparalleled? If there is no relationship, why would you go to such lengths to dress up like a blooming butterfly? If there is no relationship, why would he heed your advice on which prince to ally with? If there is no relationship, why would he declare your beauty before you, a married woman? If there is no relationship, why the need for secret notes, fearing others might see?" As he questioned her, he stepped closer, each inquiry colder than the last. By the time he finished, he stood directly before Ning Miao. Overwhelmed by his formidable presence and the chill radiating from him, Ning Miao instinctively took a step back. Her heel collided with the dressing stool, causing her to stumble and fall into it. Chapter 62. I only wish to be the lady of the top scholar. She had never seen him in this manner before. In the past, even when he spoke harshly, it was merely a direct threat of consequences. This was the first time he bombarded her with questions in rapid succession. Previously, no matter how furious he was, he would simply tell her to leave, threatening to cast her out of the residence. Now, an aura of chilling menace enveloped him, as if he were a deity of death ready to strike her down in an instant. She sat while he stood, gazing up at him, his eyes fixed on her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Ning Miao's eyes flickered, her lips pressed together as she firmly stated, "My relationship with him is purely that of ordinary friends. The reason I congratulated him on his victory was simply that I saw the other two basking in flowers while he stood empty-handed. Even as a distant relative of the house, it is only fitting for me to support him and uphold his dignity, is it not? Furthermore, my choice to wear this vibrant attire today is unrelated to him. In a gathering such as the spring banquet, wearing plain clothes would be inappropriate, would it not? It would not only tarnish the reputation of the residence, but also displease His Highness and the princess." Ning Miao patiently explained her reasoning. As for his allegiance to a particular prince, he has already made his own considerations and decisions. He merely sought my opinion as a friend, not as a mandate. And when he compliments my appearance in front of you, it is simply his nature. People in this world are diverse. One cannot expect others to suppress their emotions just because one is reserved and stoic, correct? Regarding that note, Ning Miao paused, contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. Yan Mobai's gaze was as cold as ice, his lips pressed into a straight line, unwavering in their scrutiny of her. Ning Miao collected her thoughts and continued. After you and Yin Kuanpeng were summoned by His Highness to the flower hall for tea this morning, I was alone by the rockery and saw someone sneaking around with a painting scroll. Later, a servant from a mansion informed us to proceed to the front yard to appreciate the painting. Upon hearing painting, I recalled that individual and suspected there might be an issue with it. Better safe than sorry. I noticed there were writing materials in the pavilion, so I penned a note to Yin Kuanpeng, advising him to remind His Highness to verify the painting before presenting it. When His Highness subsequently chose not to display the spring flowers painting, I surmised that there was indeed a problem with it. Shouldn't I be credited for this? Yan Mobai and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly. When His Highness declared that the painting was a forgery, he had already suspected something was amiss. He had not anticipated that it would be this woman who discovered it, revealing her astuteness. However, this was not the crux of the matter. You could have directly informed His Highness or conveyed it to me. Why resort to having Yin Kuanpeng relay the message? Ning Miao bolted. I simply do not wish to attract attention. Thus, she had shifted the spotlight onto Yin Kuanpeng, so to speak, bestowing the credit upon him. Yan Mobai ground his teeth and, with a cold smile, inquired, "Are you hoping that he will gain recognition from His Highness through this merit, ascend to prominence, and perhaps remember your kindness, allowing you to become the lady of the top scholar?" Ning Miao was momentarily speechless, but then a thought struck her, and she looked into his eyes, saying, "I only wish to be the lady of the top scholar." Yan Mobai und Appo's pupils visibly vied. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Is this how you entice all men?" Ning Miao felt her patience wearing thin. "No, aside from you. Have you seen me enticing any other man? Have I engaged in any intimate actions with anyone? I have not even held hands with Yin Kuanpeng. Yet, you and that Miss Yuan are always holding hands, embracing, leaning against each other, and colliding. Have I ever claimed your relationship was not pure? I have had no physical contact with Yin Kuanpeng. On what grounds do you accuse me of being indiscreet?" Ning Miao retorted desciently. Yan Mobai responded, "My interactions with Miss Yuan were during a martial arts competition. Besides, am I comparable to you? I am a bachelor, while you are a married woman." Ning Miao rolled her eyes internally, feigning a look of grievance, muttering, "You know I am a married woman, yet it does not prevent you from pursuing me. If there is anyone in this world with whom I have an impure relationship, it is you." Suddenly, the room fell into an oppressive silence. Ning Miao lifted her gaze to him. "Why do you care so much about my relationship with Yin Kuanpeng?" At her words, the coldness in Yan Mobai and Appo's eyes intensified. His voice emerged from the depths of his throat. "You are the eldest daughter-in-law of the residence. You tarnish the family's reputation." "Reputation?" Ning Miao smirket. "Do you care about the family's reputation? If you truly did, there would be no rumors circulating that the father is unkind, and the son is unfilial. At the very least, you would pretend to show respect for the Marquis in public, would you not? You are too lazy even to feign it. Do you genuinely care about the family's reputation?" Yan Mobai was taken aback by her boldness, his eyes flickering. Yet, the chill surrounding him did not dissipate. "Even if you do not care about the family's reputation, you are still my sister-in-law. Should I not be indignant on behalf of my brother, who is oblivious to his own affairs?" Ning Miao's smile remained unwavering. "Your words imply a deep concern for your brother. If you truly cared, you would not have let me discover he is a worthless man on the very day I entered the residence. You would not have written in my testimony alongside Yin Kuanpeng that his life force had been extinguished. It appears you have no regard for his well-being." Yan Mobai was rendered speechless. Ning Miao pressed on. "Moreover, do you think that if he were to awaken and hear the rumors about me and Yin Kuanpeng, and learn that I have been intimate with his younger brother, which of these would infuriate him more? So why are you so angry on his behalf? Clearly, you are the one who would anger him the most." Yan Mobai and Appo's lips twitched, utterly at a loss for words. Indeed, the delicate and gentle facade she presented was merely a disguise, Her true self was now revealed. Suddenly, Ning Miao stood up. They had been sitting and standing apart. But in her abrupt motion, her forehead nearly collided with his chin. They were so close. Yan Mobai instinctively took a step back, but Ning Miao advanced, grasping the silk ribbon at his waist to prevent his retreat. She rose onto her toes, leaning close to his ear, whispering, "Let me tell you why you are so angry." Seeing him prepare to retreat again, she held him tightly. Her breath brushed against him like a fragrant breeze. "You are jealous." Yan Mobai and Oppos. His expression shifted, but in the next moment, he regained his composure. He smiled, albeit coldly, as if he had heard the most ridiculous of jokes. "Jealous? You overestimate yourself." Ning Miao remained unfazed, maintaining her position on tiptoe as she turned her head to meet his gaze. "Then give me a reason that would convince me. Why are you so angry?" As she stood on her toes, holding onto his waist, their bodies were nearly pressed together, her nose almost touching his lips. Chapter 63, Second Brother. "You are out of control." Her breath, along with the unique fragrance of her femininity, enveloped him, intertwining with his own. A tempest raged within Yan Mobai. While he maintained an outward calm, he lowered his gaze upon her. "Look at your current behavior. Am I wrong to say you are reckless?" "Indeed, you have been reckless." Ning Miao tilted her head, meeting his gaze, inching closer as if to challenge him, exuding an air of defiance. Yan Mobai inhaled deeply. How audacious this woman was. No other woman had ever dared to confront him in such a manner. "I detest women who employ cunning against me. Do you believe I would hesitate to end your life?" His voice was low and menacing. Ning Miao's eyelashes trembled slightly. She certainly believed him. In their past life, he had killed her without hesitation, a swift strike to her throat, merciless as ever. "Of course you would. You killed Yang for using such tactics. And you have even dared to take the life of a princess. What makes you think I am any different?" Yan Mobai scoffed. "At least you possess some awareness." With that, he issued a warning. "Now, will you not release me and step back?" Yet, Ning Miao did not relinquish her grip on his waist. She clung to the silk ribbon, remaining on her tiptoes, pressing closer, tilting her face upward defiantly. With a smile, she declared, "I believe you would kill me, but I wager that you cannot bring yourself to do so." As she spoke, she suddenly leaned in, brushing her nose against his lips. Yan Mobai was taken aback, shocked by her audacity. He stepped back, but she tugged at his waist, preventing him from escaping. Simultaneously, his hand grasped her throat. "Do not think for a moment that I would spare you." He gritted through clenched teeth, his expression darkening. Time and again, she dared to challenge his limits. The pressure of his grip tightened incrementally. Ning Miao felt a surge of suffocating dread. Her breath caught, her face flushed. Veins pulsed visibly on her porcelain forehead. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed up at him, struggling to voice her thoughts. "If you kill me, it means I was right. You are merely embarrassed." Yan Mobai loathed this sensation of being manipulated, utterly detested it. He had always been the one in control, always. A crimson hue flooded his gaze. "You shall perish." His voice carried an icy chill, and he tightened his grip once more. Ning Miao sensed the specter of Chapter 064. "You may certainly try afterward." The two lay on the couch. Ning Miao was barely conscious, while Yan Mobai wore an impassive expression. Neither spoke, and the room was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by their still irregular breaths, which resonated distinctly in the quiet. After a long while, Yan Mobai rose, and Ning Miao closed her eyes. This time, she was not feigning sleep. She simply wished to ignore him. Yan Mobai draped a thin blanket over her and stepped down from the couch. Glancing at his left shoulder, he noted it was bloodied from her bite. He paid it no mind and began to don his garments, one piece after another. The rustling of fabric ceased, and tranquility returned to the room. After some time without a sound, Ning Miao assumed he had departed and opened her eyes, only to find him still present. He had already arranged himself and stood motionless in the center of the room. Since he faced away from her, she could not see his expression, nor could she discern what occupied his thoughts. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Yan Mobai turned his head. Ning Miao attempted to close her eyes, but it was too late. Their eyes met. "Can Chunlon come in?" Yan Mobai inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Ning Miao processed his words. He seemed to be asking whether Chunlan could see her in her current state, or perhaps questioning Chunlan's loyalty. His inquiry led Ning Miao to suspect that he had been contemplating whether to eliminate or retain Chunlan while standing there in silence. Seeing her remain silent, Yan Mobai assumed she did not understand and asked again, "Is she your person?" Given the woman's cunning, he reasoned that in just a few days, she had already managed the entire household, including Yan Xianji. He believed that the maid, who had always been by her side, should have been subdued long ago. Ning Miao ignored him and propped herself up. While she trusted Chunlan and Appo's loyalty, it was better that fewer individuals were aware of such matters. Upon seeing her sit up, Yan Mobai turned his head away again, presenting her with his back. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Ning Miao scoffed inwardly. Hadn't he already seen everything that was meant to be seen? Now, he feigned modesty. Once she donned her dress and adjusted her hairstyle, Ning Miao, suppressing her pain, approached him. She noted how impeccably he had arranged his attire, every crease smoothed out, presenting himself as the composed and aloof Master Yan, a stark contrast to the wild and frenzied man he had just been. Ning Miao felt a disdainful scoff rising within her, yet she refrained, extending her hand instead. What? Yan Mobai did not comprehend. Contraceptive medicine, Ning Miao replied. Yan Mobai's expression darkened slightly. Who carry such things on them at all times? He added, I will fetch it for you from Fushue courtyard shortly. I want to go, Ning Miao replied coldly. Yan Mobai regarded her. You're too injured to walk, she retorted with irritation. With a low sigh, seeming somewhat resigned, he said, I will have someone bring it to you. Are you not afraid I want to take it? Ning Miao challenged him, recalling how he had personally prepared the water and ensured she consumed it before. Yan Mobai met her gaze. You may certainly try. A shudder ran through her at his words. Though his tone was mild, the depth in his dark eyes evoked memories of a time when he had commanded her to section. She suddenly felt a chill, realizing he might not hesitate to undertake such an act. Shivering, she snapped back to the present, replying with displeasure, I dare not. Yan Mobai then stepped toward the door, but halted at the threshold, turning back to say, Do not associate with Yan Kuan-pong any longer. His voice was not loud, yet it bore an undeniable forcefulness that brooked no argument. Ning Miao scoffed inwardly, questioning on what grounds. Who are you to me? However, she maintained a neutral expression and simply acknowledged him with a slight sound. Yan Mobai swept his arm, brushing aside the desk that had been propped against the door, and exited the room. Outside, Chunlan stood at a distance, pale and trembling, her eyes widening with alarm as she heard the door open. Upon seeing Yan Mobai emerge, she hastily lowered her head, standing there with a humble demeanor, eyes fixed on the ground, too fearful to look up again. Trembling even more violently, Yan Mobai strolled toward the courtyard entrance, casting a fleeting glance at her as he passed, before continuing on his way. Once she sensed his departure, Chunlan dared to lift her head and breathe normally. She quickly turned and re-entered the room. Inside, Ning Miao had intended to bend down and gather the scattered jewelry, but found her back ached too much to stoop. My lady, are you all right? Chunlan hurried over, helping her to a nearby chair. I am fine, Ning Miao replied. Chunlan gazed at her, and as she did, her eyes filled with tears, and she began to cry, raising her hand to wipe her tears away. Ning Miao wondered if Yan Mobai had done something to her when he left. What's wrong? Chunlan wept more fiercely. My lady, your life is so hard. I never expected the second young master to be such a man. Ning Miao remained silent. I will prepare hot water for your bath, my lady, Chunlan choked out. Ning Miao furrowed her brow. Did she know what had transpired between her and Yan Mobai? As Chunlan turned to leave, Ning Miao reached out and grasped her arm, tentatively asking, You know everything? Chunlan bit her lip and nodded, speaking softly. The noise was so loud. She hurriedly added, I didn't mean to overhear. When the second young master told me to leave, I went as far as I could, but the noise was still too much. Initially, I doubted it. I was so frightened that I stood at the courtyard entrance and could still hear everything. Chapter 065. I do not suffer, seeing Ning Miao remain silent. Chunlan's tears flowed once more. The maid had always felt her fate was unfortunate, but now it was evident that the mistress was the one truly suffering. She had married a husband who was utterly oblivious, and to make matters worse, his brother was. Such a person, one could only say that appearances can be deceiving. The second son did not seem the type at all. How pitiable it was for the mistress to be so utterly alone, without the support of her husband or her family. The mistress endured too much suffering. Chunlan's eyes were red from crying. Ning Miao. She longed to assert that she was not suffering, but witnessing Chunlan's genuine emotions left her at a loss for words. Was the second son not afraid of divine retribution? Ning Miao. She took Chunlan's hand. Chunlan, this matter must never be spoken of to anyone. Chunlan nodded through her tears. I understand, mistress. If you dare not speak. How could I? The second son would surely take my life. The second son showed no mercy when it came to matters of life and death, and everyone in the household lived in fear of him. Just moments ago, she felt as if her life was in jeopardy. She had even considered fleeing. Yet, she knew that even if she escaped, the second son, a man of great power, would surely find her. There was no escaping him. Thus, she stood at the garden gate, hoping he would believe her to be ignorant of what had transpired and spare her life. She was fortunate, yet she could do nothing to aid her mistress. It was only the mistress who suffered. Chunlan choked back a sob. I am fine, truly fine. Ning Miao replied with a smile. She could not disclose that today's events were the result of her meticulous planning, a scenario she had longed for. How could she claim to be unscathed? Virtue was a woman and Appo's as lifeblood. The maid knew that the second son held a position of immense power, feared even by the lady of the marquis, and thus the mistress would not dare to oppose him. The maid, she only felt pity for the mistress. Such an ordeal, once encountered, inevitably leads to another. How could the mistress's fate be so cruel? Chunlan continued to sob. Ning Miao raised her hand to her forehead. Could she confess that she would welcome a second occasion? Chunlan, I am willing. Junlan Voda. Ning Miao patted the back of her hand. Truly, it is my choice. Chunlan stared at her in disbelief. Ning Miao siket softly. Junlan, I have always regarded you as a sister, never as a servant, so I shall be honest with you. You just mentioned my plight. I am truly alone, without support. In a world such as this, where survival is a challenge, aligning myself with the second son is not a loss. Moreover, it provides both of us, mistress and maid, with a sense of security. Ning Miao felt it crucial for Chunlan to comprehend that this was her own decision. Otherwise, with Chunlan's current mindset, should she believe that Yan Mobai had forcibly taken advantage of her, it could lead to unforeseen trouble. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that she would conceive this time. If she did not, she must find a way to engage Yan Mobai further. Chunlan needed to become an ally, not an obstacle. Chunlan was taken aback by this revelation, finding it hard to accept. After all, in her view, her mistress was a married woman. However, upon reflection, she began to understand. Given the state of her husband, with the physician declaring the chances of his recovery slim, it was not surprising that the mistress sought another man for support, especially without family to rely on, drifting like a reed. Moreover, the second son was indeed exceptional, with many women vying for his attention, yet he had never deigned to notice any of them. It was rare for her mistress to catch his eye. Realizing that she also stood to benefit from this arrangement, Chunlan felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow. No wonder the second son spared her life. No wonder she escaped peril, believing it was her own luck, when in reality, it was the sacrifice of her mistress. Chunlan sniffled and nodded. I understand, mistress. Rest assured, I will keep this secret safe. Good. Ning Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Chunlan began to tidy the jewelry on the floor. I shall prepare hot water for your bath, mistress. I wish to rest for a while before bathing, Ning Miao replied, needing to elevate her feet and lie down for a moment. Meanwhile, Yan Mobai returned to Fu Shui courtyard, finding Lan Ying feeding his little cat in the yard. Upon seeing him enter, Lan Ying stood up to greet him. I thought the spring banquet had concluded, and His Highness would retain the officials for discussion. Yet here you are returning. Yan Mobai cast him a sidelong glance. He had returned an hour earlier. The prince intended to keep him, having retained the top 3 from the spring examination, but he had informed the prince of matters at home and returned early. Where is Chi Feng? Yan Mobai by infallible. His sword hilt broke and is being repaired at the sword shop. Ning respectfully answered. Yan Mobai frowned. If it is broken, get him a new one. Choose one from my collection of swords for both of you. Ning halted, astonished, hardly believing his ears. Did you mean to say to gift one sword each to me and Chi Feng? Do you not want it? Yan Mobai continued down the corridor. And no, of course I want it. Thank you, my lord. Lanzing et galim, loathed. One must understand that his lord and Appo's swords were either imperial gifts bestowed by the prince, or collected by himself, all renowned and exquisite. His lord cherished his swords, seldom allowing them to be touched, always polishing them personally. For him to give away two today, and allow them to choose, was akin to the sun rising in the west. Prepare hot water. I wish to bathe, Yan Mobai instructed Ning. Ning was momentarily taken aback. A bath in broad daylight? Assuming his lord was particular about cleanliness and found the banquet's crowd too dirty, he did not question further, responding brightly yes. As he turned to leave, the little cat, still uncaged, darted over and landed at Yan Mobai's feet. Ning hurried to catch it. I apologize. My lord, I shall secure it at once. Yan Mobai did not pause in stride, but glanced back at the little cat in Lan Ying's arms, casually inquiring, has the injury of Fanhua healed? Fanhua? Ning was momentarily stunned. My lord, it is no longer called Fanhua. It is now called Xiaoying. Why? Yan Mobai continued walking, seemingly uninterested. Ning thought to himself, how could he explain? Fanhua was an unsuitable name, and Wu Shuang was equally inappropriate. He could only think of a name that echoed his own, Xiaoying for safety. My lord said earlier that a male cat should not be called Fanhua. Ning replied. Is that so? Yan Mobai appeared to have forgotten this detail, responding nonchalantly before entering the chamber. Lanzing. So, will it be renamed again? Chapter 66. A gentleman is a normal man. Lan Ying carried 2 buckets of hot water into the bathing room, where Yan Mobai was in the midst of shedding his robe. Upon noticing the crimson mark on his shoulder, oozing blood, Ning was taken aback and hurriedly set down the buckets, rushing forward. My lord, you are injured. It's nothing, Yan Mobai replied, glancing at the wound on his shoulder with a deepening gaze. Ning remained anxious. I will fetch some medicine. He turned to leave, but Yan Mobai frowned and insisted. I said it's nothing. Reluctantly, Lan Ying acquiesced. How could my lord sustain such an injury? How does one return from a spring banquet at the Ning Wang's residence with a wounded shoulder? Yan Mobai tossed his discarded inner garment onto the rack and replied coolly, I was bitten. As Lan Ying poured water into the bathing tub, he nearly dropped the bucket upon hearing that. He looked up in astonishment. Bitten? By a person? Yan Mobai cast him a frosty glance, clearly displeased by the question. Is this true? Lan Ying exclaimed, utterly shocked and perplexed. Who would dare to bite you, my lord? Yan Mobai said nothing, donning only a pair of underpants as he approached the bathing tub. It was then that Lan Ying noticed there were more wounds than just the one on the shoulder. Several crimson scratches marred his chest as well. Is this a scratch? Images flooded Lan Ying and Appo's mind, and his pupils quivered in disbelief. Yet he dared not inquire further. While pouring the second bucket into the tub, he furtively scrutinized the wounds. There was no doubt they were nail marks. Judging by their depth, they were not inflicted with any martial prowess. It was evident that the assailant had not used any internal energy. The chaotic distribution indicated that it was not a technique of any sort, but rather a mere casual scratch. Moreover, these marks were evidently made directly on the skin. Such evidence could not be produced through clothing. A shoulder bite coupled with scratches across the chest. Therefore this, goodness, has my lord lost his restraint? How could he be so unbelievable? After exiting the bathing room with 2 empty buckets, Lan Ying remained fixated on the matter. When he finally spotted Chi Feng returning, he eagerly pulled him aside, well away from the bathing quarters, to share the news, forgetting all about the sword bestowal. I must tell you, my lord returned from the Ning Wang's banquet with a bite on his shoulder and several bloody scratches on his chest. What does this imply? Chi Feng remained impassive. What does it imply? Lan Ying shook his head, sometimes feeling exasperated by his partner's dullness. It means my lord has a woman. Chi Feng continued to show little reaction, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Just as he prepared to leave, Ning pulled him back. Do you not think this is a monumental event? My lord usually would not allow even a female mosquito near him. Qi Feng glanced at him. I do not think so. Ning was taken aback by his response. Why not? My lord is a normal man. Qi Feng replied. Very well. Who do you think it could be? This person must possess considerable skill to bring my lord down from his pedestal. Could it be a dancer arranged by His Highness Ning Wang? Ning inquired, filled with curiosity. Qi Feng regarded him as if he were a fool. Would my lord consort with a dancer? Ah, indeed, my lord would certainly not engage with a dancer. So who could it be? The biting and scratching suggest something quite intense. It seems unlikely an ordinary woman could act thus. Moreover, I perceive my lord appears unperturbed by it all. Ning's curiosity deepened. Qi Feng gazed toward the direction of the Fangfei courtyard, pressed his lips together. He lightly tapped the sword sheath against Ning's head. This is not a matter for us to concern ourselves with. With that, he turned to enter. Only then did Ning recall that their master had permitted them to select swords from the sword chamber. He hurriedly followed, exclaiming, Qi Feng, I have a tremendous surprise to share with you. The two chose their swords from the armory and returned to find Yan Mobai freshly bathed, engrossed in a book within his study. They approached to express their gratitude. Yan Mobai retrieved a small porcelain vial from his drawer and handed it to Qi Feng. Deliver this to Lady Ning at Fangfei courtyard. Understood. Qi Feng accepted it with both hands. Such small vials usually contain medicine, and, as to its contents, he knew better than to inquire. Upon arriving at Fangfei courtyard, Qi Feng found Ning Miao just getting off the couch, preparing to bathe. This is a gift from my lord, Qi Feng said respectfully, presenting the vial. Ning Miao, well aware of what the vial contained, accepted it with her own hands. Thank you, Guard Qi. After Qi Feng took his leave, Ning Miao called out, Guard Qi, please wait. Qi Feng gathered. Ning Miao gestured to Chunlan. Pour me a cup of water. Chunlan promptly picked up the kettle to pour. Uncertain of her intent, Qi Feng watched as Ning Miao twisted open the vial's lid and extracted a single pill, pinching it between her fingers to show Qi Feng. Guard Qi, please take note. I shall consume this. She placed the pill in her mouth, took a sip of water from Chunlan's cup, and swallowed. I have swallowed it. Ning Miao stated, opening her mouth as proof. Qi Feng. His master had only instructed him to deliver the medicine and had not required him to witness its consumption. Very well, Guard Qi, you may leave now, Ning Miao said. Qi Feng. After his departure, Ning Miao tightly clenched the substituted contraceptive pill in her palm, a slight smile gracing her lips. Fortunately, she had prepared several identical counterfeit pills previously. Days passed. One day, as Ning Miao was preparing to leave for the rouge shop with Chunlan, Lady Jean arrived. Upon seeing her, Ning Miao felt a headache coming on. Lady Jean dismissed Chunlan and seized Ning Miao's hand. Today, Yan Kuanpeng is departing for Jiangnan. You must see him off and strive to have one last encounter. After this, the two of you will be separated by distance, and any further encounters will be difficult. Do not let this final opportunity slip away. Who knows, it might result in a child. Ning Miao. Besides feeling speechless, she was astonished. During this time, she had not been in contact with Yan Kuanpeng and was unaware of his situation. Generally, there's a period before one officially takes office. How could he have left so quickly, and not to remain in the capital, but to be dispatched to Jiangnan? Mother, our previous meeting at Tianji Fang was discovered by my second brother, and later at the Ning Wang's spring banquet, he caught me again. I fear he may already be suspicious of me. If I go again today, it might lead to trouble. Ning Miao expressed her distress. Lady Jean furrowed her brow. If that wretched son were to discover it, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After a moment of silence, she devised a plan. Chapter 67. The sister-in-law is indeed eager to learn. Don't worry, I shall accompany you. As a relative of Yan Kuanpeng, it is only natural for us to see him off. Besides, with me by your side, second brother will undoubtedly harbor no suspicions. Jean said, he is traveling by water for his appointment, and we will send him off at the dock. Once we arrive, I will find a way to divert his attendance, allowing the two of you to act swiftly in the carriage. In order to facilitate their plans, Jean specifically chose a spacious carriage, adorned with soft cushions and thick curtains. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law shared the carriage as they made their way to the dock on the outskirts of the capital. Throughout the journey, Jean incessantly reminded Ning Miao of how to conduct themselves. Ning Miao listened attentively, responding appropriately. Jean was exceedingly pleased with Ning Miao's demeanor. Indeed, she had not misjudged her. Ning Miao was easily manageable. If she were to conceive this time, it would be a perfect outcome. Initially, Jean had set her sights on Yin Kuanpeng as a potential son-in-law, not only because he belonged to the Yin family, but also due to his reliability, commendable appearance, and capabilities. Now that Yin Kuanpeng had achieved the highest honors, her satisfaction with this choice had only deepened. With such a distinguished son, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence, securing a prosperous future. Should she bear his child, she would hold sway over him. For the sake of her own career, he would certainly keep this matter confidential, allowing her to maintain control over him effortlessly. Upon reaching the dock, they waited a while before Yin Kuanpeng's carriage finally arrived, accompanied by 2 servants dispatched by the Yan estate. Upon seeing Ning Miao and Jean, Yin Kuanpeng appeared somewhat surprised and quickly dismounted to pay his respects. "Madame, Miss Ning." Jean exchanged glances with him, saying pan and oppose, or mentioned yesterday that he had a few questions from his studies and wished to consult the top scholar. She then warmly beckoned the servants and drivers. Since the departure time is still early and the boat has yet to arrive, let's go over to the tea stand for a refreshment. I've heard their orchid cake is exquisite. Let us sample it. As she spoke, she nudged Ning Miao gently. Ning Miao, adhering to Jin's earlier instructions, replied, "I left the books I was studying in the carriage. Would you be so kind as to accompany me to retrieve them?" "Scholar Yin, I seek your enlightenment." She gestured towards the carriage parked beneath 2 drooping willow trees, not far off. It was spring, with blossoms in full bloom and lush willows providing ample cover for the carriage. Yin Kuanpeng understood her intentions and nodded respectfully, "Madam. It is my honor to assist you in your inquiries." The 2 made their way toward the carriage, while Jean led the others toward the tea stand. Suddenly, a voice, laced with playful irony, rang out, "Sister-in-law, your eagerness to learn is commendable indeed. Traveling such a distance to seek the scholar and oppose, as guidance must put many a student to shame." Everyone turned in shock toward the source of the voice, only to see a man in a crimson, ceremonial robe stepping down from a carriage, his back to them. It was Yan Mobai. The smile on Jin's face instantly froze, and Yin Kuanpeng felt a wave of tension. Ning Miao's palms tightened slightly. On that day, she had promised him not to maintain any further relations with Yin Kuanpeng. Luckily, Jean was present, and there were many witnesses. Yan Mobai strolled over, a faint smile playing on his lips, yet the depth of his dark eyes revealed no warmth. "The emperor has summoned the newly appointed scholars for council. Otherwise, Scholar Yan, you ought to submit a memorial advocating for women's imperial examinations. It would be remiss not to have a female scholar, given your sister-in-law's diligence." Neither Yin Kuanpeng nor Ning Miao dared to respond. Ultimately, it was Jean who first regained her composure, forcing a smile that appeared more sorrowful than joyful as she greeted him. "What brings you here, Mao Yi?" Yin Mao Yi stood before the group, his gaze not resting on her. "The scholar is departing for Jiangnan. I have come at the emperor's behest to see him off." The crowd bowed in unison. Yin Kuanpeng respectfully inclined his body. "Thank you for the emperor's grace. Thank you, Lord Yin." Yan Mobai surveyed the assembly, then raised his sleeve. "Did not the madam invite you all for tea? It is rare for her to be so generous. You should go." Jean was rendered speechless. Finally, Yan Mobai turned his attention to Ning Miao. "Sister-in-law, do you not have inquiries for the scholar? Please do not hesitate. I too would like to listen and perhaps gain some insight." Ning Miao remained silent. Yin Kuanpeng was drenched in sweat. Jean was furious but restrained, glancing at the others, who also dared not move, and thus refrained from mentioning tea again. Seeing Ning Miao's lack of response, Yan Mobai raised an eyebrow. Ning Miao bit her lip and replied, "In truth, I accompanied my mother mainly to see him off. My inquiries are not of utmost necessity." Upon hearing this, Jean quickly chimed in, "Indeed. It is a momentous occasion for our Yin family to celebrate the emergence of a top scholar. We should certainly come to bid farewell." Yan Mobai nodded, his expression inscrutable. Yin Kuanpeng, perspiring profusely, turned to see the boat had arrived at the dock, and quickly said, "Thank you all for your kind send-off. The boat is here, and I shall board now." He gestured for the two servants to assist with the luggage. Yan Mobai's dark gaze remained steady, not obstructing him, and even stepped aside to allow the servants to carry the belongings. "Scholar, be sure to check that this is indeed your vessel. Do not board the wrong one." Perhaps due to his own unease, Yan Kuanpeng found an underlying implication in those words. "Thank you for the reminder, Lord Yan." The servants loaded the luggage onto the boat, and Yan Kuanpeng once again bowed in farewell to the group before boarding. In truth, there was still ample time before departure. Seeing that no one had moved, Yan Mobai inquired, "Are you all planning to wait until the boat departs?" The driver sent by the Yan estate quickly bowed and excused himself. "I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave." Jean also prepared to depart, but Yan Mobai spoke before her. "His Royal Highness has learned that the incident at the spring banquet, involving the manipulation of the Oppos, spring flowers and Oppos, painting, was not the work of the scholar, but rather your doing, sister-in-law. He has instructed me to escort you to the palace for a discussion. His Highness wishes to understand the situation in detail to root out the infiltrator within the palace." Without waiting for Ning Miao's response, he turned to Jean. "Therefore, madam, I believe it is best for your carriage to be lent to your sister-in-law. Will you walk back to the estate, or—" Jean was at a loss for words. Walk back to the estate? The distance from the Marquis's residence to the outskirts of the city was considerable. This scoundrel expected her, an elder, to relinquish the carriage to a younger relative and walk back alone. Naturally, she would need to take the carriage. Yet, with only one carriage available and no rental options nearby, the routes to the Marquis's residence and the prince's palace were entirely incongruous. After a moment of contemplation, Jean approached Yan Mobai earnestly. "Your carriage is quite spacious. Might I impose upon you to share it with my sister-in-law? Although it may be unconventional for an uncle and niece to share a carriage, there are no outsiders here, and once inside, no one would be the wiser." Chapter 68. Under the bright sun, there is much to be done. Yan Mobai furrowed his brows, seemingly in a predicament. Ning Miao remained silent, quietly observing his performance. Jean Sure, feeling somewhat helpless, suggested, "How about we let the coachman take me to a place in the city where I can rent a carriage? I can return to the residence, and the coachman can then take you to the Ning Wangfu?" Yan Mobai looked astonished. "Do you mean for His Highness Ning Wang to wait?" Jean Sure, she certainly did not imply that. She lacked the authority to demand such a thing. She felt frustrated, as nothing seemed to work out. Finally, Yan Mobai, evidently dissatisfied, gestured to Ning Miao, "Let us board the carriage." He then led the way toward his own carriage. Only then did Jean Sure relax slightly. Fearing that Ning Miao would hesitate due to propriety, she hurriedly urged her. "It's all right. We are all family. Do come along." Ning Miao offered a slight bow and leisurely followed behind Yan Mobai. The coachman jumped down from the carriage, set the footstool, and adjusted the curtain. Yan Mobai neither waited for Ning Miao nor looked back, simply entering the carriage. Before closing the door, he instructed the coachman, "To Ning Wangfu." Ning Miao stood by the carriage, pausing momentarily before stepping onto the footstool and into the carriage. Inside, Yan Mobai occupied the main seat, while Ning Miao, reminiscent of their previous journey to Siyuan Academy, sat at a distance by the door. The coachman cracked the whip, and the carriage began to move. The rhythmic sound of hooves and rolling wheels filled the silence within the carriage as the two remained quiet. After a considerable time, long enough for Ning Miao to lean against the wall and feel drowsy, she suddenly heard Yan Mobai speak. "Was it your idea to come here today to bid farewell, or was it Jean Sure's?" he inquired, then continued without waiting for her response. "It must have been Jean Sure's suggestion." Ning Miao was taken aback, not only by his attitude, but also by his words. She had expected to be met with a storm of discontent for not fulfilling her promise. Yet his demeanor was not unfriendly, albeit not warm either. She was surprised he knew it was Jean Sure who had summoned her. Wasn't he usually suspicious of her demeanor? "Yes," she nodded. "What was the purpose of bringing you to meet Yan Kuanpeng?" Yan Mobai scrutinized her with his dark, penetrating gaze, as if he could see straight through her. Ning Miao averted her eyes slightly. Yet before she could speak, he pressed on, "What kind of transaction are you seeking?" Ning Miao was momentarily stunned. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. How could he deduce that? Her mind raced to formulate a response. Leaning back against the carriage's backrest, Yan Mobai lazily rested one elbow on the side table, observing her. You were brought here deliberately, and he was kept away to allow you to converse privately with Yin Kuanpeng, to express your demands, which must remain unheard by others. Were those demands? He articulated, not truly questioning her, but rather analyzing the situation himself. Ning Miao marveled at his meticulous reasoning and deductive skills. Yan Mobai continued, not stopping the carriage at the dock, but choosing to park it under a secluded tree suggests you too wish to do something in the carriage. Or rather, what could a man and woman alone in a carriage possibly do? At this point, he sat up straighter, his gaze intense and unwavering, fixated on her. Ning Miao felt a tremor in her breath, astonished by how far he had taken his deductions. Her eyes flickered, and she awkwardly chuckled. Under the bright sun. What could we possibly do? Under the bright sun, there is much that can be done, he replied, his dark eyes growing even deeper and sharper, locking onto her with an unwavering intensity. Isn't that so? Ning Miao's breath quickened further, especially at the weight of his final 3 words, which confirmed her suspicion that he had indeed guessed her intentions with Yan Kuanpeng. Just days prior, in her fragrant garden under the bright sun, they had engaged in such activities. Regaining her composure, Ning Miao forcibly shifted the conversation. Was Yan Kuanpeng's assignment to Jiangnan orchestrated by my second brother? Indeed, Yan Mobai answered curtly, leaving Ning Miao momentarily bewildered. She had anticipated a denial from him. Is it not commendable to have someone of your unparalleled talent benefit your homeland? Yan Mobai queried. Ning Miao, isn't it impossible for someone unparalleled to pass through? Noticing her silence, Yan Mobai continued, Jiangnan is a prosperous region, the granary of the nation, yet rife with complexities. Ning Wang requires a trusted individual there. Yan Kuanpeng, possessing exceptional talents and eager to align with Ning Wang for political accomplishments, is the most suitable candidate. Ning Yao was taken aback. Was he explaining this to her? Well, I have answered your question. Now it is your turn to answer mine. What did Jinshi send you to do with Yan Kuanpeng in the carriage? Yan Mobai fixed his gaze upon her once more. Ning Miao pressed her lips together. When she had changed the topic earlier, she had already made a mental calculation. She decided to speak candidly with him. First, he had already deduced much. She could not hide the truth from him. So it would be better to be forthright and earn his deeper trust. Second, with Yan Kuanpeng gone, Jinshi might introduce another individual. Being honest with him might help her navigate Jinshi's schemes. Furrowing her brow, she feigned a look of grievance and vulnerability. If I tell you, will you seek out the madam for retribution? If you confront her, I will no longer be able to stay in the Ho residence. Yan Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly. Go on. She hesitated. She wishes to borrow a child, to claim I am with Yan Kuanpeng, saying it is your brother's child, that it was conceived before I entered the Ho residence, and that the child would be aged by 2 months at the time of birth. Before Ning Miao could finish, she noticed Yan Mobai and Appo's expression changed dramatically, his eyes suddenly darkening like storm clouds gathering before a tempest, threatening to unleash chaos. Ning Miao quickly added, but Yan Kuanpeng and I have never been intimate. We only pretended to agree and have always treated each other with propriety, never overstepping boundaries. Finally, lowering her gaze, her cheeks flushed, she mumbled, you should be most aware of whether I have been with any other man. At her words, the storm brewing in Yan Mobai and Appo's gaze subsided, yet his expression remained ominously grave. So, during the Shaanxi festival at Taihao Ling Ancient Temple, and that day at Tianji Fong, you two intended to engage in illicit activities? His voice was laced with an ominous tone. Chapter 69. My heart yearns for you. Ning Miao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his use of the term indulgence. I have already stated that nothing transpired between us. If this is what you deem indulgence, then what about? Ning Miao's words trailed off as she glanced at him, her meaning unmistakable. What then? Would her relationship with him be labeled? Yan Mobai's expression darkened further as he coldly scoffed. Nothing happened? That may be due to unforeseen circumstances. On the day of the Shaanxi festival, we encountered you in Anyang. On the day of Tianji Fong, We faced the tragedy of Yang's death. If I had not come today, were you two truly prepared to feign innocence in the carriage? Ning Miao fell silent, contemplating his words. Indeed, had he not arrived, she and Yan Kunping might have proceeded with such a charade. The thought alone was, regardless, I would never entertain such actions with him, Ning Miao asserted resolutely. Yan Mobai regarded her intently. She met his gaze with unwavering composure. After a brief moment of locked eyes, he averted his face, his long fingers brushing the edge of the window curtain as if to survey the world outside, his expression softening slightly. Ning Miao observed this change, her brow arching ever so slightly. Why would the Jin family act in such a manner? Is it to ensure Yin Changjing can inherit the marquisate? Yan Mobai by infallible, lowering the curtain and turning back to her. Truly impressive, Lord Yin. Your insight is remarkable, Ning Miao complimented with a playful tone. Indeed, she mentioned that you have reached a marriageable age. Should you marry and bear children, given your current standing in court, the marquisate would undoubtedly fall into your hands. Does Yin Huiding concur? Yan Mobai by Plesit. Ning Miao paused, realizing he often addressed his elder brother, Yin Changjing, by name and never referred to Madame Jean as an oppose, mother and oppose, but rather as an oppose, the lady, and oppose. To her surprise, he even called his own father by his name. Although she was aware of their strained father-son relationship, he was still his biological father. The lady mentioned that the Marquis agrees, stating that although he has his fourth son, who is still quite young at just over 3 years old, it will be many years before he can inherit the marquisate. Thus, their hopes rest solely upon your elder brother. A rare smile graced Yan Mobai's lips as he lowered his gaze. It is simply that I cannot inherit the marquisate, he remarked bitterly. He would rather allow his daughter-in-law to betray him, willingly undermine his own son, and foster another's grandson than see him prosper. Wouldn't he? A mere title of marquis holds no significance in his eyes. Ning Miao gazed at him, witnessing a faint smile tinged with sorrow. She understood his bitterness. The entire household, including his own father, regarded him as an outsider. Yet she had always believed he was indifferent to this, as he had never shown them any kindness. So, the words you spoke that day at Tianji Fong were a deception, he said, lifting his gaze to her. His words were a leap, and Ning Miao momentarily failed to grasp their meaning. What do you mean? You claim that you and Yin Kunping were close, that you invited him to Tianji Fong to provoke my jealousy, he stated, his eyes dark and intense. Ning Miao's heart skipped a beat. She had almost forgotten that detail. Wasn't it you who staged a performance with him for Madame Jin's benefit? Why drag me into this? It has nothing to do with me, she thought, but Yan Mobai's deep voice resonated with gravity. Ning Miao's long lashes fluttered. Faced with the unmasking of her deception, she struggled to find a way to redeem herself. Granted, I staged that for the lady, but my ulterior motive was indeed to catch your attention, to provoke your jealousy. Yan Mobai's lips pressed into a thin line as he regarded her, his dark eyes resembling an impenetrable abyss. Devoid of light, Ning Miao felt a pang of guilt under his gaze. She clenched her hands beneath her sleeves, striving to maintain her composure. Yan Mobai narrowed his eyes, diverting his gaze and reverting to his customary indifference. A web of lies, he muttered. Ning Miao had not anticipated such a reaction. She had expected anger, perhaps another tempest, yet he remained astonishingly calm. Yet, this very calmness heightened her unease. Would he no longer trust her? Would he revert to the distant, aloof demeanor that felt as unreachable as a mountain peak veiled in snow? No, she had invested too much effort, endured too long, to let it all unravel in an instant. With determination coursing through her, she abruptly stood and moved to his side. Yan Mobai raised an eyebrow in surprise. What are you doing? Ning Miao smiled faintly, leaning in close, her sparkling eyes locking onto his. She softly parted her lips. While I may have told many lies for various reasons, please believe that this next statement is undeniably true. I yearn for you. The last 4 words were enunciated with deliberate clarity, and she added a single word for emphasis. Only. Yan Mobai's expression shifted. Those words fell upon his heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, rippling through his emotions. He remained impassive, gazing down at her, taking in her delicate features. The artistry of her visage, her porcelain skin revealing faint veins, and her lips glistening with a soft sheen. He knew her words were not to be trusted, yet she effortlessly pierced through the once impenetrable walls of his desires. Once exposed, those desires surged forth uncontrollably. His throat tightened as he leaned down, and Ning Miao closed her eyes, tilting her chin upward until their lips met. There was no forewarning, no negotiation. It was a natural occurrence. Such is the nature of romantic entanglements. When hearts align, the tides of passion surge. Their initial tentative brush soon deepened into a fervent kiss. He drew her into his embrace, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, their breaths growing ragged. Suddenly, a thunderclap reverberated, startling Ning Miao. Yan Mobai released her lips, his gaze fixed on her. Another rumble of thunder echoed outside. Ning Miao lay in his arms, her cheeks flushed, and she murmured, "It seems rain is imminent." Yan Mobai squinted slightly, his gaze shadowed, his fingers brushing against her cheek. The calloused pads of his fingers wiping away the moisture at the corner of her lips. "Those who speak falsehoods invite the wrath of thunder," he intoned, his voice hoarse. Ning Miao's heart quivered at his words. Did that imply if she deceived him, she would face consequences? Consequences? She had already faced death once. What more could she fear? In her past life, she had been silenced by a sword, her abdomen laid open, her corpse marked by a blade to the brow. What would be worse than that? With a playful smile, she tightened her grip around his neck, pulling him down to meet her lips once more. Then, softly, she murmured, "Considering our identities, should you and I indulge, we too shall face the wrath of thunder." Amidst another resounding peal of thunder, a sensation akin to a cataclysm reverberated within Yan Mobai's heart, as if a towering edifice had crumbled into ruin, leaving his ears ringing. His gaze darkened, and his hand clasped the back of Ning Miao's head, prompting him to lower his face and seal her softly parted lips with a fervent kiss that deepened with each passing moment. Breathless from his embrace, a flicker of annoyance ignited within Ning Miao's breast. Releasing her grasp on his neck, her hand sought his left shoulder, unerringly locating the site of her previous bite. Though days had elapsed, the force of her initial assault suggested incomplete healing, likely a state of scab formation. Indeed, Yan Mobai's brow furrowed slightly at her touch. In the ensuing instant, a sharp pain pierced her lips, as Yan Mobai retaliated with a biting counterattack. Incensed, Ning Miao embraced the escalating conflict. Forced to release her, Yan Mobai watched as Ning Miao smeared the droplets of blood from her wounded lip onto the pristine white collar of his vermilion court attire. Such defilement was a grave matter, particularly the stain of blood. Yan Mobai cast a downward glance, unable to fully discern the extent of the damage but fully aware of her actions. Unperturbed, he declared, "When we meet Prince Ning, I shall attribute the defilement to you." To sully court attire is a capital offense. Ning Miao scoffed. Would Prince Ning believe such a tale? The Dali Temple boasts a dedicated office for blood identification, capable of tracing blood and stains to their source. Faced with irrefutable evidence, how could Prince Ning deny the truth? A sardonic smile played upon Ning Miao's lips. Was he attempting to deceive her with fabricated departments and fanciful claims? Lest she betray her knowledge, she refrained from exposing his ruse, retorting, "Then I shall inform Prince Ning that you assaulted me, forcing a kiss that broke my lip, resulting in the accidental stain. I, too, shall wield irrefutable evidence," she declared, gesturing to her injured lip. Yan Mobai chuckled, a rare occurrence that momentarily stunned Ning Miao. So, the dogman was capable of genuine laughter, not merely sardonic sneers. Do you comprehend the nature of evidence? A mere broken lip hardly constitutes proof. Who is to say you did not inflict the injury upon yourself, or that another was responsible? How can you prove my culpability? He paused, seemingly realizing the incongruity of his playful banter with the woman. A frown furrowed his brow as he grappled with this unfamiliar facet of himself. Undaunted, Ning Miao retorted. Then I shall reveal to Prince Ning the extent of your scarred back, the precise appearance of each lash. Would such intimate knowledge not suffice as proof? A sudden paroxysm seized Yan Mobai, causing him to cough violently into his clenched fist. This woman was truly. Ning Miao watched him, challenging him to continue his charade. At that moment, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, its clamorous roar punctuated by the rumble of thunder. A sudden impulse seized Ning Miao, prompting her to embrace him, her fingertips tracing the contours of his back beneath the court robes. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Your childhood, was it difficult?" Yan Mobai's gaze lifted, meeting her eyes. For a fleeting instant, she perceived a flicker of bewilderment and confusion, followed by a surge of turbulent emotions before a mask of serenity descended. He returned her gaze, momentarily lost in thought, before his eyes regained their customary clarity. "My past is irrelevant to you." His voice was devoid of warmth, his eyes as cold as ice, as if the impenetrable fortress of a man had reasserted itself. Startled, Ning Miao registered his reaction. A touch of woundedness veiled her features as she stepped away, her voice a mere whisper. "I did not intend to pry into your past. I merely felt sympathy for you." As she turned to retreat to her former position, he seized her arm, pulling her back into his embrace and claiming her lips in another impassioned kiss. The ensuing events unfolded with a natural progression. Garments, both formal and informal, lay scattered within the carriage, amidst overturned writing implements and spilled ink that stained the vermilion robes a deep, ominous black. Undeterred by the chaos, the two figures continued their passionate encounter. Outside, the rain lashed against the windows, creating a curtain that seemed to isolate the carriage from the rest of the world. The wind howled, the rain poured, and the thunder roared, drowning out the sounds of the two figures within. Oblivious to their surroundings, they failed to notice the carriage's halt until the driver's amplified voice pierced through the storm. "My lord, we have arrived at Prince Ning's residence. Return to the Marquis's residence," Yan Mobai commanded, his brow furrowed. As the carriage lurched back into motion, the two figures resumed their attire. Ning Miao's gaze fell upon the large, inky stain that marred the chest of Yan Mobai's robes, prompting a smile. "Can you possibly wear that?" she inquired, recalling his immaculate appearance. "Certainly not," Yan Mobai replied, his voice tinged with a rare timbre of sensuality. Rising, he retrieved a spare robe from a hidden compartment beneath the seat, discarding the stained garment within. Impeccably attired once more, he resumed his seat, his countenance once again radiating an aura of aloofness. "If your Dali temple can identify the source of blood, can it also identify the source of ink? Surely, you cannot claim responsibility for this?" Leaning against the carriage wall, Ning Miao regarded him, a sudden wave of resentment washing over her. Why was it that he emerged from these encounters refreshed and unscathed, while she, despite her martial training, felt drained? Was this the disparity between male and female strength? "Kindly tidy up the mess," Ning Miao requested, gesturing to the scattered writing materials. "I am unable to bend over." Chapter 071. The eldest son has awoken. Yan Mobai cast a sidelong glance at her, finding her delicate. Last time she claimed she could not walk, and today she insisted she could not bend down. Yet, he said nothing, merely leaned down to pick up the scattered items and place them on the table. Ning Miao recalled the matter at hand. "Did you not mention that His Highness, the Prince of Ning, summoned me? Yet now we are heading back to the Marquis's residence." Yan Mobai adjusted his robes and replied earnestly, "Upon reflection, I believe it is safer for you not to personally identify anyone at the Prince of Ning's residence. Should there be someone from the Prince of Kang present, they might inform him of your situation, putting you in jeopardy. Instead, return and sketch the figure you saw that day for me. I shall present it to the Prince of Ning." "Is that so?" Ning Miao regarded him. Her suspicions about the prince's summons now solidified. At that moment, a rumble of thunder echoed outside. She recalled his earlier curse about her facing retribution. With a smirk, she remarked, "As Lord Yin said, those who lie shall be struck by lightning." Yan Mobai slightly shook his sleeves, lifting his gaze to respond promptly, "No worries. Considering our statuses, if you and I were to indulge in any indiscretions, we would both face the same fate." He added with a playful tone, "Together." Ning Miao was left speechless. Observing her reaction, Yan Mobai seemed amused, and rarest of all, a smile graced his lips as he extended his hand toward her. "Come here." Ning Miao remained unmoved. "I cannot come over." With a sigh, Yan Mobai stood up and pulled her into his embrace. Ning Miao was taken aback by his sudden action. Despite their previous intimate encounters, they had never shared such warmth afterward. "What is this?" she pondered just as he opened his right hand, revealing a pill. Ning Miao's heart sank. It was a contraceptive pill. She hadn't anticipated encountering him today, nor engaging in such activities, and she hadn't brought any pills. She hesitated to take it, a mocking smile playing on her lips as she looked at Yan Mobai. "I recall that my second brother once said, 'Who carries contraceptive pills on them at all times?'" Yan Mobai's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed by her taunt, his hand still outstretched. Ning Miao bit her lip, her mind racing for a solution. She absolutely could not take it. Otherwise, all her efforts would be in vain. She feared she might be pregnant from their previous encounter. And if she ingested the pill now, it would not only render that day futile, but also jeopardize her future. Glancing at the table, she noted the teapot had been overturned. "That pill is rather large. Without water, I cannot swallow it. Can't I wait until I return home to take it? There's no need to rush." Yan Mobai, however, did not retract his hand. "I recall you managed to swallow it dry that day. Is that so?" Ning Miao paused, then responded, "That day, I was merely acting out of spite." "Then why not gamble again today?" Yan Mobai suggested. Ning Miao was at a loss for words. Yan Mobai chuckled. "Come now, just chew it and you'll be able to swallow it." Ning Miao remained silent, contemplating. Finally, Yan Mobai withdrew his hand. But just as she sighed in relief, she was shocked to see him place the pill in his own mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief as he chewed the pill, then grasped her chin, leaning down to kiss her. The chewed medication was transferred into her mouth, the bitterness flooding her taste buds, causing her to frown. He released her, a faint smile on his lips. "Surely you can swallow it now?" Disgusting, Ning Miao thought, the bitter taste lingering in her mouth. Her small face scrunching up in distaste as she wished she could excise this man from her life. Fortunately, Yan Mobai licked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste of the pill. "Once swallowed, it won't taste bitter," he remarked. Seeing that Ning Miao still had not swallowed, he shook his head in exasperation, delicate. In a sudden movement, he pinched 2 acupoints on her throat and heart, catching her off guard. Before she could react, the chewed pill slid down her throat, swallowed against her will. In that moment, she felt a surge of anger. Truly, if it weren't and oppose. Tea for the sliver of rationality reminding her to endure for the greater good. She would have struck him. Suppressing her despair, she touched her sore throat and asked, "What have you done to me?" "Nothing at all. I merely assisted you." Seeing how difficult it was for you to swallow, Yan Mobai replied nonchalantly. Ning Miao glared at him. "Thank you, but my mouth is still bitter." She turned away, reaching for the curtain to peer outside, desperate to know how far they were and how long until they arrived. "I want water. I want to eat candied fruits." She wished to expel the pill. If the Marquis's residence were nearby, it might not be a problem to vomit it out. However, the scenery outside only deepened her despair. They were still far from the residence. At that moment, she heard Yan Mobai instruct the driver, "First, go to Weiyang Street and purchase some candied fruit from fans." Ning Miao interjected, "No need. There are some at Fanfei Courtyard. I can eat them when I return." "Weiyang Street is nearby. Just a turn ahead," Yan Mobai stated. Ning Miao fell silent, unwilling to engage further. She was exhausted and simply wanted a rest. "I'll take a nap," she declared, settling back against the carriage wall and closing her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts on how to rid herself of the pill. Feigning motion sickness and vomiting? No, that would be too obvious. Having sat for so long without feeling ill, it would be nonsensical to suddenly feel nauseous. Perhaps she could pretend to need the restroom and evade him to expel the pill, but there were no facilities along this route. Ning Miao felt like crying without tears. Deep down, she understood that the pill, having been chewed and infused with his internal energy, would dissolve quickly, leaving her no time or opportunity to expel it. Upon reaching Weiyang Street, Yan Mobai instructed the driver to procure the candied fruits. Observing the large bag filled with her favorite treats, Ning Miao felt no appetite and forced herself to pick one up and place it in her mouth, finding it devoid of sweetness. Finally, they arrived at the Marquis's residence. The rain continued to pour heavily. As Yan Mobai's carriage came to a halt, the doorman promptly brought an umbrella, though Ning Miao sat by the door. Yan Mobai exited first. Noticing her weary demeanor, he asked as he lifted the curtain, "Are you able to walk?" "No. Will you carry me?" Ning Miao repeated, her tone sharp. She thought she saw the corner of Yan Mobai's mouth twitch in a smile, but it was fleeting. "I shall have them prepare a stretcher to carry you down," he said. Ning Miao was taken aback. "Are you mad?" Fearing he might genuinely do so, she quickly got up and exited the carriage. With one umbrella each, they walked up the steps in silence, maintaining some distance from one another. Before they could enter the estate, Chunlan rushed over. "Madam, the eldest son has awakened." Chapter 072. Deliver her to the authorities or let her die with a thunderous roar. The sky erupted with a brilliant flash of lightning. Ning Miao felt her entire being tremble, as though struck by a bolt, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. In her haze, she questioned if she had misheard, for the sound of rain was deafening. In a hushed tone, she confirmed, "What did you say?" Junlang, having exchanged pleasantries with Yan Mobai, who had just entered the estate, stepped across the threshold and announced, "The eldest young master has awoken and is currently in the flower hall. The matriarch requests your presence there." Ning Miao nearly dropped the butter-yellow umbrella in her grasp. Could it truly be that Yin Chongjing had awakened? How could this be? In her previous life, had he not remained unconscious for a year? She feared that Yan Mobai might summon a coroner and the matriarch for examination, as she had not reinserted the silver needle since removing it. She had thought a year was ample time to gain Yan Mobai's trust before employing her plan again. Little did she anticipate that he would awaken so soon. Seeing her reaction, Chunlan surmised that she was both exhilarated and apprehensive, joyful that her husband had finally awakened, providing her with a sense of security, yet worried that her secret with the second young master might be unveiled. She hurried to support her, saying, "My lady." Ning Miao snapped back to reality and joined Chunlan as they ascended the last 2 steps together. Upon crossing the threshold into the estate, she caught sight of Yan Mobai, who had reached the corridor of the front courtyard, glancing back momentarily. The rain was too heavy to discern his expression. He turned away, continuing on his path, which was evidently not towards the flower hall, but rather to his own residence, the frost snow courtyard. When Chunlan had mentioned the eldest young master's awakening, he had been facing her, so he must have heard. It was understandable. He had never acknowledged Yin Chongjing as his brother. As she and Chunlan proceeded towards the flower hall, Ning Miao's mind raced with strategies. In Yan Mobai's eyes, Yin Chongjing's awakening was merely the return of a nominal husband, someone she did not genuinely care for. Yet, Ning Miao was acutely aware that she and Yin Chongjing were virtual strangers. Her claims to Yin Huating and Jinshi about being engaged in Jiangnan were fabrications. Her assertions to Yan Mobai about intentionally approaching Yin Chongjing for refuge, rather than genuine affection, were also false. The truth remained that she and Yin Chongjing had never truly known one another, which posed the gravest of dilemmas. As the pair arrived at the entrance of the flower hall, Ning Miao heard the outraged voice of a man from within. "No, even if you wish to celebrate, you cannot simply choose any random woman to be my wife. I am the legitimate heir of the marquisate. How could I possibly marry a lowly village woman? Furthermore, I have stated 180 times that my journey to Jiangnan was merely for amusement, and I have never been engaged to any woman. She is nothing but a fraud, coveting our noble house and the title of the legitimate wife. How can you believe her words? You truly intend to marry her?" I am astounded. Chunlan, standing beside Ning Miao, listened in horror, her face paling. What did this mean? The lady was a fraud, having never been truly engaged to the eldest young master? She turned to Ning Miao in disbelief, who also wore a troubled expression. Could it truly be? Such a grand deception would surely not be forgiven by the marquis and the matriarch. As the maidservant of this deceiving lady, Chunlan feared for her own fate. "My lady," she trembled, addressing Ning Miao. Ning Miao clenched her fists, her mind racing for a solution, when Chunlan's voice broke her concentration. The man's indignation continued to echo from within the hall. "I do not care. I must divorce her, and not only that, she must pay for her deceit. Deliver her to the authorities, or let her die." Chunlan nearly faltered, her legs giving way. Ning Miao pressed her lips together, her calm demeanor beginning to falter. "Why isn't the eldest sister entering?" A voice from behind them questioned, tinged with curiosity. Ning Miao's gaze sharpened as she and Chun Lan turned to see Yan Mobai standing just a few paces away, having come upon them unnoticed, retracting his umbrella. Ning Miao's breath quickened. Her anxiety intensified at his presence. He would discover her deception. Yan Mobai leaned the umbrella against the wall at the entrance and cast a fleeting glance at her. What? Is your husband's awakening causing you such excitement? Ning Miao remained silent. Yan Mobai stepped into the flower hall with a commanding presence, announcing, "My brother has awakened." The three individuals within turned in surprise at his entrance, particularly Yin Changjing, who seemed taken aback to hear him refer to him as brother, a stark contrast to their previous familiarity. "I just heard my brother say he wishes to divorce his wife." Yan Mobai approached a nearby 8 Immortals chair and settled down. Yin Changjing and Appo's agitation returned. "Yes, they intend to marry me to a wretched woman, a lowly village fraud." Before Yin Changjing could finish, a voice as pure and delicate as pearls interrupted, "Father, mother." It was Ning Miao. She stepped across the threshold, confronting the inevitable. She had resolved that if Yin Changjing desired a divorce, she would let it be. Should he threaten to send her to the authorities or to take her life, she would leverage her knowledge of Yin Changjing's vulnerabilities, as well as her own connection to Yin Kuan-peng, to coerce Yin Hua-ting and Jin Shi into granting her clemency. All 4 pairs of eyes turned towards her, including Yin Changjing's. In that moment, she appeared ethereal in her apricot-colored dress, her porcelain skin glowing against the backdrop of the dreary rain outside, akin to a fairy emerging from a storm. Although her lips bore the marks of an unknown injury, slightly swollen and red, it only enhanced her enchanting yet fragile beauty. Yin Changjing stared, captivated, momentarily forgetting her address to their parents, and asked, "Who is this young lady?" Before either Jin Shi or Ning Miao could respond, another voice interjected, "She is the fraud that my brother intends to divorce." The speaker was Yan Mobai, his tone devoid of emotion, as though he were merely an observer of the unfolding drama. A heavy silence enveloped the hall. Yin Changjing's expression turned one of disbelief, clearly unprepared to discover that his supposed good fortune in marriage was tied to someone like Ning Miao. "Young lady," Ning Miao softly called to him. In an instant, Yin Changjing felt his heart flutter, nearly responding with enthusiasm. Yet, recalling her deceit, he stifled the words that had nearly escaped his lips. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for how to reply. Despite her being a fraud, she was undeniably beautiful, igniting a yearning in him that was difficult to suppress. Jin Shi's voice cut through the tension, cold and commanding. "Ning, my son claims to have no acquaintance with you, nor has he ever been engaged to you." Ning Miao prepared to concede, but was interrupted by another voice. "This should not be. My brother spoke of this matter upon his return from Jiangnan." Chapter 073. Take her away and execute her. The speaker was Yan Mobai. The few individuals in the hall were momentarily taken aback. Ning Miao was astonished, truly astonished that Yan Mobai would say such a thing. Was he, then, helping her to maintain her pretense? Yin Changjing was bewildered, pondering whether he had indeed spoken of this before. He could not recall doing so. Meanwhile, Yin Hua-ting and Jin Shi were left utterly perplexed. So, did they know each other, or was there a deeper connection? Yan Mobai continued to question Yin Changjing. "Brother, do you truly not remember? Think back carefully. When you mentioned it to me, we were in the corridor of the front yard, along with Chi Feng. You even said that you two had eaten tangyuan together on the winter solstice, and I mistakenly thought it was dumplings, leading me to almost misjudge her as a fraud when she arrived at the Ho residence." Upon hearing the mention of tangyuan and dumplings, Yin Hua-ting exchanged glances with Jin Shi. Indeed, there had been such an incident. Yin Changjing scratched his head, completely at a loss. Why did he have no recollection whatsoever? He could not remember discussing this with Yan Mobai, nor did he recall knowing this woman. Yan Mobai furrowed his brow, his expression growing somewhat serious. "Brother, have you sought a doctor since waking up?" Yin Changjing shook his head. Jin Shi's face darkened slightly. "Are you implying that my son has a problem with his memory?" Yan Mobai smirked slightly. "Those are the words of the matriarch. I did not say that. I merely believe that since brother was in a coma due to a head injury, it is possible that his memory has become somewhat muddled or that he has forgotten certain things, is it not? Yan Ting, who had remained silent, nodded. I think Mobai has a point. It is rare for this unruly child to show concern for his brother. He deserves some support. Moreover, he is not wrong. I have indeed heard of many cases of amnesia following head injuries. Jean sure understood that Yan Mobai's words held merit, and seeing Yan Ting's agreement, she remained silent. Yan Chongjing looked aghast. Am I suffering from amnesia? Not exactly amnesia, but rather, it is possible you may have forgotten some things. Yan Montak by clarifit. Yan Chongjing shook his head, unable to accept this notion. No, that is impossible. I have not forgotten anything. Seeing this, Ning Miao quietly summoned inner strength to force herself to tear up. Yen Lang, do you truly not remember me, or are you deliberately pretending not to want me? Since Yan Mobai had already set the stage for her, it would be remiss not to perform. Yan Chongjing, noticing her delicate features, tear-stained like a wounded fawn, felt at a loss for words. Ning Miao took a few graceful steps closer to him. Once, you bestowed upon me a jade pendant as a token of our affection, saying you would return to the capital to inform your parents and then come to Jiangnan to fetch me. I waited for months, but when you did not return, I sought you in the capital. Upon hearing the mention of the jade pendant, Yan Chongjing interjected, that pendant, I clearly. But realizing it was a coming-of-age gift from his father, he dared not speak further in front of him. He had indeed pawned that pendant for gambling money. Had he redeemed it later and simply forgotten? Ning Miao's voice continued. Upon arriving in the capital, I learned of the misfortune that befell you. I could have returned to Jiangnan, but I chose to come to the Ho residence. My parents informed me of your condition. They said the doctors have been unable to help and that you might awaken the next day, or perhaps never awaken at all. They asked if I truly wished to stay, assuring me they would not force me if I did not want to. I thought, since we had made a commitment, it was for a lifetime. Despite the vast seas and rivers, I could never marry another. Thus, I resolved to stay without hesitation. As she spoke, Ning Miao clenched her fists, suppressing her inner turmoil to convey her genuine emotions. Yan Mobai's thin lips pressed together as he quietly observed her performance, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Even if Yin Lang cannot awaken, I believe that those days spent in Jiangnan, though brief, were enough to comfort me for the rest of my life. Who would have thought? I never dreamed that upon awakening, Yin Lang would forget me entirely. By the end, Ning Miao's voice trembled with emotion. Yan Chongjing could not bear to see his beloved weep, especially one so devoted to him. His heart was inevitably stirred. Oh, do not do this, he said, reaching for a handkerchief, intending to wipe her tears. However, Ning Miao pretended to be angry, turning her head away, then took the handkerchief from his hand to dab at her own eyes. If Yen Lang is resolute in casting me aside, I shall not linger in the Ho residence. Yes, I am but a simple village woman, yet I do not covet the glory of the Ho residence. I shall go to Fangfei courtyard to retrieve the jade pendant and return it to you. With that, she tossed the handkerchief back into Yin Chongjing's hands and turned to leave. Before Yin Chongjing could react, Yan Mobai spoke first. Wait. Ning Miao halted and turned back. Yan Mobai rose from his seat. Speaking deliberately, since brother insists he does not suffer from amnesia and claims this woman is a fraud, I shall naturally trust brother, for he is the one involved. If she dares to deceive the esteemed Ho residents, we cannot let her go lightly. Earlier, I heard brother say that we should either send her to the authorities or let her die. I believe the latter is more appropriate. Huh? Everyone was taken aback, including Ning Miao. Yan Mobai's expression remained impassive. As the saying goes, family scandals should not be aired in public. Sending her to the authorities would only invite ridicule upon the Ho residents. It is better to end her life directly. Do you not agree? Yan Mobai glanced at Yan Ting and Jin Shi, then turned to Yan Chongjing. The three were momentarily caught off guard. Yan Ting and Jin Shi exchanged glances. If they were to deal with this woman, her death would indeed be the best outcome, for she knew too much. Yan Chongjing looked at Ning Miao, seeing her silent, her beautiful eyes brimming with unshed tears, a pitiful sight that softened his heart. With no one speaking up, Yan Mobai called out, "Bring her in." A servant entered at the sound of his voice. "Take this woman away and execute her," Yan Mobai commanded, his voice low and resolute. Everyone's hearts quivered. Execute? The servant hesitated, glancing at the others and then at Ning Miao, before stepping forward. "My lady, I am sorry." Ning Miao did not plead for mercy nor utter any further words. She simply cast one last deep look at Yin Chongjing, then turned and followed the servant out. Yin Chongjing watched her retreating figure, an indescribable feeling swelling within him. Such a beautiful woman, to be beaten and left to die. The mere thought was unbearable. Moreover, her final glance stirred something deep inside him. If it were indeed his memory that was at fault, if he had forgotten, then he would surely regret it later. As he watched the hem of her skirt sway past the threshold, he called out urgently, "Wait, I think I remember a little. There's indeed someone like her." Chapter 074. The Heartless Scoundrel First. Let us keep the person here and discuss the handling of the matter later. There is no rush. I seem to have some vague recollection. I was infatuated with a woman, Yin Chongjing said to Yan Mobai. He understood that his younger brother was resolute and unyielding, never showing mercy. He feared that his brother might insist on executing the person. "Are you certain?" Yan Mobai inquired. "I cannot allow a deceiver to remain in the Marquis's residence." Yin Chongjing nodded vigorously. "Yes, I am certain, although some details remain unclear. I do have memories of this matter and of her." Yin Chongjing pointed to Ning Miao, who was waiting at the door. Finally, fearing that Yan Mobai might not believe him, he raised his hand and swore, "Truly, I assure you." Yan Mobai's gaze deepened, and only then did he gesture for the servant to withdraw. He then turned to Yin Chongjing and said, "In that case, do as you wish." With that, he strode out. As he passed by Ning Miao, he did not cast a glance her way, simply stepping over the threshold and departing. Ning Miao bit her lip and returned to the flower hall, her eyes red as she asked Yin Chongjing, "Did you truly remember me?" Yin Chongjing's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded, "Yes, I recall some things. I apologize for the distress you have endured." At this, Yin Huading and Jean Sure finally felt relieved. "Well then, since it was all a misunderstanding, let's not dwell on it. Chongjing has just awakened, and you should attend to him well, lest you provoke his ire." Jean Sure advised Ning Miao, her last words carrying a deeper meaning. Ning Miao understood and nodded, "Please rest assured, mother." Jean Sure was reminding her not to disclose the matter of borrowing a child from Yin Kuanpeng to Yin Chongjing. Once Yin Huading and Jean Sure departed, Yin Chongjing could no longer contain himself and grasped Ning Miao's hand. "My dear." Ning Miao felt repulsed but could not express it, so she pretended to be angry about the earlier incident and pulled her hand away. "Did you not say I was a lowly country woman? Why do you grasp my hand?" With that, she turned and walked outside. Yin Chongjing assumed she was merely teasing him and smiled as he caught up. "I am but a patient. Why should you hold a grudge against someone unwell?" Chunlan was waiting outside the flower hall and hurriedly approached Ning Miao, "Madam." She had overheard the earlier conversation clearly from outside. Fortunately, it had all been a false alarm. However, the second young master truly was ruthless, nearly condemning the madam to death. After all, she had given him her body. How could he so easily entertain the idea of beating her to death? The madam had mentioned seeking support. What kind of support was that? It was utterly the act of a cold-blooded, heartless individual. Chunlan fell indignant on behalf of Ning Miao. The rain outside had ceased. The three of them made their way to Fengfei Garden. "Madam, please tell me more about your experiences in Jiangnan to help me fully recover my memories." Yin Chongjing followed closely beside Ning Miao. "You should rest more since you have just awakened. These matters can be shared gradually," Ning Miao replied. "I have rested long enough. I feel as if I'm growing moldy from lying down too long. I do not wish to rest any further." Ning Miao was vexed, especially thinking about having taken that contraceptive medicine. She halted, "But I want you to remember the past on your own, rather than learn it from my words. The memories you possess are entirely different from hearing them recounted by another. Do you understand?" Yin Chongjing scratched his head. "I understand in theory, but I simply wish to hear your voice. It is beautiful and pleasant, and you possess an indescribable aura. You appear delicate yet alluring, seemingly simple yet richly complex. And though you seem gentle and easy to bully, You must be a little wildcat at heart. He mused that he must have been captivated by these qualities when he was in Jiangnan. Otherwise, he would never have privately pledged his affection to a woman of humble background. Ning Miao sighed in resignation and continued walking. Yan Chongjing followed closely behind. The trio passed through the flower-laden archway of the rear courtyard and encountered Qifeng and Lanying, who had just returned from their mission. Both were taken aback upon seeing Yan Chongjing. Eldest young master, madam, they greeted in unison. Ning Miao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yan Chongjing paid them no mind. His gaze solely fixed on Ning Miao. What happened to your lips, my dear? Are you unwell? Ning Miao continued walking. I did not consult the calendar before going out today and was bitten by a dog. Yan Chongjing and Chunlan looked at her in astonishment. A dog bit your lips? Yan Chongjing asked incredulously. Ning Miao replied, yes. It was a dog that force-fed me contraceptive medicine. Yan Chongjing could only chuckle. Indeed, you must not have checked the calendar. Does it hurt? I shall apply some medicine for you shortly. It is nothing, she said. Meanwhile, Qifeng and Lanying departed towards Fushua Courtyard. As they walked, Lanying could not help but chuckle. Qifeng shot him a glance. Lanying turned back to glance at the trio's receding figures and remarked, to be bitten on the lips by a dog, the madam's luck is truly unparalleled. Qifeng remained silent, recalling the day when his master had similarly injured his lips at Qingfengyan. Upon returning to Fushua Courtyard, the two entered the study to report the outcome of their task to Yan Mobai. While reviewing documents, Yan Mobai listened attentively. Once they finished reporting, Lanying exchanged a glance with Qifeng, uncertain whether Yan Mobai was aware of Yan Chongjing's awakening. Unable to contain himself, he said, Master, the eldest young master has awakened. We encountered him with the madam on our way back. Yan Mobai paused slightly, lifting his gaze with an indifferent expression. Shall we purchase some firecrackers or fireworks to celebrate? Lanying and Qifeng exchanged glances, bowing in unison before taking their leave. Once outside, Lanying asked Qifeng, did I speak out of turn this time? I feared the master was unaware of the eldest young master's awakening, so I merely reported this news to him. Qifeng responded affirmatively. Perhaps he should have refrained from the last half of his statement. Lanying sighed. It seems the master is in a foul mood. Fortunately, I did not mention that the madam was bitten by a dog. Had I done so, he might have retorted, why not post a notice throughout the city announcing that someone has been bitten by a dog, or suggested, why not have her bite back at the dog? Qifeng could not help but stifle a laugh, relieved that Lanying had kept quiet. Had he spoken up, he would undoubtedly have been the one truly unfortunate for not consulting the calendar today. In the study, a certain individual with sharp hearing caught the exchange, his brush pausing mid-stroke, ink droplets splattering onto the document, marring it. Bitten by a dog? Who exactly is the dog here? The heartless scoundrel who had eaten the dates from the tree but forgotten the tree's kindness, who had just assisted her. Chapter 075. Still playing such tricks upon returning to Fangfei Courtyard, Ning Miao discovered that Yan Chongjing had followed her there. With remarkable patience, she sought a plausible excuse. My lord, you may return to Rui Courtyard to rest. I still need to sketch the portrait of the individual who exchanged the images at the spring banquet for His Highness, the Ning Wang. My younger brother is pressing me for it. Fear not, my dear. I shall not disturb you while you paint, Yan Chongjing replied, seating himself at the table. Reluctantly, Ning Miao acquiesced to his presence and instructed Chunlan to prepare the ink and paper. She settled at the table and began to paint at a leisurely pace, finding solace in the quietude that enveloped her. Observing her skillful brushwork, Yan Chongjing expressed mild surprise. I never anticipated that my wife possessed such artistic talent. In his eyes, did he truly believe that rustic women were utterly illiterate? Without lifting her gaze, Ning Miao continued to paint, inquiring, is that so? Indeed not. I have never looked down upon rural women. Otherwise, I would not have fallen for you at first sight, he replied, eliciting a subtle smile from her. Unbeknownst to them, someone in the flower hall was indignant, musing, how could the eldest son of a noble house marry a lowly countrywoman? After an indeterminate time, a servant arrived with news. Young master, Doctor Hu is at Rui Courtyard, here to attend to you. Yan Chongjing was taken aback. Doctor Hu was associated with Yan Mobai. Surely, it was he who sent for the physician. I did not expect that after lying unconscious for over a month, my younger brother would show such concern for me, calling me brother and summoning the doctor to examine me. Perhaps he is not as cold-hearted as I once thought. Feeling a sense of relief, he turned to Ning Miao. My dear, I shall take my leave. Please do, and ensure the doctor examines you thoroughly. Do not dwell too much on thoughts of me, she replied. Before departing, Yin Changjing playfully pinched her waist. Ning Miao, caught off guard, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Off you go. Do not keep the doctor waiting, she urged. Indeed, I shall, he said, leaving with a cheerful demeanor. Once he departed, Ning Miao felt a wave of frustration wash over her, which she strove to dispel. Chunlan, please fetch some scallion whites, she instructed. Chunlan complied and returned from the kitchen. Seeing Ning Miao crushing the scallion whites in a dish, Chunlan inquired with curiosity, what is the mistress planning to do? Ning Miao smiled. It has its merits. After extracting the juice from the scallions, she dipped a new brush into it and applied it to the freshly painted picture. Chunlan watched in bewilderment. But one cannot discern any words, she exclaimed. The scallion juice blended seamlessly with the white paper, rendering it invisible. Ning Miao chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. After allowing the painting to dry slightly, she rolled it up and handed it to Chunlan. Take this to Fushue courtyard for the second young master, and inform him that it is the portrait of the person who exchanged images at the spring banquet, as requested by His Highness. Additionally, be sure to tell him to view it by the light of the lamp. Though Chunlan was puzzled, she asked no further questions and took the painting to her destination. In the courtyard of Fushue, Qi Feng and Lan Ning were practicing their swordplay. Upon seeing Chunlan enter with the painting, they halted their training. Chunlan greeted them. Sir Qi, Sir Lan, the mistress has sent me to deliver the portrait requested by His Highness to the second young master. Recalling her prior experience, Lan Ning felt a shiver run down her spine and nudged Qi Feng. You should report this. Qi Feng sheathed his sword and motioned for Chunlan to follow him to the study. He entered first to announce their arrival. Inside, Yan Mobai was engrossed in reviewing official documents, his demeanor stern. After Qi Feng reported the matter, Yan Mobai remained absorbed in his work, seemingly oblivious to the interruption. After a prolonged silence, during which Qi Feng hesitated whether to repeat his announcement, Yan Mobai finally spoke coolly. Let her in. He gestured toward a set of formal robes lying on a nearby chair. Burn those. Qi Feng was momentarily taken aback but approached to collect the robes. Noticing a large ink stain on the chest area, he quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Such a stain would be deemed disrespectful. Disposing of the robes would eliminate any evidence. Though puzzled by how the robes became so stained, Qi Feng refrained from asking further questions and bowed as he exited. He signaled to Chunlan at the door. The master requests your presence. Chunlan felt an immediate tension. Fearful of Yan Mobai, she was even more intimidated upon witnessing his harsh treatment of his own woman. Clutching the painting tightly, she entered the study cautiously, not daring to approach too closely or lift her gaze. With her head bowed respectfully, she addressed him, Second young master. The mistress has sent me with the portrait requested by His Highness. She recited Ning Miao's words verbatim, adding, the mistress also requests that you view it by the light of the lamp. Yan Mobai, his expression icy, glanced up from the documents at her words, raising an eyebrow. Under broad daylight, you wish for me to view it by lamplight? Setting his brush down, he extended his hand, present it to me. Chunlan stepped forward respectfully, offering the rolled painting with both hands. As Yan Mobai unfurled the artwork, he commanded, bring the lamp closer. Yes. Chunlan complied dutifully. As he examined the painting, Chunlan illuminated it. The image depicted a person's back, of average stature, clad in the attire of a servant from the Ning Wang's estate, with no further distinguishing features visible. Yan Mobai furrowed his brow, coldly inquiring, is this the likeness your mistress has rendered? Chunlan nodded, her palms clammy with sweat. Fortunately, Yan Mobai did not press further, taking the painting to the lamplight for a closer inspection. Finding no discernible differences, he assumed it was a deliberate jest on the part of the woman and slammed the painting onto the table, startling Chunlan into a kneel. Suddenly recalling something, he lifted the painting again, holding it above the flame, scrutinizing it closely. Gradually, two characters emerged on the white paper, Thank you. No wonder she insisted he view it by lamplight. The inscription had been rendered invisible with scallion juice, revealing itself only under heat. How amusing! Yan Mobai scoffed lightly. Still playing such tricks. Immature. After collecting the painting, he instructed Chunlan, return to your mistress and inform her that this likeness is inadequate. It conveys no information. She must create another. Chunlan bowed, accepting the command understood. As she rose to leave, he called out, wait. Hearing that the mistress had been bitten by a dog, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his drawer and placed it on the table. This medicine is specifically for treating dog bites. Chunlan stepped forward, accepting the vial with both hands. Yan Mobai waved her off, indicating she could leave. Chunlan felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, bowing as she exited. Once the door closed behind her, Yan Mobai picked up the painting again, his gaze lingering on the two scorched characters. Thank you. The audacious creature even acknowledged that he had rescued her. Did he relish her gratitude? With a disdainful snort, he tossed the painting aside and resumed his work. After penning a few more words, he paused, placing the brush in the inkstone. Once again, he examined the painting before tossing it into the drawer, burying it amongst the documents. Chapter 76. A thunderbolt from the blue for Ning Miao. The request from Yan Mobai to redraw the image was akin to a thunderclap. She had not even seen the individual who had changed the picture. How could she possibly recreate it? Chunlan presented a small porcelain vial, stating, Second young master mentioned that he heard the lady's mouth was bitten by a dog. This medicine is specifically for treating dog bites, and he instructed me to bring it to you. Ning Miao nearly choked on her own saliva. How had Yan Mobai learned of her remark about being likened to a dog? Ah, yes, Chi Feng and Lan had been present. Those two were indeed loyal servants, reporting even such trivial matters. Ning Miao took the porcelain vial, unscrewed the cap, and was met with a pungent medicinal odor emanating from the powder inside. She promptly resealed it. Chunlan inquired, aren't you going to apply some? The second young master's medicine is imperial grade and remarkably effective. No, thank you, Ning Miao replied, placing the vial aside. Who could ascertain the true nature of this medicine? While it may not be lethal poison, it could potentially exacerbate her wounds. Given Yan Mobai's character, she doubted he would be so benevolent as to send her a good remedy after hearing her refer to him in such a derogatory manner. Ning Miao spread out her paper and began to paint anew. Observing the content of her work, Chunlan frowned. This one do. It's identical to the previous one. It's fine, Ning Miao responded. Since the king of Ning had not summoned her today, it was all merely a ruse concocted by Yan Mobai. There was no need for her to create a likeness of the person who had changed the picture. Based on her understanding of both the king and Yan Mobai, they would have sought the spy immediately. It was implausible they would wait this long to request her to draw someone. She surmised that the spy had likely been dealt with long ago. The request for her to draw was merely a jest from that dog of a man, Yan Mobai. Once she completed her painting, Ning Miao used scallion juice to write in the blank space. Chunlan watched curiously, unable to read, as Ning Miao wrote extensively and drew something. When Yin Chongjing entered, Ning Miao had just finished. Upon seeing him, she quickly concealed the dish of scallion juice with her flowing sleeves and hid it in the drawer. Yin Chongjing appeared pale and listless, like a frostbitten eggplant, his steps unsteady and devoid of vitality. He was a stark contrast to the man who had left earlier. Ning Miao skase supti narovet. She had a fair idea of the reason for his demeanor. It was likely that he had been overwhelmed by the shock of awakening, blissfully unaware of the true nature of his predicament until doctor who had arrived, revealing this harsh reality. For any man, such a blow would be devastating, especially for one as frivolous as him. Feigning ignorance, Ning Miao inquired with concern, how is Yin Lang's health? What did the doctor say? Yin Chongjing sat across from her, looking dazed. The doctor said it's quite good. Losing some memory is normal. It will gradually come back. Ning Miao raised her brows imperceptibly. Doctor who was indeed in Yan Mobai and Oppo's employ. Yin Chongjing must now believe in his partial amnesia. Nodding, he replied, That's good. Haven't you finished your painting yet? It's done. I'm just about to have Chunlan deliver it to my second brother, she replied. I'll take it for my sister-in-law, Yin Chongjing offered. Ning Miao was somewhat taken aback. Yin Chongjing extended his hand, and she had no choice but to pass the painting to him. He took it, scrutinized it, and noted that it depicted the back of a man in servant attire. "It's quite well done," he remarked. Ning Miao shrugged, "but my second brother may not be satisfied." Yin Chongjing remained silent, rolled up the painting, and stood. Seeing that he was genuinely going to deliver it, Ning Miao did not hinder him. "Thank you, Yin Lang. It's no trouble. I am happy to serve my sister-in-law," he replied, departing with the painting. His motivation for volunteering to deliver it was primarily due to a desire to speak with Yan Mobai. Had Dr. Hun not mentioned examining the recovery of his injury, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that he had lost his manhood. This revelation was akin to a thunderbolt for him. He found it impossible to accept. He sought out his father, who informed him that not only had the Wen family struck him on the head that day, but they had also rendered him impotent while he lay unconscious. Enraged, he contemplated avenging himself against Wen Yu, but his father restrained him, asserting that it was his own folly had he not been unable to manage himself. Such a calamity would not have occurred. "Do you wish to make this known to all and lose face?" His regret was palpable, yet the situation was irreversible. His father reassured him that few knew of the matter. Only he, his mother, Yan Mobai, and the two doctors, Yan Tai Yi and Hu Fu, were privy to the truth. He had faith in his parents, as well as in Yan Tai Yi and Hu Fu, but he held reservations about Yan Mobai. His younger brother was one to speak freely, without regard for occasion, and he had to ensure that he kept this secret, lest his beloved wife find out. He couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip away. He had heard that some eunuchs procure false appendages after leaving the palace, which are functional and can even appear realistic. He wondered if this were true. He too desired to acquire one. Having married such a beautiful wife, he was unwilling to miss the chance to enjoy her fully. However, he found it difficult to broach this topic directly with Yan Mobai, so he seized the opportunity presented by delivering the painting. Upon arriving at Fu Shui Courtyard, Yan Mobai had just finished his official duties and emerged from the study. "Second brother, I brought a painting from your sister-in-law," Yin Chongjing called out from a distance. Yan Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly, standing impassively in the corridor outside the study, observing Yin Chongjing's approach. "I wonder if your sister-in-law's painting is satisfactory. Why don't you take a look?" Yin Chongjing offered, handing him the painting. Yan Mobai remained silent as he accepted it, unfolding it to reveal an image identical to the previous one. His gaze turned cold, and he thought, did he truly believe that bringing a savior would earn him leniency? "Elder brother, please take a seat in the pavilion for a moment. I must return to the study to verify some details before I can ascertain the quality of this painting," Yan Mobai stated, then instructed Lan Ning, "Prepare tea for the eldest son." With that, he disregarded Yin Chongjing's willingness and re-entered the study. Lan Xing hap yokek, bowing to Yin Chongjing, "This way, please, eldest son." Yin Chongjing paused momentarily. This younger brother was indeed treating him differently. Previously, he wouldn't spare him a glance, yet now he invited him to tea. Presumably, when it came time to insist on secrecy, he would readily agree. Thus, he proceeded to the pavilion with renewed enthusiasm. Lan Ning set out fragrant tea and pastries. In the study, Yan Mobai lit the lamp, holding the painting as he had before, hovering it over the flame to reveal the hidden words and image. He pressed his lips together, focusing intently on the unfolding scene. Chapter 077. Such a grand face. Who is her Lord Yan? My Lord Yan, I have exerted my utmost effort. This is the best I could accomplish. At that moment, I was reprimanded by you for conversing with Yan Kunpeng. My spirits were greatly dampened, feeling both wronged and anxious. I felt wronged by your rebuke and worried you might misunderstand me. How could I focus on the people and events around me? Moreover, I was positioned quite far and could not discern the appearance of the individual, only noting their servant attire and the scroll they clutched, behaving furtively. Since I could not see their face, I could not ascertain whether they were male or a woman disguised as a man. After all, the latter is a possibility. I assent it. Thus, I had no choice but to rely on my vague recollections to depict this silhouette. I'm not being dismissive. On the contrary, I am being earnest and meticulous. I cannot draw haphazardly. I must take responsibility for my creations. Wouldn't you agree, my Lord Yan? Yan Mobai's dark gaze lingered on the last 5 words, "My Lord Yan." A cold sneer escaped his lips. One audacious claim. Who was she to call him her lord? Beneath the text was a drawing, a small dog. At first glance, he assumed she was insulting him, likening him to a dog, especially since she had previously mentioned being bitten by one. However, upon a second look, he discerned that it was a self-portrait. She was identifying herself as a dog. The small dog bore a veil on its face, mirroring her usual attire when she ventured out. Furthermore, the dog stood upright on its hind legs, with its front paws clasped in a gesture of supplication, as if pleading for mercy. Yan Mobai raised an eyebrow. So, she realized he understood her implication of calling him a dog and hurried to portray herself as one for redemption. It was too late for such antics. He folded the drawing and tossed it into the drawer of his desk before exiting the study. In the pavilion, Yan Chongjing was sipping tea when he noticed Yan Mobai approaching and promptly set down his cup. "Is the painting acceptable?" "Yes, you may leave," Yan Mobai replied dispassionately from outside the pavilion, preparing to turn away. Yan Chongjing quickly stood, "Second brother." Yan Mobai paused and turned back. "Is there something else?" "Indeed," Yan Chongjing nodded. After a moment of silence, Yan Mobai stepped into the pavilion. He approached the stone bench opposite Yan Chongjing, lifted his robe, and sat down, his expression as impassive as ever. "What is it?" Yan Chongjing also resumed his seat, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. After taking a sip of tea, he finally said, "I would like to request that you keep my situation under wraps, particularly from your sister-in-law. I have heard that one can procure substitutes, and I am preparing to acquire one." He continued, "You have extensive knowledge and frequent access to the palace. And given that the Dali Temple often interacts with the underground market, I wonder if you have any connections or could recommend a skilled practitioner for this matter." Yan Mobai's eyes narrowed slightly, his deep, inky gaze fixed on Yan Chongjing. After a moment, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he began to recount an incident. "Recently, a murder occurred at Tianjifang, and I happened to be at the scene. I gathered everyone present and conducted thorough interrogations. Among them were my elder sister-in-law and a distant cousin of the Yan family, Yan Kuanpeng, who is now a newly minted top scholar. Through questioning, I learned that their clandestine meeting at Tianjifang was for a transaction. Yan Kuanpeng threatened my elder sister-in-law, demanding her assistance in facilitating his marriage to the eldest daughter of the madam, or else he would expose the matter of your condition. The statements they signed are now archived in the criminal department's case files." Yan Chongjing's face turned ashen. Yan Mobai continued, "I do not know how Yan Kuanpeng became aware of this. Perhaps you could inquire with the madam. Recently, she summoned several young Yan family members to the Ho residence to assist in selecting a suitor for her niece. Yan Kuanpeng was among them. Perhaps the rumor leaked during that time." Having said this, Yan Mobai stood up. "Rest assured, brother, I shall remain silent on this matter. I am quite busy and lack the leisure to discuss it." As he departed, Yan Chongjing sat frozen, as if struck by lightning, his face pale as ash, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. So, not only did Yan Kuanpeng know, but also Ning Pan? Even those handling the case in the criminal department are aware. In the main house's side room, Jean was seated at the table with her eyes closed, while Granny Gon stood behind her, massaging her temples. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang, startling both women. Yan Chongjing stormed in, his demeanor fierce. Granny Gon prepared to bow, only to be met with Yan Chongjing's furious command, "Get out." Granny Gon, thoroughly frightened and bewildered, glanced at Jean. Jean gave her a look, prompting her to bow and exit the room hastily. "What happened?" Jean furrowed her brow. "Yan Huading just informed me that this son is now aware of his condition. He has managed to console himself. So why is he acting like this?" Yan Chongjing's face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he demanded angrily, "How does Yan Kuanpeng know about my situation?" Jean was taken aback, not expecting this to be the issue. "How do you know Yan Kuanpeng is aware?" "My second brother just told me that recently, Yan Kuanpeng met with Ning Pan at Tianjifang. That day, a murder occurred, and everyone present was interrogated. Their testimonies revealed that they met to discuss a transaction. Yan Kuanpeng coerced Ning Pan to assist him in arranging a marriage with your niece, threatening to publicize the matter of my condition otherwise. Jean was speechless, taken aback by the revelation. Did they truly say such things? Upon learning of the murder, she had inquired about Ning Pan and found that she was not implicated, which had relieved her. She had suspected they concocted a story to evade interrogation, but had not anticipated it would be such a tale. Her throbbing head only intensified. How did Yin Kuanpeng find out? Yin Chongjing bellowed. Jean frowned and replied coldly. How would I know? She indeed had not disclosed any information to Yin Kuanpeng. When she initially suggested borrowing a child, she merely mentioned the physician's belief that Yin Chongjing might never awaken. Could it be Ning Pan who revealed it? I only told her. Upon hearing this, Yin Chongjing's eyes widened in disbelief. You told Ning Pan? Why would you tell her? Are you hoping she despises me and abandons me? Jean was at a loss for words. Not long ago, you yourself stated you wished to divorce her. That is an entirely different matter. Yin Chongjing appeared utterly devastated. Did you not want her to cheer me up? Why did you tell her? She dared not mention the borrowing of a child in his current state. Furthermore, it certainly was not Ning Pan who informed Yin Kuanpeng. They were not familiar enough for her to disclose such information. Besides, if Ning Pan had told him, wouldn't he use it as leverage against her? That logic simply does not hold. Yin Chongjing exclaimed in anger. Jin's head throbbed painfully, and she had no idea how to navigate the conversation. Perhaps Yin Kuanpeng had guessed it himself. Guess? How would he guess so accurately? You must have let something slip, Yin Chongjing accused. Or perhaps he secretly entered my Rui garden and saw my injuries. His chest heaved with emotion, eyes reddened. Does your niece not have a family? She can select her suitor within her own household. Why bring outsiders into our residence? Are you so eager for everyone to know our family's affairs? Jean fell silent, and in a fit of rage, Yin Chongjing kicked over a low stool in front of him and stormed out. Before exiting, he kicked over a potted plant behind the door. Chapter 078. My utmost hatred for deception when Yin Chongjing arrived at the Fengfei courtyard. Ning Miao was about to lie down for a moment's respite. After a day filled with toil and fatigue, she yearned for a brief rest. However, upon seeing Yin Chongjing enter, she reluctantly abandoned her plans. Observing his despondent and dejected demeanor, she surmised that Yan Mobai had said something to him. Was it about the painting? No, the painting was fine. Yin Chongjing seated himself at the table and fixed his gaze upon her, unwaveringly. Ning Miao felt perplexed. What could possibly be on my face that warrants such scrutiny from Yin Lang? Yin Chongjing shook his head, his eyes filled with despair and desolation. Then, with a bitter smile, he murmured, It is not that there is something on your face, but rather that something is amiss on mine. Ning Miao regarded him, even more bewildered. What could possibly be wrong on Yin Lang's face? Did you not see it? Yin Chongjing lifted his gaze, bloodshot eyes betraying his distress. He pointed to his left cheek and then to his right. It is clearly inscribed with the words joke. Did you not notice? Ning Miao fell silent, her heart beginning to comprehend the situation. She pressed her lips together, choosing not to respond. To marry me is to live a life of solitude. Do you truly not care? Yin Chongjing inquired. Indeed, Ning Miao's gaze dimmed slightly. He was not only aware of his own plight, but also cognizant that she had known. It must have been Yan Mobai who informed him. If I cared, I would not have married you. When I wed you, I was already prepared for the possibility of your eternal slumber, Ning Miao replied. Her instantaneous and unhesitating response made Yin Chongjing's eyes redden. He reached out his hand toward her, although she was reluctant and felt a sense of resistance in her heart. Seeing him in such a state, she approached and placed her hand in his. Yin Chongjing pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her. He sat while she stood, his head resting against her chest, and Ning Miao placed one arm across her chest, creating a barrier. His head nestled against her arm. You are truly wonderful, he murmured. Ning Miao remained silent. After a moment and Oppo's thought, she extended her other hand to pat his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Yin Chongjing pressed his face against the soft fabric of her sleeve. Unlike the usual heavy fragrances of other women, the air was filled with a subtle, natural scent reminiscent of a young maiden, pleasingly fragrant. Yin Chongjing inhaled deeply, feeling a mixture of emotions. Here, In his embrace lay warmth and beauty, yet he felt powerless. In the past, such exquisite beauty would have led him to claim her entirely, to make her weep and plead, to render her immobile on the bed. But now, noticing that Yin Chongjing's embrace tightened further, his head rubbing against her arm, Ning Miao furrowed her brow and pulled away. Wait a moment. She walked to the vanity and retrieved a bulging pouch of coins from a drawer, returning to present it to him. My mother entrusted me with managing the Huachan Rouge shop, and I have earned quite a bit of silver lately. Yin Lang, take this and go out to unwind. Do not dwell on unhappy matters. Yin Chongjing was taken aback by her generosity. All of this is for me? Ning Miao noted. Yes, the Rouge shop is thriving. We're in a good amount every day. Yin Chongjing accepted the pouch, opening it to inspect its contents. He had never before been gifted such a substantial sum all at once. Though he was the eldest son of a noble house, his parents had curtailed his spending after he had squandered his funds. Each time he needed money, he had to devise elaborate schemes. Go out and find some joy. Do not confine yourself within the manor, Ning Miao urged, her expression conveying concern. Yin Chongjing nodded. Very well. You are too kind, my lady. He gazed at her. Ning Miao smiled. You must be well, for I can only be well if you are happy. Go and enjoy yourself. Yin Chongjing stood up. I shall take my leave then. It has been too long since I visited the gaming house. The urge to gamble has grown strong. Yes, go ahead, Ning Miao affirmed. As he stepped towards the door, he turned back one last time. Rest assured, I will always treat you well in this lifetime. Ning Miao smiled at him, secretly thinking, do not. She merely wished to purchase a moment of peace. As expected, Yin Chongjing did not return until nightfall. She knew he had gone to gamble, just as she had wished. After nightfall, Chun Lan retired to the adjacent room, and Ning Miao prepared to extinguish the lamp and retire for the night when suddenly there was a noise at the window. Instantly alert, she turned to see the window being pushed open from the outside, and a figure clad in black robes gracefully entered. It was Yan Mobai. Ning Miao sat at the edge of the bed, locking eyes with him as he landed. A hint of awkwardness lingered in the air. What brings you here at this hour, Lord Yan? She inquired, her interest piqued. If she had not witnessed it herself, who would have thought the composed and aloof Yan Mobai would stealthily climb through her window in the dead of night? With an air of calm, Yan Mobai approached leisurely. I came to inquire about my sister-in-law. From which opera troupe did you come? Ning Miao was bewildered. Yan Mobai settled onto a stool beside the bed. Today, in the flower hall, your tearful and heartfelt performance before my brother was truly remarkable. It is something that cannot be achieved without years of practice. Ning Miao remained silent. So, I wanted to ask which opera troupe you hail from. The Empress and Amp, Oppo's birthday is approaching, and I am seeking a suitable troupe to recommend. Yan Mobai casually flicked his sleeve, speaking earnestly. Ning Miao replied, Why must you speak of me? The stage was set up by you, dear second brother. I was prepared to deny any acquaintance with your brother, yet you so theatrically initiated the scene, compelling me to give it my all. Yan Mobai laughed, his dark eyes glimmering. In that case, I ought to thank you. No, it is I who must thank you, Ning Miao replied with a smile. Yan Mobai regarded her. At that moment, her hair was unbound, cascading like a waterfall to her waist. Clad in a simple white nightgown, her unadorned face appeared even more delicate and enchanting. Sitting by the candlelight, the flickering flame danced around her, casting an almost ethereal glow. Yan Mobai scoffed lightly. You are quite the deceptive one. Ning Miao was taken aback by his sudden remark. Is there a single truth in your words? He asked. Ning Miao's gaze narrowed as she discerned the underlying reason for his inquiry. Earlier, she had misled him, claiming her indifference towards Yin Chongjing while genuinely harboring feelings for him. Moreover, today he had witnessed her performing an emotional scene with another man, which undoubtedly raised suspicions about her authenticity. Are you truly concerned? Ning Miao countered, not directly answering his question. Yan Mobai's expression turned colder. Concerned? I recall stating that I detest being deceived, regardless of who it may be. Ning Miao felt her breath quicken, sensing his barely concealed anger. Suppressing her unease, she resolutely replied, I also remember telling you that despite the many lies I may have uttered, my affection for you is genuine. The room fell into a heavy silence. After a prolonged moment, Just as Ning Miao prepared to speak again, footsteps echoed at the door. My lady. It was Yin Chongjing. Ning Miao's heart raced, and before she could react, Yan Mobai had already waved his sleeve to extinguish the candle on the nightstand. The chamber was instantly engulfed in darkness. My lady, why has the light suddenly gone out? Yin Chongjing pushed open the door. Ning Miao and Oppo's breath caught in her throat as she recalled that Chunlan had locked the door when she left, and she had forgotten to secure the latch. Chapter 79. I will not allow him to touch my lady. As Yin Chongjing was about to enter, Ning Miao exclaimed, Yin Lang, Don and Oppo's. Come over, I and Oppo's. Am not dressed. His footsteps halted. Yin Chongjing's voice, laced with amusement, echoed, We are husband and wife. What does it matter if you are not clothed? I rather enjoy seeing you in such a state. Ning Miao. Feeling the weight of someone's gaze in the darkness, she hastily added, No, I'm not mentally prepared for this. Such matters require no preparation. I came here tonight to tell you that although I am lacking in certain aspects, I shall not allow you to live as a widow. I have myriad ways to bring you joy and elevate you to ecstasy. Truly, I possess many tricks to ensure your soul transcends, leaving you in a state of exquisite desire. Ning Miao, I will attend to you shortly. His footsteps resumed. Ning Miao urgently interjected, Don and Oppo's. Come over, I and Oppo's. Started my monthly cycle. Only then did his steps come to a halt. It is said that those who indulge in gambling consider the sight of menstrual blood as ominous, believing it leads to certain loss. Very well. Rest well. I shall return to Ruei Courtyard. Once your cycle has passed, we shall continue, Yin Chongjing replied. Ning Miao glanced at the shadowy figure and nodded. His footsteps retreated toward the door, and his voice rang out once more, Make sure to bolt the door at night. While the Marquis's residence is relatively secure, one can never be too cautious against thieves. Understood, Ning Miao replied. The door opened and closed, and the sound of his footsteps faded away. Ning Miao did not light the lamp. They sat together in the darkness, the room enveloped in tranquility. Neither dared to break the silence. In the dimness, Ning Miao glanced at the man seated on a nearby stool. The darkness obscured his expression, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. Just as she contemplated rising to light the lamp, she saw him stand. You should rest early, he suggested, his voice husky from disuse, resonating attractively in the stillness of the night. He turned toward the door. Ning Miao stood in surprise. Is he leaving already? Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, she stood barefoot and rushed towards him. Just as he reached for the door, she wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, resting her face against his back. In a soft voice, she declared, I will not allow him to touch me. He remained still, allowing her embrace. After a while, he gently grasped her hands, releasing her arms and turning to face her. Ning Miao leaned in closer, re-embracing him, this time from the front, her bare feet standing atop his. Yan Mobai appeared taken aback by her boldness. He glanced down, seemingly noting her bare feet, and said nothing, permitting her to stand on his shoes. Ning Miao looked up at him, her face bright with mischief. Perhaps the darkness emboldened her, for when he remained silent, she felt compelled to speak. Why do you always wear black, Lord Yan? Apart from formal attire, I have never seen you in any other color. Even your nightwear is black. Guess. Yan Mobai finally replied, his tone inscrutable. With a playful smile, Ning Miao ventured, I guess it is because Lord Yan and Oppo's heart is black. No, Lord Yan has no heart, he retorted. Ning Miao paused, then smiled knowingly. Is that so? Then what is this that is beating? She reached her small hand into the collar of his night attire, gently caressing the area above his left chest. Yan Mobai seized her wrist, removing her hand. This merely signifies that I am still alive. It is but a mere organ. Ning Miao, do you have a heart? Yan Mobai questioned her. Ning Miao laughed. Ironically, I do not either. Of course I do. At this moment, it beats vigorously for you, Lord Yan. Would you like to see? How would one do that? Would you extract it for me to inspect? Yan Mobai and Oppo's voice seemed tinged with amusement. However, Ning Miao suddenly shivered. Recalling the scene from her past life when she was cut open, she had initially intended to guide his hand to her heart and tease him. But her interest vanished in an instant. The night grows late, and you have an early court session tomorrow. You should rest now. I am feeling quite tired, she said, stifling a yawn for effect. She then loosened her hold on his waist, stepping back onto the cool ground. The chill of the spring night made her shiver. She watched as he bent down, and in the next moment, Yan Mobai had scooped her up in his arms, striding to the bed and laying her down. Just as she prepared to pull the thin blanket over herself, he commanded, "Get up, put on your shoes, and secure the door." Ning Miao. "Oh." She complied, rising to put on her shoes, escorting Yan Mobai to the door. She waved goodbye. "Good night, Lord Yan." "I never dream," he replied, departing. Ning Miao shot a glare at his retreating figure before closing the door. The following day, Ning Miao toiled away at the rouge shop all day long. If she wished to bind Yin Chongjing with money, she needed to work even harder to earn it. After finishing her tasks at the shop, she and Chunlon visited the cosmetic workshop to discuss new styles with Master Yang. By the time they returned to the Marquis and Appo's residence, night had fallen. As they approached Fengfei Courtyard, they spotted Doctor Hu hastily carrying a medicine box towards Fushua Courtyard. Ning Miao felt a pang of concern and instructed Chunlon, "Find out if someone is ill in Fushua Courtyard." Shortly thereafter, Chunlon returned. "Madam, it is not that someone is ill, but rather someone has been injured. The second young master has been hurt." Ning Miao and Appo's heart sank. "Yan Mobai has been injured? What happened?" she inquired. "It is said that the second young master was ambushed by assassins on his way back from the Ning prince's residence. He was shot with a hidden arrow," Chunlon explained. "Ning Miao profurovet. What is the severity of his injury? Is his life in danger? My antidote has yet to arrive. He cannot die." Chunlon shook her head. "I do not know. Fushua Courtyard is off limits. The Marquis and the Madam were stopped by the Red Guards at the entrance, so we have no information about the situation inside." Chapter 080. Marry you before you die. Ning Miao feigned concern and visited the Fushua Courtyard, only to be halted at the entrance by Chi Feng, Doctor Who was attending to the Lord's injury, and it was inappropriate for anyone to disturb him. So he requested that the lady forgive him. Ning Miao nodded in understanding. "Is the injury grave? Is there poison on the arrow?" she inquired. "It is serious, though I cannot say for certain," Chi Feng replied. Ning Miao regarded him, noting that he shared his master's demeanor, answering 2 questions with just 4 words. Unable to glean any real information, she returned to the Fengfei Courtyard, instructing Chunlon to keep a vigilant watch over the Fushua Courtyard. Later, at the high hour, Chunlon reported that Doctor Who had departed, accompanied by Lanying, presumably to gather medicine. Only then did Ning Miao feel a sense of relief. The fact that the doctor could leave indicated that Yan Mobai's life was at least secure. As long as he lived, there was hope for her antidote. "It's late. You should rest," Ning Miao commanded Chunlon before retiring to her own chamber to extinguish the lamp and sleep. After lying in bed for a while, she heard Chunlon settle into the adjoining room and rose again. She rummaged through her belongings in search of dark clothing, but discovered none. All she possessed were light-colored garments, save for the vibrant outfit she had worn to the spring banquet at the Ning Wang residence. It was too bright for her current needs. At that moment, she realized the advantage of Yan Mobai's preference for black attire. Left with no choice, she donned her wedding garment, reasoning that the deep red hue would be less conspicuous than the lighter shades. In the adjoining room, the candlelight flickered dimly. Yan Mobai, clad in dark sleepwear, sat beneath the lamp, scrutinizing a feathered arrow. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and he lowered his gaze, his eyes sharp as he turned towards the window. He concentrated his inner strength in his palm. The window was slowly pushed open from the outside, revealing a figure draped in crimson. Upon recognizing the visitor, he relaxed his stance, dispersing the energy within his hand. The figure on the windowsill met his gaze, and after a moment of mutual observation, it was Ning Miao, who broke the silence. "There are potted plants below the window. If I jump down, I will surely step on them. How am I supposed to descend? I cannot use lightness skill." Her meaning was clear. Either carry her down or move the pots aside. Yan Mobai regarded her without a response. "Did I instruct you to climb up?" Ning Miao bit her lip and murmured, "I only heard you were injured, so I worried and wanted to see you. However, Chi Feng was stationed at the gate, forbidding entry. I couldn't help but come. Her words trailed off, revealing her disappointment. Noticing his indifference, she exaggeratedly huffed, turning to leave. Just as she pretended to leap from the window, she felt a firm grip on her arm, concealed from Yan Mobai's view. A smirk played on Ning Miao's lips. Knew it, you wretched man. She suppressed her smile and turned back as Yan Mobai effortlessly pulled her from the windowsill. Since Chi Feng is guarding the courtyard, how did you manage to get in? He inquired. There's a hole in the corner across from the pavilion. I slipped through that, she explained. Yan Mobai shook his head, muttering, as expected of a rascal. Ning Miao shot him a glare. What else would I do? If I weren't small, I wouldn't have fit through that hole at all. The existence of the hole was indeed true, but she had actually used her lightness skill to enter. And how is your injury? Ning Miao approached his table, scrutinizing him. I want to die, Yan Mobai replied. Having grown accustomed to his brusque manner, Ning Miao dismissed it. Where are you hurt? Let me see. She moved closer to him. Yan Mobai tilted his head. Do you think looking will heal it? Ning Miao sighed. I'm merely concerned for you. Yan Mobai scoffed lightly. Do I need your concern? Do you realize that in the dead of night, you are sneaking around, climbing through windows? If Chi Feng and Laning had discovered you and not recognized you, you could have been mistaken for an assassin and lost your life. Ning Miao chuckled softly. So, you were worried about me? I simply do not wish to be accused of killing my sister-in-law, he replied. Ning Miao raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to whisper. And what about the crime of committing adultery with your sister-in-law? Yan Mobai fell silent, and Ning Miao straightened up. Enough teasing. Are you truly all right? Is there no poison on the arrow? Yan Mobai nodded, then glanced at her, pointing at her bright red wedding gown. Why are you dressed like this? Ning Miao, it's mindrakhet. I saw the state of Fushiwa courtyard at night and feared the worst. I thought if you were to perish, I might as well marry you before that, fulfilling my lifelong wish to be your bride. Yan Mobai shook his head, clearly exasperated by her. Do you not believe me? Ning Miao took a seat across from him. I believe you are quite mischievous, he retorted. Now you understand the benefits of my black attire? Yes? Ning Miao smilet, aware that he could easily deduce her motives for wearing the wedding dress. Indeed, I will need to prepare a spare set myself. Yan Mobai picked up the arrow from the table, casually asking, Has Yin Chongjing not come to seek you out for pleasure? Ning Miao hesitated. No. He took a considerable sum of silver and is likely at some gambling den now. Her gaze fell upon the arrow in his hand, and her pupils constricted. The thousand hooks arrow, used by the secret guards of King Kang. Is this the arrow that struck you? Did you capture the assassin? Do you know who it was? Just as Yan Mobai was about to respond, footsteps and voices suddenly echoed from the entrance. The lamp was still lit, and they had yet to retire. Both occupants froze at the sound of Ning Wang and Amp. Oppo's voice. Moments later, the door was knocked upon, and Chi Feng and Amp, Oppo's voice announced, Lord, His Highness Ning Wang has arrived. Ning Miao and Amp, Oppo's heart raced, fearing a repeat of the incident when Yin Chongjing had barged in the previous night. Instantly, she sprang into action. As Yan Mobai raised his hand to direct her towards the adjoining room, she darted like a shadow to a wall cabinet in the room, flinging open the door and slipping inside, quietly closing it behind her in one fluid motion, swift as lightning. Yan Mobai. Chapter 081. Seeking nothing else. Only his child Yan Mobai rose from his seat, returning Ning Miao's chair to its original position before proceeding to open the door. Your Highness, I have heard that you were injured. Are you well? Asked Prince Ning, his tone laden with concern. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I managed to evade the danger in time. The injury is merely to my shoulder and is not grave. That is good to hear. Ning Miao remained concealed within the wardrobe, utterly still. Through the narrow slits, she observed as the two men took their seats. And Chi Feng entered to serve tea before discreetly withdrawing. I have heard that the assassin escaped. Who do you think is responsible? Prince Ning inquired of Yan Mobai. Yan Mobai handed an arrow from the table to Prince Ning. The arrow, seemingly ordinary, was in fact a work of exquisite craftsmanship. The arrowhead was not made of common iron or copper, but rather a rare black iron, intricately designed with fine barbs that increased the difficulty of extraction once embedded in flesh. Such materials and designs were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Prince Ning examined the arrow, nodding in understanding. Yan Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly. I suspect it is the work of Prince Kang's men. Within the wardrobe, Ning Miao bit her lip. So, it was Yan Mobai. His guesses were invariably accurate. Prince Ning concurred. I too believe it is he. Over the past few weeks, he has plotted against me several times, all to no avail. Perhaps he has grown desperate and seeks to eliminate you. Yan Mobai nodded in agreement. Strangely, I feel that recently, Prince Kang's strategies have become rather rudimentary, easily exposing his intentions. His responses to our plans do not seem as timely as before. Has something changed? Has he replaced his strategist? Indeed, I have sensed this as well. Perhaps he has appointed someone of significance. I have heard he possesses 5 strategists, each representing an element: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Previously, it was said that the one representing water was the most formidable and was seen as his primary asset. Inside the wardrobe, Ning Miao felt her breath hitch. She was water. Her name, Miao, meaning 3 waters, had led her to choose this code name. Prince Ning sighed. Prince Kang has hidden these 5 individuals well. We have yet to encounter them. Unlike you, who is known to all, it is my failure not to have protected you. Your Highness is too harsh in your judgment. I am different from them. They are mere advisors, while I serve as the Minister of Justice. Moreover, my assistance to you aligns with the Emperor's wishes. There is nothing for me to conceal. Ning Miao was taken aback. In truth, she had long suspected that Yan Mobai's unwavering dedication to assisting Prince Ning stemmed from 2 possibilities: a covert directive from the Emperor or an immense favor owed to Yan Mobai, perhaps having saved his life. Alternatively, both scenarios might coexist. In court, officials were most wary of openly aligning themselves with factions, though many would covertly choose sides. At the very least, they would not do so in the Emperor and Oppos as presence. Yet, the relationship between Yan Mobai and Prince Ning was common knowledge throughout the court, and it did not diminish Yan Mobai and Oppos' status as a powerful minister. Emperor Zhao Qing still held him in high regard. This indicated that his support for Prince Ning had at least received tacit approval from the Emperor. It was indeed the Emperor's intention. One could not help but wonder about the Emperor and Oppos' inscrutable mind. If he favored Prince Ning, why not allow him to assume control of the Eastern Palace directly? Why leave the position of Crown Prince in limbo, inciting fierce competition among the royal brothers? Yan Mobai and Oppos' voice broke her reverie. Over the past year, I have had several clandestine encounters with Prince Kang's strategist, known as Water. I have discerned some of his temperament and methods. It does not seem like his handiwork recently. Prince Ning replied. Perhaps he has indeed changed his personnel. Ning Miao pursed her lips. She caught a hint of a sigh from Yan Mobai. What a pity. Ning Miao rolled her eyes. What a pity. Pity that you cannot kill him yourself? I have come tonight to discuss another matter, Prince Ning stated. Please speak, Your Highness. I wish for you to personally travel to Jiangnan to persuade Guming Shu. Yiming Shu. Ning Miao's eyes narrowed within the wardrobe. She recalled that he was well known in the Taihu region of Jiangnan, thriving on shipping with a sizable fleet and his own sailors. In a previous life, both Prince Ning and Prince Kang coveted his ability to train sailors, each desiring to recruit him for their own purposes. Ultimately, their rivalry allowed Wang to benefit from the situation. Prince Ning continued, As you have seen, we have already sent several people to him, yet none have even laid eyes on him. I believe this matter requires your involvement. Tomorrow, I will report to Father about your injury, requesting leave for you, publicly claiming that you are recuperating from a severe injury at home. Secretly, you will depart for Jiangnan. Yan Mobai nodded. I had this very intention. After sustaining my injury today, I instructed Qi Feng to guard the courtyard entrance, allowing no one to enter, thus creating the illusion of my serious condition. I had planned to propose this to you tomorrow, but it seems you have anticipated my thoughts. Excellent. However, to maintain the pretense of your injury, your 2 personal attendants must remain in the residence. They must guard you in Fushua Garden to prevent anyone from entering, while also occasionally delivering messages to my residence or submitting documents to the Ministry of Justice to sustain the charade. I will assign another servant to you, and I will also have Yin accompany you. Her martial prowess and experience in the military should aid you in persuading Guming Shu. I shall follow your Highness and Oppos' arrangements. Ning Miao felt a sense of frustration. If Yan Mobai traveled to Jiangnan, what of her antidote? She had no idea how long he would be gone. If it took 2 or 3 months, she would be wasting precious time. With only 2 years in total, almost 2 months had already elapsed. From conception to childbirth would require 10 months. She had merely 1 year remaining. If he spent several months in Jiangnan, she would truly run out of time. Although Yuan Ziyan's presence might foster some feelings, she no longer relied on another woman for hope. For these noble ladies, even if they developed feelings for him, it would be impossible for them to bear children without following the lengthy customs of matchmaking, formal betrothal, and marriage, which would take at least 1.5 years. She could only rely on herself, direct and unyielding, seeking nothing else but her child. Therefore, she needed to devise a way to travel to Jiangnan. As Prince Ning took his leave, Yan Mobai, feigning his injury, deemed it improper to escort him out. He called upon Chi Feng and Lan Ning to see Prince Ning off. Once he departed, Yan Mobai addressed the wardrobe, "You may come out now." There was no response. Furrowing his brow, he approached the wardrobe and knocked on the door. "You can come out now." Still, there was no movement. Curious, he opened the wardrobe door, only to discover the woman curled up inside, eyes shut and unmoving. Is she asleep? He reached out to pinch her cheek, prompting Ning Miao to open her eyes and flash a mischievous smile, her gaze glinting with playful cunning. "So you were pretending to sleep?" Yan Mobai scoffed lightly, childish. As Ning Miao emerged from the wardrobe, her legs felt numb from being curled up for too long, causing her to stagger. Yan Mobai swiftly caught her waist. She tilted her small face up to ask, "Are you going to Jiangnan?" "Yes." "Are you planning to send a message to your promising and illustrious scholar?" Yan Mobai gazed down at her. To be continued. Yan de Run and Oppose. S. Rebirth in Jiangnan. Chapter 082. A grown man wearing such a thing? Ning Miao suppressed a smile, pondering who was more childish. She nodded and said, "Yes, just take him a message that I miss him. That may disappoint you. I won't be seeing him this time," he replied, his hand around her waist tightening into a grip. Ning Miao playfully twisted away. "Is that so? Then forget it." She recalled his earlier conversation with Prince Ning regarding the strategist water. His implication was clear. After a year of sparring with her, he understood her well. What would his reaction be if he knew water was right before him? She extended her finger, gently scratching his chin. "I overheard the conspiracies between Lord Yan and His Highness Ning. Is Lord Yan not afraid I might reveal them?" Yan Mobai seized her mischievous hand, preventing her from moving. "Unless you wish to meet your demise." His tone turned noticeably icy, a hint of chill in his gaze. Ning Miao remained unfazed. She knew that regardless of his reasons, be it trust or the belief that she would not dare, he currently felt they were aligned. He had disclosed the significant matter of the princess's death to her, and tonight he had spoken to Prince Ning without hesitating to include her. Thankfully, she was no longer tied to King Kang. With a swirl of emotions, Ning Miao withdrew her hand from his grasp. "I must return quickly. You sent the red and blue guard away. If I leave now, I can go out the front door. If I delay, I might have to crawl through a dog hole." She turned and headed for the door. Halfway there, she paused, returned to him, and pulled out a fine silver thread from her sleeve. She took his left hand and tied the string around his wrist. Yan Mobai found it. "What is this?" He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Ning Miao tugged him back. "Don and Oppose. Move. This is a safety core my mother left for me. I give it to you, hoping you will remain safe from now on," she said. She would not reveal that she had woven it just days prior to bind her hair while bathing. Lacking other gifts, she thought this would suffice to win some favor. Yan Mobai und Oppose, es Gaza flickert. "No, I do not believe in such things." "I do." Ning Miao quickly tied knot. "I must go. If I linger, they and Oppose, I'll return." With that, she spun around and darted out of the room. Yan Mobai. Yet, in the next moment, the figure that had vanished at the door rushed back, leaping into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Be sure to stay safe on your journey and return unscathed." Without waiting for his response, she released him and hurried away. Yan Mobai. For a long while, he remained in stunned silence. Glancing at his wrist, his brows furrowed slightly. A safety cord? He had never believed in such trifles. Moreover, a grown man wearing this? How awkward. He promptly untied it and tossed it onto the table. As he prepared to rest before departing later that night, He paused at the bedside, straightening the bedding, then glanced back at the string. He returned to the table, picked it up, and retrieved a black iron dagger from his sleeve. He threaded the string through the dagger's hilt, tying it securely, and concealed it back in his sleeve. Meanwhile, Qi Feng and Lan Ying had escorted Prince Ning back and were now passing through the flower-adorned archway towards the feng shui garden. Qi Feng walked ahead, while Lan Ying followed closely. The lanterns in the courtyard flickered, casting dancing shadows in the night. Qi Feng raised his gaze and spotted a flash of red slipping hurriedly out of the feng shui garden's entrance. His eyes narrowed in focus as he turned to pull Lan Ying closer, whispering, "I forgot to tell you something." Lan Ying, startled by his suddenness, replied, "What is it?" "Did you notice that Prince Ning's hairstyle was a bit askew?" Qi Feng inquired. Lan Ying was speechless. "I didn't notice." He felt somewhat perplexed, as Qi Feng was not one to pay attention to such details or discuss them. "Is that what you wanted to tell me?" Qi Feng nodded. "Yes. Didn't you see it?" "Lan Ying, is this a matter of grave importance?" "It's merely a hairstyle. Who can guarantee it is always perfectly aligned?" Qi Feng turned to look, but saw no trace of the figure. He withdrew his arm from Lan Ying's shoulder and chuckled. "It seems it is indeed not a matter of great significance." Lan Ying shot him a glance. "Boring." The two returned to the feng shui garden. Qi Feng pursed his lips slightly. Earlier, he had noticed that woman on his lord and Oppo's windowsill, ready to inquire when he saw his lord embrace her, and thus he refrained. He was puzzled about how she had entered the feng shui garden. He and Lan Ying had taken turns guarding the entrance, yet she had not approached. He paused, contemplating whether she might possess lightness skills, evading their sight to enter undetected. That shouldn't and Oppo's to be the case. He hesitated, wondering if he should share his doubts with his lord. His lord trusted that woman so much that he spoke with Prince Ning without evading her. She must have been in the room at that time. But where was she hiding? Just as Qi Feng was lost in thought, the door to Yan Mobai's room suddenly swung open. "My lord." Qi Feng and Lan Ying stepped forward. Yan Mobai cast a glance towards the direction of the courtyard's pavilion. "There's a hole in the wall over there. Did you not notice?" Qi Feng and Lan Ying were taken aback. The corner wall opposite the pavilion was overgrown with grass, and they had indeed overlooked it. "Go seal it up to prevent intruders from sneaking in," he commanded. The two complied, and Qi Feng and Oppo's earlier doubts were resolved. So that was how she entered. The following morning, Ning Miao set out. As she left, she spotted Dr. Hu heading towards the feng shui garden. She surmised that Yan Mobai must have departed during the night, and that Dr. Hu was merely part of the charade for outsiders. Instead of visiting the rouge shop, she made her way to Ding Yuxian, seeking Miaohua. Around noon, Yin Changjing arrived at the rouge shop. Excitement etched on his face as he pulled her into a private room. Closing the door, he asked, "My dear, could you accompany me to Jiangnan?" Chapter 083. The fish is the second young master. What purpose does the second young master have of traveling to Jiangnan? Ning Miao pondered. Is it to seek memories? No, Yin Changjing replied. I have heard that there is a miraculous physician in Jiangnan who can restore a man's vitality. Several eunuchs who left the palace underwent his treatment, and within 2 to 3 years, they were able to regain their former selves and marry, fathering children. Ning Miao was astonished. Is it true? Such medical skills exist in this world? Indeed, Yin Changjing affirmed. That is why he is called a miraculous physician. You must have heard the saying in Oppo's, reviving the dead and healing the bones, and Oppo's, if there are physicians capable of bringing the dead back to life and restoring flesh to bones. How much easier would it be to regenerate a living man and Oppo's organs? Ning Miao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Yin Changjing took her hand. So, would you be willing to accompany me? As a native of Jiangnan, your familiarity with the region would be of great assistance. Moreover, I have heard that the physician treats individuals only in the presence of their true love, so having you by my side would lend credibility to my request, wouldn't it? Ning Miao skase softenet. Of course, as husband and wife are one. I would accompany you anywhere, even through fire and water, as long as you need me. Yin Changjing felt a surge of excitement and gratitude. You are truly wonderful. Let us return and prepare to set off immediately. I have heard that this physician enjoys wandering, and we must not delay, lest he journey elsewhere before we arrive. Agreed, Ning Miao smiled. Nihua acted swiftly, spreading the word about the miraculous physician in Jiangnan and ensuring the information reached Yin Changjing. Upon returning home, Ning Miao tidied up at Fangfei courtyard while Yin Changjing informed Yin Huoding of their plans. Chunlan prepared some provisions in the kitchen, and Yin Changjing's servant, Ding Xi, arranged for the carriages. Soon, the four of them set out on their journey. Initially, Yin Changjing intended for them to share a large carriage. But Ning Miao suggested that two smaller carriages would be faster and more convenient, especially on narrow paths. Yin Changjing found her reasoning sound and agreed to the arrangement. They followed Ning Miao's suggested route, taking shortcuts to ensure they could catch up to Yan Mobai, who had departed half a day earlier. By mid-afternoon, they arrived at Yanbo town, where Ning Miao proposed they stay the night. She calculated that if Yan Mobai took the usual route, he would likely arrive shortly and also stay the night, as the path ahead led to the infamous Foggy Mountain, which was treacherous to navigate after dark due to its noxious mists. Given the circumstances, it was certain they would spend the night in Yanbo town. However, with so many inns available, which one would Yan Mobai choose? He would avoid official inns and bustling areas, and given his fastidious nature, he would also dismiss those of poor quality. After eliminating the obvious choices, they settled into a nearby inn and booked 3 rooms. Ning Miao shared a room with Chunlan, while Yin Changjing and Ding Xi occupied another, leaving the carriage's drivers to share a third. Yinlang, Yanbo town, is quite lively. Since it is still early, why not venture out and experience the local culture? Ning Miao suggested, handing Yin Changjing a silver ingot. He eagerly accepted. Certainly. Is there anything specific you wish to eat? I shall bring you a treat. No need. If I desire something, I can ask Chunlan to fetch it. You should enjoy your outing as a diversion. You are so thoughtful. I must have accrued great virtue in my past life to have married such a remarkable woman. Yin Changjing beamed as he left. Ning Miao, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of Yan Mobai and the inn he might choose. When a server entered with water, she inquired, "Excuse me, young sir. I noticed a large notice board at the crossroads as we entered town, where many people were gathered. What information is posted there?" "Various notices," the server replied. "Official documents, announcements for new shops and lost items. Everyone knows that is the place for news, especially since it is the main thoroughfare into the town." Ning Miao's eyes sparkled with insight. Once the server left, she instructed Chunlan, "Prepare the ink and paper. I need to write something." "Madam, what are you writing?" Chunlan asked, puzzled. "A notice," Ning Miao replied. "Then why use your left hand?" Chunlan queried. "To avoid being recognized," Ning Miao explained. Chunlan remained perplexed but refrained from asking further questions. After finishing the notice, Ning Miao rolled it up and concealed it in her sleeve. Donning a veil, she called to Chunlan, "Let's go for tea." They found a small beggar on the street, and Ning Miao gave him some small coins. "Please post this notice on the board at the crossroads." The beggar eagerly accepted. Then, Ning Miao and Chunlan entered a tea house on the corner of the crossroads. They settled at a window seat on the 2nd floor, affording a clear view of the notice board and the bustling intersection. After the beggar affixed the notice, a crowd gathered, buzzing with conversation, and many began to move in one direction. Chunlan, unable to contain her curiosity, asked Ning Miao, "Madam, what does the notice say?" Ning Miao glanced around cautiously and lowered her voice. "It simply states that Prince Kang is currently at the Lianhua Inn in this town, inviting anyone with troubles or grievances, big or small, to seek his assistance." "Huh?" Chunlan gasped, her mouth agape. "Is Prince Kang truly here?" Ning Miao smiletsli. "Of course not." "Huh?" Chunlan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Then what is the purpose of this?" Ning Miao lifted a corner of her veil and sipped her fragrant tea. "Fishing." "Fishing?" Chunlan pondered for a moment, still confused. "Fishing for whom? Prince Kang?" "Certainly not. You will soon understand," Ning Miao replied. As they finished their tea, Chunlan prepared to call for more when Ning Miao suddenly exclaimed, "The fish has arrived." Chunlan froze. Ning Miao rose swiftly from the table. "You may return to the inn. There is no need to wait for me." Watching Ning Miao hurry down the stairs, Chunlan turned to the window. The crowd gathered before the notice board was dense. Yet she immediately spotted a familiar figure standing tall among them. distinguishing himself with an elegance that set him apart. Chunlan was taken aback. Is the fish the second young master? At the notice board, Yan Mobai stood at the back of the throng, squinting at the notice. The handwriting was neat but somewhat disjointed, as if each stroke was crafted with effort and precision, suggesting it was penned with an unfamiliar hand. As he pondered who might have authored it, a sudden, delicate, tickling sensation arose in his palm, as if someone was gently teasing him. He turned to find a shadow flitting behind him, moving to his other side. When he turned again, he beheld a woman veiled in silk, her smile radiant as the crescent moon. Chapter 084. Knowing the inevitability of despair, Yan Mobai's face registered astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering her here. You, Ning Miao smiled, gazing into his eyes, her watery orbs reflecting the slanting rays of the setting sun, shimmering and captivating. Surprised? My Lord Yan. The last three words she uttered silently, merely shaping her lips as there were people around. Nevertheless, despite her veil partially obscuring her mouth, Yan Mobai effortlessly discerned those three words. His gaze dimmed slightly, suppressing the tumult within. What brings you here? I came with my brother. He insists on seeking a divine physician in Jiangnan and dragged me along. And you? Why are you alone? Where's your Miss Xian? Yan Mobai's lips pressed into a thin line. He was her Lord Yan. Yuan Xian was his Miss Xian? So, this is your handiwork. Yan Mobai gestured towards the posted notice. Ning Miao raised an eyebrow. As expected of you, Lord Yan. She did not deny it. Yan Mobai's eyes darkened further. To lure me here? Otherwise? How can you be certain that such a notice would attract me? Yan Mobai inquired. Are you sure you want to discuss this here? The crowd continued to swell, causing Ning Miao to sway slightly. Yan Mobai grasped her wrist, pulling her from the throng and guiding her towards a nearby inn. Ning Miao allowed herself to be led, casting a glance at his wrist, where she noticed the absence of the slender silver cord. She paid it no mind. A man of his stature would not wear a cord gifted by a woman. Upon entering the inn, Yan Mobai released her wrist and approached the counter to secure a private room. Once inside, he closed the door. Ning Miao asked, "Are you staying at this inn?" Not exactly. He merely denied it without revealing where he was truly lodged. Ning Miao nodded, choosing not to press further. As they settled at the table, she removed her veil, lifted the teapot, and tested its warmth with her hand. Satisfied, she poured 2 cups of tea. Is your injury healing well? His Highness Ning Wang should not have burdened you with duties while you were injured. Yan Mobai turned to face her, noticing her indignation, and something stirred deeply within him. As a minister, it is my duty to alleviate the concerns of others, he replied, taking a seat across from her. Ning Miao puffed her cheeks. I understand that, but... Her words trailed off, her meaning unmistakable. She felt pity for him. Yan Mobai's dark eyes, deep as ink, held her gaze. After a moment, he averted his eyes, picking up the cup before him and sipping from it. Speak. How did you know I would come to see the notice? Ning Miao's eyes sparkled as she propped her chin on her hand, smiling at him. Because I understand you. Yan Mobai's eyes flickered with intrigue as he set down his cup. I'm all ears. Ning Miao withdrew her hand and took a sip of her tea. I believe that if you heard of this matter, you would recognize that it could not possibly be orchestrated by Wang Kang. If Wang Kang were present, he would be here for the same reason as you, to seek that esteemed Gumingshu. Thus, he would arrive discreetly, avoiding drawing attention or creating unnecessary trouble that would impede his journey. Since it is not Wang Kang's doing, then who could it be? You must be curious about the forces at play, whether friend or foe, and the intentions behind this notice. After all, Wang Kang is your formidable rival. Given your cautious nature, you would not directly investigate the Lianhua Inn, as you cannot be sure if Wang Kang is indeed there. While this notice is not his doing, it does not preclude the possibility of his presence at the inn. Furthermore, even if Wang Kang is absent, you cannot ascertain whether the issuer of this notice has ulterior motives aimed at you, perhaps attempting to draw you out. Therefore, you would not approach the Lianhua Inn directly. Instead, you would come here to view the notice. Firstly, the focus of the issuer lies at the Lianhua Inn. The notice merely disseminates information, and the issuer would not pay heed to the notice board here. Secondly, the crowd is large, and your presence among them would go unnoticed. Lastly, and most importantly, the source is this notice. You thought perhaps it could provide clues. Am I correct, Lord Yin? Ning Miao inquired. Yan Mobai regarded her in silence, a hint of astonishment flickering within. She had discerned his intentions so accurately. You have truly exerted yourself, he remarked, acknowledging the lengths she had gone to lure him out. Ning Miao pouted in displeasure. I simply want to see you. Yan Mobai shook his head slightly. What about the hopeful citizens who eagerly flock to the Lianhua Inn? Ning Miao's eyes narrowed in surprise at his concern. You care about them, Lord Yan? Yan Mobai's expression darkened. What? Do you perceive me as someone indifferent to the populace? Ning Miao chuckled. Is it not so? Cold-hearted and ruthless, capable of taking lives without a second thought, unconcerned for others' welfare? Not all. In my eyes, you are a commendable person, Lord Yan. Otherwise, I would not, knowing the peril, still find myself unable to restrain my feelings. As she concluded, her gaze fell, lips pressed together, betraying her dissatisfaction with herself. Yan Mobai observed her, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, Ning Miao lifted her head. However, rest assured, Lord Yan, I have not deceived those citizens. There indeed resides a prince at the Lianhua Inn. As for which prince, I do not know. With the prince present, he should be able to address the situation. Yan Mobai's eyes widened in astonishment. A prince at the Lianhua Inn? Yes. As I passed the inn earlier, I heard someone addressing a man within as Your Highness. The man was clad in luxurious garments, clearly of noble birth. And being called Your Highness must indicate he is a prince, Ning Miao explained. In a previous life, both Wang Kong and Ning Wang had failed to win over Gu Mingxiu. Afterwards, Wang Kong had informed her that Gu Mingxiu chose prince, and because he had inadvertently saved the daughter of Gu Mingxiu from drowning while visiting the night market in Yanbo town. She was unaware of when Prince and had been in Yanbo town, but coincidentally, upon her arrival in the town, she had seen Prince and Ndamp, Oppos, as personal guard enter the Lianhua Inn. She surmised that Prince and was likely staying there. Prince and must have rescued Gu Mingxiu's daughter earlier this very night. Thus, she devised a notice to post there. Firstly, to achieve her primary goal of drawing out Yan Mobai. Secondly, to hope the citizens could engage Princeton. He was simple-minded and craved attention. Seeing the crowd seeking Wang Kong, he would surely reveal his princely identity to resolve their issues. Ideally, this would cause him to miss the opportunity to visit the night market tonight. Chapter 085. Do you no longer desire your arm? Yan Mobai lightly furrowed his elegant brows. You know King Kang, but it is not him. It should be. How does he compare my stature? Shorter than you, though he appears slightly taller than His Highness Ning Wang. Ning Miao replied earnestly. Yan Mobai narrowed his eyes. That must be King Yin. If it is indeed him, then those commoners will not have come in vain. He relishes such attention. Ning Miao remained silent, quietly lifting her cup to sip some water. Why did you not take the water away? Yan Mobai inquired. Ning Miao quickly responded. We did not dare. We feared you would once again remark that we were traveling the path of the unparalleled scholar. Yan Mobai fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words, while Ning Miao stifled a smile. The water route is too slow. I am eager to catch up with you. We took a shortcut, or else we would not have been able to keep pace. Yan Mobai cast his gaze downward, contemplating the surface of the tea in his cup. After a moment, he raised his eyes to ask, which inn are you staying at? Ning Miao's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer, her hands resting on the table. Beneath her long, dark lashes, her watery gaze glimmered with a hint of spring. What? Will you come looking for me at night? Yan Mobai shot her a glance, his expression unreadable, before lifting his cup to take a sip. Is your banquet lord not with you? I share a room with Chunlon, while he is with Ding Yi, Ning Miao replied, retracting her body to sit upright. I was merely jesting. I know you have official duties and are traveling in secrecy. I am aware of my boundaries and will not disturb you. Can the divine physician of Jiangnan treat Yin Changjing? Yan Mobai asked. Ning Miao's gaze flickered as she nodded. He claims he can. He mentioned that several eunuchs who visited that physician after leaving the palace regained their health within 2 to 3 years and were able to marry and have children. Yan Mobai scoffed softly, his contempt evident. Ning Miao, however, remained unfazed, glancing outside at the darkening sky. It is nearly dark. I have arranged to explore the night market of Yanbo town with your brother. He must be looking for me now, so I shall take my leave. With that, she stood, donned her veil, and briskly walked towards the door. Yan Mobai remained silent, quietly sipping his tea until she opened the door and her footsteps faded. He then turned to look at the door, withdrawing his gaze to sit alone for a while before finally rising. Yanbo Town is a prosperous little town, renowned for its vibrant nightlife, where evening business often surpasses that of the day. The night market sprawls along both banks of the river, filled with bright lights and bustling crowds, the air alive with the sounds of vendors calling out and the melodies of string instruments, creating a lively atmosphere. Ning Miao walked ahead with Yin Chongjing, while Chunlan and Ding Yi followed closely, weaving through the throng of people. Banquet Lord, let's take a look at the bridge, Ning Miao suggested, pointing to a stone arch bridge connecting the two banks. Standing on the bridge, the view was expansive, allowing them to see both sides of the river. As the four of them ascended the stone steps, Yin Chongjing suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, second brother." Following his gaze, Ning Miao spotted a striking figure in a black robe amidst the crowd approaching from the other end of the bridge, tall and poised, exuding an aura of nobility. He seemed like a natural-born king, effortlessly overshadowing those around him. It was indeed Yan Mobai. "Is it really you, second brother?" Yin Chongjing asked incredulously, excitement evident in his voice. Ning Miao noted affirmatively. "Yes, it is him." Yan Mobai also noticed them, his gaze deep and inscrutable. The two parties converged at the center of the bridge. It was then that Ning Miao realized Yuan Zian was accompanying Yan Mobai. "Second brother, how did you end up here?" Yin Chongjing inquired. "Official business," Yan Mobai replied calmly, then countered with a question, "What brings you and my sister-in-law here?" "Oh, we are attending to some matters in Jiangnan," Yin Chongjing said, unable to elaborate due to the crowd. Finally, he gestured toward the striking young woman beside Yan Mobai. "Who is this lady?" "This is Miss Yuan," Yan Mobai stated, providing no further introduction. Yuan Zian nodded respectfully. Yin Chongjing and Ning Miao also returned the gesture. Afterward, Yin Chongjing stepped closer to Yan Mobai, nudging him with his elbow, and whispered with a smile, "Not bad. You and the second brother seem quite compatible." Though he spoke softly, the closeness of the group meant everyone could hear. Yan Mobai remained silent, his expression unreadable, while Yuan Zian blushed slightly, smiling shyly. "Second brother, which one are you staying at?" Yin Chongjing asked. "Official business. I cannot disclose," Yan Mobai replied expressionlessly. Yin Chongjing could only manage an awkward smile. "All right then." Ning Miao rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that she feared revealing their location would prompt him to seek them out. Suddenly, a loud splash echoed, resembling the sound of something heavy falling into the water, followed by gasps of alarm. "Someone has fallen into the river." Everyone was startled. Ning Miao immediately leaned over the bridge to look below, and indeed saw a 5- or 6-year-old girl struggling in the water. Without a moment's hesitation, she vaulted over the bridge's railing and jumped in. The incident unfolded too abruptly. The girl's fall had been sudden, and Ning Miao's leap was even more so. The crowd remained stunned, and it was Chunlan's desperate cry of "Madam" that finally alerted them to her daring action, causing their faces to pale. In the next instant, a shadow flashed beside them as Yan Mobai leapt into the river. "Lord Yan," Yuan Zian cried out, reaching out to grasp him but was unable to stop him in time. With a serious shoulder injury, how could he risk the water? Ding Yi recalled his master's excellent swimming skills. "Young master, you must go save the madam." Yin Chongjing frowned, leaning over the railing to look down. "No need. It seems my sister-in-law is capable in the water, and besides, my second brother has jumped in. He can swim. She will be fine." He had just recovered from serious illness. How could he possibly enter the water? The spring night's chill could lead to a cold. What if he fell ill again? He needed to be well enough to meet that revered physician. Chunlan was on the verge of tears, while Yuan Zian wore a grave expression. In the water below the bridge, Ning Miao wrapped one arm around the little girl while using the other to paddle. "Give it to me," a deep voice commanded beside her. Ning Miao was taken aback. Amidst the chaos, she had thought someone else had jumped in, perhaps a family member of the girl or another kind-hearted soul. She never expected it to be Yan Mobai. She frowned. "Why did you come down?" Yan Mabei's face was dark with anger. "What? Am I impeding your heroics? Ning Miao replied, no, but you're injured. Had it not been for his injury, she would have certainly found a way to encourage him to save the girl herself. Why had she rushed to act? It was not merely out of fear that he would jump in first, but also a concern that someone else might steal the opportunity. Yet here he was, in the water. As Yan Mobai prepared to take the girl from her, Ning Miao kicked off the water, evading him and not relinquishing her hold. Do you no longer want her arm? Ning Miao scolded, not waiting for a reply as she swiftly swam toward the riverbank. She was acutely aware of the perilous power of the barbed arrow. Even if it was not aimed at a vital spot, removing it would likely result in significant injury. Chapter 86. Are you waiting for me? As Ning Miao brought the little girl ashore, her family rushed over in a state of panic. Wan, are you all right? It was a young woman. The little girl, frightened, threw herself into the woman's arms and burst into tears. Mother, seeing that the child was safe. The woman repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. I just turned my back for a moment to buy something, and she fell into the river. I'm so grateful for your help. Upon hearing the woman refer to you too, Ning Miao turned to see Yan Mobai had also made his way ashore, standing just behind her. There and amp, oppose. There's no need for thanks. It was merely a small effort, Ning Miao replied with a gentle smile. What are your names, kind benefactors? The woman inquired. Ning Miao, of course, would not divulge that it was indeed just a small act of kindness. She wished to convey that their rescue was not motivated by a desire for recompense. Recognizing her sentiment, the woman did not press further. After expressing her thanks once more, she took the little girl and departed. The night breeze carried the sound of the woman scolding her daughter. Your father wanted you to learn how to swim, and you refused. Do you understand? If it weren't for someone saving you today, you could have lost your life. When we get home, you must learn. Ning Miao and Amp, oppose. S gaze softened. In truth, she had not been entirely certain that this little girl was Ning Xi and Amp, oppose. S daughter, but now she was convinced. Who would have thought that the daughter of a man who dealt with water daily and commanded a large fleet would not know how to swim? Yin Chongjing, Yuan Ziyin, and Chun Lan, along with Ding Yi, arrived shortly thereafter. My lady, are you unharmed? Ning Yao shook her head. I am fine. Chun Lan's eyes were red. My lady, you frightened me. With so many people on the bridge, why did it have to be you who jumped in to save her? Indeed, there were so many strong men. Why would a delicate woman take such risks? Yin Chongjing chimed in with a hint of reproach. Ning Miao remained silent. Noticing Ning Miao was drenched, Ding Yi discreetly tugged at Yin Chongjing's sleeve, signaling him to remove his outer robe for her. Yin Chongjing did not move, but immediately scolded Chun Lan. Chun Lan, how can you be so careless? The mistress is soaking wet, and you don't even think to offer her your outer garment? Upon hearing this, Chun Lan hurried to comply, but was stopped by Ning Miao. There's no need. Putting on will only get it wet again. The inn is nearby. I shall change when I return. Where is the second master? Yin Chongjing suddenly asked. Only then did they realize Yan Mobai had left. In Yuan Zi, Yin was also nowhere to be seen. Ning Miao pursed her lips, speculating he must have hurried back to the inn to tend to his wounds. Yan Mobai pushed open the door to the inn's guest room, with Yuan Zi, Yin closely following. Seeing him preparing to light a lamp with a fire stick, she took it from him, blowing on it to ignite the lamp on the table. Your actions earlier were ill-advised. They could aggravate your injuries and expose you, she cautioned. Yan Mobai remained silent, taking a seat at the table. Yuan Zi, Yin observed him. He was soaked, his hair dripping, and a few strands clung to his forehead, accentuating his pale complexion. His handsome features appeared even more pronounced, evoking an inexplicable attraction. Rumors painted this man as cold and unfeeling. Yet it seemed such tales were not entirely accurate. She believed that a man of his intelligence and caution could not be unaware of the potential consequences of jumping in to save a stranger. Yet he did so for a little girl he did not know. He possessed a kind heart, yet the world portrayed him otherwise. Yuan Zi, Yin felt increasingly drawn to him. Yan Mobai lifted his gaze, noticing her staring at him intently, his brows knitting slightly. You should return to your room and rest. I need a change. Only then did Yuan Zi, Yin come to her senses. Oh, let me help you with your medicine. There's no need. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Yuan Zi, Yin did not insist further. Nodding, Call me if you need anything. All right. After Yan exited, she closed the door behind her. Yan Mobai untied his sash, loosened his collar, and examined his right shoulder. The white bandage wrapped around his wound was soaked and stained red with blood. Frowning, he untied the bandage, revealing a gaping wound that resembled a child's mouth agape. Due to the water exposure, the edges of the wound were pale, but blood continued to seep from the opening. He opened a bottle of powder and poured it onto the wound. A sharp pain surged through him, causing his eyes to darken, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he continued to apply the powder. Meanwhile, in another guest room, Ning Miao had taken a hot bath and changed into clean clothes. Chunlan had brought her a bowl of ginger tea, and after drinking it, she felt considerably better. The river water was truly cold on that spring night. She thought of Yan Mobai. I wonder how his injury is faring. At such a time, if she were to check on him and show concern for his wound, it might endear her to him. However, she did not know which inn he was staying at. Having initially settled down to sleep, she sat up again. No, such a wonderful opportunity cannot be squandered. She resolved to visit the inn where Yan Mobai had taken her earlier that day, hoping for a stroke of luck. Though she understood the likelihood was slim, he could not possibly venture there alone in the dead of night, especially not while injured. She reasoned that she could inform him the following day of her visit, and the inn and Oppos, as attendant, could vouch for her presence, which might also win her some favor. With these thoughts in mind, she rose. Noting that Chunlan was fast asleep, she did not disturb her. Quickly dressing and quietly slipping out. Arriving at the earlier inn, she went directly to the second floor and the room they had reserved earlier. Encountering the inn attendant, she specifically instructed him to bring a pot of hot tea to the room, hoping to leave a positive impression of her visit. As expected, the room was dark and empty. She lit the lamp. The attendant soon brought the tea. She sat leisurely under the light, sipping her tea, watching the sand trickle in the hourglass in the corner as time slipped away. After waiting a sufficient time, she stood up, extinguished the candle, and quietly left the room. As she opened the door, she was startled to see someone standing in the doorway. Fortunately, although the room was dark, the corridor was lit, allowing her to recognize the figure before her just in time to prevent any rash actions. It was Yan Mobai. Ning Miao was taken aback. You. Why are you here? Yan Mobai did not respond, stepping further into the room. As Ning Miao closed the door and turned around, she was suddenly enveloped in darkness as the tall figure of the man loomed closer, trapping her between his chest and the door. She had not anticipated this, and her heart inexplicably raced. Are you waiting for me? His deep, husky voice resonated just above her forehead, particularly enchanting in the stillness of the night. Ning Miao's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Otherwise, am I here to sleep in this room? And if I had not come? He queried, his warm breath brushing against her forehead, carrying a faint scent of grass and herbs, intertwining with her own breath. Chapter 087. Is Lord Yin concerned about me? Whether he comes or not, it matters not. I merely followed my heart, Ning Miao replied. Today was indeed fortuitous. Not only had she encountered the man before her, but she had also successfully intervened to save the daughter of Ning Xi and ensnared the attention of Prince Sin. Now she awaited him. How is your injury? Ning Miao lifted her delicate face, peering into the darkness at him. He seemed to lower his gaze towards her, though she could not be certain. As the room was shrouded in darkness with the windows and doors tightly shut. Not well, he murmured. Ning Miao immediately displayed her concern. Let me see. No need. You cannot help by looking, the man replied. Well, you should not have entered the water at night with such grievous wounds. Are you not aware of your own condition? Ning Miao began to chastise him. Moreover, was it not a clandestine outing? You drew attention by jumping into the water in front of so many people. Do you not realize that? If there had been no one to save that little girl, your leap into the water would have been understandable. But I'd already jumped in. What more could you do? The man remained silent, merely gazing at her with a mixture of indignation and concern. He would not reveal that it was her leap that prompted his own. She was saving the child, while he was merely fearful for her safety. In that moment, he had not thought much of it, but later he found himself astonished at his own reaction. Why do you not speak? Ning Miao inquired. I do not wish to. He desired to hear her voice. Ning Miao taken aback by his response, fell into a momentary silence before asking, "Do you not realize your error?" This time, he responded swiftly, "That was your fault from the outset." Ning Miao was perplexed. "What fault have I committed? With so many present, did you truly need to leap into the water to save anyone?" The man's tone turned noticeably colder. Ning Miao bit her lip. She could not divulge the true reason for her actions, and thus replied, "I did not think much of it at the time. You should consider it in the future," he stated, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Ning Miao smiled slightly. "Is Lord Yin genuinely concerned about me?" Indeed, Ning Miao was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe. Previously, whenever she jested or posed such questions, he would adamantly deny it, often responding with a teasing remark. This was the first time he had openly acknowledged it, leaving her momentarily flustered, unsure of how to react. As she peered into the darkness, unable to discern his expression, she rose on her toes. "Have you been drinking? Was the pain from treating your wounds too much, prompting you to drink?" Many resorted to alcohol to alleviate their pain. She thought that if he were sober, he would not have simply replied in the affirmative. The man remained silent, still unable to see his expression. Ning Miao rose on her toes again, bringing her face closer to his. But before she could scrutinize him further, she felt a rush of warmth as he abruptly closed the distance, kissing her. Ning Miao was taken by surprise, her entire body trembling as she nearly lost her balance, her toes dropping to the floor. His large hand swiftly grasped her waist, pulling her against him. The kiss was deep, lingering just a moment. As she was left in a daze, he released her lips. "Did I drink?" he murmured, his lips brushing against her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. The sensation coursed through her, leaving her momentarily dazed. She only then comprehended his intention. He was inviting her to discern whether he bore the taste of alcohol. There was none. Yet, how could he be so different from his usual self? Was it the fever from his wounds that clouded his mind? She lifted her hand to check his forehead. He felt warm, though not feverish. He seized her wrist. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just concern for your injury." Before she could finish her thought, his lips captured hers once more, silencing her words. Unlike before, this kiss was fierce and demanding. Initially, Ning Miao managed to respond, but soon found herself overwhelmed. In the darkness, their senses heightened. They could hear each other's quickening breaths and pounding hearts. Ning Miao reached to untie his belt, but he captured her wrist again. He released her lips, resting his chin atop her head, his chest heaving as he struggled to contain himself. In a hushed voice, he said, "We must depart at dawn. We should return to the inn to rest." Ning Miao was at a loss for words. She understood that his urgent halt was due to his grave injuries. After the tumult of the night, it was indeed unwise to pursue such actions. Yet, one opportunity it was. Outside the inn, he could hardly have brought contraceptives, and even if he had, in this enveloping darkness, she could easily replace them. However, he would not yield. She knew that if she pressed or continued to entice him, he would inevitably relent. But she could not forsake her humanity otherwise. She would become just like him. Thus, she resolved to let him be for the night. "Very well, you two should rest properly. You are still injured." His breath seemed to steady slightly as he took a step back, creating distance between them. "I will escort you back to the inn." "No need. I can return on my own. The streets are bustling at night, and it would not do for anyone to see us, such as Lord Yin Chongjing, Yuan Zian, or Princeton." After a moment of silence, the man replied, "You go ahead." "All right." Ning Miao adjusted her clothing in the darkness, then turned to open the door to the room and stepped outside. His deep voice resonated behind her. "We shall depart at the hour of Chen tomorrow." Ning Miao paused briefly, not looking back, a smile curving her lips as she quickened her pace. Having exited the inn and walked a distance, Ning Miao inadvertently glanced back, only to find Yan Mobai following her from a distance, separated by quite a space. The streets were thrumming with passers-by, yet she recognized him at once. Ning Miao was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether he was returning to the inn by the same route or if he was indeed seeing her off. Upon returning to the inn, Chunlan was sound asleep. Ning Miao tiptoed to her bed and lay down, falling into a deep slumber. When she awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky. "What time is it?" Ning Miao inquired of Chunlan, who had already washed up and was packing their belongings. Chunlon glanced at the corner of the room, a quarter past the hour of Chun. Ah! Ning Miao sprang upright, startled. Is it so late? Lord Yin said we would depart at the hour of Chun. Hurry, get dressed, and let the eldest son know that we shall set off immediately. Chunlon was astonished. Are we not having breakfast? We can eat on the way. Chapter 088. As you can see, I am with him 2 carriages departed from Yan Mobai town. Yan Mobai lifted a corner of the window curtain to glance outside. His handsome brows furrowed slightly. Stop the carriage. The coachman quickly pulled the reins, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Naturally, Yuan Ziyan's carriage followed suit. She lifted the curtain, puzzled. What's the matter? Yan Mobai held up the door curtain and inquired of the 2 coachmen, which of you can ride a horse? The coachman of Yuan Ziyan and Oppos, as carriage responded. I can. Unhitch 1 horse and ride back to town to buy some hawthorn cakes. We will be traversing Misty Mountain shortly, and we need provisions for the day. Yan Mobai instructed. Yuan Ziyan had not expected to stop was for this reason. We've already prepared our rations. Hawthorn cake is a specialty of this town. Yan Mobai replied calmly. All right then, Yuan Ziyan conceded, saying no more. Meanwhile, Ning Miao sat in her carriage, continuously lifting the curtain to peer ahead, hoping the carriage would go faster. However, as they traveled, she saw no sign of Yan Mobai's carriage, leading her to believe that catching up was unlikely. After all, they had departed 15 minutes later than him, and there were no shortcuts available. Having left Yan Mobai town without catching up, Ning Miao resigned herself to the situation. Let us discuss it once we reach Jiangnan. Lowering the curtain, she told Chunlon, I'll take a nap. Leaning against the carriage wall, she closed her eyes. Shortly after, she heard Yin Chongjing's voice from ahead. Second brother, why have you stopped here? Is the carriage broken? She quickly sat up and lifted the curtain to look outside again. Ahead, the 2 carriages were halted by the roadside, perhaps due to the light. One carriage had its door and curtains fully open, revealing Yan Mobai seated inside, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing Yin Chongjing and Oppos' voice, he raised his gaze just enough to meet Ning Miao's eyes, their gazes locking in the air. His deep-set eyes held a profound expression, while Ning Miao's were filled with regret. He turned his gaze away and replied to Yin Chongjing. We instructed the coachman to return for supplies. Yin Chongjing acknowledged with an O. Ning Miao wished he would suggest they all travel together, but he did not. Instead, he informed Yan Mobai, we are pressed for time, so we shall proceed first. Sitting in another carriage, Yuan Ziyan glanced outside and added, yes, you go ahead. We have matters to attend to and cannot travel with you. Ning Miao felt it would be inappropriate to suggest traveling together again. Watching helplessly as her carriage passed by Yan Mobai's, suddenly struck by a thought, she quickly retrieved a book and a brush from her bag. Flipping to a random page, she wrote the 2 characters new feather with a brush in haste. Stop the carriage. She instructed the coachman, who complied. Hearing this, Yin Chongjing also halted his carriage and jumped down to inquire. What is the matter, my lady? I finished reading the book I borrowed from my second brother and wish to return it to him, she explained. Chunlon took the book to hand it over. But Yin Chongjing intervened, saying, it's just a short distance. Allow me to deliver it, to save you the trouble. He was in a hurry. Ning Miao lowered her gaze, reluctant to refuse, and replied, thank you, Yin Lang. As Yin Chongjing made his way back, he glanced at the book's title, The Dual Heroes of the Floating World, recognizing it as a tale of legend. Meanwhile, Yan Mobai was about to lower the curtain when he spotted Yin Chongjing jogging back with the book in hand. Second brother, my lady wishes to return the book she borrowed. Yan Mobai squinted slightly, accepting the book. Yin Chongjing chuckled. I thought you only read books on governance, but it seems you enjoy legends as well. It is not mine. It belongs to Chi Feng and the others. Yan Mobai replied nonchalantly, casting the book aside. Yin Chongjing nodded. I suspected as much. Just as he was about to leave, Yan Mobai added, on our journey to Jiangnan, there are many days ahead. I have some other books. You may take them for your sister-in-law to pass the time. With that, he turned to retrieve the book he had been reading, deftly folding the corner of the page he had been on and handing it to Yin Chongjing. Upon inspecting it, Yin Chongjing found it contained dry historical accounts. initially intending to return it. However, considering the lengthy journey and the possibility of his wife enjoying it, he accepted it. Then I shall thank my second brother on behalf of my lady. As Yin Chongjing departed with the book, Yan Mobai caught sight of Yuan Zi, Yin leaving her carriage. He picked up the book Yin Chongjing had just given him, flipping through it until he discovered a page marked with the two hurriedly written characters, New Feather. Without hesitation, he tore it out, tucked it into his sleeve, and closed the book in one fluid motion. Yuan Zi Yin approached him. Sir, may I see that legendary book? I find myself with nothing to do on the road. Of course, Yan Mobai replied, handing her the book. Thank you, she said, taking it back to her carriage. Once he lowered the curtain, Yan Mobai pulled out the hastily written paper. New Feather. The scrawl suggested it was written in a rush, and the ink appeared to be charcoal. Bringing it to his nose, he wondered if it was from a brush. Did this indicate that she would stay at the New Feather Inn upon arriving in Jiangnan? Meanwhile, Yin Chongjing handed the book through the carriage window to Ning Miao. My lady, my second brother, said this is for you to pass the time, so I brought it over. I do not know if you will find it enjoyable. Ning Miao was surprised that Yan Mobai would return a book to her. She accepted it and glanced at the title. The long journey could indeed use some reading material. As the carriage continued on, she flipped through the book. Noticing a corner of a page folded down, she examined its contents closely. It detailed the account of Pan Ji from the former dynasty, who fought floods in Jiangnan and stayed at the renowned Huazue Inn. So, did this mean that he intended to stay at that inn upon their arrival in Jiangnan? A smile graced Ning Miao's lips. She had not expected this man to share such an unspoken understanding with her. She felt that the journey to Jiangnan would take 7 or 8 days, and given the current circumstances, traveling together would be difficult. Waiting for each other would only delay their progress and lead to potential detours. Thus, it was better to meet again in Jiangnan. Chunlon observed Ning Miao's actions closely and could not help but ask softly, My lady, you and the second young master. Ning Miao smiled, having no intention of hiding the truth. Yes, as you can see, I am with him. Chunlon was not particularly surprised. Earlier, she had witnessed her lady and amp, Oppo's elaborate efforts to draw the second young master out, and how he had taken her hand to a nearby inn. However, she felt a pang of dissatisfaction, remembering how coldly he had once treated her lady, even contemplating her punishment. Chapter 089. The Most Detested Interruptions 7 days later. They finally arrived in Suzhou, Jiangnan. Ning Miao, accompanied by Yin Chongjing, took up residence at the Sinyou Inn. She was uncertain whether Yan Mobai and the others had arrived, as there were multiple routes leading to Suzhou after traversing the misty mountains, allowing for various possibilities of arrival. Yin, we shall split our paths. I will inquire at the major medical establishments regarding the whereabouts of the renowned physician, while you investigate the black market, Ning Miao suggested. Yin Chongjing readily agreed. Very well. Ning Miao approached the entrance of the Huazue Inn. Although she was aware that Yan Mobai would likely stay at this inn, she had no knowledge of whether he had arrived, nor which room he occupied. Upon entering, a young attendant approached her promptly. Would the lady like a meal or a room? He inquired. A room, please. I would prefer one on the second floor, near the staircase. Is that available? Ning Miao replied. Based on her understanding of Yan Mobai and Oppo's habits, he favored rooms on the second floor, by choosing one near the staircase. All guests on that floor would have to pass by her door. Indeed, we have such a room available, the attendant exclaimed eagerly. Generally, guests preferred quieter rooms situated deeper within, making the staircase-adjacent rooms less sought after. Ning Miao promptly paid for 3 days' accommodation. May I see where you park your carriages? If it meets my approval, I shall bring mine here. Otherwise, I will park at my relative's home, she inquired. Of course, the attendant replied, leading her to the rear courtyard. As they walked, he described, we are a century-old establishment with ample space dedicated to carriage parking. All our guest carriages are kept here. Do all guests park their carriages in this area? Ning Miao asked. Indeed, there is a dedicated attendant who oversees the area, he assured her. Ning Miao and Oppo's gaze swept over the rows of carriages until 2 familiar ones caught her eye. A smile graced her lips as she murmured, I see. I will inquire with my relatives about parking here. Thank you. Suppressing her excitement, Ning Miao ascended to the second floor. Yan Mobai and Yuan Zian had already arrived. With a total of over a dozen rooms on the second floor, she pondered where they might be located. Leaving the door ajar, she seated herself at the table, sipping tea while keeping an eye on the entrance. It was broad daylight, and Yan Mobai would not squander time at the inn. He was likely to seek out Ning Xi. Therefore, she waited patiently. Suddenly, a familiar figure passed by the door, causing her breath to hitch. She quickly rose to peer through the door and oppose, as crack. It was Yuan Zian, descending the stairs to exit. This indicated that Yan Mobai must be staying next door. Ning Miao wandered the corridor, inspecting each room. She noted that only 2 adjacent rooms were locked, which likely belonged to them. Returning to her own room, she continued to wait. After a while, she noticed another familiar figure passing by outside. Her heart leaped as she quickly stood to confirm. At the door, Yan Mobai unlocked and pushed the door open, preparing to turn and close it when someone suddenly slipped in from outside, kicking the door shut, and promptly fell into his embrace. Caught off guard, Yan Mobai stumbled back a step, and upon recognizing the visitor, he swiftly steadied her waist. Ning Miao nestled her face against his chest, exclaiming, "I have waited with bated breath, and at last, I see you, Lord Yan. It has been far too long." Yan Mobai remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. After a moment of anticipation without his response, she tilted her face upward to meet his eyes. Noticing the deep darkness within his gaze, she felt momentarily perplexed by his thoughts. "It has been so many days since our last meeting, and you," Ning Miao began, but her words were abruptly silenced as the man lowered his head to capture her lips in a fervent kiss, his large hand cradling the back of her head, intensifying the kiss with an urgent passion. At the inn end oppo's entrance, Yan Chongjing glanced at the sign above and stepped inside. An attendant approached him. "Greetings, esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" "I seek someone," Yan Chongjing interrupted, scanning the surroundings. "A man in black robes, tall and exceptionally handsome. Which room does he occupy?" Earlier, he had spotted his younger brother, Yan Mobai, but the street noise had drowned out his call. He had seen him enter this inn and desired to seek his assistance in gathering information about the renowned physician, believing that as a government official, he would have useful connections. "I apologize, but our inn has regulations regarding guest privacy," the attendant replied apologetically. Yan Chongjing frowned, but chose not to pursue the matter further and resolved to search on his own. Ascending to the second floor, he listened outside each room, when suddenly he heard distinct sounds of kissing from one of the rooms. Indeed, it was unmistakably the sound of passionate intimacy. The intensity of the noises was quite evident, causing him to raise an eyebrow. He pondered whether it could be his younger brother with Yuan Zian. To confirm, he stepped back and called out, "Younger brother." The sounds within abruptly ceased, followed by the familiar cold voice of Yan Mobai emanating from behind the door, "Do not enter." A surge of excitement coursed through Yan Chongjing. It appeared that the rumors of his brother being devoid of romantic inclinations were unfounded. "I shan't enter. I merely wish for you to inquire about Jiangshini's whereabouts on my behalf. I am staying in the Yihai room at the Sinew Inn with your sister-in-law. If you receive any information, please send someone to inform me there. I shall take my leave now. Do continue," Yan Chongjing hastily proclaimed before turning to flee, wary of the wrath that might befall him should Yan Mobai emerge in a displeased state, for men truly despise being interrupted in such moments. Inside the room, Ning Miao furrowed her brow. "How did he find us? I thought we had split our paths." Yan Mobai lifted her chin gently, using his thumb to wipe away a trace of moisture from her lips. "He spotted me on the street and called out, but I ignored him. I did not expect him to come seeking me here." Ning Miao replied, "Very well. I must step out to attend to some matters." Yan Mobai nodded. "I have a meeting with 2 of Ning Wang's contacts in Jiangnan, and must return to the inn to retrieve the token." Ning Miao nodded in agreement. "You may attend to your affairs." Though her yearning to be with him was overwhelming, she understood the importance of discretion. His duties were paramount. As Yan Chongjing passed a gambling den, he felt an irresistible urge to enter. After a brief look around, he realized the stakes were high and his funds were insufficient, prompting him to exit. Upon leaving, he failed to watch where he was going and collided with a passerby. "Pardon me." He began to apologize only to look up and discover it was a familiar face. "Miss Zian." Yuan Ziyan took a small step back and greeted him. Young Master Yan. Yin Chongjing observed her, wondering if her encounter had concluded so swiftly. Had his brother been interrupted, or was there another reason? If it were the former, he felt quite guilty. Miss Ziyan, I sincerely apologize for the interruption earlier, he said, regret evident in his tone. Chapter 090. Yet all I can say is to express my condolences. Yuan Ziyan, perplexed, inquired, what? Just now? Disturbed? You too? Which ones? She had not anticipated needing her second brother's assistance, nor the presence of the two individuals before her. Yin Chongjing, his words trailing off, playfully tapped his two fingers together, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In that instant, Yuan Ziyan comprehended the implication, her eyes widening in astonishment and disbelief before deepening with a contemplative shade. To be honest, Miss Ziyan, I hold you in high regard. Did you know? In this world, I once thought it impossible for my second brother, a man as stoic as a steel tree, to bloom. Yin Chongjing chuckled, scrutinizing the woman before him. Her features were undoubtedly appealing, yet she fell short of being breathtakingly beautiful, especially when compared to his wife. Nevertheless, she radiated a certain vigor that was rare among women. He couldn't help but ponder whether such a woman possessed extraordinary prowess in intimate matters, akin to martial arts techniques. Otherwise, how could his normally impervious second brother be so utterly enthralled? Rumor had it she was a female general, a rarity he had never encountered in his countless escapades with women. Regrettably, he found himself powerless at the moment. Once he was healed by the divine physician, he would undoubtedly relish the experience of being with a warrior woman. Naturally, he dared not harbor any desires for the woman before him. She belonged to his second brother, and he could only admire her from afar, unless his brother grew weary and cast her aside. Miss Ziyan, it appears that we shall be family in the future. Yuan Ziyan pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yin Chongjing, interpreting her silence as modesty, chose not to press further. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. Yuan Ziyan stood in place for quite some time, lost in thought. Upon returning to the inn, Yin Chongjing animatedly recounted the encounter to Ning Miao. You cannot fathom it. My second brother was rather affectionate with Miss Ziyan, to the point that had it not been for his response to me, I would scarcely have believed it was him. Can you imagine? I tell you this, and you surely won't believe it, right? He usually presents himself as a monk devoid of desires. Yet here he is, displaying such a side. Honestly, I had always thought my second brother would end his days in solitude, perhaps even becoming a monk like his aunt. Yin Chongjing mused as he spoke, shaking his head in disbelief. Indeed, throughout history, no hero has ever been spared from the allure of beauty. Ning Miao listened in silence, equally surprised by Yuan Ziyan's unexpected impact on his brother. After a midday meal, the couple parted ways to seek news of the renowned physician, Jiang. Ning Miao had discreetly invested in gathering leads. True enough, after some inquiries, Yin Chongjing learned of Jiang's whereabouts and hurried off to the physician's clinic without waiting for Ning Miao. Outside the clinic, a queue of patients awaited their turn. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Yin Chongjing's turn to enter. The physician operated a single examination room, and Yin Chongjing promptly stated his purpose. The physician instructed him to disrobe, and after inspection, shook his head thrice. You are neither ill nor injured. It seems you are entirely lacking. Even a divine being could not remedy this. Yin Chongjing felt as though he had been struck with a heavy blow. They say the divine physician can restore even what is lost, even for eunuchs. Is that so? Has the world spread such rumors about me? Alas, do not place your faith in hearsay. I am a physician, not a deity. Yin Chongjing felt as though the world were crumbling around him, disoriented. Is there no other physician named Jiang in Jiangnan? As far as I know, there is none. Impossible, impossible. Yin Chongjing shook his head, nearly driven to madness. Truly, there is none. I understand your distress, but all I can say is, express your condolences. Yin Chongjing's heart brimmed with fury. If you have a wife, I possess various instruments here that you may purchase to satisfy her needs as well. Yin Chongjing was oblivious to what the physician said afterward or how he managed to leave the clinic. He only knew that when he regained his senses, he found himself on the street, clutching a parcel containing two counterfeit instruments, one made of jade, the other of a softer, indeterminate material. Glaring at the items, he felt a surge of rage. It's all Wen fault. That wretched scoundrel. What was the harm in a single encounter with his woman? It was not as though he had taken her virginity, nor had he touched his daughter. He had already rendered Wen unconscious. Why pursue such relentless vengeance against him? Extinguishing his lineage? It was intolerable. Yin Chongjing and Amp, Oppo's heart seethed with resentment. This destruction of his life could not go unpunished. He vowed to make Wen experience the same agony. Spotting a nearby apothecary, he stormed inside and demanded, "Do you have any medicine to induce impotence?" The apothecary looked at him incredulously. "We do not sell such potions. We offer remedies for those who suffer from impotence." Yin Chongjing and Oppo's anger flared further. "You can treat impotence, but I have nothing to treat." He slammed his fist onto the counter. The apothecary recoiled in alarm. "We are a pharmacy, not a den of poison. Our purpose is to heal, not harm." "Human?" Yin Chongjing's eyes blazed red as he ground his teeth. "He is no human. Not human." The apothecary was bewildered. "Didn't you just mention a man?" Yin Chongjing staggered out of the apothecary, catching sight of a familiar figure in white robes at the entrance of a tea house across the street. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze sharpened. Yin Kuenpeng. He was the distant relative who had threatened his wife regarding the loss of his manhood. He overheard the man conversing with a young attendant at the door, saying, "A lady will be arriving shortly to meet Master Yin. Please escort her to the Xinhua Pavilion while I fetch some snacks." A chill gripped Yin Chongjing and Oppo's heart, and he swiftly returned to the apothecary. "Do you have any concoction to disfigure a face?" "No. I've told you we only sell healing medicines." "What about poison?" "We do not carry any." "Then surely you have laxatives?" "Yes, we do." Yin Chongjing purchased a packet of laxatives and tucked it away in his sleeve, clutching the parcel as he hastened across the road into the tea house. "Xinhua Pavilion, is it? Today, I shall ensure you lose all dignity before the lady." Ascending to the second floor, he found the Xinhua Pavilion, barged in, and poured the laxatives into the teapot on the table, shaking it vigorously. Just as he was about to leave, he heard footsteps approaching the door and quickly concealed himself beneath a low couch. From his limited vantage point, he could not discern who was entering, only that it was a woman, wearing a pair of plain embroidered shoes, her skirt swaying as she moved toward the table. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed in the room. "Madam, I apologize for the wait." It was Yin Kuenpeng's voice. Chapter 091. Should she be found not a virgin? He would make her pay the price. Yin Chongjing was taken aback. "Not and Oppo's, daughter-in-law and Oppo's. Shuden and Oppo's. An unmarried woman be addressed as and Oppo's. Maiden and Oppo's, or and Oppo's. Little maiden and Oppo's." So, was she having a clandestine meeting with a married man? Crouching beneath the low couch, the injustice in Yin Chongjing and Oppo's heart surged again. Why was it that other men could entangle themselves with married women, while he had paid such a heavy price for merely sharing a bed with one? "Chunlan told me she ran into you, but I didn't believe it. So it's really you." A woman's voice, clear and melodious like pearls, rang out, and Yin Chongjing trembled, his eyes widening in shock. It was his wife. It was his wife's voice. Inside the room, Yin Kuenpeng gave Ning Miao a proper salute. "Yes, I encountered Chunlan and learned that you had come to Jiangnan. I took the liberty of asking Chunlan to invite you to meet at this tea house. Are you well?" "Yes, I'm fine. And you? Was your appointment successful?" Ning Miao gestured for him to sit. Yin Kuenpeng stepped forward and placed a package of shortbread on the table in front of Ning Miao. "It was successful. This is a famous Jiangnan shortbread, and this shop makes the most authentic kind. I bought it specifically for you to try." "Thank you." Yin Kuenpeng sat down across from Ning Miao. Someone knocked on the door and entered. "Excuse me, I am Oppo's. I'm here to bring you some fresh tea." The person placed a pot of new tea on the table, picked up the original teapot, and turned to leave. Yin Chongjing, crouching under the low couch, had a face as red as a beet. Not only had he witnessed his wife and Oppo's secret meeting with a man, but he had also bought the laxative for nothing. Meanwhile, Yin Kuenpeng poured a cup of tea for Ning Miao. "Try it. It and Oppo's. This year and Oppo's. Biliuakan. Okay. Yan Kuanping also poured himself a cup. By the way, now that I and Oppos, V left the capital, does that mean the matter of you and Oppos, borrowing a child in Oppos, is over? You wanted Oppos to be looking for someone else? Under the low couch, Yin Changjing almost bit his tongue. Borrowing a child? What did borrowing a child mean? Was it what he thought it meant? He wondered if he had misheard. Then he heard his wife's voice. I haven't found anyone yet. My husband is awake now, so I have to be careful and avoid him. It's not easy. Yin Changjing and Oppos' mind exploded. So, it really was what he thought it meant? The blood rushed straight to his head, and with a roar, he crawled out from under the low couch, cursing, "You adulterous pair!" The two people in the room were startled. Yan Lung, Ning Miao hadn't and Oppos. He expected Yin Changjing to be here, let alone to emerge from under the low couch. Don and Oppos, call me Yin Lang. Yin Changjing pointed at her, his face livid, his chest heaving. I trusted you so much, and you were secretly borrowing a child behind my back. No wonder you were so tolerant of me. No wonder you didn't and Oppos care about my physical condition. So there was a man making you happy. Ning Miao. Yin Kuanpeng's ears burned. He couldn't listen anymore. Young master, please be careful with your words. The relationship between me and your wife. Before he could finish, Yin Changjing interrupted him sharply. I'm talking about my own wife. What right does an adulterer like you have to interrupt? Yin Kuanpeng. We are innocent. Ning Miao said. Innocent? Yin Changjing laughed, a laugh more bitter than tears, his face red and his neck thick. I saw you meeting in secret with my own eyes. I heard you talking about borrowing a child with my own ears. Where's there any innocence? We talked about borrowing a child, but we didn't borrow a child. Ning Miao said coldly. Yin Changjing shook his head, clearly not believing her. No wonder Yin Kuanpeng knew about my manhood being ruined. My mother said that you probably told him. I even defended you, saying you wouldn't. So it was you. Yin Kuanpeng was speechless. As for this matter, he didn't seem to know how to explain it. He couldn't say that he hadn't known, and that Yan Mobai had fabricated a confession for him to sign, and that was how he had found out. Saying that would involve even more. Falsifying a confession was a serious crime. Most importantly, the person who had been killed that day was Princess Anyang. Although the news had been suppressed, those of them who were officials in the court had heard rumors. Helpless, he could only say, you really misunderstand your wife. She didn't and amp, opposed. Before he could finish, Yin Changjing raised the package in his hand and threw it at him. Shut up. Yin Kuanpeng was caught off guard and was hit straight in the face. The jade ornament was heavy and hard, and Yin Kuanpeng grunted and staggered back several steps. The package fell to the ground and scattered open. The two items inside were exposed to the three people's view. Yin Kuanpeng, Ning Miao. When Yin Changjing saw the two items, the anger in his heart soared to the sky. First, he was told that there was no hope for his manhood to recover. And now he learned that his wife was borrowing a child with another man. How would he bear it? He felt like a joke. And he had even bought these two items for this woman. What did she need them for? She didn't need them at all. Seeing that Yin Kuanpeng's face was bruised, Ning Miao was also angry. Yin Changjing, what are you doing? I and Oppos. He already said that they're and Oppos. That's nothing between me and him. And Oppos. Borrowing a child and Oppos. Coma and Oppos. Borrowing a child and Oppos. Coma and Oppos. Borrowing a child and Oppos. Are you deaf or something? You clearly said and Oppos. Borrowing a child and Oppos. Yin Changjing stomped his feet repeatedly, his voice hoarse, looking like a madman. Finally, feeling that it wasn't enough to vent his anger, he rushed to the table and overturned it. With a loud crash, the table flipped over, the teapot fell. Tea spilled all over the ground, and the cups shattered, leaving a complete mess. Yin Kuanpeng quickly closed the door of the private room. Ning Miao endured and endured, her face very ugly, seeing that Yin Changjing showed no signs of stopping. If this continued, it would inevitably alarm others. Yin Kuanpeng had just taken office, and if this kind of thing spread, he would lose his official hat, and the Yongchang Marquis mansion would become a laughingstock. It was the madam who asked us to borrow a child, but we didn't, Ning Miao said coldly. Yin Changjing looked surprised. What did you say? My mother? Then he sneered. Do you think I'll believe that? Whether you believe it or not, go back to the mansion and ask her yourself. After Ning Miao finished speaking, Yin Kuanpeng also chimed in, yes, everything your wife said is true. Yin Changjing and amp, Oppose, as body swayed. His mother asked his wife to borrow a child with another man? He didn't believe it. She said it was for your own good, to have a legitimate grandson of the Marquis mansion under your name, so that you could inherit the title of Marquis smoothly, Ning Miao said. For the title of Marquis? So it was for the title of Marquis. Yan Chongjing's eyes turned blankly. He was dazed, his legs weakened, and he slumped into a chair next to him. Ning Miao saw that Yin Kuanpeng's nose was bleeding, obviously broken. Go to a nearby clinic to treat your injury quickly. Be careful not to break your nose bone. I'm really sorry about what happened today. Yin Kuanpeng was covering his nose with a handkerchief. But you, I'm fine, you go quickly. Ning Miao gestured for him to leave. Although Yin Kuanpeng was a little worried, he also knew that in this situation, if he stayed, the conflict might not be resolved. So he nodded. Then I and Oppose, I'll go first. Yin Kuanpeng opened the door and left. Ning Miao looked at Yin Chongjing, who was sitting there dejectedly. Just as she was about to speak, Yin Chongjing suddenly roared before her, "Get out!" Ning Miao sighed softly. "Yin, get out!" Yin Chongjing roared again. Ning Miao was helpless, and after a moment of silence, she had no choice but to turn around and leave. Yin Chongjing sat there alone. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Even if his mother had asked him to do it, why did they agree? If they didn't agree, could his mother have forced them? Didn't that woman say she had feelings for him? How could she be willing to have a child with another man if she had feelings for him? And Yin Kuanpeng, a dignified 7-foot man, was willing to let his son call another man father? How dare a court official engage in such sordid affairs? This is plainly driven by selfish desires. A blatant attempt to possess another man's wife. By what right? Why should he suffer such a fate for bedding another spouse? Why should other men have legitimate access to his wife? Why? His resentment grew with each thought, fueling his unwillingness to accept this outcome. Yin Kuanpeng must pay the price. Yes, he would seek out his second brother. His second brother would surely champion his cause. As a powerful minister in the emperor's court, his brother held sway, while Yin Kuanpeng was merely a newly appointed official. A single word from his brother could spell the end of Yin Kuanpeng's career. Indeed, he had long heard of Yin Kuanpeng and Oppose, years of diligent study, all for the sake of pursuing an official path. Since Yin Kuanpeng valued his career above all else, he would sever it. And that woman, who swore she had not engaged in illicit relations with Yin Kuanpeng and maintained her innocence. His second brother frequently visited the palace. He would have him enlist a trusted matron to examine her. If she were found not to be a virgin, she would also face retribution. With these thoughts in mind, he immediately rose, grabbed the bundle on the floor, and prepared to leave. The tea house manager entered, frowning at the mess. Seeing Yin Chongjing about to depart, he stopped him. "Sir, you must pay for the damages." Yin Chongjing. Urgency overriding patience. He tossed a deflated pouch of silver onto the ground and strode out, eager to settle the matter swiftly. Inside the guest room of the inn, Yan Mobai sat at the table, reviewing a document recently delivered by a secret agent. Ning Miao recounted the events that had transpired in the tea house. "So, you met with Yin Kuanpeng again in secret?" he asked, raising his eyelids with a somber gaze. Ning Miao was rendered speechless. "My dear Yin, is that the main point? The important thing is that your brother overheard my conversation with Yin Kuanpeng about seeking a child and flew into a rage. You're not afraid of him," Yan Mobai replied, lowering his eyes, seemingly uninterested. Ning Miao sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "But I and Oppose am worried about the trouble he might cause." Yan Mobai looked down at her lips, so close, and couldn't resist kissing the corner of her mouth. Just then, the door to the room was kicked open with a loud bang, and Yin Chongjing stood at the entrance, his face pale, his eyes filled with shock. "You." Chapter 092. Aren't you afraid of being known for fratricide? For a fleeting moment, Ning Miao experienced a ringing in her ears. It's over. Why'd he come? She immediately rose from Yan Mobai's lap. Conversely, Yan Mobai's expression remained placid, a trace of her lipstick staining his thin lips a vibrant crimson. Yet he watched the man who had kicked open the door to the private room with an exceedingly indifferent gaze, as though he were not the one caught in flagrante delicto. Yin Chongjing staggered across the threshold, pointing at the two of them, his previously pallid face contorted with fury. You, he sputtered, unable to form a complete sentence out of sheer rage. Perhaps intimidated by Yan Mobai's silent, unwavering stare, Yan Changjing redirected his accusation toward Ning Miao. You shameless, fickle woman. You were just consorting with one man at the tea house, and now you're seducing another. Ning Miao pursed her lips, unsure how to explain. Before, she could confidently assert her innocence with Yan Kuanping. But now, the truth was laid bare before them. Do you believe she merely seduced me? Yan Mobai uttered coolly. He paused, not waiting for Yan Changjing's response, and continued, Who could ever seduce me? Yan Changjing and Ning Miao were both taken aback by his words. The implication was that he was not seduced by her, but rather that he had acted of his own volition. Yan Changjing was the most incredulous. How could this be? Had their relationship not always been strained? Had he not previously intended to have this woman beaten to death? And wasn't and Oppos, he infatuated with that Yuan Zian? How could this have happened? Yan Changjing felt as though the sky were collapsing. Everything was in utter disarray. This day was a maelstrom of chaos. He had been informed that even deities could not restore what he thought could be regenerated. He had believed that Yan Kuanpeng was the one threatening his wife, only to discover that his wife had been using the man to conceive a child. He had thought that his second brother would be able to seek justice on his behalf, only to find you. Yan Changjing was at a loss for words. Before Yan Mobai could respond, Ning Miao interjected, It's my fault. She then emphatically reiterated, It's all my fault. And it has nothing to do with second brother. Just as Yan Changjing was about to erupt, he saw Yan Mobai rise to his feet. Then, right before his eyes, he grasped Ning Miao's wrist, gesturing for her to leave. You should return to the inn first. Yan Changjing was infuriated, stamping his feet and roaring, like a maddened, caged beast. Then, hoarsely, she is not permitted to leave. Ning Miao, this is a matter between you and me, Yan Mobai said to Yan Changjing, his gaze and tone grave. He then signaled for Ning Miao to leave. Ning Miao appeared reluctant, feeling that her departure at this moment was inappropriate. Seeing Yan Mobai frown, she obediently replied, I and Oppos am leaving. Ning Miao departed, casting backward glances. Yan Changjing wanted to stop her, but dared not, his chest heaving. Watching her exit with eyes that were both fiery and resentful, Yan Mobai walked to the doorway, surveyed the scene, then closed the door, returning to his previous seat and settling down. Yan Changjing remained standing there, trembling with rage, the sound of his labored breathing emanating from his chest and throat. The only sound in the room was his angry panting. Yan Mobai looked up at him. Yan Changjing kicked the chair beside him and sat down resentfully. He was the victim. What did he have to fear? They were the ones who had wronged him. They were the ones who owed him. He would not rest until he received an explanation. Seeing the trace of crimson lipstick on Yan Mobai's lips, Yan Changjing wanted to laugh, his features contorting into a grimace. So, the woman this morning was and Oppos, Yuan Zian, but your sister-in-law? Yan Mobai did not deny it, reaching into his sleeve for something. Second brother, you and Oppos, been keeping secrets. Yan Changjing grinned, his eyes bloodshot. No wonder you were so worried about me coming in. No wonder she didn't say a word when I told her about it later. No wonder you've been treating me better since I woke up after being unconscious for over a month. You were actually involved with my woman. No wonder she jumped into the water to save someone in Yanbo town, and you jumped in too, even though she knew how to swim and didn't need you to. I even suspect that you two were secretly exchanging affections when you asked me to deliver books on the way here. So, I've been played by the two of you. Yan Changjing pounded his chest in anger. Choose one, Yan Mobai said abruptly. Yan Changjing looked over. He saw Yan Mobai place two items on the table, a stack of what appeared to be silver notes and a dagger. Yan Changjing's eyes narrowed. What does this mean? It means nothing much. In Oppos, that's just giving you two choices. First, I and Oppos, LL guarantee your succession to the Marquis. And here are 5,000 taels of silver notes for you to take, with 200 taels per month thereafter. Second, there in Oppos, as this. Yan Mobai tapped the table beneath the dagger with his slender fingers. Yan Changjing understood his meaning, of course. The dagger was simply meant to kill him, or to have him commit suicide. Are you threatening me? He was the one who had been wronged, and yet he was being threatened? Yan Changjing laughed in anger, a laugh that bordered on tears. Yan Mobai shook his head expressionlessly, saying softly, "No, you should understand me. I've always been a man of action. Never one for empty threats." Yan Chongjing instantly held his breath. He knew that he was not exaggerating. His younger brother was indeed a ruthless man who stopped at nothing. He had seen him kill people before, both outside and inside the manor. Ruthless and merciless, he never showed a shred of compassion. Aren't you afraid of being known for fratricide?" Yan Mobai's lips curved into a smile, as if he had heard a joke. "Anything I don't want to be known will never be known." He added, "Even if it were known, what would it matter? My reputation for being unfilial and unrighteous in the Marquis is already well known. What do I care about mere reputation? Besides, as long as there's no evidence, I won't be convicted." Yan Chongjing's face turned pale. "You'll be punished." "Punishment?" Yan Mobai shook his head, finding it even more laughable. "What is punishment?" His smile vanished. "I only believe that man can conquer nature." Yan Chongjing's internal organs ached with anger. Seeing Yan Chongjing silent, his chest heaving, Yan Mobai said nothing, calmly picking up the dagger and toying with it. His fingers wrapped around the fine silver cord on the dagger's handle, twirling it, releasing it, twirling it again, and releasing it. Chapter 093. Nothing, just a bit of poison. Yan Chongjing was in a fierce internal struggle. He recognized that his brother was truly capable of fratricide. Moreover, he understood that with his brother's cunning, not only would he die, but he would do so in a manner that left no trace, perhaps even by accident. No, he had to survive. A miserable existence was better than a noble death. Even if his lineage was extinguished, there were still many pleasures to be found. Besides, the marquisate and wealth were desires he harbored. As the legitimate eldest son, the title should rightfully belong to him. Yet he had accomplished nothing and had a notorious reputation as a wastrel. Most importantly, Yan Mobai was a favored minister of the emperor who was currently advocating equality between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Thus, the title of the Marquis of Yongchang would undoubtedly be his if Yan Mobai desired it. Only if Yan Mobai relinquished it would he have a chance. With the title and riches, he could live a life of leisure and indulgence. Furthermore, women were merely for amusement. Without his manhood, he could not indulge with any woman. Even if she remained loyal, she would simply be a decorative vase. To exchange a vase for a title and wealth was, in fact, a profitable transaction. "Do you truly wish to forfeit the marquisate for that woman?" Yan Chongjing inquired, perplexed by his brother's convictions. Yan Mobai looked at him. "What makes you think I care about such a trifling title?" Yan Chongjing retorted, "How easy it is for you to speak from a position of comfort. A trifling title? How many brothers have fought to the death over such a thing? You must provide me with written assurance." He continued, knowing that in a battle of wits, he could never outmaneuver his brother. Yan Mobai nodded. "Fine, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" "To dissolve your marital ties with her, but for now, it shall remain undisclosed. In public, you will still refer to her as your wife, and she will continue to reside in the marquisate, but you must not disturb her." Yan Chongjing was taken aback. Was he to continue providing cover for them? "What's the matter? Does my second brother not wish to grant her a title?" Yan Chongjing scoffed. "What difference is there from keeping a mistress? You thought you were being kind to her, but it is merely a facade." "This is my affair," Yan Mobai replied coldly, refusing to divulge more. Seeing his demeanor, Yan Chongjing dared not provoke him further. "Very well, as long as you provide written assurance. I shall draft a guarantee for you and write a divorce certificate." "Not a divorce certificate, but a separation agreement," Yan Mobai corrected him, word by word. Yan Chongjing was at a loss for words. Despite the woman's betrayal, his willingness to write a divorce certificate was already a show of mercy. A separation agreement? Was he out his mind? Noticing his silence, Yan Mobai tilted his head slightly, a brow raised. Suddenly, Yan Chongjing felt a chill in Yan Mobai and Appo's gaze and instinctively replied, "A separation agreement it is. What is so remarkable about it?" After speaking, he regretted his display of weakness before this man. Yan Mobai prepared the writing materials and handed him the pen, indicating he should write first. "Why must I write first?" Yan Chongjing protested. Yan Mobai remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on him, holding out the pen. Frustrated yet resigned, Yan Chongjing reluctantly stood, approached, and took the pen, pulling a chair to sit opposite him. He began to draft the separation agreement. After writing the opening lines, he paused and asked Yan Mobai, "What shall I state as the reason for our separation? A failure to uphold marital duties?" Yan Mobai replied icily, "Why not write inability to fulfill human obligations?" Yan Changjing was speechless. "Let us simply state that our interests do not align." Yan Mobai gestured for him to continue. Yan Changjing glanced at him. "Does interests do not align even qualify as a reason for separation? Are you incapable of writing those few words?" Yan Mobai inquired. Yan Changjing grumbled, "Of course not. I simply do not wish to grant her such a dignified excuse." Yet he found himself compelled to comply. Once completed, Yan Mobai took the document, folded it, and tucked it into his sleeve. "Upon our return to the capital, I will present it to the authorities for sealing." He then gestured for Yan Changjing to write a guarantee, ensuring he would no longer disturb her. Otherwise, he would forfeit the title and wealth. Yan Changjing protested. "You have yet to provide me with the written assurances regarding your title and wealth. Finish your writing, and I shall provide it," Yan Mobai insisted, forcing Yan Changjing to endure. After drafting the guarantee, Yan Mobai reviewed it, stowed it away, and then began to write the document regarding the title and wealth. As he handed the document to Yan Changjing, Yan Mobai suddenly said, "Look here." Yan Changjing raised his gaze. "What?" Just as he opened his mouth to respond, he felt something unusual slip down his throat. By the time he realized that Yan Mobai had tossed something into his mouth, it had already traveled down his esophagus. Yan Changjing's expression changed dramatically. "What did you just make me consume?" "Nothing, merely a bit of poison," Yan Mobai replied nonchalantly. Yan Changjing was incredulous. "You actually poisoned me. You said if I chose the first option, you would spare me. Rest assured, as long as you uphold today and oppose this agreement, I shall provide you with the antidote monthly." "It will have no effect on you," Yan Mobai stated. Yan Changjing was filled with rage, wishing to kill this man. "I have done as you requested, yet you still poison me. Unfortunately, I cannot trust your words or your character. The only thing I can rely on is your life," Yan Mobai remarked, methodically tidying the writing materials on the table. "You should consider yourself fortunate that I am willing to poison you rather than kill you outright." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Yan Changjing, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Yan Changjing's breath caught in his throat. Indeed, he should feel fortunate. Yet, he felt a deep sense of frustration. He had suffered betrayal and was now being poisoned. Ning Miao did not return to her new inn, but instead went to the room she had previously booked near the stairwell. Her heart raced as she peered through the crack in the door, eager to witness what transpired between the two brothers. One was reeling from a recent blow and was in a state of frenzy, while the other was a madman bold enough to threaten a princess. The outcome between these two lunatics was unpredictable, and her curiosity urged her to eavesdrop, yet she hesitated in doing so. All she could do was wait, contemplating every possible scenario in her mind. She knew that with Yan Mobai's cunning, he would undoubtedly ensure that Yan Changjing's actions remained concealed. After all, the tarnished reputation would not only affect her, but also him and the marquisate. She was apprehensive about two possibilities. One, that Yan Mobai, forsaking familial ties, would kill Yan Changjing. After all, he was a man who dared to kill a princess, and their bond was tenuous at best. However, that was not the outcome she wished to witness. Despite Yan Changjing and Oppo's numerous misdeeds, he had not caused her any harm. She was not here to enact justice. She did not want the innocent to pay for her desire to survive. The other scenario was that Yan Mobai, valuing their brotherhood or wishing to avoid trouble, might sever ties with her and force her to leave the marquisate. This too was an outcome she dreaded. After all, she had not yet conceived a child. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spotted Yan Changjing leaving through the crack in the door. Her anxious heart began to settle slightly. At least he had not been killed. Ning Miao opened the door a fraction wider, observing Yan Changjing descend stairs. He did not rush away nor linger excessively. His steps were steady, devoid of the frantic energy he had displayed upon arrival. This indicated that an agreement had indeed been reached. To soothe a person driven to madness by anger, it must be that Yan Mobai has made some form of promise. Could it truly be the situation she fears? A complete severance of their relationship, being cast out of the Marquis's residence. After sitting silently at the table for a while, Ning Miao felt a sense of unease in her heart and decided to rise, heading towards Yan Mobai's chamber. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. Chapter 094. Fearing Lord Yan will abandon me, Ning Miao attempted to discern something from his voice, but was met with the same icy demeanor, his emotions elusive. She pushed the door open. Inside the chamber, he sat at the table, seemingly hastily concealing a dagger within his sleeve. A dagger? Ning Miao and Appo's pupils constricted as she recalled the one that had pierced her forehead in her previous life. A sudden chill coursed through her. Surely, he wouldn't intend to kill her? That seemed unlikely. He must have harbored at least a modicum of affection for her, right? He had been concerned for her safety earlier, had he not? Due to her past experiences, she hesitated to enter recklessly, lingering at the doorway as she inquired, "Have you come to an agreement? Is everything all right?" "Everything is fine," Yan Mobai replied, lifting his gaze to her. Noticing she had yet to move, he added coolly, "What? Now that our relationship is exposed, do you wish to distance yourself from me?" Ning Miao. That was not her intention at all. How could it be? She hesitated, biting her lip before honestly stating, "I simply do not know how you plan to handle it." Yan Mobai beckoned her over. "Come here." Ning Miao crossed the threshold, contemplating whether to close the door. Leaving it ajar seemed safer. If he truly intended to harm her, she could more easily escape. "Close the door and secure it," Yan Mobai instructed. Ning Miao. She had no choice but to comply. After fastening the latch, she took measured steps toward him. Yan Mobai regarded her, frowning. "Why do you seem as though you and Appo's re-headed to the gallows?" Ning Miao felt a bead of sweat form and quickened her pace. Arriving before him, he reached out, pulling her onto his lap, then lifted her chin to face him, stating, "From today onward, you are free." Ning Miao was taken aback. Free? What did that mean? Was he divorcing her, casting her out of the Marquis's residence? Not a divorce, but a separation. "I have prepared the separation documents. Once we return to the capital, I will have them stamped by the authorities and present them to you. You may continue residing in the Marquis's residence for now, and the matter of separation will remain undisclosed for the time being. In public, you will still be referred to as my spouse, and I shall no longer trouble you." Ning Miao was astonished. She had not anticipated such an outcome. It was, of course, the resolution she had longed for. Her heart, which had been in a state of turmoil, finally found peace. Clearly, the man before her had developed genuine feelings for her. With open arms, she encircled his neck. "What have you offered him, or what have you done for him to acquiesce to these demands?" Given how furious Yan Chongjing was earlier, he would not easily relent or concede. Moreover, his nature is such that he cannot tolerate being wronged, unless you granted him an immense favor or posed a significant threat. "Just a bit of poison," Yan Mobai replied casually. Ning Miao and Appo's gaze dropped. Indeed, this was Yan Mobai. She was curious about the nature of the poison. Was it the kind that required only a single antidote or one that necessitated regular doses? "Once a month," Yan Mobai clarified. Oh, Ning Miao nodded. So it was not the 3 years of spring and autumn. Yan Mobai's dark eyes fixed on her. "What? Are you so concerned about him?" "Not at all. I merely feel uneasy," Ning Miao deflected. "You doubt my capabilities?" Ning Miao tilted her face up to meet his gaze, her expression softening. "Lord Yan is meticulous and prudent in his endeavors. Why would I doubt you? My only concern is fearing that Lord Yan might abandon me." As she spoke the final sentence, her smile faded, and she gazed deeply into his eyes. Yan Mobai also lowered his gaze to her, as though perceiving a spark of sincerity within her eyes. He lifted her chin once more, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Yes, a tender kiss. Rare and affectionate. He kissed her lips and the corners of her mouth. The moment had arrived. Ning Miao tightened her embrace around his neck, lifting herself to reciprocate his affection. The gentle kiss gradually deepened, becoming insatiable. Yan Mobai swept his arm across the table, sending everything crashing to the floor, and lifted her onto the tabletop, standing above her. The clatter of items falling startled Ning Miao, reminding her of Yuan Xian's presence next door. She hastily grasped Yan Mobai's hand, which had ventured beneath her garments. "Yuan, Miss Yuan might hear us, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Yan Mobai smiled, observing her flushed cheeks, her voice hoarse, her once clear eyes now veiled with desire. He leaned in, kissing her earlobe. Do not worry. She is not here. She left a note this morning stating she had urgent matters to attend to in the capital. Ning Miao was momentarily stunned. She has returned to the capital? The news was unexpected. Had she left before their affairs were settled? Yes. She mentioned there was something urgent in the capital and that she would not be needed here. My people have already arranged a meeting with Ning Xi for tomorrow at noon. So soon? Ning Miao couldn't help but admire the man's capability and efficiency. After all, Ning Xi rarely met with anyone from the court. Ning Miao nodded, recalling the little girl she had saved in Yanbo town. How about I accompany you tomorrow? No need. Under ordinary circumstances, if he had said this, Ning Miao would have acquiesced. However, given the stakes involved in persuading Ning Xi, she felt it prudent to accompany him. If Ning Xi's wife and daughter did not encounter Yan Mobai, she could devise a way for Ning Xi to realize that it was she who had saved his daughter. With her arms draped over his shoulders, she pouted playfully. I want to go with you. I've never had the chance to assist you with official matters. I wish to have that experience. She added quickly, rest assured. I want an amp. Oppose, to hinder you. I will be as obedient as a handmaiden. Seeing her determination, Yan Mobai relented with a nod. Very well, I shall take you along. Ning Miao beamed, planting a kiss on his lips. Then I shall come to find you first thing tomorrow. Her belongings were at the Sinew Inn, and since she still had to maintain the facade of being married to Yin Chongjing, she would have to continue staying there for the time being. No need. We shall take a boat. The Sinew Inn is close to the dock, so you can simply wait for me there in the morning. Alricht, Ning Miao replied, kissing him once more. As she contemplated her unfinished business, she indulged in several more kisses on his lips, gazing at him with sultry eyes. Noticing his lack of further advances, she turned her head, leaning in to gently nibble at his throat. She distinctly saw his throat bob, and in the next moment, one of his large hands gripped the back of her head, pulling her into a fervent kiss, igniting passion anew. Ning Miao eagerly responded, her previous apprehensions forgotten as the door latch was securely fastened and the neighboring room empty. She relaxed completely, her impatience driving her to tug at the silk sash around Yan Mobai and Oppo's waist. Chapter 095. I just feel you and Oppo's. Ria femme fatale, Yan Mobai, observing her eagerness, released her lips and gazed at her with shadowy eyes. Ning Miao gasped, is your shoulder still in pain? Indeed, the wound inflicted by the 1,000-hooked arrow would not heal in less than a couple of months. It had only been 8 days. The injury on my shoulder is of no concern, Yan Mobai replied hoarsely. Then why? Yan Mobai seemed to let out a barely audible sigh. It's nothing. I simply perceive you as a femme fatale. With that, his large hand began to remove her garments. Ning Miao smiled coyly, leaning close to his ear and exhaling warm breath. Indeed, I am a femme fatale. You ought to be cautious. Yan Mobai chuckled as well, his eyes filled with desire as he pressed her down onto the table. I believe the one who should exercise caution is you, he said, leaning closer. Perhaps due to the experiences from the previous encounters, or perhaps because this time it was not ignited by anger, or maybe due to the transformation in their identities, or the subtle shifts in their mental states. This time, their fervor remained undiminished, yet their understanding deepened. Even after their union, Yan Mobai held her tenderly for quite some time, eventually carrying her to the couch, dressing himself, and stepping out to summon the innkeeper for water, wishing to assist her in bathing. However, Ning Miao declined. From her understanding, bathing immediately after such an encounter was not conducive to conception. You go ahead and bathe. I and Oppos. LL returned to the inn to wash up. There are no clothes for me here. Yan Mobai did not insist. As he prepared to enter the bathing chamber, Ning Miao suddenly recalled something. Wait. Yan Mobai halted in his tracks. Ning Miao pulled the thin blanket around her and sat up on the couch, pointing to the pile of clothes scattered on the chair, signaling to him, please help me retrieve my garments. Yan Mobai turned and fetched them for her. As Ning Miao received the clothes, she rummaged through her sleeve pocket and gestured for him not to leave. Yan Mobai watched as she took out a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve. He recognized it. It was the same bottle from which he had asked Qi Feng to deliver contraceptive pills to her previously. Ning Miao twisted the cap off the porcelain bottle, poured out a few pills, kept one, and returned the rest of the bottle. Then, she pinched the remaining pill between her fingers, contemplating after every encounter. You need to specially deliver contraceptive pills to me, so I bought some myself to spare you the trouble. After speaking, Ning Miao extended the pill toward him. Would you like to verify? Yan Mobai was taken aback by her initiative. He had not anticipated her to prepare her own contraceptive pills, nor had he expected her to invite him to verify. With his gaze deepening, he did not take it. Seeing him remain silent and unresponsive, Ning Miao withdrew her hand and swallowed the pill. Yan Mobai frowned. Did you not say you couldn't swallow it dry? He turned to pour a glass of water for her. Ning Miao accepted it, took a sip, and swallowed the pill with the water. To prove she had indeed swallowed it, she drained the entire glass in one go. As she returned the empty cup to him, she playfully opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue, demonstrating that there was nothing left. Yan Mobai remained silent, his dark eyes profound. Without a word, he placed the cup back on the table and entered the bathing chamber. Ning Miao, her anxious heart finally at ease, felt relieved. Earlier, she had feared he might truly verify. However, unless he were a physician, he likely could not discern the truth. She was more afraid he would see the many pills in the bottle and ask her for one. Originally, she had intended to pour out just one, but in her weakness, her hand trembled, causing several to spill out. Fortunately, he did not suspect her. Dressed, she called toward the bathing chamber. I shall return to the inn first. I am drenched in sweat and need a bath. There was a sound from within that seemed to acknowledge her. Or perhaps it did not. After waiting a moment without further response, she stepped outside, needing to return and rest. Upon completing his bath, Yan Mobai emerged to find the room empty. Realizing Ning Miao had left, he called for the innkeeper to come in and tidy up. The writing implements and tea set he had previously knocked to the ground lay scattered in disarray. As the innkeeper began to clean, he sat by the low couch, examining a map of Taihu Lake, when suddenly the wound on his shoulder ignited with pain. Yan Mobai frowned. He had not exerted himself with that shoulder, and during his bath, he had avoided the water. Why the sudden discomfort? He tugged at his collar to inspect the wound. To his shock, he found it bleeding again, and the blood was dark brown. His pupils constricted. It was poison. The arrow that struck him was poisoned. Because it was colorless and tasteless, the initial symptoms were undetectable, only manifesting days later, which often led to it being overlooked. Indeed, that was the case. Immediately, he adjusted his collar and instructed the innkeeper, "Please go to room B on the first floor and summon my coachman. Have him come here swiftly." The innkeeper, having finished tidying up and noticing his urgent tone, hurried off. Soon, the coachman Luo Zhong arrived at the room. Seeing Yan Mobai's ashen complexion and the sweat on his forehead, Luo Zhong was alarmed. "My lord, what is wrong?" Yan Mobai sat cross-legged, swiftly pressing several acupoints near his right shoulder. "Hurry to the Yan's iron shop at the Saltyang Bridge and find a man named Fan Yong. Tell him I have been poisoned and to quickly fetch a trustworthy doctor." Poisoned? Luo Zhong was taken aback, not daring to delay, and immediately set off. When Fan Yong arrived with a doctor, Yan Mobai had already collapsed onto the low couch, unconscious. My lord! Both Fan Yong and Luo Zhong were frantic, and the doctor rushed forward to examine him. Blood splattered around the couch, likely from the blood he had coughed up before losing consciousness. "Dr. Liang, what is the prognosis?" Fan Yong asked anxiously. Dr. Liang focused intently on the acupoint behind Yan Mobai's ear. "Indeed, he is poisoned with 10 days of descent. This poison is colorless and tasteless, initially causing no symptoms, with the toxicity manifesting on the 10th day. The 10th day? Luo Zhong was startled, but today is only the 9th day. Calculating from the day he was struck by the arrow, today marked the 9th day. If he were to experience emotional agitation, it would be normal for the poison to manifest a day early, Dr. Liang explained. Luo Zhong and Fan Yong exchanged glances, both expressing doubt. "Surely not. My lord cannot be emotionally agitated. He is always remarkably composed. Even when faced with calamity, he remains unfazed. What could possibly disturb him? However, This was not the pressing matter. Is there an antidote? Both Fan Yong and Luo Zhong asked in unison. Dr. Liang shook his head. There is no antidote. However, I have been researching this poison for the past 2 years. Previously, I successfully used silver needles to expel the toxin, but the process is excruciating for the poisoned individual, akin to enduring hell on earth. I cannot say whether my lord can withstand it. He can, Fan Yong and Luo Zhong declared in unison. They were certain. They knew that Yan Mobai could endure. Very well, prepare the necessary items. Hot water, candles, and remove his clothing. Yan Mobai felt immense suffering, yet he could not awaken. One moment, he felt as if he were being scorched by blazing fire. The next, he was plunged into a bone-chilling abyss. At times, it felt as though his limbs were being ground to dust, and at others, he was being pierced by countless blades. It was as if he were being dismembered, obliterated, until finally, he was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber. Then, he began to dream, a long, vivid dream. As dawn broke, Fan Yong and Luo Zhong remained vigilantly by the couch. They observed the unresponsive man lying there, their expressions grave. Surely, my lord will be all right. Dr. Liang assured us he would be fine. So he must be. But why is he not yet awakened? Just as they spoke, the man on the couch suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, it was sudden. Not only did he open his eyes abruptly, but he also sat up in an instant, startling both of them. The man turned his gaze towards the two of them, his eyes deep and piercing, devoid of any lingering grogginess from awakening. Chapter 096. He followed her past step by step. My lord, how do you feel? Fan Yong intended to inquire about his condition, but before he could finish, Yan Mobai interrupted. You may leave now. Fan Yong was momentarily taken aback. He exchanged a glance with Luo Zhong. Both bowed in silence and quietly exited the chamber. Inside, Yan Mobai slightly lowered his gaze. After a moment, he lifted his eyes and slowly surveyed the room. Rising from his bed, he approached the window and pushed open the shutters. A gentle morning breeze swept in, lifting his dark hair as he squinted against the light. He had experienced a dream, one that revealed the events of the coming 2 years. In this vision, the position of the Eastern Palace remained undecided. The two princes of Ning Kang continued their fierce rivalry, and he and the strategist of Prince Kang were still engaged in a covert battle of wits, their enmity unyielding. In the dream, a map to an iron mine brought him face to face with the foremost strategist behind Prince Kang, a woman he considered his only worthy opponent. She was known as the Water among the 5 strategists of Prince Kang, and he had always felt he could be vanquished by her. In the dream, she secured the map first, and, when he encircled her with his men, she swallowed it to protect it, even daring to provoke him. In a moment of rage, he struck her down with a sword, and as she fell, he commanded Chi Feng to retrieve the map from her corpse. However, both he and Chi Feng succumbed to poison, for the woman had cunningly anticipated his actions. The poison was inextricably linked to the map. Upon contact, they were both doomed. Before his demise, he ordered that the ancient iron dagger he carried be plunged into her forehead, believing this act could sever the ties of her reincarnation. Though he typically dismissed such beliefs, in that moment he clung to the hope that it might hold true. In his dream, as his soul lingered on the brink of oblivion, he witnessed Prince Ning bestowing upon him a grand burial, his coffin borne from the prince's residence. On the day of the funeral, many officials attended to pay their respects, yet none from the Yongchang Marquis did. He observed crowds of common folk lining the streets, including Yin Huading and the Jin family. Jin was smiling, while Yin displayed a complex array of emotions, notably absent of grief for a lost son. Later, he saw Prince Kang covertly entombing a malevolent talisman at his grave to thwart his reincarnation. Eventually, Prince Ning learned of this and engaged numerous Taoists to choose an auspicious day to remove the curse. It was then that he realized the woman named Water had orchestrated this plan, having advised Prince Kang to do so long before. In that moment, he also uncovered her true name, Ning Miao. He closed his eyes. The features of Ning Miao overlapped with those of another woman. Eyes, nose, lips merging together. A sharp pang shot through his pupils, and he opened his eyes. The woman in his dream appeared unremarkable with dark skin, thick brows, and no lashes. Yet now, she was fair-skinned with delicate brows and long lashes, truly captivating. Did she believe this disguise would render her unrecognizable? Those eyes, there was no other pair like them in existence. And the nose, the lips, the figure, Ning Miao. Ning Pan. Ah, what a clever ploy of beauty. What a profound infiltration, a strategy of the heart. No wonder she lingered at the marquisate, indifferent to wealth, reputation, or societal norms. No wonder she lavished him with flattery and devotion. No wonder she understood him so well. A sharp pain gripped his heart, and a wave of nausea surged within him, forcing bile up his throat. He gasped, blood spilling forth onto the windowsill. A vivid pool of crimson. No wonder she was aware of Prince Kang's dealings regarding the black snake emerging from sand. Her revelation was a token of loyalty, a means to garner his and Prince Ning's trust. No wonder she knew of the substitution of spring flowers with Guangong subdues the dragon. She sent a message to Yan Kuanpeng to inform Prince Ning, aiming to win his favor. After all, he was a newly minted scholar destined for a prominent role in court. No wonder she sought to come to Jiangnan and insisted on accompanying him. It was all part of her intricate scheme. Such depth of cunning, such formidable strategy. Every step designed to capture his heart. He had unwittingly followed her path, knowing full well her lips dripped with lies. Yet he fell deeper into her web. He even began to devise plans for her, contemplating their shared future. How absurd! A wave of nausea hit him again, and he coughed up another torrent of blood. His legs weakened, and he grasped the window frame for support. Bending over, he wiped the blood from his lips, panting. Outside, Dr. Liang ascended the stairs with medicine in hand and noticed Fan Yong and Luo Zhong waiting. Is he awake? Yes. What is his condition? The two shook their heads. We were unable to ask before he sent us out. Dr. Liang knocked on the door. When there was no response, he pushed it open and was taken aback by the sight of Yan Mobai at the window. My lord, Fan Yong and Luo Zhong rushed inside upon hearing the commotion, alarmed by the sight of him. One hurried to support him while the other called for Dr. Liang. The lord has coughed up blood again. Coughing blood? That shoots